On the second day of July, the scorching sun blazed down. Above Yunding's satellite city number 2, under the jurisdiction of Yunding Base City, a massive blood-red coffin shadow silently emerged. It descended with rolling blood mist, enveloping the entire city. The Yunding coffin. It's the projection of the Guardian artifact, the Yunding coffin. On the playground of Beishan High School, the third-year students who had been waiting for some time burst into excited exclamations. Their eyes were filled with zeal, and their faces were a mix of reverence, excitement, and nervousness. Only Lin Yu's face was full of bewilderment. Where am I? In a state of existential confusion, he pondered for a moment and arrived at a shocking conclusion. He had transmigrated. Memories surged into him like a tidal wave, fusing rapidly, giving him no time to react. Lin Yu, nicknamed Suppressing the Mountain, 18 years old, belonged to the Yunding region of the Yanlong Empire, specifically Yunding Satellite City No. 2. He was the fourth son of the Lin royal family, with 3 older brothers whose nicknames were Shocking the Heavens, Shaking the Earth, and Calming the Sea. His father, Lin Renjie, was one of the city's garrison commanders and a king-level powerhouse. His eldest and second brothers were 8th rank masters, and his third brother was 7th rank. As for himself, he was currently awaiting awakening. In this world, everyone at the age of 18 must complete their awakening with the assistance of a guardian artifact or its projection to communicate with the rules of heaven and earth. Females awaken various contract spirit forms, which are not necessarily weapons. They could also be farming tools, kitchen utensils, accessories, and so on. With each rank advancement, they gain a spirit skill. Males, on the other hand, awaken all kinds of professions, which are not necessarily combat-related. They could become drivers, chefs, fishermen, and so on. They practice martial arts and learn combat techniques. If one isn't concerned about the side effects of contract spirits, they can seek a suitable contract spirit to form a bond. Male and female pairings double the strength and cultivation speed. Otherwise, one's strength would be at the bottom, and cultivation would be excruciatingly slow. This world was far from peaceful. Outside the cities, ferocious beasts roamed, and beast tides would break out from time to time. Even more threatening were the alien races, capable of crossing space gates at any moment, descending upon Blue Star to wage wars of extermination against humanity. In short, strength ruled supreme, and might made right. As Lin Yu combed through his memories from an omniscient perspective, the first wave of awakenings had already begun. Dozens of students from Class 1, Grade 3, entered the awakening area and sat cross-legged. The blood mist descending from the Yunding coffin projection enveloped their bodies. Then, suddenly, from time to time, radiant beams of light surged from these boys and girls, signifying that they had completed their awakening. Jokai, D-rank warrior profession. After the radiant beams soared into the sky, a warrior shadow briefly appeared above a male student's head. Immediately, a staff member announced the awakening result. Jiang Lu, E-rank Ho-Spirit. Another awakening result was announced. In the awakening area, Aho, the height of a person transformed back into human form, wearing a face of dejection and despair. Isn't this all just based on luck? Lin Yu murmured to himself. The rules of this world seemed utterly absurd. Lin Yu, I'm a bit scared. From behind him, a soft and charming voice suddenly spoke, accompanied by a delicate, boneless hand slipping into his palm. Lin Yu turned around, and before him stood a figure clad in snow-white clothing. Though young, she had an enchanting figure with ample assets, seductive eyes, and an innate charm that resembled a fox spirit in human form. It was none other than the original body's childhood sweetheart, Su Qingying. Her father, Su Dingsheng, was the commander of the 3rd garrison, while Lin Yu's father, Lin Renjie, was the commander of the 1st garrison. The two of them had been inseparable since childhood, and in everyone's eyes, they were a golden couple. At least, on the surface. The second day of July was the awakening day for Yunding's Satellite City No. 2, as well as the day the two of them had agreed to form a contract. What are you afraid of? Lin Yu asked her coldly. He had no good impression of this woman. Thanks to his omniscient perspective while sorting through the memories, he already knew many things. For instance, this woman had been developed multiple times. It was common knowledge that whether it was a profession or a contract spirit, one could only have a single contract partner. The bond of a contract was even stronger than a marriage certificate, only breakable upon the partner's death. Although the first rule of a transmigrator was to accept the original body's responsibilities, that didn't mean he would tolerate being a cuckold. The original body had truly been pathetic. Despite having a reasonably influential family background, how had he allowed himself to be so thoroughly manipulated by a scumbag woman? Su Qingying said, I'm afraid that if I awaken a poor contract spirit form, you'll despise me and leave me. What then? Lin Yu replied, you're overthinking. I never planned to keep you in the first place. Ha? Su Qingying was visibly stunned. What? Did these words actually come from her number one loyal admirer? Before she could recover, rumble. Thunder rolled through the sky as black clouds gathered. The entire playground was suddenly shrouded in darkness. In the blink of an eye, crack. A pitch-black bolt of lightning struck the awakening area. At that moment, Lin Yu's heartbeat nearly stopped. This isn't ordinary lightning. His heart was on high alert, sensing an overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens. Quick, everyone move out of the way, he shouted, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. The surrounding classmates turned to look at him, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Just then, the lightning crashed down with a deafening roar, engulfing the awakening area in blinding electric light. Lin Yu, hurry! Su Qingying's voice rang in his ears, tinged with panic. Don't be afraid. Stay close to me. He reached out, grabbing Su Qingying's hand, as a fierce determination ignited in his heart. This time, I won't let anyone get hurt. As his voice fell, his body was suddenly enveloped by a powerful force. In that moment, it felt as though his destiny was quietly changing. In the lightning's radiance, Lin Yu's gaze grew resolute. He silently vowed, I will take control of everything and become the strongest in this world. And this was only the beginning. In an instant, the clouds dispersed, and the mist cleared, as if nothing had happened. Lightning tribulation. It's a lightning tribulation. An S-rank has been born. Who is it? Holy crap, what just happened? Was that the legendary lightning tribulation? I'm still confused. In just a few breaths, everyone snapped out of their shock. Exclamations and discussions erupted one after another. S-rank? Lin Yu's attention was deeply drawn. Based on the memories he had absorbed, regular awakenings produced dazzling beams of light, whereas special awakenings triggered celestial phenomena, summoning lightning tribulations. The Guardian artifact not only facilitated awakenings but also absorbed most of the tribulation's power to ensure the successful awakening of special individuals. Dyen, S-rank Knight Profession. Dyen, S-rank Knight Profession. The staff member adjusted his tone, loudly announcing the awakening result. Instantly, the entire playground erupted into chaos. Brother Dyen, let's form a contract. I'm an A-rank Golden Winged Armor Spirit, capable of offense, defense, cosplay, and voice modulation. Pick me, pick me. I'm a B-rank Divine Artillery Spirit. Though my talent level is a bit lower, I'm a hot weapon spirit. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I accept the Master Servant contract. Master, please feel free to trample on me. In an instant, a large group of girls surged toward Dyen like a tidal wave, surrounding him in layers upon layers. Their voices overlapped as they passionately promoted themselves. Even though the chances of Dyen choosing any of them were slim, and their spirit forms might not even match Dyen's knight profession, what if? Who would dare to underestimate this S-class future? This scene made the surrounding boys seethe with envy. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Just because he's S-class? What's the big deal? Exactly. Look at these girls being so desperate, practically throwing themselves at him. Who knows? Maybe I'll awaken as S-class too. Totally. The future is unpredictable. You and I could both be dark horses. The possibility of awakening an S-class profession in the next moment is huge. They gossiped, their eyes green with jealousy, their hearts ablaze with envy, wishing they could trade places with him. But to everyone's surprise, Dyen directly rejected all the girls' contract requests and confidently strode toward Class 3, where Lin Yu was. Qingying, did you see that? I've awakened as an S-class profession. I'm finally worthy of you. Would you be willing to form a contract with me? No matter what your spirit form is or what side effects it may have, I'm willing. Please, give me a chance. He was beaming with pride, as if a volcano suppressed for years had finally erupted. His gaze provocatively landed on Lin Yu, as if declaring his rise to prominence. At that moment, the entire field fell silent. The air was thick with tension, and whispers flowed like an undercurrent, eager to tear through the veil of silence. Dyen's father is supposedly the deputy commander of the city defense's 1st Regiment, while young Master Lin's father, Commander Lin, is the head of the same regiment. TSK, looks like the grudge between these two is about to flare up again. Dyen used to not even dare breathe in front of young Master Lin. Now that he's awakened an S-class talent, he's clearly here for payback. Lin Yu watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but laugh internally. He turned his head, his gaze lingering on Su Qingying. He thought, is this woman's charm really that irresistible? Don't look at Qingying. Seeing Lin Yu glance at Su Qingying, Dyen immediately started shouting again, as long as I'm here, you can't pressure her into making a decision. You won't influence her choice. Lin Yu smiled helplessly but understood. The reason Dyen had sought him out at this moment was simply because he felt unbalanced. This guy was like Su Zijing beside Li Shouyuan, deeply insecure yet constantly trying to mask his fragility with bravado. He kept creating imaginary scenarios in his mind, leading to a twisted personality filled with resentment. At this moment, Dyen was like Su Zijing, freshly empowered by the demonic techniques he learned from Dupeng, brimming with confidence, swelling with arrogance, and ready to claim all the glory he believed was rightfully his. For someone who came looking for trouble, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't hold back. He pulled Su Qingying into his arms and sneered, "So what? You've been shouting for so long, has she even acknowledged you?" This statement was like a heavy punch. Dyen's face froze instantly, and flames of anger burned in his eyes. He couldn't comprehend why, even after awakening as an S-class profession, Lin Yu still dared to look down on him. "You still dare treat me like this? Put!" A stifled laugh emerged from the crowd. I'm dying. Young Master Lin really doesn't give him any face. Small trees need pruning, and kids need discipline. This is exactly how you deal with fools like him. I thought young Master Lin might suffer a loss this time. Turns out I was too naive, ha ha ha. The murmurs of the crowd surged like a tide. Dyen's face turned beet red, the color spreading from his ears down to his spine. He felt utterly humiliated. But at that moment, Su Qingying suddenly broke free from Lin Yu's grasp, quickly stepping toward Dyen and declaring firmly, "I'm willing." Silence. The entire field fell into a dead silence. The air seemed to freeze, and even the sound of breathing became painfully loud. It took a long while before the crowd regained their senses. Whispers buzzed like a swarm of mosquitoes. "Holy crap, this plot twist, I can't keep up. A betrayal from a loved one. Young Master Lin's humiliation this time is monumental. I thought young Master Lin wouldn't suffer a loss, but I was too naive. He's lost big time. If I were her, I'd choose Dyen too. The difference between a commander and a deputy commander isn't that big. Their family backgrounds are similar, so of course you'd go with the S-class. Since the new calendar year 1, over 200 years have passed. Every year, more than 6 million people participate in the awakening ceremony, yet there've been only about 10 S-classes in total. Given that, across the Flame Dragon Empire's 36 districts, only one S-class emerges every 3 districts. And more importantly, in these 200 years, there's never been a case of 2 S-classes appearing in the same cohort in the same district. Statistically speaking, if Dyen is S-class, then young Master Lin can't possibly be one. Su Qingying's choice is actually quite wise. The crowd's opinions shifted instantly, and the air was thick with mockery and ridicule. Dyen snapped back to reality and burst into laughter. Wrapping his arm around Su Qingying, he provocatively mimicked Lin Yu's tone, saying, "So, who's laughing now? Young Master Lin, how do you feel now? Bitter? Mixed emotions? If I were you, I'd find a block of tofu and smash my head into it." Su Qingying looked coldly at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with triumph and calculation. She knew that approaching Lin Yu had been an order from her organization not because of his excellence, but because he was Commander Lin's most favored son. Controlling him was equivalent to controlling the entire city defense regiment. But now, Lin Yu's change in attitude meant her plans would face complications. Just as she was relishing her moment of triumph, Lin Yu's voice suddenly echoed, "You've got good taste, kid. This woman, she's quite supple." Beep. As Lin Yu's words fell, a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind. Detected that the host has reenacted an iconic scene. The iconic scene system is now activated. When the host reenacts or is part of an iconic scene, rewards will be triggered. Detected that the host has reenacted the Brother Ad Money scene from Brotherhood of Blades. Reward is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Shi family's Japanese blade technique. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything around Lin Yu paused, leaving only his heartbeat racing wildly. This was an unexpected delight. Initially, he had merely intended to take advantage of Dyen's foolish eagerness to accept the leftovers, to sever ties with Su Qingying while suppressing Dyen's arrogance. Having merged with the original host's memories, Lin Yu knew Su Qingying's true intentions all too well. He understood that after he offended her, this woman would undoubtedly go to great lengths to make him suffer. But no one expected the method to activate the system would be like this. "What the hell do you mean?" The moment everything around returned to normal, Dyen was furious. Lin Yu's words carried enormous implications, causing countless scenarios to flash through his mind. "Lin Yu, how could you do this?" Su Qingying panicked, repeatedly explaining to Dyen, "Don't listen to him. He's talking nonsense on purpose, trying to separate us." Nothing ever happened between him and me. What does that mean? Lin Yu dragged out his tone, addressing Dyen. Don't you understand yet? This woman, I've used her. Now I'm giving her to you. Detected that the host has seemingly paid homage to the Storm and Domination series. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host has obtained fragmented version of 3 dividing energies. Seemingly? Fragmented version? Is it because the line wasn't quoted completely? You bastard. Daring to bully Xingying? Xingying, don't be angry. It's not worth harming your health. I'll take revenge for you right now. Dyen gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury as if he wanted to tear Lin Yu apart. Lin Yu sneered coldly, want to fight me? You'd better think carefully first. If you disrupt the awakening ceremony, can you bear the charges as an S rank? Can your father bear them? You. Dyen's eyes seemed about to shoot flames. His temples throbbed, veins bulging on his forehead, but he had to admit that Lin Yu's words perfectly struck his vulnerable spot. He glared, but could only glare helplessly. The awakening ceremony was tied to the very foundation of the Yanlong Empire. He truly couldn't afford to take the blame. Frustration. Humiliation. The anger inside him burned, making him want to charge forward and settle the score with Lin Yu. But at the moment, despite having awakened the opportunity of an S-rank profession and the hope of turning the tides, he was still suppressed by Lin Yu. The unwillingness in his heart nearly made him explode. Humph. Do you think awakening an S-rank profession is enough to change your fate? Lin Yu sneered with disdain, his gaze filled with contempt. You're nothing more than trash who only knows how to talk big. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind, detected that the host has seemingly paid homage to the Let the Bullets Fly County lady. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host has obtained husband mastery technique. He froze for a moment, then a trace of delight and fervor flashed in his eyes. This actually works too? He felt a powerful energy surging within him, as if he had instantly mastered some intangible ability. A spark of hope ignited in his heart. Lin Yu, just you wait. I'll show you what true power is. He gritted his teeth, determined to reverse the situation. What the hell is this husband mastery technique? When Lin Yu saw the reward, he nearly cursed aloud. To be fair, the county lady's husband mastery technique was indeed impressive. She had been widowed 4 times, dangling old Ma while sneaking around with Master Tang, and even persuading Zhang Matzi to not hold back. But what use could he possibly have for this? Fortunately, the system's functionality was becoming clearer. Any homage to iconic scenes or lines would trigger rewards. Who knows, if one day he carried a woman and shouted, "Don't come over here," he might even get a cloud-dispelling poem or something. Detected host has accumulated more than 3 rewards. Deconstruction feature activated. Host can deconstruct useless rewards into fragments. Fragments can only be used to compensate for deficiencies. A line of system text appeared before his eyes. Lin Yu smiled knowingly. This feature was excellent. If one day he accidentally paid homage to Yubuchuan, would he really have to castrate himself and practice the evil-resisting sword technique? Deconstructing the useless to upgrade the useful, it meant he could completely break down that absurd husband mastery technique to upgrade his fragmented 3 dividing energies. But before he could act, staff members in the awakening zone were already calling his class into the awakening area. Never mind, business first. Though with the system now online, whatever profession he awakened was already less significant. But who would complain about having too many skills? With that, he headed towards the awakening area. The moment he stepped in, detected that the host is about to awaken an A-class puppeteer profession, which does not reach the world's highest talent limit and is considered deficient. Would you like to deconstruct fragments to compensate for the deficiency? A trace of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. This was possible too? So, this so-called compensation for deficiencies was a broad concept? Then what was he waiting for? Deconstruct, decisively deconstruct. The fragmented 3 dividing energies was incomplete, the katana technique didn't align with the puppeteer profession, and as for the husband mastery technique, wasn't that just nonsense? If it could be deconstructed to enhance his professional talent, why hesitate? Even the slightest hesitation would be disrespectful to his cheat system. The next second, host's puppeteer profession has been upgraded to S rank. Talent skill unlocked, string manipulation performance. To assist the host in finding suitable contract spirits, new skill unlocked, Eye of Insight. Host's puppeteer profession has been upgraded to SS rank. Detected that contracting spirits comes with side effects. New skill unlocked, Immunity. Host's puppeteer profession has been upgraded to SSS rank. Detected that individuals in this world can only have one contract spirit at a time. New skill unlocked, contract expansion. Lin Yu was stunned. Even SSS-Rank individuals only had 3 talent abilities. Yet he had 4. Whether looking across the entire blue planet or throughout the annals of history, this was one of a kind, utterly unique. You call this compensating for deficiencies? This was clearly akin to Manhwa mending the heavens. Then, boom. Thunder rolled across the sky, dark clouds gathered, and the entire field suddenly dimmed. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the head of Beishan High School, Principal Wei Old Ghost, was humming a tune, tapping rhythmically on his teacup lid as he sang along, thoroughly enjoying himself. And why not? An S-rank had appeared in his school. An S-rank. This was merely a satellite city under the Yunding-based city administration, akin to a county town in the old calendar era, a remote, impoverished place. Over the years, if they managed to produce a handful of B ranks, it was considered exceeding expectations. If they got a few A ranks, it was like celebrating the new year. An S rank? He never dared to dream of such a thing. Without any warning, here it was. With Dyen, an S rank, next year's funding would surely skyrocket. The upper echelons of Yunding's number 2 satellite city might see a major shakeup. Wei Old Ghost's smile was as bright as a full-blown chrysanthemum. With Dyen as an S rank, his father, Dyen Yang, a deputy commander, would soon be promoted. Even if they couldn't catch up to Lin Renjia in the short term, surpassing him once Dyen matured was only a matter of time. The Lin family's 4 sons, none of them had reached king level yet. The eldest, Lin Tai, had been cultivating for over a decade but was still in the 8th level master realm, with a threshold still barring him from becoming a grandmaster. There was no other way, after all, his awakened profession was merely a B rank. But Dyen was different. An S-rank profession. If he could contract an S-rank spirit, it would take at most 3 to 5 years for him to cultivate to king level. By then, the father and son of the Dai family would both be martial kings, and their contracted spirits would also both be spirit kings. 4 kings in total, compared to them, Lin Renjia, that widowed martial king, would be utterly insignificant. Lin Yu, that brat, was so reckless. He clearly knew Dyen had awakened an S-rank profession, yet he still opposed him at every turn. He truly didn't know when to back down. The grudge formed today would undoubtedly bring immense trouble to the Lin family in the future. But this wasn't something he should worry about. Hopefully, Lin Yu would come to his senses soon and repair their relationship. As he was lost in thought, the sky outside the window suddenly darkened. Before Old Ghostway could react, crack, crack, crack. 3 bolts of pitch-black lightning roared down from the heavens, startling Old Ghostway so much that he jumped up in shock. What was going on? 3 black bolts of lightning? Lu Qinghuan, meow meow meow? Does this mean my goal should also be Jubai University? The rest of the class? In the quiet classroom, someone suddenly guessed, could this possibly be this year's final exam question for Jubai University freshmen? As soon as the words were spoken, the gaze of everyone in the class toward Sui instantly became complicated: shock, admiration, jealousy. The class monitor, Zhang Shizhang, clenched his fists tightly, glaring angrily at Sui, as if he had just seen his mortal rival. Outside the classroom, Cheng Yong was already using his phone to contact his old classmate, Jubai Yun. However, the call kept returning a busy signal. Frowning, he muttered, "What's that guy doing on the phone at this hour if he's not in the lab? Could it be that blockhead finally figured things out and got himself a girlfriend?" Elsewhere, Jubai Yun was sitting in front of a screen, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it! I knew it. That old fox Cheng Yong is in Tianyun City, definitely not just teaching and educating properly. Eventually, Jubai Yun turned off his phone, but it wasn't long before the ringing resumed. When Cheng Yong realized the call had finally gone through, he immediately began organizing his thoughts. But before he could say a word, Jubai Yun's relaxed and mocking voice came through. "Your student solved my question, didn't he?" At the sound of those words, Cheng Yong instantly felt annoyed. Why couldn't it have been me? The voice on the other end grew even more infuriating. "TCH, you? Do you think I don't know your level? On that valley route, there's no way you would have chosen to use an Esper as the lead. You always treat Espers like treasures in tactical scenarios. Do you think I don't know you? This has to be that talented kid you mentioned before. What's the matter? Borrowed one of my questions hoping to humble the little genius, but instead got humbled yourself?" As he spoke, Jubai Yun took another careful look at the tactical record on his screen. Meanwhile, Cheng Yong, who would have hung up the phone in anger if he didn't have a favor to ask, took a deep breath, readying himself to speak. But Juga Yun once again cut him off. Don't say anything yet. Let me guess why you're calling me. You're hoping I'll give my direct admission spot to that kid, aren't you? Chang Yong, dream on. I only get one direct admission spot a year, and you want to take it from me? Well, you never use it anyway, Chang Yong retorted for once. Juga Yun grew even more animated. Oh, you know I don't use it, huh? Do you think I don't want to use it? It's just that no one's been worthy of it. His tone grew more disdainful. The so-called masters? Every one of them is trying to sneak their kids into Jubai University next year. What do they take us for? Babysitters? Realizing Juga Yun was getting angrier the more he spoke, Chang Yong hurriedly interrupted. Alright. I'm not here to listen to you rant. Just tell me, does my student deserve it or not? Oh, you want the truth? Fine, I'll break it down for you. Juga Yun's voice regained its usual teasing tone. I looked into it. Tactical choices, analysis of beast combat power, understanding of beast behavior, this kid has mastered everything the books teach. His overall perspective is nothing like yours, small-minded and stingy. He understands that sacrifices must be made when necessary. But old Yon, we tactical strategists can't survive on book knowledge alone. What's written in the books is correct, but is it everything? Tell me, if this scenario were real, could he handle unexpected events and still complete the mission with minimal losses? And let's not forget, this was just one question. What if he just got lucky and stumbled upon the final shadow bug by chance? This question alone proves nothing. Oh, and I remember you telling me this kid's martial arts talent is abysmal. After years of training, his vitality hasn't improved much, right? With such a frail body, is he heading to the battlefield to die? If he can't even set foot on the battlefield, or even venture into the wild, how is he supposed to apply what he learns beyond books? So now you tell me, does this kid deserve my direct admission spot? Chang Yong's earlier excitement was instantly extinguished. Frustrated, he silently lamented Su Yi's bleak prospects. However, just as he was about to give up, Juga Yun's voice suddenly turned mysterious yet resolute. So when are you sending him over to me? Chang Yong froze. What? Are you stupid? Juga Yun's voice carried an undeniable authority. How old is this kid? How many books has he even read? If he can achieve this much just by reading introductory books, imagine what he could do with more advanced training. Chang Yong suddenly realized that the man on the other end was deliberately provoking him. Snorting coldly, he replied, Didn't you, Professor Juga, say that our Sui has poor talent and can't even set foot on the battlefield? On the other end, Juga Yun's thunderous roar was deafening. What does that matter? So his talent is a bit lacking. Just send him to me. I'll feed him blood crystals every day if I have to. I'll make him a third-rank martial artist. What, do you expect our tactical strategists to charge the front lines? But let me warn you about one thing. You better keep this kid safe until after his college entrance exams. If he loses an arm or a leg, that means you've destroyed a future great tactical strategist. Juga Yun's words carried an unshakable authority by the end. Alright, a future great strategist, huh? How about you achieve greatness first? Chang Yong couldn't help but laugh, though his heart was already racing with thoughts. Alright, I'm hanging up. He ended the call, his face full of smiles. Despite the faint annoyance in his tone, he couldn't hide his anticipation and nervousness. Su Yi's future seemed to be quietly transforming at this very moment. Back in the classroom, Su Yi stood at the podium, basking in the admiration of his classmates. Yet, in his heart, he was already calculating how to politely decline his teacher's impending enthusiastic invitation. Without the help of his system, becoming a tactical strategist might have been a decent choice, safe, high status, great benefits. Who would refuse? But now, expecting a teenager with SSS tier abilities to willingly settle for being a tactical strategist? That was absolutely impossible. In his mind, the cunning tactics and deceitful strategies were no match for the direct impact of an Ice Age strike. Two sets of memories, two different lives, both belonging to young men in their prime. Su Yi from the peaceful era would feel his blood boil watching the older generation fight valiantly, while Su Yi in this world harbored the greatest dream of eradicating all alien beasts and races. Now, he finally had the chance to showcase his skills and would never give up lightly. As Su Yi was contemplating, Chang Yong returned to the classroom. Under the watchful eyes of all the students, Chang Yong suppressed his excitement and said earnestly, Su Yi, you must not waste your talent. Professor Juga Yun from Jubai University has agreed to give you his direct recruitment slot, Chang Yong continued. Once the college entrance exams are over, the admissions office will contact you. Gasp! A collective sound of astonishment filled the classroom. Under the passionate gaze of the homeroom teacher, Sui forced himself to say, "Teacher, I actually don't plan to join the tactical department." After some thought, he added, "Of course, I might minor in the tactical department in the future." Before he could finish speaking, the classroom fell dead silent. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. Just as everyone expected Chun Yong to explode in anger, unexpectedly, a sly smile appeared on his face. "Good boy. Well done." Chun Yong laughed heartily, patting Sui on the shoulder. "Come on, let me record this. Say it again." Sui was stunned, and the whole class was dumbfounded. Chun Yong continued, "Don't worry. I'm not angry. It's normal for young people to have their own ambitions. Sui, come on, say it again. I'll help relay it to Professor Jubai. Although Sui was puzzled, he repeated it again reluctantly. Chun Yong, satisfied, put away his phone and smiled. "All right, go back to your seat. Today, we'll focus on Sui's tactical route for this session of tactical analysis." Chun Yong truly wasn't angry. After all, they were just kids, especially kids from a small town like Tianyun City. It was normal for them to be oblivious to the larger world. Likely, few people in Tianyun City even knew the name Jubai. This tactical genius, who had repeatedly entered battlefields and led significant victories by the age of 30, was now one of the brightest stars on Blue Star. His direct recruitment slot was something almost every grandmaster wanted for their child, yet no one had managed to secure it until now. As for Sui's other aspirations, Chun Yong wasn't worried at all. Besides being good at tactics, what else did this kid have? Blood vitality weaker than an average person? Or was he planning to awaken an S-grade ability overnight and skyrocket to fame? Even if he took the college entrance exam, forget about the top 4 institutions, he might not even make it into a third-tier school. Once he hit a wall, he'd naturally understand just how important that direct recruitment slot from Jubai University was. For Chun Yong, the most crucial thing now was to salvage his standing with Jubai. At Jubai University, Jubai had just arrived at the dean's office to report his intention to use this year's direct recruitment slot. The dean's eyes lit up. Immediately. "Using your direct recruitment slot? Has another genius emerged from the Zhuge family, or is it the student recommended earlier by Grandmaster Dyen?" Jubai shook his head. "Neither. It's a student of a classmate of mine, Sui, from Class 7, Grade 3, Tianyun No. 8 High School. On his first attempt at my problem, he achieved a perfect solution." "The problem you recently posed?" the dean asked. Jubai nodded, and the dean's expression grew even more delighted. "Great. More and more geniuses are emerging these days. We old-timers can finally retire in peace." "Dean, if you're an old-timer, then no tactical strategist in the world can call their strategies innovative," Jubai joked with a smile. As the two chatted, Jugayun's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a video sent by Chun Yong, seemingly about that student, Sui. He projected the video directly onto the screen. "Dean, this is the Sui I was telling you about," Jubai introduced. In the video, Sui opened his mouth and said, "Teacher, I actually don't plan to join the tactical department. Of course, I might minor in the tactical department." Not joining the tactical department. Minoring in the tactical department. What a bold decision. Those 10 words instantly etched themselves deeply into Jubayun's mind, as if an invisible force was calling to him. His eyebrow twitched, and a meaningful smile curved on his lips, as if heralding an impending storm. Meanwhile, the dean burst into hearty laughter. Interesting. This kid is truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. I have no objections to this direct recruitment slot. Well then, I'll head back to the lab, Dean, Jubayun said, slowing his speech as he left, though his mind was already brewing plans for what lay ahead. After Jubayun departed, the dean remained immersed in the earlier scene. Yet his thoughts couldn't help but drift to the third-year students' end-of-term results, causing his expression to darken. These lazy kids, they're under too little pressure. Before long, almost everyone at Jubai University knew that Professor Jubayun of the Tactical Department had given this year's direct recruitment slot to a student who had achieved a perfect solution. The news exploded like a bomb among the tactical and combat departments, setting the entire campus ablaze. Jubayun paid no attention to this. Instead, he focused entirely on crafting even harder problems while ensuring they wouldn't exceed that young man's knowledge base. You think you can minor in tactics? Do you even have the capability? At Class 7, Grade 3, Tianyun No. 8 High School, the tactical analysis class had just ended. The atmosphere in the classroom burned like fire. It was only now that everyone realized how terrifying Sui's perfect solution truly was. Every time someone wanted to ask him for guidance, they'd turn around and find him fast asleep, a stark contrast that only made the hard-working students more frantic. Bang, bang, bang. At the front of the classroom, Chung Yong slammed the desk forcefully. Only when Sui was startled awake did he stop. I have an important announcement for everyone. Next Monday, our class will head to the wilderness. Make preparations in advance this weekend, battlesuits, food, water, don't leave anything out. And Sui, once we're in the wilderness, don't wander off. Stay within 3 meters of me, no exceptions. Chung Yong emphasized in an uncompromising tone, clearly intent on protecting his exceptionally talented student. Though everyone understood that the homeroom teacher was looking out for Sui, the classroom erupted into laughter. The school-organized wilderness expedition was in a low-risk area, and Sui was the only one in the class who was truly helpless in combat. But who could have imagined that this boy under protection was hiding unimaginable potential and an untold legend? As the gazes of everyone focused on him, Sui wore an innocent expression. Inwardly, he thought to himself, the homeroom teacher is really something. Couldn't he have said this privately? Why make a scene in front of everyone? Does he think I don't know any better and would recklessly cause trouble? I'm just going to take some photos. What big trouble could I possibly cause? Sui thought helplessly. This homeroom teacher was simply too immature. Don't worry, Mr. Chang. I'll definitely cling tightly to your thigh, he replied with a face full of sincerity. Heh, I hope so. Chung Yong, well aware of Sui's usual antics, let out a cold laugh. He thought to himself that believing even half of this kid's promises would render all his years of experience meaningless. Still, the D-class zone typically only had ordinary beasts with no notable rank. With Sui there, nothing major should go wrong. His extra reminders were purely because someone had made personal threats. Teacher, don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on him, Qinghuan chimed in enthusiastically once again. Chung Yong glanced over, nodding in acknowledgement, while inwardly sighing in admiration. To be young. With the day's classes finally over, the weekend had arrived. Sui was preparing to head home when Lu Qinghuan blocked his path once more. Classmate Lu Qinghuan, do you still think I need to tutor you? Sui asked proactively. Hearing this, Lu Qinghuan's face turned red as she whispered, you jerk. Sui was momentarily taken aback before Lu Qinghuan continued, Sui, I'm not asking you to tutor me. I just wanted to know if you could give me one of the photos you took today? Oh, that's what you mean, Sui said, immediately pulling out 4 photos from his bag. Then, retrieving another one from his chest, he smiled and said, this one's my lucky charm, so I can't give it to you. Lu Qinghuan's face flushed all the way to her ears once again. Grabbing the photos from his hands, she ran out of the classroom as if fleeing the scene. Sui shook his head with a smile. He knew she might have misunderstood something, but he didn't plan to explain. When there's mutual affection, what's the point of explaining? Back when he didn't have the system, he might have kept his distance, since they were destined to be from different worlds. But now, things were different. If you like someone, you should boldly pursue them. Just as Sui was about to leave the classroom, another obstacle suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Shizheng glared at him intensely, as if his eyes were burning with flames. Sui, don't think you can act however you want just because you have some talent, Zhang Shizheng threatened in a low voice. I'm telling you, you and Qinghuan are not from the same world. She's a combat genius of our Tianyun city, destined to become a grandmaster and a great protector. But you? You'll always just be hiding behind people like us, the true strong ones. Sui replied calmly, looking at him with indifference. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he said coldly, are you done with your melodrama? With a loud bang, Zhang Shizheng slammed his hand on the desk in anger. The desk next to him, belonging to Lu Long, instantly split in two. Sui, don't go too far. I'm serious. Zhang Shizheng gritted his teeth. Sui sighed deeply. Class president, as far as I know, Qinghuan is ranked in the top 3 of Tianyun City, while you're barely within the top 100. Last year, only 9 from our district were admitted to the 4 major academies. Whether or not Qinghuan and I are from the same world, class president, don't you think you should consider how far you are from her? Sui's words, like the whispers of a devil, echoed in Zhang Shizheng's ears. His face turned pale, and panic swelled in his heart. Lowering his head, he found himself at a loss for words to retort. Seeing this, Sui decided to stop while he was ahead. He grabbed his bag and walked out of the classroom. Moments later, a defiant shout sounded from behind him, Sui, don't get cocky. One day, I'll catch up to you too. I'm a better match for Qinghuan than you. Shaking his head, Sui sighed. These melodramatic teenagers. Why spend all day obsessing over love and drama? Then again, He had to admit that this kind of high school rivalry, fighting over a girl you like, was something he found oddly nostalgic. Once you're in college, there's no such thing as fair competition anymore. Carrying his bag, Sui leisurely made his way to the parking lot. After completing iris verification to unlock the vehicle, he hopped onto his BMW brand bicycle. Sleek and entirely black, its advanced technology eliminated the need for a chain. Riding this bike exuded unmatched coolness. In this martial arts era, bicycles had long become the primary choice for most people. Lightweight, flexible, durable, and equipped with powerful horsepower, they had gradually replaced flashy but impractical vehicles. As time passed, these new generation bicycles completely dominated transportation. Sui pedaled his bike, beginning his journey home. On the wide roads, scarcely any other vehicles could be seen. Yet, though nearly everyone rode bicycles, some zipped along as if gliding through the air, while others huffed and puffed like turtles crawling. In this era where physical strength was universal, Sui's speed stood out. He rode all the way home, parking his bike steadily at the entrance to his neighborhood. The security guard uncle, equipped with a mechanical arm, greeted him with a wave. Sui smiled and responded before dashing toward his home with his bag. "Hey, Sui. Back from school, huh? We made dumplings today. Come over and grab some later." The bald neighbor, half of whose body was mechanical, called out while practicing Tai Chi. "Xiao-yi, come up here. Your dad went out for a walk again and probably didn't cook. I made extra food. Come grab some to take home." Auntie from the second floor heard him and immediately opened her window. Her electronic eye glowed faintly blue. "Got it, Auntie." Sui replied warmly to the enthusiastic neighbors, his heart full of gratitude. From initially feeling uneasy about their cold, mechanical limbs to now feeling sympathy and care for them. In this era of rampant beasts, simply being alive seemed like a blessing. Sui collected some dishes from one family, dumplings, and cooked rice from another. Balancing the plates, he gently pushed open his front door with his foot. And just like that, tonight's dinner was complete. Upon entering, the first thing he saw was his father, Sujun, reclining in a rocking chair, listening to rock music. His colorful mechanical leg bounced to the rhythm, occasionally flashing with lights. As expected, Sui sighed inwardly. The old man hadn't cooked again. "Dad, you didn't cook again, did you?" Sui approached Sujun, waving his hand with a face full of exasperation. Only then did Sujun take off his headphones, his expression tinged with guilt. "I went out for a walk and came back late. Didn't expect it to take so long." Hearing the same excuse again, Sui could only shake his head helplessly. "So, what do you feel like eating? I'll cook something." No. Didn't Auntie Wu and the others send over food?" Sujun clicked his tongue, his eyes scanning the table. "This looks great. There's meat, veggies, dumplings, everything's here." "Alright, hand over your bag and go wash up for dinner," Sui urged, passing his bag to his father. He thought to himself, those flashing lights are really blinding. "Turn that thing off," Sui said, exasperated. "What is it?" Oh. Turning it off now." Sujun's mechanical right leg instantly reverted to a plain silver color, as if he were a completely different person. Sui walked into the kitchen, washed his hands, and grabbed some bowls and chopsticks, silently sighing to himself. As Sujun set the dishes on the table, he muttered to himself, "This kid's been acting strange lately." For the past few days, Sui had been unusually quiet, leading Sujun to suspect that his son might be going through a rough patch emotionally. But who hasn't experienced that kind of youthful confusion? Back in his day, staying up late feeling emo was just part of life. Humming a little tune, Sujun walked to the fridge and grabbed 2 bottles of beer. His hand trembled, and he nearly dropped them. At that moment, Sui came out of the kitchen with the bowls and chopsticks, surprised. "You're planning to drink 2 bottles today?" This old man was really something. As a martial artist, he could get completely wasted from just 1 bottle of beer. Had his alcohol tolerance actually gotten worse? "One's for you," Sujun said with a smile. "You seem to be in a good mood today. Come on, have a drink with your old man." Sujun handed over a bottle of beer. Sui didn't refuse. Just as his father said, he was in a good mood today. A drink wouldn't hurt. As for spilling any drunken truths, what could 1 beer do to him? Besides, he didn't have any secrets to spill. The butterfly dreams of Zhuangzhou. At least in front of his father, he had never felt any different from before. His memories remained as vivid as ever. Father and son each had a bottle of beer, a bowl of dumplings, and a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers. Suddenly, Sui felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad. After being in this world for so long, it was rare to have such a relaxed moment. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp of beer, feeling utterly refreshed. Soo-jun initially wanted to stop him, but he was so impressed by his son's boldness that he decided to support it instead. Ha ha ha. That's my boy. A man should drink big gulps of beer and eat big bites of meat. Come on, eat up. Son, don't stress about your exam results. Your old man may not be much, but once you graduate, I can still find you a stable job here in Tianyun City. Life should be lived openly and honestly. Live the way you want to live. Look at your mom, she left us so early, but didn't I still manage to raise you, healthy and strong? Sui remained silent, his thoughts drifting back to when he had to take care of this unreliable old man. In the 2 years after his mother passed away in the beast tide, his father was hardly ever sober. If it hadn't been for Aunt Wu from downstairs, he sometimes doubted whether he could have grown up healthy at all. As the night deepened and the drinks flowed, Soo-jun's mood shifted from bold and carefree to sentimental. Son, it's my fault. I couldn't protect your mom back then. When your mom was pregnant with you, I even let you suffer in the womb. Otherwise, with her talent and mine, you should have inherited every bit of it. Sui rolled his eyes internally. Dad, maybe check your own talent first before saying that. I'll tell you this, back when your mom and I were in school, we were unstoppable. In our senior year group exams, every other team was eliminated early. Only your mom and I made it to the end and won the championship for our class. Back then, Tianyuan City wasn't as small as it is now. The area we competed in is now classified as a B-level danger zone. Soo-jun reminisced about the past, alternating between sips of beer and bites of food, while Sui listened quietly, his heart filling with longing for the mother he had only seen in photo albums. Before they knew it, they had each finished their beer. Sui eventually began to talk more as well. Dad, do you believe that in another dimension, there are no beasts or invading alien species? Where everyone is just an ordinary person. Everyone's goal is simply to earn more money and improve their lives, without worrying about beast tides or the danger of being too weak to survive. Maybe, in that dimension, our family could live a simple, peaceful life every day. Peaceful? Not a chance, Soo-jun said with a grin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Your mom would definitely scold me every day for drinking beer and not let me touch a drop. Sui laughed along with him, but a surge of determination burned in his chest. His gaze grew firm, as if he had made up his mind about something. Dad, do you believe me? He asked, his tone unusually serious as he stared at Soo-jun. Do you believe that one day, I'll subdue all the beasts and turn them into humanity's pets? Before Sui even finished speaking, a fiery determination lit up his face. I'll make sure that the alien invaders who dared to set foot on Blue Star never return alive. And we'll avenge every life we've lost by taking the fight to their home world. His voice thundered with power, his words brimming with resolve. Soo-jun's face turned red with excitement. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. I believe you. Of course I believe you. His laughter resounded like a war drum, fueling Suyi's fighting spirit. What's that saying? Something about the enemy comes to us? Soo-jun teased. Then I'll go to them. Sui replied with unyielding pride. Just as he was about to continue his impassioned speech, he suddenly slumped onto the table with a loud thud. The alcohol had hit him full force, leaving him completely incapacitated. Soo-jun's drunken flush faded slightly as he looked at his son, now passed out cold. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he muttered, "And you think you're ready to take on the enemy like that?" With ease, he hoisted Sui onto his back and carried him to bed, removing his shoes, socks, and jacket. As he took off the jacket, his fingers brushed against a camera, beneath which was tucked a photo of a girl. In that instant, Soo-jun's nosy instincts were fully activated. Well, looks like you were lovesick after all, he said with a chuckle, a playful gleam in his eye. This girl's no ordinary one, Lu Qinghuan. The genius our Tianyuan City is focusing on cultivating. Looking at the photo, Soo-jun sighed inwardly. If you don't work harder, you'll never be good enough for a girl like her. He made a decision on the spot. After making a quick phone call, Soo-jun left the house in a hurry, leaving Sui alone to dream in peace. At that moment, a seed of ambition had already been planted in Sui's heart, waiting to bloom in the future. Sunlight streamed across his face as Sui groggily opened his eyes, feeling the familiar ache of a hangover. He lifted his head and looked around, his mind a muddled mess. How did I end up drinking that much? Wait a second, where's my camera? Panic set in as Sui got up quickly and began searching his surroundings. After scanning the room, he finally found his camera and Lu Qinghuan's photo neatly placed on his desk, alongside a small red wooden box. Approaching the desk, he noticed a note tucked under the box. It read, "That girl's pretty cute. You've got good taste, just like your old man. Consider this little trinket my support for you." A warmth spread through Suyi's chest. He slid the note into a book before opening the red wooden box. Inside lay a blood-red crystal, glowing with a mysterious light. Ding! A Grade 1 blood crystal has been detected. It can be used to upgrade the encyclopedia collector. Is this the legendary blood crystal? He held the crimson crystal in both hands, his gaze flickering with excitement. Blood crystals were exceedingly rare. Only first-tier exotic beasts could produce blood energy cores, and on average, only one blood crystal would appear among 10,000 first-tier exotic beasts, a true one in a million treasure. The effects of the blood crystal were straightforward and direct. Once absorbed by a human, it could enhance their blood vitality without the need for cultivation. As Sui understood, an average person only needed to absorb one first-tier blood crystal to push their blood vitality past 150, easily stepping into the realm of a martial artist. The highest record in Tianyuan City was set last year by a senior high school student from Tianyuan No. 1 High School. After absorbing a blood crystal, his blood vitality skyrocketed from 120 to 200. He successfully completed 3 stages of body refining and became a peerless powerhouse in Tianyuan City. His university entrance exam results were also historic, ranking 6th in the Northwest District. His future was limitless. Sui couldn't help but feel thrilled. Blood crystals were priced at over $1 million on the market, and sometimes they were priceless even at that value. He began to hesitate. Should he absorb the blood crystal to step into the martial artist realm, or should he use it to upgrade his illustrated guide collection system? Please rest assured, host. While upgrading the illustrated guide collection system with the blood crystal, the system will automatically extract the absorbable blood vitality for you. Explain in detail, he said. For every blood crystal absorbed by the system, it will return the host's maximum absorbable blood vitality. Sui felt relieved. How much can I absorb then? 15 blood vitality. The cold, unfeeling text left Sui disheartened. So, even if he absorbed the blood crystal, he still couldn't step into the martial artist realm. Without further hesitation, Sui quickly grabbed his camera and snapped a picture of the blood crystal. The moment the photo was taken, the blood crystal dissolved into a red mist and surged into his body without any apparent digestion process. At that moment, Sui felt his energy, spirit, and essence instantly swell, and his strength experienced a slight boost. He was secretly excited as he picked up the camera to check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Illustrated Guide Collection System. Illustrated Guide Collection System, E. Available film rolls, October 10th. Available ability slots, 2/3. The probability of obtaining abilities, skills, or attributes has been slightly increased. Seeing the 2-3 available ability slots, Sui was ecstatic. This was a massive gain. Currently, Tianyuan City already had 2 dual ability geniuses, but Sui now had the chance to possess 3 abilities, possibly even the chance to select which abilities he wanted. Clenching his fists, his determination grew even stronger. One day, when he could mass-produce SSS-level abilities, he wouldn't even need repetitive skills to defeat monsters. Any random attack would be an SSS-level ability. By then, what would exotic beasts and alien races even amount to? As his excitement gradually subsided, Sui pulled up his personal stats panel. Name, Sui. Talent, F. Ability, Ice Age, incomplete. Skills, Tactical Comprehension, Master, Exotic Beast Guide, Proficient, Bicycle Riding Skills, Beginner. Physique, High Dimensional Attribute 110 Blood Vitality, the average blood vitality for adults is around 100. Spirit, High Dimensional Attribute 300 Hz, the average spirit attribute for adults is around 100 Hz. Strength, Low Dimensional Attribute 180, the average strength attribute for adults is between 100 to 150. Agility, Low Dimensional Attribute 200, the average agility attribute for adults is between 100 to 150. 300 Hz in spirit? Could it be that the merging of my 2 memories has made my mental strength stronger than ordinary people? But this blood vitality is pitifully low, 110. If I told anyone I absorbed a blood crystal, no one would believe me. Sui focused on analyzing his attributes, feeling a quiet pride in his heart. At that moment, Sujun pushed the door open, looking slightly surprised at Sui's state. Whoa! You finished absorbing it so quickly? He then showed a hint of sympathy. Son, it's okay. Some people take over a month to fully digest a blood crystal. Over the next week at least, your blood vitality should continue to rise. Sui silently thought to himself that the absorption was already complete. There wasn't even a single residue left. For a moment, Sujun didn't know what to say. His gaze fell on the photo on the table, and he switched topics. Kid, have you been dating recently? If you have someone you like, then you have to work hard for it. Talent is determined by fate, but effort is up to you. At the very least, this blood crystal has helped close much of the gap between you and an average adult. When you've recovered a bit more, I'll personally teach you combat techniques to ensure you'll have options after the university entrance exams. Sui thought to himself that his dad wasn't particularly good at comforting people. After pondering for a moment, he said slowly, "Dad, yesterday my homeroom teacher told me that a professor from Jubai University's tactical department is willing to offer me a direct admission spot." "What?" Soo-jun's voice instantly rose by several decibels, so shocked he could hardly believe it. "Are you serious?" His face lit up with unconcealed joy. "It's true, but I declined," Sui replied, his tone still calm, as if trying to sound a warning bell for his dad. Soo-jun's smile froze, and he found a chair to sit on, his face full of shock. Wait. Let me get this straight. So you could have avoided the entrance exams altogether and gone straight to Jubai University's tactical department? And a professor was offering you a direct admission spot? Then you turned it down and decided to take the exams yourself? I want to major in the combat department. The tactical department would just be a minor, Sui said firmly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Soo-jun didn't scold him, he simply looked at him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Facing his dad's doubtful gaze, Sui almost wanted to demonstrate a move from Ice Age right then and there. But before he could explain, Soo-jun had already come to terms with it. "It's fine. Just now, I was still debating whether trading a merit point for a blood crystal was worth it. After all, that merit could have secured you a government job in Tianyuan City, guaranteeing you a stable life. Now it seems unnecessary. My son has talent. This blood crystal was worth it. If even a professor from Jubai University thinks highly of you, then worst case, you can still aim for their tactical department during the exams. Son, let me teach you an important life lesson today. In this world, knowing when to back down is essential. Pride and face are worth nothing." Soo-jun's expression was serious, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor, as if he had already mapped out Sui's future. Seeing his dad's usual nonchalant attitude, Sui had a sudden thought. "Dad, let me take a picture of you." "Whoa, my son wants to take a picture of his old man now? Come, let me think of a good pose." Soo-jun's face instantly lit up with a grin as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. He began striking one pose after another, as if he were a model. At one moment, he wanted to show off his dazzling right leg, the next, he decided to hide it. At one point, he even had the wild idea of detaching his leg and holding it up with both hands. "Dad, over here. Listen to my instructions, strike a peace sign." Sui quickly interrupted, unable to hold back. The Soviet army instinctively mimicked the scissor hand gesture. Click. Sui, quick on the draw, pressed the shutter. The sound of the gear turning echoed, and a fresh photograph emerged. In the photo, the Soviet army was beaming brightly, the raised scissor hand contrasting sharply with his rugged, weathered face. Although not entirely satisfied with the pose, the Soviet army still cheerfully placed the photo into his chest pocket, clearly in high spirits. Sui, on the other hand, was thoroughly pleased with the photo he had taken. Just as he was basking in his joy, a system notification abruptly chimed. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, hand-to-hand combat, intermediate." The sudden system prompt left him momentarily stunned. In an instant, a flood of techniques for hand-to-hand combat surged into his mind, as if his entire body now retained muscle memory. Justin. Intermediate-level skill had brought about such a significant transformation. Sui was astonished to realize that if he were to face his pre-skill self, he could probably take him down in under 10 seconds. Having long been focused on supernatural abilities, he now realized that the potential for skill acquisition might be even more terrifying. He thought, perhaps one day, he could become a master of all trades. Nearby, the Soviet army watched with a cheerful grin. Sui, unable to contain himself, raised the camera again and pressed the shutter. Repeatedly. Click. Click. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Survival in the Wild, Advanced. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Dagger Combat, Intermediate. One system notification after another flooded in, prompting Sui to break into a smile. It was an incredible stroke of luck. 3 consecutive skill acquisitions, each significantly enhancing his abilities. "Kid, what are you doing, wasting so much film?" The Soviet army smacked the back of Sui's head before grabbing 2 freshly printed photos from his hands. Carefully comparing the 2, he selected the most flattering one and handed it back to Sui. "Keep this one for yourself. You just finished absorbing the blood crystal, you need to properly digest it. I won't bother you anymore. The Soviet army left the room, leaving Sui alone. Though he had wanted to exhaust the 10 rolls of film in one go, he had no choice but to stop. Absorb? What else is there to absorb? I've only got 15 blood energy. Even if I absorbed for a year, that's all there is, he muttered, exasperated. But then, recalling the skills he'd just acquired, his eyes lit up. Immediately, he began to practice a few sets of bare-handed punches in the cramped space. Afterward, he picked up a pen, pretending it was a dagger, and tried out a few moves, thrusting, slashing. The slender pen in his hand seemed to exude a chilling aura, as if it were a real dagger radiating an icy gleam. Once he'd thoroughly indulged in his experimentation, Sui stopped, drenched in sweat. Having tested his freshly acquired skills, he turned his thoughts to his most critical ability, his mental power, which was 3 times that of an ordinary person. Turning his gaze toward the unfinished soda on the table, his eyes glimmered with a blue light. With a shift of his thoughts, the soda bottle instantly turned into a block of ice. Outside, where the Soviet army was listening to rock music, a sudden chill swept over him. Rubbing his arms, he muttered, "Why does it feel like the weather suddenly got colder?" Inside, after testing his ability, Sui felt a wave of dizziness. As the blue light in his eyes faded, the block of ice on the table also disappeared instantly. Closing his eyes to steady himself, he concluded, the distance and range can be roughly controlled. But the intensity seems insufficient, it feels like I'm drained after just one use. That won't do. I need to train more. Otherwise, having an SSS-level ability but only being able to fire at once is problematic. After resting with his eyes closed for a few minutes, Sui felt that his mental energy recovered at a decent pace. After experiencing all his abilities and skills, he began to ponder his next steps. With the illustrated guide collector I have, the quickest way now is to gather photos of the strong. Any random skill or ability could elevate my strength significantly. Where in Tianyuan City would have the most strong individuals? Schools? The teachers and the principal? But without a legitimate reason to take photos, I'd have to sneak them better. To hold off for now. Sui shook his head. Martial arts halls? The military? He quickly shook his head again. No, those are too difficult and might even be dangerous. That leaves only the wilderness. With my current strength, going to a D-rank wilderness shouldn't be a problem. A determined look flashed in his eyes, and the spirit of adventure began to stir within him. I could even venture into a C-rank wilderness, but there's no need to take unnecessary risks right now. As soon as the bold idea surfaced, Sui immediately warned himself to stay cautious. If I want to attract the attention and resources of more strong individuals during the college entrance exams, it looks like I'll have to venture into the wilderness more often. But I'll need a good reason to be taking photos in the wilderness. Frowning, he thought, got it. A tactician. First, I'll get certified as a low-level tactician. With the tactician badge in hand, I can claim I'm studying the behavior of exotic beasts while taking photos in the wilderness. With a tactician badge, no one would likely give me trouble. After some thought, a rough plan began to take shape in Sui's mind. Those with supernatural abilities were hailed as future record-setters in the college entrance exams. So why couldn't he set a goal that no one in the future could surpass? Top scorer in the college entrance exams. Sui's gaze grew firm, a fire igniting within his heart. Beyond the youthful drive to refuse defeat, achieving the top scorer's title would make it easier to connect with strong individuals and collect illustrations, one of the reasons Sui was determined to claim first place. Sui knew that many of the words spoken yesterday were under the influence of alcohol. But even if drunk, the heart remained sober. Since he had said them, he was determined to work toward them. With his direction and methods clear, he sprang into action. The first thing he did after stepping out of his room was to open the fridge and check what kind of beer had caused yesterday's mishap. The moment he saw the alcohol percentage marked on the beer, Sui fell silent. Was this beer-flavored alcohol? The Soviet army, seeing him pick up the beer, chuckled. Kid, your tolerance is terrible. You just got drunk yesterday, don't drink again today. I wasn't planning to drink. Sui quickly placed the beer back into the fridge. Then what's up? Dad, got any money? Sui skillfully changed the subject. The Soviet army was taken aback. How much do you need? Not much, 50,000. I'm planning to test for a tactician's certification with the Tactician Alliance. Don't have it. The Soviet army's reply was concise, leaving no room for negotiation. Sui froze, thinking that after gifting him a blood crystal worth millions, how could 50,000 suddenly be unavailable? This was his first time asking for money as a son. Seriously, no money. If you want to take the test, figure out how to raise the funds yourself. Didn't you say becoming a tactician comes with a 5,000 monthly stipend? You could pay it off in a year. The Soviet army decisively shirked responsibility, showing no mercy. Sui let out a deep sigh, his heart filled with helplessness. Ah. That sigh seemed to say, if my dad won't step up, then I'll just have to work harder myself. After sighing, he didn't give the Soviet army any chance to react. He slipped out of the house, silently vowing to change his circumstances through his own efforts. A household without a woman managing the money is just like this. At a critical moment, he couldn't even come up with 50,000 yuan. Sui felt an immense pain in his heart because of this. As soon as he stepped out of the house, he immediately dialed Lu Long's number. Do you have any money on hand right now? Sui got straight to the point. Yeah, I do, Lu Long replied. Wait, who are you? Why do you have my deskmate's phone? Where's Sui? Did he get kidnapped or something? The more Lu Long spoke, the more outrageous it became, so Sui quickly interrupted him. You brat, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You really can't recognize my voice? Lu Long chuckled, hee, brother Sui, I was just being cautious, you know. Brother Sui, how much do you need? 50,000. I'm preparing to take the Tactical Master Qualification exam. Phew, brother Sui, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. When you become a Tactical Master, you've got to look out for me. Sui interrupted him again, stop. Just tell me if you have the money or not. I don't have 50,000. I just bought a new bike recently, so I only have 20,000 left. Alright, send me that first. I'll figure out the rest. Okay. Oh, by the way, brother Sui, just a friendly tip, Lu Qinghuan has quite a bit of pocket money. Lu Long deliberately added this before hanging up. Looking at the 25,000 now in his account, Sui's lips curled into a smile. To be honest, that was exactly his plan. Lu Qinghuan had a good chunk of scholarship money, so borrowing from her shouldn't be a problem. After preparing his words, Sui dialed Lu Qinghuan's number. 10 minutes later, Lu Qinghuan arrived in a flash, dressed in a white tracksuit. Qinghuan, I told you, I really am going to take the Tactical Master Qualification exam. Why won't you believe me? Sui said helplessly. Lu Qinghuan's big eyes sparkled. Sui, I believe you. I just wanted to come with you to the Tactical Master Assessment Hall and see for myself. Besides, I brought cash, so I had to personally deliver it to you. Sui was speechless at her habit of averting her gaze whenever she told a lie. Let's go. Wait, hold on. Stand by the bike, I'll take a picture of you. Sui suddenly pulled out a camera. Lu Qinghuan froze, her face flushing slightly. Though puzzled, when the lens was pointed at her, she still cooperated with a sweet smile. Congratulations to the host for gaining +10 strength attribute. Handing the photo to Lu Qinghuan, Sui smiled with satisfaction. Earlier, he had randomly taken pictures of two strangers on the way here and got nothing in return. Now it seemed that Qinghuan was far more delightful. Not long after, the two arrived at the Tactical Master Assessment Building. At the top of the building was the Tactical Master's diamond-shaped emblem. In front of the building stood a statue of a man. This man was none other than Ji Qing, the first tactical grandmaster of Blue Star. During a great war against an alien race, he successfully laid a trap that led to the annihilation of several grandmasters of the alien race and advanced the human frontlines. This tactical grandmaster was the idol of all tactical masters. Standing before the statue, Sui couldn't help but take a few extra glances. System, can I register this statue in the compendium? Unable to register. The system's merciless reply left Sui deeply disappointed. He stopped gazing at the statue, and Lu Qinghuan, seeing this, thought he had grand aspirations. Sui, I believe you'll definitely become a tactical master like Grandmaster Ji Qing one day, Lu Qinghuan said earnestly, encouraging him. I'd rather become a strong figure like Grandmaster Yi Fei Bai, who personally took down an alien grandmaster, Sui replied seriously. Lu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned, then smiled brightly, you'll definitely achieve that too. Sui fell silent, as her old habit of avoiding direct eye contact with him resurfaced. Let's go. For now, let's focus on becoming a junior tactical master. Inside the hall, it was bustling with people. There was a dedicated payment counter, pay the fee, and then wait for your number to be called. Once called, you could enter the assessment room to begin the exam. The exam consisted of 3 randomly generated questions. Achieving at least 20% damage output within half an hour for all 3 was considered a pass. At that moment, the large screen in the hall displayed live footage of 10 challengers taking the assessment. Sui glanced casually and immediately concluded that none of the 10 would pass. At the payment counter, Sui first paid 20,000 yuan via mobile payment. Then, he took the 30,000 in cash from Lu Qinghuan and handed it over. This peculiar scene drew the attention and murmurs of the surrounding crowd. Seeing how young Sui and Lu Qinghuan looked, a well-meaning older man even stepped forward to advise them, "Young man, you're still in high school, aren't you? The tactical master assessment isn't as simple as you think. Take my advice, wait a few years and come back when you're more prepared. Otherwise, you'll just throw 50,000 down the drain. Look at your girlfriend, she must have worked hard to save up that money for you." Suyi's face darkened instantly. He thought to himself, what on earth are these people imagining? This is ridiculous. Not only did the well-meaning man try to stop them, but even the cashier couldn't help chiming in, "Young lady, are you sure you want to give him this money for the assessment? Don't let anyone fool you. You should know, no one has passed the assessment here in over a month." Lu Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh, thinking to herself, here's another one with a romantic drama mindset. The cashier sighed, reluctantly taking the money and proceeding with Suyi's registration. "Sui, 18 years old?" the cashier asked in surprise. Sui nodded, puzzled, thinking, do I really need to be interrogated just to take the test? Just let me take it and pass already. Look at this. This kid's only 18. He's probably just impulsively trying it out, sweet-talking this young lady into funding his attempt. An older man nearby shook his head in disapproval, clearly looking down on Sui. Tisk, TSK, so young and already so ambitious, even living off a girl's money. What a waste. The older man's eyes flashed with a hint of envy, as if lamenting that he hadn't been so carefree in his youth. Lu Qinghuan's large cash offering instantly made Sui the center of attention in the hall. Even those usually indifferent couldn't help but glance over. In the mouths of the onlookers, Sui had already become the stereotypical kept man, while Lu Qinghuan was labeled as a hopelessly infatuated girl. This hopelessly infatuated girl shuffled over to Suyi's side, her face apologetic. "Sorry, I didn't expect you were really here to take the tactical master qualification exam. If I'd known, I would have just transferred the money to you." Sui sighed, covering his face. In his heart, he thought, the troublemaker persona is set now. I can only wait to make a stunning comeback, defy expectations, and rebuild my reputation as reliable. At that moment, a clear and bright voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, classmate, are you here to try out the questions in advance to prepare for the college entrance exam too?" A young girl wearing a light blue martial arts uniform with a ponytail had a warm and radiant smile on her face, as bright as the sun. As she spoke to Sui, she nodded slightly at Lu Qinghuan, her eyes revealing a trace of anticipation. "Yes, just giving it a try," Sui responded politely while secretly thinking to himself, to encounter such a lively girl here, perhaps today's assessment might be a little different. Look! This guy really just casually decided to try it out. Mocking voices rang out from the crowd around him, sounding particularly jarring. "If you're so eager to try, use your own money. Why waste the little girl's hard-earned cash?" someone sneered sarcastically. "She's worked so hard to save up her money, and now it'll all be squandered by him," another voice followed up. "Ah, this girl doesn't know how to judge people." The crowd shook their heads in unison. Sui closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and silently chanted to himself, "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Everything will become clear after the assessment." The girl, hearing the voices around her, seemed a little puzzled. She turned her head to look at Lu Qinghuan, who was stifling a laugh and shaking her head. Seeing this, the girl decided not to ask further, but instead curiously observed Sui. She then walked to the payment counter, quickly handed over a card, and resolved all the issues. A surge of indignation immediately rose in Suyi's heart. Blatant discrimination struck him once again. After completing the payment, the girl returned to the two of them. "Lu Qinghuan, I didn't get the chance to meet you last time at the training camp," she said in a crisp and pleasant voice. "Let me properly introduce myself now. I'm Ling, and my dream is to become a tactical master like Grandmaster Ji Qing." Her smile was dazzling, and her gaze firm. "I hope we can become teammates someday. I'd be more than happy to be your tactical strategist." Sui froze for a moment, instantly realizing something was off. This girl had come over to recruit his teammate right in front of him. "Ahem, Qinghuan and I are already teammates," he quickly interjected, though his heart was secretly anxious. Ling's sweet smile persisted as she looked Sui up and down. "No problem, I can be the frontline strategist, and you can handle operations from the rear." Sui was at a loss for words. Frustration brewed within him. Was his weak and pitiful blood energy once again being underestimated by a woman? He silently turned to look at the large screen, unwilling to respond further. Lu Qinghuan, meanwhile, was secretly laughing on the side, appearing utterly adorable and as though none of this concerned her. Before long, the ongoing assessment group finished, and the staff began calling numbers. Sui realized he happened to be the 10th in line. Oh, what luck, he thought, feeling pleased. But before he could finish his thought, he heard, number 108, Ling, please prepare for the assessment. Sui was stunned. He looked toward the payment counter. Ling smiled apologetically and said, sorry about that. Since I frequently come here for assessments, I have VIP status. I didn't realize I'd push you into the next group. Silence became the theme of the day. Sui's disdain for all rich people reached its peak. As Ling made her way to the assessment room, Lu Qinghuan explained to Sui, she's from Class 1, Senior Year 3, at Tianyuan High. Her father is the owner of the Qingtian Martial Arts Hall here in Tianyuan City. When Tianyuan City hosted a training camp before, she ranked 5th overall in combined results, Lu Qinghuan added with admiration in her tone. Her cultivation talent is incredibly high, and her martial arts fundamentals are very strong. But she's always aspired to be a tactical master. Sui nodded, his curiosity about Ling's abilities growing. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind, Qinghuan, do you think she'd let me take her picture if I asked? Lu Qinghuan didn't respond for a long time. Turning his head, Sui noticed that she was puffing her cheeks and glaring at him with a fierce expression. Ahem, Qinghuan, let me explain. Taking her picture isn't what you think. Sui quickly clarified. I just want to photograph different people. In the future, I also plan to photograph different exotic beasts. For me, photography is a form of observation. Every time I capture someone in a photo, I create a model of them in my mind and integrate them into tactical scenarios. I don't even need to keep the photos. Sui wasn't sure if his explanation made sense, but his heart was filled with nervousness. Lu Qinghuan's expression gradually softened, though she hesitated before asking, really? Really? Sui swore on the spot, thinking to himself, if I can convince her, maybe I can gain an edge in today's assessment. Nearby, a middle-aged man who had been covertly observing the two shook his head and sighed. Hopeless. What a ridiculous excuse to believe. These love-struck minds are a lost cause. They'll end up eating wild grass at this rate. He sighed deeply, his face full of exasperation. Young people these days are getting better at spouting nonsense. No, I need to go home and warn my daughter, make sure she doesn't get tricked by someone like this. For the first time, Sui found an uncle even more annoying than an auntie. They're all here to learn from others' tactical approaches, Lu Qinghuan helpfully explained. Every day, different people come here for assessments, and the large screen broadcasts it live in real time. Many who aspire to be tactical masters deliberately stay in the hall to study how others solve the problems. At this moment, Lu Qinghuan pinched and twisted the skin on Sui's waist with her small hand, her eyes filled with determination. Sui, I trust you, but you better not lie to me. Her teary-eyed expression instantly made others want to stand up for her and teach Sui a lesson. Sui felt utterly defeated and repeatedly assured her that this truly was his way of practicing tactical strategies. Internally, he contemplated, Qinghuan, think about it carefully. If I ever become a tactical strategist in a real battlefield, aside from the exotic beasts, wouldn't the most important consideration be the people following my commands? You know as well as I do that real life isn't about solving problems from a system. Everyone's personality and habits are vastly different. If I can't deeply understand these differences, how can I become an excellent tactical strategist? Lu Qinghuan silently pondered this before nodding obediently. Seeing this, Sui seized the opportunity to press on, especially those geniuses, their personalities are often unusually peculiar. That's why we need to pay extra attention and observe them more closely. The more diverse the mental models I have, the less likely I'll panic when faced with real challenges. Hearing this, even the uncles who had earlier mocked Sui began to realize that he might actually have some skills. They all pricked up their ears, listening intently. Qinghuan, if you have other genius friends, remember to introduce them to me. Sui raised the camera in his hand. I'll find an opportunity to take a group photo of you all. Lu Qinghuan mulled it over but still didn't quite understand. Do you really have to take photos? Sui suddenly adopted a profound tone. Qinghuan, geniuses are always peculiar. Ha! Someone in the hall suddenly spat out a mouthful of water, and the room erupted into laughter and jeers. Sui remained calm, while Lu Qinghuan could only accept this bizarre reasoning with resignation. Alright, later I'll have you take a photo of me and Ling together. Make sure to save the photo for me, she added. Sui nodded rapidly like a pecking chick, secretly delighted in his heart. He never thought a casual remark would lead to discovering a new way to acquire abilities and skills. Even though the uncles nearby were still pointing fingers and gossiping, he paid no mind. Idle chatter meant nothing, enhancing his strength was the true priority. He turned his gaze to the large screen, glancing at Ling, who was in the middle of her test, and was surprised to find that the girl seemed to be holding back. Many times, even when she had already resolved a dilemma before her, she deliberately tried other options. It seemed like she valued gaining experience from these unpredictable scenarios more than simply passing the test. Sui sighed inwardly, damn capitalists. Ha! Lu Qinghuan looked at him, puzzled. Time ticked away, second by second, as a tense atmosphere filled the examination hall. Among those who entered the test alongside Ling, only Hong Kong was still hanging on. His challenges were filled with danger. In the first 2 rounds, he nearly fell into despair, with his damage rate twice stuck on the edge of 19%. By the 3rd round, he became even more anxious, hesitant, and every move he made seemed like walking on a tightrope. Meanwhile, Ling, this prodigious young woman, resembled a queen on the battlefield, decisive and unyielding. Her every decision struck like a whirlwind, relentless and unending, as though she were engaged in an endless tactical evolution. Her thinking was sharp as lightning. Even when faced with unexpected situations, she always managed to resolve them cleverly in moments of crisis. As time passed, discussions in the hall grew louder. Hong Kong is struggling again this time. Time's running out, he can't afford to hesitate anymore. I heard his family spend hundreds of thousands supporting his test this time. If he fails, he might have to give up. What a pity, always just a little short. Fate really plays tricks on people. Fate? No, it's his mindset that's the issue. With a mindset like that, who would dare trust him as a tactician? I think he'd better give up now, rather than end up harming others later. The crowd's emotions varied, some were sympathetic, others disdainful, but their focus remained fixed on the complexities of tactics. Elsewhere in the building, 3 examiners were watching the test participants intently. Hong Kong lacks the drive. If he can't push himself this time, he'll struggle to achieve anything in the future. What a waste. He actually has potential to be a tactician. Even if not a lead strategist, he'd make a decent assistant. True, but as for Ling, that girl has shown some impressive moves today. I think she has a good chance of succeeding this time. But her rash nature won't do. A tactician's most important trait is steadiness. The younger examiner suddenly interjected. If she wanted to pass, she could have done so already. The other 2 examiners, intrigued, quickly turned to him. She isn't failing, she's using these challenges to hone her tactics. The 2 older ones suddenly understood, smiling in approval. So that's it. Every time she misses passing by just a bit, she's truly extraordinary. Young folks these days, remarkable, truly remarkable. The younger man cursed inwardly, damn capitalists. I've seen wealthy ones, but never someone burning through resources like this. With the countdown nearing its end, the screen displayed a 1-minute timer. In the final stage, Ling opted for a multi-pronged advance but was surrounded by a few small mutant beasts. After a chaotic battle, her damage ratio exceeded 20%. What a pity. She was so close. I told you splitting up was a bad idea. At this stage, sticking together and steamrolling through is the way to go. Regretful sighs and hindsight commentary spread through the hall. Sui smirked but found no boredom in it. Ling's test made him realize that he didn't need to deliberately challenge tough problems like she did. Every challenge was already predictable in his eyes. Just as disappointment filled the room, cheers erupted suddenly. He passed. Hong Kong did it. My goodness, he actually dared to lead a counterattack with his team at the last second. That was insane. Tianyuan City is about to get another tactician. Amid the lively atmosphere, Hong Kong and Ling emerged from the test room. Ling was the first to congratulate Hong Kong, and others quickly gathered around. Even those who had been jeering earlier now wore enthusiastic smiles. Only Sui and Lu Qinghuan remained standing in place, their expressions calm. Lu Qinghuan glanced at Sui and remarked, "You might have to wait a bit longer." "No problem. A good meal is worth the wait," Sui replied with a smile. As Lu Qinghuan predicted, despite the success of one test candidate, the next batch of tests did not begin immediately. Instead, the hall hosted a brief ceremony for awarding the tactician badge. A bronze diamond-shaped badge was pinned to Hong Kong's chest. The tactician presiding over the badge presentation stood beside Hong Kong, beaming as they posed for a commemorative photo. Lu Qinghuan, observing this, looked intrigued. "This is such a great opportunity. Aren't you going to take a photo?" Sui shook his head slightly, responding indifferently, "I'm only interested in geniuses." Lu Qinghuan didn't doubt him, thinking to herself, "That makes sense. Earlier, while waiting for Qinghuan, Sui had taken photos of a boy speeding by on a bicycle like a miniature plane. He snapped 2 shots in quick succession, but surprisingly, he didn't gain any attributes. At that moment, he realized that in order to unlock a compendium, he'd need to capture genuine geniuses to reap the rewards. After the brief ceremony concluded, the examination hall resumed calling the next batch of candidates. This time, Sui, number 107, was finally called into the test room. Ling, having finished her test, didn't leave immediately but instead approached Lu Qinghuan. I overheard Sui's thoughts earlier, and I think what he said makes a lot of sense. Is he your classmate? Lu Qinghuan nodded, a hint of pride in her tone. My understanding of tactics was all thanks to his guidance. Oh? Ling's gaze shifted to the large screen, her expression turning serious. In this rare moment, with a peer undergoing the test, she couldn't help but feel curious, where did she truly stand among those of her age group? Lu Qinghuan, typically aloof at the training camp, found herself unusually attentive towards Sui today. In the hall, apart from those still trying to ingratiate themselves with the newly minted tactician, nearly everyone else's attention was focused on Sui. Previously, many had mocked Sui, calling him a pretty boy and even sympathized with Lu Qinghuan. But after hearing Sui's insights, they couldn't help but harbor a glimmer of expectation for the young man. Do you think he can clear 1 round? I think he'll do fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to show up for the test. No, I think whether he can pass or not still depends on luck. Kids haven't seen enough tactics. Even if they have some talent, encountering an unfamiliar situation might make them panic. That's true. A group of people chattered away, discussing animatedly. Lu Qinghuan quietly gazed at Sui on the large screen, her eyes filled with trust and even a hint of pride. At this tense and thrilling moment, all the expectations converged on him. Dong! The bell signaling the start of the assessment rang out. The examination hall instantly fell silent, a tense atmosphere thick in the air. All eyes turned to the large screen in unison, and gasps erupted immediately. Why is his scenario so hard? This is a coastal defense scenario with enemies coming from all directions? This guy's luck is just terrible. He can't escape by sea and only has 3 directions to choose from. Each direction has tier 4 beasts waiting for him. And his strongest combat unit is only a tier 3 warrior. Is this even a scenario a low-level tactician can handle? Could the system be malfunctioning? The hall erupted into chaos. When Ling saw the scenario, her pupils contracted slightly, but then she noticed that Lu Qinghuan was surprisingly calm, as if entirely unaffected. With such a difficult scenario, aren't you worried about your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Lu Qinghuan's face flushed instantly, her heart fluttering with shyness. He's not my boyfriend yet. Ling was stunned and thought to herself, is that really the main point of what I just said? Now she understood who the love-struck fool the uncles were talking about referred to. Noticing Ling's odd expression, Lu Qinghuan quickly waved her hand, realizing her own slip. Don't worry about him. His tactical understanding is exceptionally strong. Young lady, this tactician assessment isn't the same as those simple things you learn in school. Especially not for your little boyfriend who's now facing the hardest scenario I've seen in years. I'm telling you, it's a waste of money, an older man beside her said helplessly. Hong Kong, who had just become a tactician, glanced at the scenario and shook his head with a sigh. If it were me, I'd admit defeat immediately. Without a few hours of planning, trying to pass with a damage rate under 20% is simply a dream. As soon as Hong Kong spoke, nearly everyone in the hall assumed Sui was doomed. People began trying to solve the scenario in their minds, but all they could do was shake their heads in frustration. This is impossible. Even with a whole day, I might not come up with a viable strategy. I suspect this is the hardest low-level tactician scenario. If he passes, he's probably close to mid-level already. Meanwhile, on the screen, Sui had already begun moving. At first, he cautiously scouted the surroundings, showing no particularly noteworthy actions. In the monitoring room, 2 examiners wore puzzled expressions. Brother Lu Meng, with such a difficult scenario, do you think this Sui can really pass? I just checked his records. His tactical scores at Tianyun High are indeed impressive, but it shouldn't be enough to handle a situation like this, right? Lu Meng shook his head. If only you knew the truth. For him, this scenario is likely just a warm-up. If it weren't for the lack of mid-level tactician assessments here, I'd really want him to try one of those. The 2 veteran tacticians exchanged looks, disbelief evident on their faces. To be at mid-level tactician capability at just 18 years old? How could Tianyuan City boast such a genius without them knowing? In their minds, Brother Lu Meng must have mistaken him for someone else. And yet, given Lu Meng's own status as a famed genius, they dared not voice their doubts. Everyone's eyes remained glued to the big screen, silently hoping Sui would deliver a miracle. Following the initial reconnaissance, setting up camp, and establishing defenses, Sui perfectly executed textbook tactics without a single error. You have to admit, this kid must have been very attentive in class. He applies textbook knowledge flawlessly. Unfortunately, relying solely on textbook strategies won't be enough. The crowd in the hall chattered on, while Ling's expression grew increasingly serious. Nearly everyone's attention was captivated by Sui's solid fundamentals, failing to notice that while setting up, he discreetly mobilized several individual units to advance alongside the main force, creating an illusion of momentum. As her pupils focused, a faint mark appeared at the corner of Ling's eye. The large screen only displayed a rough live projection, but in her view, it became increasingly detailed. It was then she realized that Sui wasn't just moving those individual units forward. The terrifying part was that each unit had a distinct mission directive. Is this multitasking? Ling murmured to herself. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Sui appeared to be meticulously scouting and eliminating non-threatening beasts. However, in reality, the individual units he deployed had already entered the Tier 4 beasts' territory. In the monitoring room, as feedback on the Tier 4 beasts' movements came in, Sui's lips curled upward in a confident smile. Soon, the situation underwent a massive shift. Sui's previously cautious, probing troops suddenly began large-scale actions. He's officially taking action. Ha! 1, 2, 3, 8? Why is he splitting his forces into 8 groups for reconnaissance? Wait, these groups seem to be executing different orders simultaneously. As soon as the words fell, the hall was filled with the sound of collective gasps. Gasp! This kid, could he be a multitasking ability user? No wonder he's so confident, daring to take on this challenge at such a young age. The hall buzzed with envious chatter. Ling shook her head. This isn't multitasking. Every decision he's making was pre-planned in anticipation of various scenarios. He's resolving situations as they arise, but in reality, he had already predicted everything. Are you kidding, Ling? Someone asked in disbelief. But when they looked at her, they noticed the elegant and mysterious pattern now adorning the corner of her eye. Others saw it too. Realizing that Ling had even activated her ability, the crowd swallowed their doubts. At the same time, their shock deepened. The once noisy hall fell into utter silence. Multitasking could be explained as an innate ability. If Sui relied on it to pass, they could still comfort themselves. But if it was purely preemptive strategy and planning, it meant there were no additional factors aiding him. It was raw skill and strength. Compared to the blow dealt by innate abilities, such talent and intelligence left the crowd feeling even more hopeless. Their gazes returned to the large screen, brimming with anticipation. At this moment, everyone finally realized that among the 3 Grade 4 exotic beasts they desperately tried to avoid, one of them was actually pregnant. Sui had provoked it a little, and the entire situation instantly descended into chaos. Taking advantage of the disorder, he led his squad out of the perilous wilderness. The whole process seemed remarkably simple and effortless. The hall remained utterly silent. Because everyone knew that even if they had known beforehand that one of the exotic beasts was pregnant, they still wouldn't have been able to lead everyone out of the encirclement while keeping the casualty rate below 20%, even by splitting into multiple teams. Perhaps, if they had used Sui's method, they might have only died faster. This is the power of a genius, someone whispered, their eyes filled with reverence. Sui's composure in the face of danger ignited endless admiration and envy in their hearts. We have to become stronger so we can keep up with his pace. Another young person summoned their courage, determined not to lag behind any longer. Just then, Sui's figure appeared on the screen again. He had already successfully lured the exotic beast away and led his team to a safe retreat. The atmosphere in the hall instantly ignited, and everyone silently vowed to chase after such a legendary figure. This time, I will prove myself during the assessment. A young trainee clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Exactly, by following Sui, we can definitely overcome even greater challenges. Everyone else chimed in enthusiastically. Amid this surge of determination, Sui's name shone like a brilliant star, illuminating hope and dreams in everyone's hearts. Ling, meanwhile, was mentally simulating Sui's methods over and over, silently thinking to herself, this time, I must succeed. After several rounds of mental simulations, she finally grasped the key in an instant and managed to lead her team out, keeping the casualty rate at just over 50%. The battle situation changed rapidly. Among the 8 teams, she could only attend to a maximum of half. However, amidst the chaos, many teams collapsed entirely due to their own disarray. At that moment, Suyi's performance left her utterly stunned. His grade 3 martial artists had pushed their combat advantage to its absolute peak, achieving 0 casualties repeatedly. In the assessment room, as time ticked by, no new challenges appeared for Suyi. In the hall, except for Lu Qinghuan, who was visibly worried, everyone else was utterly shocked by Suyi's terrifying problem-solving abilities, causing them to doubt their own tactical thinking. Some even imagined Suyi as an opponent in their minds, only to break out into a cold sweat. Lingling, upon exiting her state of using her abilities, appeared utterly exhausted. She couldn't help but sigh, "Your boyfriend is really amazing." Lu Qinghuan nodded proudly, though her expression soon turned to slight concern. "But it seems like he's out of challenges now. Is that okay?" Lingling explained, "He solved this challenge within 8 minutes, with a casualty rate controlled below 10%. That should meet the standards to pass the assessment." Lu Qinghuan's smile blossomed even brighter. "That's wonderful. I want him to take a photo with all of us later." Lingling watched Lu Qinghuan's excitement and thought to herself, to be considered a genius by him, what an honor it must be. Time passed quietly as everyone awaited the end of the assessment. The previously enthusiastic uncles now seemed eager to get acquainted with Lu Qinghuan in advance. If Lingling hadn't been by her side, they might have already approached her. Even more amusingly, the uncle who once called Lu Qinghuan love-obsessed now muttered softly, "This girl really has great taste. If my daughter had half her eye for people, it'd be a blessing from the ancestors." In the proctor's room, the two invigilators exchanged glances, unable to hide the joy on their faces. "Junior brother. Such a genius must not be snatched away by other schools," one of them exclaimed excitedly. "You should personally give him the badge later so he knows the goodwill of our Northern Rejection University," the other one agreed. Lu Meng smiled slightly. "You don't need to worry, senior brothers. He's already caught the eye of one of our professors at Northern Rejection University." "Really?" both of them exclaimed in unison. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Lu Meng's lips. "Yes, though he declined the offer." The two senior alumni were dumbfounded. Initially, the students of Northern Rejection University only knew that a student from Tianyuan City had been directly recruited by Professor Jubai. When the news broke, the entire university investigated the student's identity, only to find out he had turned down Zhugeyan's invitation, instantly making him a legend. According to Lu Meng's knowledge, after news spread of Suyi's perfect clearance, the elite beast-hunting squads of Northern Rejection University's combat department were all eager to recruit him. Even senior students in their 4th year were hopeful to nurture this fresh talent from his first year, so he could shine on the desolate battlefields in the future. Unfortunately, with the revelation of Suyi's meager blood energy and abysmally slow cultivation speed, the combat department quickly dismissed any notions of recruiting him. If not for that, Lu Meng believed the combat maniacs would have stormed Tianyuan City to poach him by now. As the only 3rd-year student in the tactics department to pass with a perfect score, Lu Meng had originally taken up a part-time proctoring role out of curiosity. Little did he expect to encounter someone as astonishing as Suyi. It felt like destiny. Witnessing it all today with his own eyes, he finally believed all the rumors. Suyi's perfect performance was far from mere luck. In fact, Lu Meng thought that once Suyi entered Northern Rejection University, he would truly unleash his potential. The small Tianyuan city could hardly provide the support needed to showcase his full talent. "Senior brothers, let's go. It's time to present the medal to this newly minted tactician," Lu Meng said with a smile as he stood up. His smile carried a sense of relief, as if he had finally come to terms with something. Before arriving, he had harbored resentment and frustration about being rejected by Professor Jubai, only to see a no-name kid chosen instead. But now, he no longer felt bitter. Instead, he felt a newfound understanding and anticipation for this young man. Beside him, the two senior alumni were still reeling from shock and hurried to catch up, pressing him eagerly. Did he really decline? Lu Meng nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. One senior slapped his thigh in frustration. Unbelievable. Absolutely foolish. Did his teacher not try to stop him? This won't do. Tomorrow, I must visit Tianyun High School to find out what's going on. The other senior looked grave, his mind unsettled. Lu Meng chuckled lightly. Senior brother, don't worry. Professor Zhuge won't let this young man slip through his grasp so easily. Zhuge? Are you talking about the newly ascended Master Zhuge? The two seniors froze again, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Yes. Back when I entered the university, he turned me down as well, Lu Meng nodded, his words carrying a trace of pride. At this moment, the two senior mentors began to murmur to each other, their expressions growing more serious, reckless. Does he even understand what he's refused? What kind of teacher does he have, to let this happen? The two seniors, who had initially been overjoyed, now marched forward angrily. They seemed ready to grab hold of Sui and give him a thorough lecture, while also intending to confront his tactical instructor to figure out which clueless educator could let such a thing occur. Meanwhile, near the examination hall, Sui emerged at just the right moment. His face bore a faint yet confident smile, as though everything was firmly under his control. As Sui walked out of the evaluation room, his heart brimmed with confidence and anticipation. The atmosphere in the hall was in stark contrast to the earlier fervor when Hong Kong passed his assessment. Now, the silence was deathly, as if the air itself had frozen. Everyone stared at Sui with astonished eyes, as though an insurmountable chasm separated them from this genius. Though envious, no one dared approach him. Only Lu Qinghuan and Qin Ling stepped forward eagerly, their faces lit with smiles. Lu Qinghuan, her excitement uncontained, said, "Sui, congratulations on officially becoming a tactician." Her voice was as warm as a spring breeze, instantly dispersing the heavy mood around them. "Heh, I knew you'd make it," Qin Ling grinned, inwardly relieved to have such a strong connection with Sui. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Qin Ling added. "Don't forget what we agreed on today. In the future, we'll team up, you'll back me and Qinghuan up during battles. With your tactical planning, we'll be unstoppable." Sui smiled and replied, "That won't do, I want to be on the front lines too." Just then, the two examiners stormed over, their expressions furious, instantly silencing everyone in the room. Moments ago, the crowd had been whispering among themselves, but now, tension filled the air as everyone fell into complete silence. The examiners looked so angry. Could Sui have cheated during the assessment? Someone whispered. "Cheat? In this kind of evaluation?" another person asked, puzzled. "Why not?" A bald man, his face full of confidence, interjected. "The questions were so difficult, and he passed? The methods he used must be tactical techniques that ordinary people can't even fathom. I bet this kid definitely cheated. Otherwise, why would the examiners be so furious? I refuse to believe anyone could pass the test that easily." Speculation spread rapidly throughout the hall. However, as the two examiners approached Sui, the crowd finally quieted completely, the atmosphere now thick with tension. "Sui," one examiner asked coldly. "Yes, that's me," Sui replied casually, wondering who could have angered these two senior figures. "What's your teacher's name?" the other examiner demanded. "See? Even the teacher's being questioned now," the bald man whispered confidently. "They're probably going to notify the school. Sui might even face expulsion." "Expulsion? That's serious," someone exclaimed. "Of course it's serious. Cheating in the assessment is a direct challenge to the entire Tactician Alliance," the bald man declared indignantly. However, the two examiners were entirely focused on Sui's rejection of the Master Tactician's offer and paid no attention to the surrounding gossip. "My teacher is Cheng Yong," Sui replied calmly. "Did Cheng Yong not stop you from rejecting the direct admission to Northern University?" one examiner pressed. "Did he not tell you that the recommendation came from the youngest Grandmaster Tactician?" This string of questions made Sui realize the gravity of the situation. The spectators around him were equally stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. What? He rejected Northern University's direct admission? And it was a direct offer from a Grandmaster Tactician? Oh my god, just how talented is this kid? That's the youngest Grandmaster Tactician, Jubai University. If he had accepted, his future would have been smooth sailing. As shock rippled through the crowd, their eyes instinctively searched for the bald man who had been so adamantly accusing Sui of cheating. But by now, the man had vanished without a trace. "My teacher told me to record a video and say it again," Sui said innocently. "I didn't know Professor Jubai University was a Grandmaster. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have refused. I thought it was just like a regular exam. I wanted to rely on my own abilities to get into Northern University and refused to take any shortcuts." The room fell into an awkward silence. The two examiners, their anger reignited, growled, "Chang Yong." Behind Sui, Lu Qinghuan blinked, her impression of him suddenly shifting. Sui, however, remained silent, feigning ignorance. Heaven knows, he genuinely hadn't known that Professor Jubai University was the youngest Grandmaster Tactician on Blue Star. If he had known, how could he have agreed to his homeroom teacher's suggestion to record a rejection video? This was practically a trap for students. He hadn't even entered the university yet, and he'd already offended a Grandmaster with limitless potential. What kind of luck was required for something like this? The two examiners, initially furious, softened their expressions upon hearing the truth. They quickly reassured Sui, "Don't worry, kid. We'll explain everything for you. As for your teacher, we'll make sure he gets a proper talking to. This is just outrageous." The mention of Sui's teacher reignited their anger. "Alright, let's proceed with the badge ceremony." Though the ceremony had already been held once earlier, it was now conducted again for Sui. When Sui's badge was presented, everyone was stunned to find that the person handing it to him was one of the young men standing behind the examiners. As Lu Meng stepped onto the stage, he calmly pinned a golden diamond-shaped badge onto Sui. The room instantly fell silent, every gaze fixed on the badge's dazzling brilliance. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Ling, who had been shocked by Sui's earlier ordeal, stood there with her mouth agape. "What the? A high-level tactician's badge? I thought our Tianyuan city didn't have any high-level tacticians? I get it now. He must have come here specifically for Sui. No wonder Sui's test was so difficult today. It wasn't a system error, it was a custom-made challenge set by this high-level tactician." Lu Meng leaned in close to Sui and said with a smirk, "I bet this isn't what you were expecting, right?" As he spoke, he pinned the badge onto Sui's chest. "I'll be waiting for you at Northern University. Right now, you're still too weak. Come study at Northern for a year, and then we'll have a proper match." Sui smiled bitterly. "Senior, half joking or not, I really don't dare go to Northern University now." Lu Meng laughed heartily. "If you truly don't go, then I'd have to admire your guts." Hearing this, Sui couldn't help but laugh as well. After pinning the badge, they took commemorative photos. Lu Meng didn't linger much longer after meeting Sui and left shortly thereafter. A high-level tactician acting as an examiner was, indeed, a bit of an overkill. Before leaving, Lu Meng issued a reminder: the bald man who had slandered Sui should be blacklisted by the Tactical Alliance. Such a label, falsely accusing a Grandmaster's disciple, would ensure he'd never step foot in an assessment hall again. In the assessment hall, when everyone learned that Sui would have a master as his teacher in the future, all their reservations instantly vanished. One by one, they scrambled forward desperately, trying to get acquainted with Sui. Finally breaking free from the crowd, Sui glanced at Ling, who was still waiting for him, and suddenly wore a look of regret. "Damn it! I messed up." Ling and Lu Qinghuan were both puzzled, only to hear him continue, "I didn't take a photo with him." The two girls exchanged a look, each thinking that Sui's obsession with taking photos was indeed peculiar and not just about appearances. After all, he treated both men and women equally, with no hint of hesitation. Sui secretly felt like he had missed out on a treasure trove. The hurried figure of Lu Meng flashed through his mind, and he even began to suspect that the other party had deliberately made him miss something. With a deep sigh, he reminded himself that there's always someone better, and the sky is infinite. Revitalized, he turned to the two girls with excitement. "Let's go! Let's take a picture under the statue of Grandmaster Ji Qing." As Sui led the way, Ling quietly tugged at Lu Qinghuan from behind and whispered, "Are you sure Sui will share the photos with us?" Her concern wasn't unfounded. Sui's gaze felt predatory, leaving her uneasy yet slightly amused. Lu Qinghuan frowned slightly. "Sui isn't that kind of person." Ling let out a long sigh, thinking, "Ugh, these two lovebirds aren't normal either." Finally reaching the statue outside, Sui skillfully aimed the camera at the two of them. The system prompt appeared once again. Detected that the target illustrated manual contains an A-level ability, Extreme Analysis. The host has a high probability of gaining low-dimensional attributes, a smaller chance of acquiring a skill, a low chance of high-dimensional attributes, and an extremely low chance of gaining an ability. An A-level ability. Sui's finger paused on the shutter. This was the highest level ability he had encountered today during his random street photography. He thought to himself, Extreme Analysis, it's no wonder Ling aims to become a tactical analyst. This skill would be incredibly useful for me too. While mulling over this, Sui pressed the shutter. Click. Yet in the next second, he fell silent, thinking that today's luck must have been used up on his father, as he once again gained nothing. Not one to give up, he pressed the shutter again. Congratulations to the host for gaining +10 agility. A long-lost smile appeared on Sui's face. After taking the photos, he put away the camera, ready to head into the wild to test his luck on a few beasts. After all, taking too many photos during a first meeting might lead to misunderstandings, which wouldn't bode well for future relationships. Perhaps the system had an auto-correction effect. Every photo turned out quite well. Both girls were very satisfied with their copies. "Sui, your photography skills are amazing. Can we ask you to take more pictures in the future?" Ling suddenly asked on a whim. Sui was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to come forward with such a request. Ling, on the other hand, began pondering. I spend all my time training and studying tactics, I don't really need photos. Could it be because I want to learn from him? Me too. Me too. Lu Qinghuan chimed in enthusiastically. $5 per photo, fair and square. Sui proudly held up 5 fingers. Lu Qinghuan started calculating on her fingers. Then won't I owe you dozens of bucks? No. I owe you tens of thousands instead, Sui replied with a grin. Lu Qinghuan's eyes lit up. Hands on her hips, she declared, hee, then you better listen to me. Next time during the mock exam, don't hand in a blank paper again, or I'll demand my money back. Watching their playful banter, Ling was the first to leave. After the assessment, Sui headed straight to the weapons shop. As soon as they reached the entrance, Lu Qinghuan realized something and asked, Sui, are you planning to buy a weapon? Yeah, I'm looking to buy a dagger, Sui replied. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Qinghuan pulled out a delicate dagger from her waist and offered it to him with a smile. Here, it's a gift. Sui took it and examined it carefully, discovering it was a refined iron dagger, with the craftsman's name engraved on it. A dagger like this would cost at least tens of thousands on the market. I can't accept this. I already owe you so much. Sui immediately tried to return the dagger. Lu Qinghuan shook her head. I told you, it's a gift. Besides, I don't like this dagger, it's all black and not pretty at all. As she spoke, she pulled out another dagger from her left side. Its silver-white gleam flashed brilliantly, leaving Sui momentarily stunned. This one was the reward for placing third in the last training camp. The one I'm giving you was from the previous training camp's reward. They didn't cost me anything, and I can't use 2 daggers anyway, Lu Qinghuan explained. As someone who didn't even qualify for follow-up training camps, Sui was speechless. He could only silently accept the wealthy Lady Qinghuan's gift. Then, he headed straight for the wilderness, ready to embrace new challenges. This time, Lu Qinghuan stopped him. Are you buying a dagger because you're heading into the wild? Yeah, there's no use for it in the city. By the way, why are you following me? Sui had barely accepted the gift before immediately playing coy, a sly smile on his lips. Lu Qinghuan responded matter-of-factly, the class teacher asked me to keep an eye on you. He said he's worried you might get impulsive and rush into the wild to seek death. If you show any unusual behavior, I'm supposed to watch you closely. Sui felt a surge of emotion. My dear class teacher really understands me well. Parking his bike, he struck a nonchalant pose. So, I have no choice but to go home obediently now? Nope, you can go. Just let me tag along, Lu Qinghuan replied with ease. With me here, the D-class zone won't be a problem at all. Her response took Sui by surprise, but soon he felt a rush of excitement. Alright, let's head out right now. Not giving himself a chance to hesitate, he thought to himself, this is a sign of respect for the beautiful bodyguard, I absolutely can't let her down. The two sped off on their bicycles, racing toward the towering city walls that loomed tens of meters high. In front of the steel gates, soldiers were busy registering entry and exit details, their demeanor tense yet vigilant. Lu Qinghuan navigated the scene with ease, as though she was well acquainted with everything. For Sui, it was his first time leaving the city for the wild. He was both nervous and thrilled. He needed to complete a series of system registrations. After setting an emergency contact and contact time, he was finally granted permission to leave the city. The registration officer noticed the rhombus-shaped badge on Sui's chest, and a flicker of interest crossed his gaze. Even in the D-class area, there might be a Grade 1 beast near the border. Don't get too close, the officer warned. Got it, thanks for the heads up. Sui replied obediently. Yet, inwardly, he chuckled. Such warnings only fueled his desire for a challenge. The registered man nodded and allowed Sui to pass through the checkpoint. Lu Qinghuan was already waiting outside the checkpoint. Seeing Sui's obedient student-like appearance, she couldn't help but shake her head. She thought to herself, if that man hadn't mentioned it, who knows, Sui might have headed straight to the border the moment he went in. Really worrisome. Having successfully exited the city, Sui's mood was like a runaway horse, so excited he almost jumped up. Seeing this, Lu Qinghuan frowned slightly and immediately said sternly, Sui, before you enter the wilderness, we need to establish 3 rules. First, you can only step forward when I think it's safe. Second, you must stay within a distance of 5 meters from me. Third, if we really encounter danger, you must follow my commands. Usually soft and adorable, Lu Qinghuan now wore a serious expression with a tone that allowed no room for doubt. After some thought, she added, otherwise, I'll knock you out on the spot and take you back. This sentence made Sui firmly believe it, knowing that she indeed possessed this ability. Alright. Rest assured, I just want to personally experience the aura of the wilderness. When I see exotic beasts, I'll definitely hide behind you obediently, Sui said confidently. Then, I'll take a few photos and carefully study the differences between them and what's in the books. Seeing Lu Qinghuan still wearing a doubtful expression, Sui helplessly continued to explain, don't worry, although I usually love to stir things up, you know I'm afraid of pain and death, so I definitely won't throw myself into danger. Hearing this, Lu Qinghuan finally began to believe him somewhat. Sui secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. His image as someone who enjoys stirring up trouble had already become deeply ingrained, making it truly difficult to change. However, without those past incidents, he wouldn't have been specially permitted to become a member of Class 7 and exclusively tutor Lu Qinghuan in tactics. The principal dared to remove car tires, and in the eyes of both students and teachers at Tianyun No. 8 High School, Sui had long been seen as a lawless presence. Just as he was fretting over how to shed his persona of someone who loves stirring up trouble, whispers from passers-by on the roadside reached his ears. Look at this kid, he's already scared of his girlfriend at such a young age. Looks like he'll definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. What's wrong with being henpecked? Just look at how beautiful his girlfriend is. In my opinion, being henpecked is great. At least he has a girlfriend. Unlike you, single for 30 years, no one even wants to manage you. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not that no one wants to manage me, I just don't want to be bound by petty romantic affairs. Lu Qinghuan blushed slightly upon hearing these words, looking around nervously. Sui shook his head helplessly once again. Great, after being labeled as a pretty boy, now he's saddled with the tag of henpecked husband. Quick! Quick! I can't wait any longer, he said urgently. Led by Lu Qinghuan, the two gradually moved away from the city walls. Looking back, the scene behind them had already turned into a grayish haze. Standing in the wilderness, Sui felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if even breathing had become difficult. He couldn't help but think of the ancestors who had initially faced the invasion of foreign races, enduring countless hardships to reclaim this survival space for humanity, allowing future generations to bask in the warmth of the sun. Thinking of this, Sui's jumpy personality calmed down considerably. Seeing this, Lu Qinghuan felt slightly relieved. Although this was only a D level wilderness and posed no danger to her, if Sui really dared to act recklessly, she would have no choice but to knock him out and drag him back. The two wandered aimlessly in the wilderness. Towering trees had broken through the remnants of what were once towering skyscrapers, while the remaining structures served as a reminder to everyone that this place was once a human habitation, much like Tianyuan City. For others, these were all perfectly normal sights. But for Sui, who not long ago was living on a beautiful planet, the stark contrast brought an immense sense of shock. He looked up at the grayish sky and the ashen leaves, suddenly asking, do you think there will ever come a day when this place returns to blue skies and white clouds? Sui's question left Lu Qinghuan momentarily stunned. Before she could respond, Sui continued, I've seen the image of blue skies and white clouds in my dreams. It's truly beautiful. After speaking, he stepped forward and began examining the marks on the tree. Lu Qinghuan watched his back and realized that this quirky desk mate seemed entirely different from all the peers she had encountered before. When the training camp instructor first led them into the wilderness, many people displayed emotions of fear or excitement, but none like Sui, who brought her a sense of melancholy yet filled with hope. This complex feeling made Lu Qinghuan unable to resist wanting to understand Sui more deeply. Just now, a beast passed through here, Sui said, turning around after investigating the traces. Lu Qinghuan swiftly moved to his side. These are the claw marks of a yellow-eyed rabbit. Sui nodded. It went southwest, probably searching for food. Do you want to follow it? Lu Qinghuan asked. Since we've come to the wilderness, wouldn't it be a waste if we don't even see a mutant beast? Lu Qinghuan smiled faintly, her eyes gleaming with determination. Then don't stray beyond 3 meters from me later. Yellow-eyed grass rabbits love to attack people's necks. If you act recklessly, I really will knock you out. Although she said so, she had already started calculating how to deal with this ferocious mutant beast in her heart. The yellow-eyed rabbit in the shallow grass was nothing more than an ordinary rabbit in her eyes, but to be on the safe side, she deliberately spoke harshly, adding a touch of urgency. The two followed the trail all the way, Lu Qinghuan as agile as a cheetah, while Sui was steady as a rock, exuding an imposing aura. It didn't take long for them to pinpoint the exact location of the yellow-eyed rabbit in the shallow grass. The two communicated seamlessly through hand gestures, preparing for the imminent battle. Silently leaping a few times on the tree trunk, Sui finally saw the living beast. The rabbit was like a combat machine, with fangs as sharp as swords, claws reaching 20 centimeters long, and eyes glinting with a ferocious light. Its body, over a meter in size, made it hard for Sui to associate this rabbit with the adorable image from his previous life. I want to give it a try, you cover me. Sui's eyes ignited with the flames of battle as he suddenly charged forward. At that moment, Lu Qinghuan's heart nearly stopped, and a chill abruptly rose in her eyes. Her left hand almost lifted, but she consoled herself aloud. This can be considered as giving prior notice, right? It doesn't count as violating what was said earlier. Seeing Sui's agility, akin to that of a hunting falcon, Lu Qinghuan gradually felt more assured. Sui's tactical understanding is sharp, and his strength doesn't seem as simple as everyone imagines. However, regardless of his strength, the vigilance in Lu Qinghuan's eyes never diminished. She remained fully focused, ready to freeze the ferocious pale grass yellow-eyed rabbit at any moment. Using an SSS-level ability to deal with a little rabbit sounds utterly arrogant. Fortunately, Sui, who rushed out, didn't give her the chance to unleash a powerful move. Clang! Clang! Sui's dagger precisely blocked the counterattacking yellow-eyed rabbit like lightning. He bent down and turned around, and the black dagger was instantly stained with bright red blood. Immediately after, Sui slashed the rabbit's throat in one fluid motion, as smooth as flowing water. Finally, to prevent the yellow-eyed rabbit from struggling before its death, Sui kicked it hard, sending it flying a full 10 meters away. All of this happened in a flash. In just a few dozen seconds, the battle was over. On the tree branch, Lu Qinghuan, who had witnessed everything with her own eyes, was dumbfounded, her heart surging with emotions, unable to contain herself. Sui was indeed a peerless master hiding his true strength. If Sui approached her and suddenly launched a sneak attack, with the strength he currently demonstrated, would her life be in danger? This question flashed through Lu Qinghuan's mind. From just a few moves, she quickly realized that if physical fitness was set aside and only technique was compared, when it came to handling daggers, she was absolutely no match for Sui. His every strike was incredibly precise and swift, and his fluid movement while advancing was almost ghost-like, a level achievable only after over a decade of practice. In Lu Qinghuan's impression, only the person who had consistently ranked first in the training camp could rival Sui's dagger skills, while other prodigies couldn't compare at all. After dealing with the grass-eyed yellow rabbit, Sui calmly took out his camera. The book was right, the grass-eyed yellow rabbit's attack always involves a forward pounce. Block its first attack, and the second one can be lethal. But this is an ordinary beast. Once they reach the first grade and above, beasts develop a certain awareness, so it probably won't be this simple. While summarizing his observations, he began taking photos, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Qinghuan landed beside him without saying anything. She had many questions in her mind but felt no need to ask them. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully recording the grass-eyed yellow rabbit in the encyclopedia. Reward, agility plus 10. Vitality plus 1, fixed reward. Immediately after, another notification followed. Note, beast encyclopedia entries require the host to personally kill the beast to record it. Finally, another notification popped up. Note, accumulate entries of 10 different beasts to receive an additional reward. Sui froze for a moment before his heart leapt with joy. System, does that fixed reward mean that for every beast I kill and record, I'll get it? Or is it only for the grass-eyed yellow rabbit? The system replied, recording any beast in the encyclopedia grants vitality rewards. For ordinary beasts, except for special ones, the vitality reward is always 1. Hearing this, Sui's eyes immediately lit up. Fixed vitality boosts? Who needs anything else? The wilderness is my home now. 10 vitality points per day. There's still over a month until the college entrance exam, so 300 vitality points are easily within my grasp. Forget innate talent for cultivation, this is no longer an issue. If I can break through and become a martial artist before the exam, my goal will instantly shift to becoming the top scorer nationwide. In a swamp in the wilderness, 4 young people were feeling troubled. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl's eyes lit up. I sense that there's an Esper near us. He seems to be about to use his ability. The red-haired man immediately asked, how strong is the ability? The blue-haired girl glanced at the other 3, stronger than all 3 of us combined. Upon hearing this, the 3 others showed expressions of surprise and delight. So, what do you think? Should we act? If we miss this opportunity, it'll be much harder to try again next time, said the white-haired man carrying a bow and arrows. Besides, even if we go out recruiting, we might not necessarily find such a strong Esper, the purple-haired man said hesitantly. Forget it, let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can offer them 50% of the loot and battle contribution. Alright, let's first give it a shot. Cece, lead the way. The four quickly reached a consensus, and under the guidance of the blue-haired girl Cece, they sprinted toward the direction where Sui and Lu Qinghuan were located. Meanwhile, Lu Qinghuan and Sui had just dealt with the corpse of a shallow-grass yellow-eyed rabbit. They had removed the tusks and claws that could be sold for some money, while the rest of the corpse was completely obliterated with the help of a bottle of corpse powder. Initially, humans would simply kill the mutated beasts indiscriminately, but later they discovered that the remains of these beasts would serve as nutrients for the local environment, nurturing even stronger mutated beasts. Thus, learning how to completely dispose of remains became an essential skill for all students. Someone's coming. As they were about to leave, Lu Qinghuan suddenly stopped and said. Sui carefully focused on sensing, and then heard the sound of snapping tree branches, which were getting closer and closer. They seem to be coming straight for us. They're not trying to hide their intentions, Sui remarked. Lu Qinghuan nodded. They might have encountered a beast they can't handle. If they invite us to join, should we go? She asked, looking at Sui. She wasn't a pedantic goody two-shoes. After discovering that Sui possessed decent strength, she no longer treated him as a helpless child. Of course, what the school teaches us is to help each other as much as possible when facing difficulties in the wilderness, Sui said, appearing somewhat eager. But of course, we must also understand the other party's intentions, he added. Lu Qinghuan placed her hand on her waist. But my main task is still to protect you. They're here. Sui looked towards the hazy distance ahead. Four young people with strikingly unique hair colors appeared in front of Sui and Lu Qinghuan, immediately drawing their attention. Is this the Comet Hunter squad? Sui silently muttered to himself. The four before him didn't seem ordinary. The four stopped in their tracks, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Cece stepped forward and said firmly, Hello, my name is Peng Si, and we are the Magical Beast Hunting Squad. We recently discovered a star-spotted frog that has just advanced to a Grade 1 exotic beast. It's not far ahead, but we found that the swamp contains not just one Grade 1 star-spotted frog, but also dozens of ordinary star-spotted frogs. With our current setup, it's still quite difficult to wipe out this group of exotic beasts. She paused, her eyes flickering. My ability is enhanced perception, and I happen to sense the presence of ability users on you. So we took the liberty to come over, hoping to temporarily form a team with you. We can establish a temporary beast hunting squad right now, and 50% of the loot and battle contributions can be shared with you. After saying this, Cece spoke quickly, as if fearing that Sui and Lu Qinghuan might shrink back because of the Grade 1 exotic beast. We four are all abilities users, she continued. Xia Wei's ability is paralysis attachment, which allows weapons to carry paralysis effects. LV Chio's ability is petrification. His upper body can turn to stone, granting strong resistance to the toxicity of star points. Zhuoxia's ability is web creation. He can produce sticky webs to restrict the movements of exotic beasts. Spider-Man? Sui couldn't help but blurt out. The purple-haired Zhuoxia immediately waved and replied with a smile, I'm not that impressive, I can only weave webs, not shoot weblines like Spider-Man. The sincerity displayed by the four made the atmosphere even more subtle. Lu Qinghuan glanced at Sui, calculating in her mind that if she handled the first-class exotic beast herself, leaving the remaining 10 star-dotted frogs to Sui and these four would also work. We accept your invitation, Sui responded decisively without hesitation. At this moment, the wheels of fate began to turn, and the horn of the hunt had been blown. Upon seeing Sui, who was obviously weakened, the four young men couldn't help but take a few extra glances. It was then that they noticed the rhomboid badge symbolizing a tactician on Sui's left chest. Brother, you're a tactician, the red-haired Lucio asked excitedly. Sui nodded, I just passed the assessment not long ago. If you trust me, we can formulate a specific plan for the kill in advance. LV Cho nodded like a pecking chick, of course. You're a tactician after all. I used to dream of becoming a tactician, but unfortunately, I don't have the talent for it. I'm only suited to be a tank, Xia Wei mercilessly mocked himself. Since you already know, then don't waste money on assessments when you return to school this time. Clearly, these four were university students. Without wasting time, everyone established a temporary beast hunting team through their bracelets and set up the distribution of loot and combat contributions in advance. Sui couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the Long Kingdom's leaders. These features effectively reduced a lot of unnecessary suspicion and vigilance. Soon, both sides saw each other's basic information on their wristbands. When the group of four saw the ages of Sui and Lu Qinghuan, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. Not even 18? Are young people these days really this impressive? At first, they had assumed the two were university students like themselves. After a journey of more than 10 minutes, the group cautiously entered a swamp and stopped about 300 meters away from the starlight frogs. CC transmitted the previously investigated specific coordinates and other details to their wristbands, and everyone eagerly waited for Sui to present a tactical plan. Sui carefully reviewed the information and quickly laid out the arrangement. Lu Qiu and Zhuo Xia will simultaneously break in from the front. Lu Qiu will draw the attention of the starlight frogs, while Zhuo Xia will weave a net from behind to restrain their movements. Peng Si and Xia Wei are responsible for dealing with these exotic beasts. Xia Wei will shoot arrows first, and Peng Si, you'll handle the fatal blows. With your strong sense, finishing them off is most suitable for you. If you can't deliver a killing blow, don't get entangled, just move on to the next one. Your coordination must not stop, he continued. What about that grade 1 star-spotted frog? Everyone asked in unison. Sui smiled effortlessly. Leave it to Qing Huan. We'll take care of clearing obstacles for her. Qing Huan will go straight to deal with that grade 1 star-spotted frog. Of course, Xia Wei and Zhuo Xia, it's best if you can impose some restrictions on that first-grade star-frog at the beginning, so Qing Huan can handle it more easily. Alright, though our effect might be extremely limited, the two nodded in agreement. Sui waved his hand to indicate it wasn't an issue and continued, I'll be responsible for patching up any gaps later. After the arrangements were made, everyone felt a bit puzzled. Lu Qiu muttered quietly, it doesn't make sense, with this setup, I could do it too, right? Peng Si looked at Lu Qinghuan multiple times, asking with concern, Qinghuan, are you really okay? Lu Qinghuan nodded. I'm fine. Sui understood everyone's concerns, but he knew in his heart that things weren't really that complicated. 6 people, 5 ability users, paired with an SSS-level ability user and 2 control-type ability users, there was no need for overly complex tactics. If it weren't for everyone's expectant gazes, he would have even suggested just bulldozing through directly. Why bother with all these unnecessary frills? In the end, the rhombus-shaped badge on Suyi's chest, combined with the ability strength Peng Si had sensed earlier, managed to convince the other 4 to agree to this plan. Lu Qiu led the way, while Sui walked up to Lu Qinghuan's side and said, Sister Qinghuan, if there's a chance later, could you leave the final hit on the grade 1 star-spotted frog to me? I'd like to give it a try myself. Lu Qinghuan didn't hesitate and nodded, no problem, as long as I freeze it, you can finish it with 1 strike. The two began discussing the method for the grade 1 star-spotted frog's demise, while the 4 people in front murmured inwardly once again. Are we really going to challenge a grade 1 exotic beast beyond our level? Why does this feel a bit odd? There wasn't much time for them to think. The moment everyone stepped into the star-spotted frog's domain, deafening croaks filled the surroundings, as if trying to pierce through their eardrums. Thick tongues, several dozens of centimeters wide, lashed toward them, glowing with starry glimmers. These tongues carried a certain toxicity. If not detoxified within half an hour after contact, victims would dissolve into a puddle of thick liquid. However, having experienced years of invasion by alien races, almost everyone is equipped with antidotes to cure star spot poison. Lu Qiu took the lead and charged ahead, his clothes instantly ripping apart, his upper body swelling, and gradually transforming into an ashen gray hue. Sui looked at Lu Qiu's muscles and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In his past life, surely someone would have claimed those muscles were the result of drug use. Nevertheless, the battle at hand was far more urgent. While Lu Qiu blocked the first wave of attacks, Peng Si and Xia Wei were equally unyielding, quickly launching fierce attacks on the 3-meter-tall grade 1 star spot frog. 3 large nets and 3 long arrows simultaneously streaked toward the star spot frog like lightning, instantly intensifying the combat atmosphere. Lu Qinghuan drew a silver short rod from her waist and gave it a gentle flick. The short rod immediately began transforming, extending segment by segment, with the tip unfolding into a sharp spearhead. Sui barely had time to blink before Lu Qinghuan, clad in white and wielding the silver spear, darted forward like a streak of light. At this moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, so cool. As if to help ease Sui and the others' burden, Lu Qinghuan lightly tapped her foot and dashed toward the star-spotted frogs, instantly slaying 2 of them. Her combat rhythm was as fierce as a raging storm. Immediately after, a silver spear struck the star-spotted frog's sticky, tree-trunk-like tongue. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qinghuan's eyes, and frost surged from her spear, freezing the frog's tongue in an instant. The icy chill spread rapidly across its body, as if heralding the arrival of death. Lu Qinghuan showed no mercy, landing several consecutive strikes with her spear. Each strike froze a different part of the star-spotted frog's body. Her movements were fluid and precise, deadly in their execution. Sensing the right moment, Lu Qinghuan turned back to signal Sui, who immediately understood. With quick precision, he severed one of the tongues using his dagger and launched himself at the star-spotted frog. Man and blade arrived simultaneously, as the dagger sliced cleanly around the neck of the star-spotted frog. Its grotesque head fell to the ground with a splatter of blood, creating an unimaginably impactful scene. Meanwhile, on the other side, the four who were still battling their 10 regular star-spotted frogs froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Isn't this a bit too easy? Peng Si couldn't help but say, with a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. After dealing with the grade 1 star-spotted frog, Sui quickly took out a camera from his chest, ready to capture the brilliance of this moment. Seeing that there were still a few star-spotted frogs left, Lu Qinghuan immediately darted forward. With a flash of silver light, the remaining star-spotted frogs were swiftly killed one by one, silenced completely. Peng Si and the other three were dumbfounded. Initially, they had thought that surrendering 50% of the spoils and the contribution of battle losses was a loss for them. However, it now seemed that the four of them were merely playing supporting roles. Facing this grade 1 exotic beast, Lu Qinghuan alone was more than enough. She retracted her spear and gave the group a faint smile. This star-spotted frog had just recently broken through, which is why it was so easy to handle. If it had been given more time to digest the power brought by its advancement, it would have taken me a great deal more effort to subdue it. The four of them numbly nodded, completely awed by her strength. On the other side, Sui, who was already somewhat familiar with Lu Qinghuan's abilities, was busy pointing his camera at the grade 1 star-spotted frog. With a click, he used up today's last shot of film. A notification from the system sounded. Congratulations to the host for recording Star-Spotted Frog, Grade 1 Exotic Beast, in the catalog, gaining a chi and blood reward of +10, fixed reward, and a strength attribute increase of +100. He felt a surge of excitement but responded calmly, do not claim yet. A one-time increase of 10 chi and blood points would cause a noticeable change in his energy dynamics, and a 1/3 boost in strength would take time to master. Claiming the reward now was not the optimal choice. After taking the photos, Sui called the others to clean up the site. Everyone quickly divided the spoils and disposed of the corpses. Perhaps Lu Qinghuan's overwhelming display of strength was too intimidating, or maybe the four of them were simply eager to return to school and submit their assignments. Without much conversation, they parted ways. Peng Si and the others moved swiftly following the map, and Lu Qiu raised a question in confusion. Peng Si, shouldn't we invite such a talented person to our school? His words drew strange looks from the group. Do you think someone like Lu Qinghuan would be willing to join our school? Would our school even dare to accept her? And would other schools agree? Waves of skepticism followed as the group challenged his suggestion, causing Lu Qiu's face to flush with embarrassment. Stiffening his neck, he countered, then Sui could be a good choice too, he's also quite suitable for our school. This time, everybody fell silent. Based on the earlier performance, Sui's combat level did indeed fall within their school's recruitment standards. Moreover, as such a young tactician, his potential would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. After a moment of consideration, Peng Si sighed and said softly, you may not believe it, but I also felt an energy fluctuation from Sui that seemed to be similar to Lu Qinghuan's abilities, and not much weaker either. As her words echoed, Lu Qiu stayed quiet, and the four of them continued on their way, heads down. The recent blows had dulled any joy they might have felt about completing their end-of-term assignments. Sui looked at the record of killing a first-grade beast displayed in his personal contributions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift in a smile. He had also obtained access to the sea level area. Opening his bracelet, he stared at his personal panel, grinning foolishly. Lu Qinghuan walked up to his side with a faint expression. Don't even think about entering the sea level area. If you dare to head over there, I will definitely knock you out. Sui's smile froze instantly, and he quickly patted his chest in assurance. How could I possibly risk my life going into the sea level area? Classmate Lu Qinghuan, rest assured, before I become a martial artist, I will absolutely never venture into the sea level area voluntarily. Ha! Lu Qinghuan expressed deep skepticism about this, then asked, anything else planned? Sui shook his head. I already said I know my limits. After participating in the killing of a first-grade beast today, we can head back now. Hearing this, Lu Qinghuan finally nodded in satisfaction. The two pulled up the map and began making their way back. On the way, Sui asked curiously, Qinghuan, where did you buy that spear of yours? Lu Qinghuan apologized somewhat. Sui, I can't give it to you now. Black lines appeared on Sui's forehead, and he thought to himself, what does this girl mean by that? Making it seem like I'm asking for it directly as soon as I say something. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to say that you look really cool wielding that spear. Lu Qinghuan's pretty face flushed slightly. Really? Yeah. The spear was a reward from the principal when I ranked in the top 3 citywide in 5 consecutive joint exams. Sui silently quickened his pace, his heart resolutely firm. Old Su, I haven't even made it into the top 100 in the entire school, what a pathetic joke. But I absolutely cannot give up here. One day, the spear shall shine brilliantly in my hands. On the way, Sui and Lu Qinghuan encountered light grass yellow-eyed rabbits again. With a swift slash, Lu Qinghuan killed the rabbit instantly, clean and efficient, showcasing her strength. Sui secretly admired her, thinking that during this wilderness trip, he must learn more from her. After a round of inspections, the responsible military officer became intrigued by Sui's personal information. When he saw the record of Sui participating in the slaying of a rank 1 exotic beast, he couldn't help but take a second glance. Once they had walked away, another officer couldn't resist saying, Boss, this Sui is really impressive. 18 years old, a low-level tactical fighter, yet capable of such feats, he's worth our attention, said the leading man seriously. Should we consider recruiting him into the Northwest Military District? Don't rush, let's observe first. Do you know the girl who went into the wilderness with him? Lu Qinghuan, she's now one of the geniuses being specially cared for in Tianyuan City. The man's voice was deep yet filled with authority. I heard that last time in the training camp, she teamed up with several geniuses from Tianyuan City to kill a third-tier beast. Terrifying. The surrounding soldiers exclaimed, their eyes showing reverence. The leading man nodded, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. So we can't yet determine Sui's strength. They'll be coming again tomorrow. We'll send someone to follow them. If he truly has strength, we absolutely can't miss out on such a talent. And I also heard that the chief is competing for Lu Qinghuan too. If we can bring Sui into our fold, given their relationship, he might be a trump card for us. A confident smile curled at the corner of his lips. However, the most important thing is that Sui himself must have the strength. Otherwise, inviting him to the military district would only harm him. Understood, boss. I'll be responsible for tracking them tomorrow. The soldiers all nodded, their anticipation for the future growing ever stronger. Sui, who had been escorted home all the way by a certain young lady, was now sitting in the living room, enduring a joint interrogation from several uncles and aunties in the neighborhood. Tell us, after finishing the tactical instructor assessment today, where did you go next? Sui's experience in the assessment hall had already spread like wildfire throughout Tianyuan City. The city finally produced a genius who was about to be taken as a disciple by a tactical grandmaster, making many people sigh that after several years, it was finally Tianyuan City's turn to bring forth a prodigy. In the neighborhood where Sui's family lived, the uncles and aunties, upon hearing the news, immediately went to the market to slaughter a pig and brought some wine to celebrate Sui. They originally thought Sui would return home right after the assessment to share the good news, but unexpectedly, he didn't come back until nightfall. Watching a beautiful girl escort Sui all the way into the neighborhood and leave only after he went upstairs, the uncles and aunties had their gossiping spirits ignited completely. Facing Aunt Wu's mechanical pupils sparkling with light, Sui felt utterly helpless. This wasn't an interrogation room. Why use such measures to scare him? We went to the wilderness after the assessment. Without waiting for the uncles and aunties to continue questioning, Sui quickly spilled the full story. Our homeroom teacher was worried I might end up doing something reckless in the wilderness, so she let Qinghuan keep an eye on me. Today, in the wilderness, her main role was to prevent me from seeking death. In the small house, there were more than 3 layers of people gathered. At that moment, an uncle said, "Your homeroom teacher really knows you well, kid." Sui immediately lost the will to cooperate. Several uncles and aunts curiously asked a few more questions before finally letting Sui go. From the conversation, Sui learned that during the time he was out in the wilderness hunting exotic beasts, these uncles and aunts had actually gone to Lu Qinghuan's neighborhood to investigate. When it came to gathering information, they might even know more than he did. Tisk, little Sui, you gotta work hard. Qinghuan's mom said she doesn't oppose the two of you being together, but she's also worried that Qinghuan might end up like her, a widow in all but name. Sui's little head was full of questions. Huh? What are you talking about? So not only did you investigate the neighborhood, but you even went to Lu Qinghuan's house? And what does living like a widow mean? Do you really look down on your nephew like this? On the other side, Lu Qinghuan's house was similarly surrounded by layers of people. Facing the questions from those uncles and aunties, Lu Qinghuan's little face remained burning hot. Her mother, however, watched with a smile. While the entire Tianyuan city was gossiping about the matter between Lu Qinghuan and Sui, there was destined to be one person whose heart was deeply broken. At Zhang Shijing's home, the sound of fists hitting the sandbag grew louder with each punch. Zhang Shijing's father listened from outside the door and said to his wife, "It's nothing, who hasn't experienced heartbreak when they were young? Let the kid work through it on his own." Zhang Shijing's mother nodded, then lowered her voice further and said, "I saw the photos of those two kids in the group today, and you know what, aren't they quite a perfect match?" Bang! 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 Zhang Shijing's intensity while punching the sandbag increased yet again. After helping several drunk uncles and aunties back to their homes one by one, Sui finally had time to lie down in bed and rest. With his eyes closed, a genuine smile appeared on Suyi's face. Although the world was filled with danger everywhere, the warmth these uncles and aunties brought him was something he'd never experienced before. Thinking of this, Sui rubbed his face with his hand, got up to claim the system rewards. Closing his eyes to feel for a moment, Sui threw a punch. Both his speed and strength had noticeably improved. The enhancement from attribute increase and blood vitality increase doesn't seem to overlap, he pondered. In other words, the boost in blood vitality hasn't yet fully manifested in all aspects of my qualities. Sui hung up the sandbag and delivered a powerful punch, creating a momentum he had never achieved before. Not wanting to waste any opportunity for improvement, he immediately began channeling his blood vitality to practice the body refining technique in his room. In this martial arts era, every child must learn two cultivation techniques from the moment they become aware. One is the breathing technique to connect with the heavens and earth, mobilize blood vitality, and enhance it. The other is the body refining technique, which lays a solid foundation for the breathing technique's improvement of blood vitality. At the same time, it allows the vitality gained through the breathing technique to gradually transform into substantial physical enhancements. These two techniques complement each other, extracting the body's potential to the first extreme. When breaking through the first shackle, one becomes a martial artist. After becoming a martial artist, new techniques will be available for improvement. However, no matter how long Sui had previously practiced the breathing technique and the body refining technique, the effects had always been negligible. So this week, Sui devoted all his energy to sorting out that chaotic memory, with a strong fighting spirit ignited in his heart. At this moment, in the room, Sui followed the body refining technique to stimulate his vital energy and blood, performing a series of strange yet highly challenging movements. Every time he exerted himself, his arms, calves, thighs, and joints emitted sounds like firecrackers, echoing throughout the room. In less than 10 minutes, Sui was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked as if he had just experienced an intense battle. Every move caused him unbearable pain, making him grit his teeth, but it was precisely this pain that made his eyes shine even brighter, exuding unwavering determination. Finally, at this moment, he felt the breakthroughs and progress brought by practicing the body refining technique, as if every cell in his body was cheering. Thinking back to the past, practicing the body refining technique used to be as ineffective as doing radio calisthenics, but now, both his body and mind had grown stronger, as if undergoing continuous transformation. Sui practiced with increasing vigor, and the roaring sound emanating from his body grew louder and louder, shaking the entire room. Outside, Su Jun heard the commotion inside and couldn't help but sigh, "Ah, if only I could get you more blood crystals. My son is truly extraordinary." Early the next morning, while Sui was still groggy, the chirping sounds of lively chatter from the living room reached his ears, as if a bustling gathering was taking place. He pushed open the door, and the scene before him left him dumbfounded. Lu Qinghuan was surrounded warmly by Aunt Wu and the others, her cheeks flushed as she shyly yet politely responded to each aunt's concern. "Qinghuan, don't judge our Sui too harshly just because he's not doing well right now," Aunt Wu said with a smile. "It's not entirely his fault. He was left with a hidden ailment from when he was in the womb. If he ever gets the chance to recover, he definitely won't hold anyone back." Sui leaned against the door, originally planning to watch Lu Qinghuan make a fool of herself, but as he listened, he suddenly realized the joke was on him. Aunt Wu was about to spill everything: how he wet the bed as a child, how he wore crotchless pants and wandered into the women's restroom. Sui quickly coughed twice. "Ahem, Qinghuan, why are you here?" Lu Qinghuan instantly stood up as if she had seen her savior. Her gaze locked onto Sui, seeming to plead for rescue. At this moment, Su Jun walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of steaming noodles, smiling and saying, Come, let's have breakfast first. Seeing this, Suyi's face was once again filled with confusion, secretly thinking, since when could my dad cook? Suyi, taking Lu Qinghuan with him, charged through the crowd and sped away on his bicycle, as if embarking on an adventure. Why did you come looking for me so early? Suyi asked curiously. Lu Qinghuan replied matter-of-factly, I knew you'd definitely go to the wilderness today, so I had to come over early to protect you. Do you always listen to the teacher this much? Suyi continued to ask. Lu Qinghuan thought seriously for a moment. Not entirely, I'm also afraid you'll run off to the wilderness and get yourself killed. You're my best friend. Suyi laughed and continued chatting. So, how was it? After today's visit, you won't dare come back again, right? Lu Qinghuan immediately shook her head. No way, I think your uncle and aunt are very warm and welcoming. Although they asked a lot of questions I didn't know how to answer, I like them very much. She confidently added, my mom even asked me when I'm bringing you over to our house. Suyi's bicycle obviously slowed down, and he thought to himself, I'll go when I have time. I absolutely can't let Aunt Wu and the others say I'm not good enough. His desire to enhance his strength grew more intense, like a blazing flame that could not be extinguished. The two of them arrived at the steel gate with familiarity, facing the checkpoint like a huge challenge. Suddenly, a soldier with a square face approached Suyi, carrying a hint of respect. Hello, Suyi, I am Yang Kai, a corporal from the Northwest Sirius Corps. May I follow you today? Suyi was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Qinghuan. She nodded, and Suyi agreed, no problem. Yang Kai said with a smile, don't worry, I'll keep my distance and won't disturb you. As Suyi and Lu Qinghuan ventured deeper into the wilderness, Yang Kai silently followed behind. What's going on here? Suyi asked curiously. The major war zones pay attention to promising rookies and observe their performance, Lu Qinghuan explained. Your act of killing a grade 1 exotic beast yesterday caught their attention, and today they want to assess you up close. When geniuses first enter the wilderness, there's always someone accompanying them to ensure their safety, she added. Suyi was slightly taken aback. Have you seen this happen before? Lu Qinghuan shook her head. No, our training camp teachers don't let them follow us, fearing they'd steal people away. Suyi quietly pondered, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Suyi, you can showcase more of your strength today. Even if you don't join the Northwest Sirius Military Academy, there will still be great benefits, Lu Qinghuan said, a sly glint in her eyes. Suyi was startled for a moment. It was the first time he realized this girl also had a bit of slyness in her. The two exchanged a glance, a silent understanding forming between them. In the following time, under Yang Kai's full attention, Suyi demonstrated his solid theoretical knowledge, meticulous and detailed, using every detail as the basis for judging the situation of the exotic beasts. In actual combat, the killing techniques and proficient use of the dagger displayed by Suyi made Yang Kai look at him in a new light, forming a fresh evaluation of this young man in his heart. Although Yang Kai was puzzled by Suyi's act of taking a photo after killing an exotic beast, he had already formed a preliminary judgment in his mind. The sergeant in charge of the checkpoint promptly relayed the information to the admissions office of the Northwest Sirius Military Academy. With outstanding combat skills and solid theoretical knowledge, Suyi passed the junior tactician exam at the age of 18. Although his cultivation talent was slightly lacking, nurturing him to become a third-rank martial artist was definitely within reach. He was undoubtedly qualified to build an elite beast hunting squad around him as the core. Combined with his relationship with Lu Qinghuan, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Soon, the admissions office urgently relayed a message: we must attract Suyi to join the Northwest Sirius Military Academy, and the sooner, the better. The 3 exclamation marks were enough to prove how much they valued Suyi. In the wilderness, Suyi had already taken down more than a dozen alien beasts, secretly thinking, the mission's complete. Just what exactly is the reward? At this moment, he not only gained the illustrated book but also had 10 points of vitality, 60 points of agility, and 20 points of strength waiting to be claimed. If it weren't for the limitations on recording in the illustrated book, Suyi would have loved to stay in the wilderness a bit longer to savor this sense of achievement. Let's go, time to head back. The homeroom teacher plans to organize another trip tomorrow, so we need to save some energy, Suyi said. Lu Qinghuan nodded in agreement, pulled up the map, and started heading back. On the way, she glanced at Suyi multiple times, secretly looking forward to how he would perform in front of Yang Kai. It was also because she wanted to see how much strength Suyi had been hiding. After observing for a day, she had a rough assessment in her mind. Excluding his liberal arts scores, Suyi's martial arts results could barely squeeze into the top 100 in Tianyuan City. According to Suyi, he recently absorbed a blood crystal, and Lu Qinghuan believed he would see further improvement soon. If the blood crystal significantly enhances his vitality, Sui might even break into the top 30. The top 30 students in Tianyun City are all geniuses on the brink of breaking through the martial artist's shackles. The vitality of the top 20 typically reaches 150, ready to break through to martial artist status at any moment. However, to unleash greater potential, nearly no student chooses to achieve the breakthrough before the college entrance exam. Those who haven't yet stepped into the realm of martial artists but already have a vitality of 200 are a different matter altogether. The top talents in Tianyuan City all have blood vitality above 180, and are just a step away from reaching the level of 200. As they pondered, the two had already walked out of the wilderness. At the checkpoint, a sergeant major approached with a smile. Sui, let me formally introduce myself. I am Jing Yao, first sergeant major of the Northwest Sirius Military District. Hello, Officer Jing. Sui also extended his right hand. Although he appeared polite, he was filled with vigilance inside. Don't be so formal, just call me Brother Jing. Jing Yao made no effort to hide his intentions, his eyes glowing with anticipation. Would you be interested in considering joining our Northwest Sirius Military Academy? I can assure you, whatever resources the 4 major academies promise you, our Northwest Sirius Military Academy can match. And by the end of your sophomore year, we will form an elite beast hunting squad centered around you to venture into the wilderness. You can directly join the frontline corps after your junior year ends and become a frontline officer, commanding at least a battalion of troops. As the series of benefits were laid out, Sui couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. What did he need the most? Hunting exotic beasts and gaining vitality. The more he killed, the faster he improved. And the military academy could perfectly meet his needs. Everything was within his control. Seeing Sui contemplating seriously, Jing Yao smiled gently. Don't be in a hurry to respond. Take your time to think it over. You can decide any time. Alright, thank you, Brother Jing. I will think it through carefully. Sui nodded earnestly, already beginning to feel a sense of anticipation for his future choices. The two exchanged contact information, and Sui and Lu Qinghuan left the checkpoint. At the checkpoint, Yang Kai asked puzzledly, Big brother, Sui was clearly tempted just now. Why didn't we push harder? Jing Yao shook his head, his gaze firm. Young people naturally feel tempted when they first hear an offer, but we want him to join us, not force him. Military schools and the 4 major academies are entirely different paths. He needs to think it over carefully. Even though he just agreed with us, we still can't sign the contract immediately. Rather than this, it's better to leave him with a good impression. On the way back, Lu Qinghuan curiously asked, Sui, are you tempted? Actually, the resources they promised you can also be provided by the 4 major academies. If you study tactics under Professor Jubai University, you might be able to directly join the highest decision-making department of the human faction after graduation. Lu Qinghuan analyzed for Sui, quietly pondering in her heart. Sui nodded and said with a smile, actually, these resources aren't the reason I'm tempted. What tempts me more is the opportunity to enter the wilderness early and the chance to step into the desolate battlefield. Lu Qinghuan looked at him in surprise. Sui, you seem very eager to eliminate all the exotic beasts and alien races? Sui revealed a smile. Don't you want to? That's right. Lu Qinghuan was momentarily dazed, suddenly realizing that this was a shared wish of all humanity. Once again escorting Sui to the community gate, Lu Qinghuan understood in her heart that he wouldn't make a sudden return to the wilderness, yet she still used this excuse to send him home. This time, Aunt Wu and Uncle Li were not waiting upstairs. Instead, a group of people had long been waiting at the entrance of the neighborhood. Oh, Sui is back, and Qinghuan too. Qinghuan, why don't you come up for a while? You went to the wilderness today. Why not come up and rest a bit before heading home? Let me tell you, your aunt studied at New Oriental before. Stay for dinner today. Facing the enthusiasm of Aunt Wu and Uncle Li, Lu Qinghuan found it a bit difficult to handle. Just as she was about to decline, Aunt Wu picked up her phone. Qinghuan, your mom said it's fine. She's not cooking today, but she said to come back home earlier tonight. I think your mom should also come over for dinner. It's just a 10-minute bike ride. Lu Qinghuan was completely bewildered as Aunt Wu ushered her upstairs. She looked at Sui with a face full of confusion. Sui spread his hands helplessly, secretly thinking, this is exactly how amazing my aunt is. The atmosphere at the dinner table at night was subtle and strange. After dinner, Lu Qinghuan carried a large pile of food downstairs, followed by Sui, who was also holding even more items. Why do I even have to take home sour radish? Isn't this something you can buy at the corner? He asked, his face full of confusion. Lu Qinghuan blushed and smiled shyly, though her heart was filled with sweetness. After dropping Sui off at home, Sui would escort her again in the evening. As they approached the community, Sui decisively braked, tied the large and small bags to the back seat of his bicycle, and said nervously, "I won't go in. I'm afraid I won't be able to go back tonight. I need to sleep early. I have to head into the wilderness tomorrow." Lu Qinghuan blinked her big eyes, stifling a laugh, and nodded, "All right, you should hurry back then." After thinking for a moment, she put on a fierce expression, "You need to go home, don't wander around everywhere. I'll confirm with Uncle later." Sui sighed helplessly, "Am I really that much trouble? Also, when did you add my dad's contact?" Lu Qinghuan nodded, "I did, this morning." The two parted ways, but both felt a surge of anticipation in their hearts. Sui returned home and obediently recorded a video to send to Lu Qinghuan. Lu Qinghuan replied with an okay and then sent a voice message telling him to rest early. In response, Su Jun clicked his tongue in amazement. TSK, this is just the beginning, and you're already reporting in real time? Son, you haven't inherited your old man's skills. Sui ignored it and went straight back to his room, thinking to himself, what kind of skill is it to play a game and still report to mom? Returning to his room, Sui took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and summoned the system, claimed the reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the collection of 10 tense alien beast illustrations and earning the title of Junior Collector. Reward received, cultivation talent level increased by 1. Accumulated exotic beast entries in the gallery, 11 out of 100. With a loud bang, Sui jumped up in excitement, but misjudged his strength and ended up hitting his head directly on the ceiling. Outside the room, Su Jun shouted furiously, "What on earth are you doing in there, tearing the house apart?" Sui completely ignored him, his heart brimming with excitement as he continued to claim today's gallery rewards. He felt a surge of warm energy coursing through his body, his aura growing ever stronger as if countless reserves of power within him were awakening. Clenching his fists tightly, crackling sounds erupted, seemingly preparing for the battles that lay ahead. Without any hesitation, Sui took advantage of the surge in his vitality and immediately began practicing the body refining technique. Time flew by, and 3 hours later, his body could no longer bear it. He collapsed to the ground, covered in sweat, and breathing heavily. He took a deep breath, summoned his personal panel, and checked his progress. Name, Sui. Talent, E. Ability, Ice Age, incomplete. Title, Low-Level Tactician, Low-Level Illustrated Book Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding, Master, Beast Encyclopedia, Proficient, Bicycle Riding Skill, Intermediate. Physique, Higher Dimensional Attribute 131 Vitality. Spirit, High Dimensional Attribute 300 Hz. Strength, Low Dimensional Attribute 350. Agility, Low Dimensional Attribute 300. His talent had risen from F level to E level, earning 2 low-level titles. The attributes of strength and agility also grew steadily with the increase in vigor. Looking at the straightforward data, a surge of excitement welled up in his heart, but it was soon tempered by the overwhelming strength displayed by Lu Qinghuan that day, pulling him back to reality. He realized that not to mention being the top scorer in the National College entrance exam, he was still far from being the best in Tianyuan City. After taking a shower, Sui felt slightly refreshed. He sat down cross-legged once again and began practicing the breathing technique. Regardless of whether his cultivation talent was rated F or E, it seemed to make no difference, as he still couldn't feel much improvement in his vitality. With a long sigh, Sui continued cultivating cross-legged for over an hour. Although the results of his training were still minimal, he at least sensed a tiny bit of progress, which gave him quiet comfort. Perhaps one day, his cultivation talent could surge to SSS. When that time comes, the hardships endured today will become the foundation for his ascent. Comforting himself, Sui's mood gradually calmed, and the fire within him burned brighter. He firmly believed that his future would surely be dazzling and brilliant. The next morning, Sui felt puzzled. Why did Lu Qinghuan insist on waiting for him at his doorstep? Logically, he should be the one to wait downstairs at her place, right? When Lu Qinghuan saw Sui, a radiant smile instantly lit up her face. Sui, has your vital energy improved again? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Sui nodded. In these past few days, while practicing breathing techniques and body refinement methods, I could indeed feel my vital energy increasing. It must be the effect of the blood crystal. Lu Qinghuan's eyes shone like stars. Sui, this is proof of your talent. Seeing how she was even happier than he was, Sui secretly felt smug but couldn't bring himself to tell her that a single blood crystal could only yield at most 15 blood energy. How embarrassing. Tianyuan No. 8 High School, Class 7 of Grade 12. Lu Long mysteriously leaned closer to Sui, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Brother Sui, let me tell you a surprise. Sui raised an eyebrow. What's up? Your blood energy increased again? Lu Long vigorously nodded. 5 points. My dad spent over 1,000,000 yuan to buy a vitality pill. My vitality has now surpassed 130. Now I'm not afraid of any school rejecting me. Lu Long patted his chest confidently and said, Brother Sui, when we go to the wilderness today, just stay behind me. I'll protect you. Sui smiled. Then I'll entrust my life to you. Hearing this, Lu Long instinctively glanced at Lu Qinghuan and noticed she showed no sign of objection. He was utterly surprised and quickly scribbled on a piece of paper, Brother Sui, did you really win the heart of the school beauty? Sui looked at Lu Qinghuan. She gave him a gentle smile, and Lu Long was amazed, immediately giving Sui a thumbs up. In the classroom, everyone was excitedly discussing today's wilderness trip, the chatter making it as lively as a marketplace. Cheng Yong walked into the class with a thermos cup, scanned the room, and instantly silenced the entire class. However, this time, Cheng Yong didn't say, you're the noisiest class in the school. Instead, his sharp gaze locked onto Sui, with a hint of deathly pressure in his eyes. Sui wasn't surprised that he passed the low-level tactician exam, but the words he had said in front of a group of old men had indeed gotten him into trouble. Yesterday, he was summoned to the Tianyuan City Tactician Alliance for an all-day criticism meeting, and today, as soon as he entered the school, he was pulled into the principal's office for a thorough lecture. Facing Cheng Yong's deathly stare, Sui feigned innocence, a pure and innocent smile appearing on his face. Ha! Cheng Yong suddenly let out a cold laugh, and the entire class fell silent in an instant. Moments later, Cheng Yong's expression returned to normal. Sui. Very good, please keep it up. His tone was unexpectedly gentle. In the future, don't let going to college restrain your personality. This made Sui's heart tighten. Cheng Yong must have come to terms with it. After all, at most, he could only torment him for another month. Once he got to Jubai University, the one with a headache would be that good classmate of his. Looking at the homeroom teacher occasionally showing a cold sneer while maintaining a kind and amicable demeanor, Sui felt increasingly uneasy. Qinghuan, do you think I should take a day off? Honestly, I don't really need to go to the wilderness today. Lu Qinghuan responded seriously, Sui, don't worry, the teacher won't harm you. Soon, the entire 7th class gathered on the playground, each holding a tactical backpack and a bicycle. Sui couldn't help but feel like it was a spring outing. Of course, if those classmates carrying large knives or hammers would put their weapons away, it would look even more appropriate. Besides homeroom teacher Cheng Yong, combat instructor Niu Ji also accompanied the group. The two teachers led from the front and back, with all 22 students heading off into the wilderness together. Arriving at the checkpoint by the heavy iron gate, since this was a class activity, Cheng Yong had pre-registered. After verifying the details one by one, he led the group directly into the wilderness. After entering the wilderness, Cheng Yong headed straight for the examination site designated for Tianyun No. 8 High School. Before stepping into the territory of the exotic beasts, Cheng Yong gathered everyone together. Today we're dividing into 4 groups, with 5 people in each group. Zhang Shizhang raised his hand, Teacher, our class has a total of 22 people, leaving 2 spots empty. Cheng Yong looked at Sui, you're teamed up with Lu Qinghuan. Your task is simply not to get injured. As soon as the words fell, the classroom burst into laughter, and many people looked at Sui with envy and jealousy. However, they only glanced a few more times. Rejecting the direct admission invitation from Jubai University, Tianyuan City's youngest tactician, Sui was no longer someone they could mock. The only thing they could use to comfort themselves was the fact that Sui's talent in martial arts was indeed weak. Otherwise, at this moment, they wouldn't even dare to laugh out loud. Regarding the class teacher's arrangement, Sui looked completely helpless. He then glanced at Lu Long, who was full of envy. Sui spread his hands, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. It's not that I'm not letting you protect me, it's that the teacher isn't giving you the chance. Lu Long looked devastated, his gaze filled with disappointment. Next, Cheng Yong began grouping everyone based on their abilities. Sui stood together with Lu Qinghuan, secretly overjoyed inside. Do we also have to kill 10 exotic beasts? He asked, his tone brimming with anticipation. Lu Qinghuan nodded, her gaze resolute. Yes, this counts as a test before graduation and needs to be documented. Sui thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up, and an idea struck him. Qinghuan, I need to discuss something with you. As the leader of one small team, Zhang Shizhang's eyes burned as he stared at Sui and Lu Qinghuan. The flames of jealousy roared within. His fists clenched tightly, anger surging in his chest. Sui. Just wait. I'll prove that I'm more suited for Qinghuan than you are. After the teams were formed, Changyang wasted no time and spoke loudly. Alright. You can officially begin hunting the beasts now. As his voice faded, the youths gripped their weapons, excitement and tension gleaming in their eyes. They rushed into the beast's territory, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Changyang shook his head from behind, thinking to himself, Tisk, none of them seem to remember what they've learned from the books. Then, he turned his gaze toward Sui, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Aren't you setting off yet? Sui's face was full of sincerity, his eyes shining. Teacher, how about I show you the reconnaissance technique described in the book? Changyang's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, Get lost. Sui and Lu Qinghuan immediately slipped away, secretly feeling relieved. Teacher Niu, you go with groups 3 and 4, and I'll take groups 1 and 2, along with Qinghuan and Sui, Changyang commanded, his tone full of authority. Oh, by the way, has that kid Sui absorbed a blood crystal? I feel his vitality has improved quite a bit, Teacher Niu asked curiously. Changyang nodded, thinking to himself, seems like it, but even if that kid's vitality has increased, it probably won't make much of a difference compared to before. Sui's image as a combat idiot was deeply ingrained in everyone's mind, making it impossible to ignore. On the other side, the 4 small teams had just ventured less than 100 meters in when they were immediately confronted by a beast, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Sui and Lu Qinghuan, however, responded unflinchingly like seasoned hunters. As soon as the beast appeared, Lu Qinghuan swiftly raised her gun and pointed without hesitation. Freeze! Her voice was like a battle drum, immensely powerful. Sui followed leisurely, seizing the opportunity to finish it off, effortlessly resolving the situation. At that moment, the scene left the other 20 people dumbfounded and deeply shocked, as if they were witnessing the birth of a miracle. Changyang and Niu, who followed closely behind, were similarly shaken upon seeing this, their eyelids twitching and the corners of their mouths trembling uncontrollably. This kid! Changyang gnashed his teeth, seething with anger. Clearly, Lu Qinghuan could have resolved the issue with a single shot, but he just had to take his sweet time to deliver the finishing move. Himself. Wasn't this blatantly provoking his classmates? And Lu Qinghuan, is your special ability really meant to deal with these low-level beasts? What was originally a tense and thrilling wilderness trial suddenly turned absurd and laughable because of Sui's antics. Zhang Shizheng caught sight of the scene from the corner of his eye, and the rage in his heart became even harder to suppress. His long blade swung with increasing ferocity, completely disregarding any notion of cooperation. He forcefully withstood the ramming of the fire-eyed goat, seizing the opportunity to decapitate the beast with a single slash, exuding an intense aura in the process. After dealing with the exotic beast, he turned to provocatively look at Sui. At this moment, Sui was taking photos of the beast with his camera, while Lu Qinghuan stood beside him, smiling brightly, seemingly enjoying everything. Zhang Shizheng was filled with rage, almost spitting blood, and said sternly, hurry up and deal with the corpses. Let's continue moving forward. After taking the photos, Sui faced the disdainful gazes of those around him with an unruffled expression. He observed the batch of exotic beasts they had encountered with great interest. Clearly, the school had put in considerable effort for their trial. This first batch of beasts basically lacked any offensive capabilities, not even posing a threat like the mild grass yellow-eyed rabbit. Sui skillfully handled the corpses and shouted in Lu Long's direction, Lu Long, I'm heading off first. Be careful. Lu Long, who was struggling against the exotic beast, silently focused on his task upon hearing this, thinking, having a strong teammate is such a big deal, huh? Looking down on your buddy, huh? Changyang watched from afar, regretting that he had grouped Sui with Lu Qinghuan. If I weren't worried about you dragging others down, do you think I'd let you off this easily? He thought to himself, not even bothering to spare Sui another glance. As time passed, the ferocity of the beasts grew, and many classmates were injured as a result. However, Changyang paid no mind to this, unwilling to even lift a finger. If someone couldn't pass such a trial, then they were better off staying out of the wilderness altogether. Losing an arm or a leg was better than losing their life. Of course, this didn't apply to a certain someone trailing behind Lu Qinghuan, finishing off the kills. When other groups had only managed to slay at most 4 beasts, Lu Qinghuan and Sui leisurely returned to Changyang with parts from 10 different beasts in tow. Seeing the frost still lingering on these parts, the students of Class 7, Year 3 cast disdainful glances once again. No matter how much of a genius Sui was, everyone looked upon his actions with both contempt and envy. If they had a choice, who wouldn't want an extraordinary and gentle beauty as their partner? Squad leader Zhang Shizhang quickened his pace, gritting his teeth silently. Soon, the trial reached its final stage, and the beasts they faced became increasingly dangerous. Sui, bored, yawned idly. At that moment, Chongyang said, "Lu Qinghuan, please help keep an eye on Group 4. Teacher Lu Ji, you just need to follow Group 3 closely." The two nodded and swiftly moved forward, trying to stay as close to the two groups as possible. At this point, the beasts they faced included bears, snakes, leopards, and other extremely dangerous creatures, necessitating constant vigilance and readiness to pull the students back from the brink of death. Because Lu Qinghuan was present, Class 7's trial required only 2 teachers to lead the teams. Zhang Shizhang was full of confidence, feeling entirely capable of completing the trial on his own, while the other 3 groups could each watch out for themselves. Oh, and Sui needed watching too. Chang Yong looked at Sui and saw his expectant face, feeling exasperated. "What do you want to say? So, which group am I responsible for watching?" Sui asked innocently. Chang Yong glanced at him helplessly. "Don't you have any self-awareness?" Sui had an idea in mind. "Then I'll go with Group 2. This sentence almost made Chung Yon lose his footing and fall off the tree trunk. He thought for a moment and said grumpily, "Join Group 1. Keep your distance and learn from the squad leader's combat techniques," Chung Yon continued. "Don't think you can rest easy just because Lu Qinghuan is by your side. You'll have to face beasts alone in the future." "Got it." Sui's voice was still in place, but he had already dashed out. Chung Yong paused for a moment, somewhat uncertain. Why does it feel like this kid's speed has improved quite a bit? Not far away, Sui caught up with Zhang Shizhang and his team. As this was a designated assessment area, the beasts along the road had already been cleared out, and Chung Yong confidently allowed him to follow. Once Sui caught up, he indeed acted as Chung Yong had said, swift as lightning, heading straight toward the target. He perched on a nearby tree branch, his gaze sharp as a hawk, watching Zhang Shizhang and his team battling against the beasts with pinpoint precision. Among the 5-person group, someone held a shield, another wielded a spear, one had a bow and arrow, while Zhang Shizhang carried a long blade, charging forward fearlessly, fully embodying the role of the main attacker. After observing for a while, Sui furrowed his brow. Although Zhang Shizhang was strong, his tendency to fight solo made the other 4 seem like a burden. If not for these 4 dragging him down, Zhang Shizhang would have dealt with the King Azure Python effortlessly. After 10 minutes of fierce battle, the Green King Mamba was finally dealt with. However, 2 team members were knocked down by its giant tail, one with a pale face, the other unable to lift an arm. Sui calmly observed from behind, silently reflecting, regardless of the reason, injuries ultimately stem from insufficient strength. This scene further fueled his urgent desire to quickly enhance his abilities. He kept comparing himself internally, reviewing the battles repeatedly. Shortly after, the team encountered the final beast, the Earth Jackal. This beast, over 3 meters in length and entirely soil yellow, was nearly imperceptible on the ground due to its exceptional camouflage capabilities. Zhang Shizhang's expression turned immediately solemn. Among ordinary beasts, the Earth Jackal is one of the hardest to deal with. Even when severely injured, it can still unleash astonishing combat power. "Li Hao, Jiang Wei, you 2 are injured, stay farther back," Zhang Shizhang decisively commanded. "Yang Shu, Jiang Wei, you'll follow me to hold the formation." The injured Li Hao and Jiang Wei intended to continue fighting, but Zhang Shizhang had already rushed forward, his long knife fiercely clashing with the ground hyena. Zhang Shizhang rolled, nimbly, evading the ground hyena's attacks. Sui judged that he had the upper hand in both speed and strength, and sure enough, Zhang Shizhang soon gained control of the situation. However, at that moment, the ground hyena lowered its head to catch its breath, its body covered in blood. The injured Li Hao couldn't resist the urge to join the fight again. The 3 of them gradually surrounded the ground hyena, with Li Hao wielding a spear and charging forward fiercely. The ground hyena sensed Li Hao's approach and instantly ignored Zhang Shizhang and the others' attacks. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Li Hao as it pounced toward him ferociously. At that moment, Li Hao froze for a second, while Zhang Shizhang's face twisted in desperation, frantically trying to stop the ground hyena. However, it was too fast, and there was no way to prevent the fatal attack. Yang Shu followed closely and frantically used his wristband to call the teacher. Chang Yong received the message and arrived swiftly, like a gust of wind. Just as Li Hao faced the bloodthirsty maw of the ground jackal, completely stunned and even forgetting to use his spear to block, there was a sudden pft sound. A pitch-black dagger pierced through the ground jackal's skull. Blood instantly splattered onto Li Hao's face, and with a loud thud, the heavy corpse of the ground jackal pressed down on Li Hao. Li Hao was already injured, and now being crushed, he coughed up blood violently. However, despite this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Without this dagger, whose power was comparable to a sniper rifle, instantly taking down the ground jackal, Li Hao's situation might not have been so simple. Everyone turned to look in the direction the dagger had flown from. Yang Shu did not look back. He let out a long sigh of relief, slumping to the ground, and said with lingering fear, "Thank goodness the teacher arrived." When Chang Yong arrived at full speed, he happened to witness a pitch-black dagger, like a sniper rifle bullet, precisely piercing through the jackal's mouth and penetrating its skull. He knew in his heart that this dagger was a reward from the training camp for Lu Qinghuan, and today, Sui was the one wielding it. He followed the direction the dagger flew, his gaze locking onto the figure on the branch. Even though he had already guessed the truth of the matter, he still found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Zhang Shizheng stared at Sui, his pupils contracting sharply, his eyes bulging like copper bells. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. The other two were also frozen in place, completely stunned. Yang Shu slowly got up, trying to comfort everyone. "It's okay now, the teacher is on the way." However, everyone remained silent. Yang Shu turned to look in the direction of their gazes and was shocked to see that Sui still had that irritating smile on his face as he slowly walked toward them. "No, it can't be." Yang Shu was dumbfounded, his heart filled with disbelief. Li Hao was pinned to the ground, gasping for breath. The other four watched powerlessly as Sui walked past them and then pulled the dagger from the tree trunk. Sui wiped the blood off the dagger and turned around, only to see their homeroom teacher, Chang Yong, watching him quietly from a distance. Sui immediately put on an enthusiastic smile. "Oh, teacher, what brings you here?" Chang Yong ignored him, only glancing at the jackal's corpse on the ground before calmly saying, "Handle the corpse and go back. Your task is complete." After speaking, he prepared to head to the second team. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped, turned back, and said, "Sui, you head back as well. Don't wander around." Looking at the others, he sternly instructed, "Keep an eye on him for me." Several people looked at each other, their expressions complex, as they turned their gaze toward Sui. Sui appeared innocent and thought to himself, "I clearly saved my classmate, shouldn't I be praised for that?" However, Chang Yong didn't see it that way. On the way back, he reflected on his mistakes and realized he had made quite a few. His first mistake was overestimating Zhang Shizheng's abilities, foolishly letting him face these exotic beasts alone without considering whether he had the capability to lead the team. Not assigning a teacher to accompany them was a blunder that he needed to deeply reflect upon. The second mistake was underestimating Sui. He assumed that Sui wouldn't wander around, so he had let Sui act on his own. Although, in a twist of fate, Sui unexpectedly mitigated his first mistake. The potential consequences of Sui leaving this area alone were unimaginable. Chang Yong envisioned a scenario where a future tactical master met an untimely death due to his negligence. In that case, he would rather die in repentance than be able to compensate for such a loss. Just as he was immersed in self-reflection, he suddenly shuddered in realization. "Wait, are we really going to let this kid major in the combat department and minor in the tactical department?" At that moment, Chang Yong nearly wanted to rush back to contact Zhu Beiyun. After all, they had been discussing Sui's future development path just yesterday. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone gathered together. 4 groups were present, and almost none had completed their tasks perfectly. Each group had injured members. One group even had a 6th person intervene. Now, all the students in Class 7 of Grade 3 were fervently discussing the matter of this mysterious 6th person. Shortly after the gathering, the story of Sui saving Li Hao with a dagger quickly spread among everyone. Class teacher Chang Yong began reflecting on his own mistakes and sternly criticized Li Hao's undisciplined and disorganized behavior. Even Zhang Shizheng couldn't escape being scolded. However, Sui couldn't understand why, despite saving someone, he ended up being reprimanded as well. "Sui, although you saved Li Hao, do you realize how dangerous your actions were?" The class teacher's voice resounded like thunder. "What if that dagger missed? Were you prepared to harm your classmate? Wouldn't you carry guilt for the rest of your life?" Chang Yong continued harshly, "I know you've absorbed the blood crystal and made significant progress, but everyone needs a long period of practice to master their power after absorbing a blood crystal. Are you that confident?" Listening to the teacher's criticism, Li Hao instantly felt a chill down his spine, filled with regret. Sui still maintained an innocent appearance, like a model student, while Lu Qinghuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh nearby. In fact, the class teacher's concerns weren't entirely unfounded, he just didn't know Sui's true strength. After scolding almost everyone, including himself, Chang Yong finally led the group out of the wilderness. On the way, the group, who had just been berated into hanging their heads low, quickly launched into an animated discussion. So that's why Sui saved Li Hao. He must have absorbed a blood crystal. Hiss. I really want to absorb one too. If I had a blood crystal, I'd definitely break through and become a warrior in one go. Among the group of students, some were envious, some jealous, and quite a few even believed that if they absorbed the blood crystal themselves, the improvement they'd achieve would surely surpass Sui's. Sui didn't mind this. To be fair, if he were in their position, he might also feel a bit envious and jealous. However, he had a secret he wanted to share with everyone. Bro, it's really not about the blood crystal. With just one blood crystal, I gained 15 points of blood vitality. The group of people left the wilderness and began registering the day's combat contributions at the checkpoint. Sui also registered and, after receiving a wristband from the soldier, prepared to leave. Brother Sui, a class activity today? Hearing the voice, he found it was Jing Yao, whom he hadn't encountered in the morning. Everyone from Class 7, Grade 3 looked over curiously. Yes, about to graduate, today's the wilderness trial. Sui replied, exuding confidence. Jing Yao smiled, with your skills, Brother Sui, passing this trial should be a breeze. Oh, by the way, I have good news for you. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The Northwestern Serious Military Academy is willing to upgrade the resources allocated to you by another level. As long as you're willing to join the Northwest Serious Military Academy, all resources will be poured in at an S-grade level. He firmly patted Sui's shoulder. We can guarantee you'll step into the realm of a 4th-grade martial artist. As these words came out, everyone in Class 7 of the 3rd year was stunned, their faces filled with shock. Guaranteed to step into the realm of a 4th-grade martial artist, someone murmured, their eyes revealing envy. A 4th-grade martial artist was already a lifetime dream for many of them, an unattainable height they dared not even imagine. Northwest Serious Military Academy took the initiative to invite Sui? Isn't the academy most focused on combat readiness? Someone widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. Isn't Sui just someone who absorbed a blood crystal? Discussions erupted one after another, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. At this moment, Chung Yong, who was walking in front, suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. He took 3 steps in one stride and quickly approached Sui. Hello, officer. Our student is not yet at the stage to consider this. What's most important for him right now is preparing for graduation and the college entrance exams. Chung Yong's tone carried a hint of firmness, as if he were defending Sui's future. Speaking, he quickly took Sui away, as if trying to pull him out of this chaotic atmosphere. Jing Yao smiled faintly, not too concerned. After all, their sincerity had already been shown, the rest depended on what Sui himself thought. Chung Yong saw that the others were still in a daze and shouted loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Are you satisfied with your performance today? All of you, go back to school and prepare to write self-reflections." His words were like thunder, instantly snapping everyone back to their senses. After speaking, he got on his bicycle and set off first, while also pulling Sui along, as if wanting to escort him back. Along the way, Chung Yong thought more and more that something was off. Now the situation wasn't just combat departments fighting over people, damn it, other schools had joined in, and damn it, even military academies. Do these people have any shame? Don't they know I've already declined Peking University's invitation for him? Fuming inwardly, Chung Yong pedaled his bicycle faster and faster, leaving the other students from Class 7, Year 3 far behind, as if trying to shake off these annoying competitors. And Sui rode his bicycle without even moving his legs, yet his heart was filled with turmoil, as if the path to his future was slowly unfolding before him. Back to school. Chung Yong asked everyone to deeply reflect on today's experience and write a 3,000-word self-critique. After making these arrangements, he left the classroom and dialed a phone number. Before long, the roar of Professor Zhuge in the office of Jubai University was deafening, echoing throughout the entire floor. Passing students shrank their necks, secretly thinking, who has provoked Professor Zhuge again? No way. I need to inform my roommates quickly, this round of assignments needs to be double-checked. In Class 7, Grade 3 at Tianyun High School, everyone was busy writing reflections. Sui, however, was calculating his plans for the next month in his mind. Today, he gained 10 points of vitality, getting one step closer to the martial artist realm. With more than 30 days remaining, it would be enough for him to break through with 200 vitality points. Additionally, with the Exotic Beast Handbook, he collected 6 different entries today. If he works hard for the next 30 days, he will complete this stage of the handbook task. The difference between F and E grade isn't much, but reaching D grade shouldn't be so bad. After all, D grade talent is already at the level of an average person. Every time he thought of this, Suyi's heart was filled with bitterness. The agony of pouring all one's effort just to reach the level of an average person who could truly understand it. As he pondered, he increasingly felt that he could no longer waste time at school in the days to come. At that moment, Sui suddenly stood up. The classmates in the classroom instantly turned their gaze toward him, and Lu Qinghuan also cast a puzzled look his way. Sui gave a harmless smile. "I'm going to the restroom." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole class withdrew their attention. Sui walked out of the classroom, and Lu Qinghuan began to daydream with her chin propped up. The class monitor, Zhang Shizheng, glanced at her from afar, sighed deeply, and decisively stood up. He had made up his mind. Whether it was Lu Qinghuan or Sui, both were now people he could only admire from a distance. In comparison, the two of them were becoming more and more outstanding. While he had almost caused Li Hao's death today. So, not only did he need to apologize to Li Hao, but he also had to express his sincere gratitude to Sui. Originally heading to the restroom, Sui went straight to the teacher's office instead. This left Zhang Shizheng, who had chased after him, with a look of confusion. "What can I do for you?" Chang Yang asked, looking at Sui as he stepped in, a hint of wariness on his face. With a sunny smile on his face, Sui said, "Teacher, I'd like to apply for something from you." Chang Yang said coldly, "Go ahead, let's hear it." "Teacher, do you think I still need to attend the high school tactics class?" Sui asked. He really wanted to say it was necessary, but Chang Yang still nodded and replied coldly, "No need." "Then can I apply to train at home?" Before Sui could finish his sentence, Chang Yang immediately retorted, "Keep dreaming." The obedient student finally revealed his true colors. Sui looked unconvinced. "Teacher, keeping me at school is just wasting my time, isn't it? If I stayed home and trained properly, I might even make some progress." Chang Yang sneered, "I believe that when pigs fly." "Are you really planning to train at home? I think you're planning to settle down in the wilderness instead." Sui showed a shy smile, "More or less. More or less. It's all for self-improvement." "Impossible. Teacher, if you're worried, you can let Qinghuan keep following me. After all, she's just wasting time at school too. On what grounds do you let Lu Qinghuan be your bodyguard?" The voices of the teacher and student gradually grew louder. Sui responded confidently, "She agrees to it." Chang Yang suddenly fell silent. He thought to himself, these students nowadays actually dare to flaunt their romance in front of teachers. Just as he was about to firmly reject Sui's proposal, the combat class teacher, Nyoji, suddenly glared at Sui and said, "Are you now acting as if I, your combat teacher, don't matter?" Chang Yang immediately chimed in, "Exactly. Your combat techniques are a complete mess, and yet you want to apply for a leave of absence? Right now, you can show off your blood energy, boosted by absorbing blood crystals, in front of your classmates. But what about later, when you face someone with the same level of blood energy? You'd be subdued in just 2 moves. As he was speaking, he suddenly noticed a mysterious smile at the corner of Sui's mouth. Sui then earnestly said, "Teacher, if it's purely a contest of techniques, could I last 3 moves against Teacher Nyo?" Teacher Nyoji was just about to speak when Chang Yang immediately interrupted. "Unless you can make Teacher Nyoji acknowledge your combat skills, don't even think about it." He knew Sui all too well. Whenever this guy said something like that, he surely had some little scheme in mind. Teacher Nyoji nodded, thinking it was fine. Lasting 3 moves was essentially the same as gaining recognition. Sui pursed his lips, looking disappointed. It would be so much better with just 3 moves, saving a lot of time. Seeing this, Chang Yang sneered inwardly, "Kid, do you think you can fool me?" He shouted out toward the office, "Zhang Shizheng, go inform the entire class to gather on the field. Some people haven't learned how to walk yet but are already thinking about running. Today, I'll make sure you youngsters clearly evaluate your own abilities. Don't go around showing off every day just because you have a bit of talent." Sui felt utterly aggrieved and thought to himself, "I just wanted to properly improve my strength during the final stage. Was that so wrong?" Outside the office, Zhang Shizheng paused for a moment, then quickly rushed toward the direction of the classroom. Returning to class, he wasted no time in gathering all the students to head to the playground. "Class monitor, why is the teacher asking us to go to the field?" A skinny boy with a sharp face followed closely behind, full of confusion. "Probably extra combat training." Zhang Shizheng replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts still lingering on the confrontation with Sui moments ago. "Class monitor, did you just go and teach Sui a lesson?" the boy asked curiously. "That kid is so arrogant just because he absorbed a blood crystal." "Class monitor, you're right to put him in his place." Other classmates chimed in one after another. Zhang Shizheng suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze turning icy cold. "Teach who a lesson? How about I help you arrange it?" His words were as sharp as a blade, causing the boy to shrink his neck and walk away sullenly. Seeing that the class monitor, who usually had the most issues with Sui, had no opinion, the other classmates could only continue gossiping about Sui behind his back. However, before the conversation could even start, Lu Qinghuan appeared before them again, like a gust of chilling wind. Sui is not someone you can afford to provoke, and I also don't recommend you speak ill of him. Her voice was as cold as ice, her eyes flashing with a hint of frost, even glowing faintly blue. The group felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, and frost even began to form on the tips of their noses. They quickly waved their hands. Lu Qinghuan, you misunderstood. We didn't mean anything like that. Lu Qinghuan no longer paid attention to them and turned to leave. She vaguely felt that the matter of going to the sports field had something to do with Sui. Zhang Shizhang watched from the side, only feeling that even when she spoke harshly, it was so gentle. Unfortunately, that gentleness had nothing to do with him. As he thought, he called out to Lu Qinghuan, classmate Qinghuan, I want to ask you something. If Sui asks you to take a leave of absence with him to train in the wilderness, would you be willing? So that's what it's about. Lu Qinghuan suddenly understood, her face showing an expression of it being perfectly natural. If he's going to the wilderness, of course, I have to follow. At this moment, Lu Long, who happened to be passing by, seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. His heart trembled, and he pondered to himself, what could this mean? Our Class 7 is the elite class of Tianyun High School number 8. Each one of you is a top student ranked among the top 50 in the senior year at Tianyun High School number 8. Although one of you isn't even in the top 100. Cheng Yong's sharp gaze swept across Sui. Sui remained indifferent, flashing him an innocent smile. You are all the pride of Tianyun High School 8, but your performance in the wilderness today has greatly disappointed me. If not compared to other high schools, your achievements today are not even as good as those of your predecessors in Tianyuan High School 8 from previous years. A group of people lowered their heads, their faces full of frustration. Only Sui and Lu Qinghuan were in stark contrast, one with an innocent smile, the other listening attentively. So, I hope you can carefully evaluate your own strength. Over the next month or so, think about where you still have room for improvement and what can be refined. Sui nodded fervently, secretly making a firm resolve in his heart. Seeing this, Cheng Yong could no longer stand it. Sui, get out here. Present. Sui stood straight, fearless. Cheng Yong's mouth twitched. Teacher Nyoji, I'll leave the rest to you. The burly and imposing teacher Nyoji stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. This scene made the students of Class 7, Grade 3 exchange bewildered glances in disbelief. Teacher Nyoji smiled faintly. Sui from your class believes that he can't learn anything at school and has proactively requested to suspend his studies and learn at home. Your homeroom teacher has approved the tactical course, but the combat course still requires my consent. Next, I will engage in a purely skills-based duel with Sui. If anyone thinks they can do it and doesn't want to attend combat classes anymore, feel free to come up and challenge me. As soon as the words fell, the scene erupted in an uproar. Has Sui gone crazy? Challenging teacher Nyoji? He's a retired soldier. Exactly, has Sui ever passed a combat class before? Everyone was talking at once, except for a few who had been warned by Lu Qinghuan and dared not make a sound. Even Lu Long was puzzled, wondering what mistake Sui had made to willingly go seek teacher Nyoji for a beating. He quickly stopped Sui, signaling him with his eyes to halt. Teacher Nyoji is a well-known tough character at school, a living hellion who can make someone ache for an entire month without leaving any injuries. Sui, however, smiled confidently. You have to trust your brother Sui's skills. With that, he strode forward and created a space for himself. Teacher Nyoji assumed a standard starting stance, and Sui, not to be outdone, slightly adjusted his own posture. Why does Sui's posture seem different from what the teacher taught? When has he ever been standard? That makes sense. While everyone was discussing the matter, the homeroom teacher Cheng Yong calmly interjected, it's not that he's not standard, his starting posture has been adjusted based on his own physical condition. This is the posture most suited to his body proportions. Cheng Yong's gaze gradually became solemn, and he marveled inwardly that Sui seemed to be no ordinary person. As soon as the words fell, hiss! Someone in the crowd instinctively wanted to refute, but upon turning their head and seeing it was the homeroom teacher, they immediately shut their mouth. On the other side, Nyoji glanced at Sui, and his eyes also grew sharp. This kid seems to really have some skills. It's starting. Before the words were out, Nyoji instantly darted forward, sweeping a kick along the ground. Sui quickly lifted his foot to dodge, and Nyoji immediately followed up with alternating left and right side kicks. This leg technique blends feints and real attacks, making it easy for someone with insufficient combat experience to misjudge and be taken down in a single strike. And these were the 3 moves Nyoji had prepared in advance for Sui. The onlookers held their breath, the tension so intense it was suffocating. Just when everyone thought Sui was about to lose in one move, he calmly leaned back, perfectly dodging Nyoji's sideline kick, and countered with a spinning outside kick. In less than a second of the exchange, the members of Class 7, Grade 3 were unknowingly on the verge of dropping their jaws. Is this still the Sui we know? During the confrontation on the school field, at first, everyone could make sense of the moves. But as the speed increased, every elbow strike, whip punch, and straight punch from Sui and Nyoji became faster, with the level of danger escalating dramatically. Unconsciously, apart from Lu Qinghuan, all the classmates from Class 7, Grade 3 froze, staring in amazement. Even Chang Yong had a face full of confusion, starting to question his life. Finally, as Sui's forward knee strike collided with Nyoji's downward elbow chop, teacher Nyoji decisively stepped back. No need to fight anymore. If it's purely based on technique, I can't counter your moves, he said bluntly. Immediately after, Nyoji curiously asked, "Do you have a relative who is a retired soldier?" Sui nodded, "My dad is." "Then no wonder. From now on, you don't need to attend my combat classes anymore. There's nothing left for me to teach you," Nyoji said with a slight smile, his eyes shining with admiration. What the heck? Did he really succeed? The classmates burst into an uproar, their gazes immediately fixed on Sui. Is it true? The teacher didn't go easy, did he? Someone asked in doubt, secretly speculating. Damn it, has Sui been pretending to be weak all along? Is he finally revealing his true strength? Another classmate asked excitedly. Is it possible that his body was previously even weaker than an average person, and he simply had no need to show this side of himself? A classmate began to reflect, and their impression of Sui instantly changed. After personally witnessing Sui gain teacher Nyoji's approval, the students of Class 7, Grade 3 finally closed their gaping mouths, each exclaiming in astonishment. Teacher Nyoji noticed their reactions and sneered as he looked over. Does anyone else want to give it a try? As soon as the words fell, the entire room fell silent, as if even the air had frozen. At this moment, Sui's gaze turned to Chun Yong. Chun Yong sighed helplessly, "All right, but only if Lu Qinghuan agrees." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qinghuan's eyes sparkled as she immediately responded, "Teacher, I'm willing." Chun Yong was stunned, and the whole class burst into a commotion, the atmosphere instantly becoming lively. Lu Qinghuan's pretty face turned red all the way to her ears, feeling both shy and excited. "All right, enough. Disperse now. Submit your reflections to me before class tomorrow." Chun Yong walked towards the office while dialing a phone. "Zhuge Yun, don't blame me for not warning you." His tone was serious, as if delivering a critical message. "This is the second time I've reminded you. We've been fooled by that boy Sui." The voice carried a sense of helplessness. That boy might really have gone to the combat department, Chun Yong thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. "Oh, is that so?" A chilling laugh came from the other end of the phone. In the principal's office of Tianyuan No. 8 High School, the atmosphere was tense. The principal and the 2 vice principals, along with the head of the senior year, were intensely drafting the final list for the last session of the training camp. "Principal, are we really going to include Sui in this list?" The bald vice principal looked somewhat hesitant, his brows tightly furrowed. Although Chang Yong just reported that his absorption of the blood crystal has recently led to some progress in martial arts, and his strategic talent is quite remarkable, the other vice principal added, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. But at the end of the day, this training camp is still focused on nurturing combat-oriented talent. The bald vice principal raised his concerns once again. How is it a waste? The genius training camp. Isn't Sui a genius? Another vice principal argued with conviction, his tone firm. In my opinion, aside from Lu Qinghuan, Sui is the most suitable at our school. The great director calmly analyzed, with a hint of approval in his tone. Actually, we could let Sui go, but if we do, would the other schools have any objections? The director reminded worriedly. The 3 of them all turned their gaze toward the principal, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The principal, who had once had his bicycle tires removed by Sui, stroked his few remaining whiskers, pondered for a moment, and suddenly came up with an idea. "How about this? Didn't Chun Yong say Sui has improved quite a bit? If he can make it into the top 100 in the joint exam a week later, I'll personally send him to the training camp. Let's see which school principal dares to complain then." The principal's eyes gleamed with determination, as if he had already envisioned a glorious future. In the principal's office, several school leaders were engaged in a heated discussion, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarating. At that moment, the office door was knocked on. "Come in." Chang Yong walked into the room, and the principal immediately smiled. "Mr. Chang, you're here at just the right time. We're discussing Sui from your class, considering whether he should join the final half-month genius training camp. I'm planning to submit his name once he ranks in the top 100 in the joint exam. Can you give us a hint first? Does Sui have a chance to make it into the top 100? Facing the expectant gazes of several principals and grade directors, Chang Yong nodded slightly, then shook his head. The grade director asked in confusion, "Mr. Chang, you're nodding and shaking your head, what exactly do you mean?" Chang Yong sighed helplessly. "Director, principals, my nod means Sui does have the ability to make it into the top 100, not just the top 100. He now has no problem getting into the top 50. That's great news." In the office, smiles instantly bloomed on everyone's faces, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Chang Yong continued, "I shook my head because we don't need to fill in Sui's name anymore." "Ha? Teacher Chang Yong, what do you mean by that?" The four cast puzzled glances one after another. Facing the inquiries of the four, Chang Yong slowly said, "Professor Zhuge of Jubai University has already helped Sui and Lu Qinghuan apply for the 4 Academy Joint Training Camp." "What? Is it one of the 4 major academies of our Hua Nation? Let Sui go? Are you sure that Professor Zhuge Yun isn't joking?" The voices of the four grew increasingly loud, filled with astonishment. Chang Yong spread his hands. "I personally suggest that we can notify the 2 of them in advance right now." "Apply, and they can go?" the bald vice principal asked instinctively. Professor Zhuge Yun's intention to recruit Sui is already well known across the 4 major academies. A future tactical master, what genius wouldn't want to establish good relations early? The students will definitely have no objections, and the training camp leader will certainly owe Professor Zhuge Yun a favor. "This matter is pretty much set in stone," Chang Yong explained. These words made the 4 who had just been debating whether to let Sui attend the Tianyuan City training camp look at each other in embarrassment, feeling deeply ashamed. Tianyuan City had never produced any tactical geniuses, and they realized their understanding of such talents was exceedingly lacking. Now, hearing that Sui is held in such high regard by the 4 major academies, they finally understand his potential. "Then who is Lu Qinghuan?" the principal asked in confusion. Chang Yong organized his words. You could think of her as a full-time bodyguard, or simply as someone to accompany Sui, so he doesn't completely lose confidence from the blows. Having someone at the bottom to keep him company is always better than being alone." The 4 were hesitant to speak. In their eyes, Lu Qinghuan, the treasurer of Tianyuan No. 8 High School, a genius ranked among the top 3 in Tianyuan City with an A-grade freezing ability, had somehow been made Sui's training partner, something truly hard to accept. However, they also understood that for Lu Qinghuan, the opportunity of this 4-school joint training camp was rare and undoubtedly a major chance. The office fell into an eerie silence, and the 4 began to realize their own short-sightedness. After thinking for a moment, the principal said, "Since we've decided to let them go, our school should try to provide them with as much assistance as possible before their departure." Early the next morning, Sui appeared at school once again. When other teachers and students saw him, their faces were full of envy. The news that he had absorbed the blood crystals significantly boosted his vitality, and matched teacher Nyoji evenly in the combat class had already spread throughout the school. Today, Sui is already regarded by the entire school's teachers and students as a genius second only to Lu Qinghuan. When those teachers see him, they always smile and nod in greeting. The change in attitude from the surrounding teachers and students hasn't caused any fluctuations in Sui's emotions. At this moment, what troubles him more is why the homeroom teacher went back on their word and refused to let him take a leave of absence. "Qinghuan, do you know what this is about?" Sui asked. Lu Qinghuan shook her head. "I thought it was because you had some new idea, and that's why the teacher called us back." This morning, as the 2 were nearing the big iron gate, they were suddenly called back to school by their homeroom teacher. Now, they were waiting in the principal's office. Not long after, Chang Yong and the principal walked in. The principal patted Sui's shoulder, smiling warmly. "Well done. When you were taking off my tire, I already knew you had potential." Sui stood upright, his gaze steady. Chang Yong looked at the boy amusingly and shook his head repeatedly. "All right, I won't beat around the bush with you. Professor Zhuge Yun from Jubai University helped you both apply for a chance to participate in the 4-school joint training camp." "The 4-school joint training camp?" Sui and Lu Qinghuan said in unison, their eyes gleaming with astonishment. Their eyes were filled with confusion. 4-school joint training camp. The entire nation knows this is the top-tier genius training camp in Huaxia. Participating in this camp, acclaimed as the mini college entrance exam, has long been the goal of every genius. Those who are able to join this camp are peerless talents who can be accepted into the 4 major academies in advance. Yet, to date, Tianyuan City has never produced a genius qualified to participate in this camp. Even the dual ability genius from Tianyu No. 1 High School is merely regarded as having a chance to join next year at best. Sui understood in his heart that although his goal was to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, he was also aware that his current strength was far from qualifying for this camp. After all, the ones in that camp are monsters who don't even need to take the college entrance exam. But I'm also a special recruit in the tactics department. He comforted himself silently. Seeing Suyi's puzzled expression, Changyong sneered inwardly, thinking, "Kid, you're still showing off now. If I don't let you see how high the sky is, how can you focus on the tactics department?" That's right, the 4-school joint training camp. This opportunity isn't something you can get easily, Changyong said sternly. In the coming week, the school's gravity training room and vitality training room will be fully open to both of you. The principal and I both hope that before heading to the training camp, you can elevate your abilities to the next level. Speaking of this, Changyong looked at Lu Qinghuan again. Qinghuan, although you possess an A-level superpower within the city and are already a top-tier genius, you must understand that even geniuses with S-level superpowers may not qualify in this training camp. So the principal and I both hope that in the coming week, you can elevate your vigor and blood to the peak right before becoming a warrior. At that time, the school will help you apply for a blood crystal, allowing you to absorb it and achieve the greatest improvement. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinghuan nodded earnestly. "Teacher, I will work hard." Sui, standing to the side, looked confused and piped up, "Teacher, what did you say? Qinghuan's superpower is an A-level superpower?" Yes, student Qinghuan possesses an A-grade freezing ability, which holds immense potential in combat, the principal proactively explained to Sui. At this moment, Suyi's thoughts seemed to be torn apart. It turned out that those ordinary abilities in everyone's eyes actually carried such strong potential behind them. He looked at Lu Qinghuan and secretly thought, "Qinghuan, you are far stronger than everyone imagines." Suyi's sudden inspirational speech left the 3 present completely dumbfounded. Though Lu Qinghuan felt puzzled, she still responded earnestly, "Yes, Sui, I will." Changyong gave the boy a few extra glances, feeling that he was up to some mischief again. Before he could warn Sui not to mess around, he saw Sui excitedly raise his hands. "Teacher. Principal. What about me? How about giving me 10 or 8 blood crystals?" This time, a few black lines appeared on the originally kind principal's forehead. This boy, did he think blood crystals could be picked up everywhere on the streets? Changyong cast a merciless glance at him and said coldly, "You get no blood crystals. First, make good use of the gravity training room and the vital energy training room to fully squeeze out the remaining potential from absorbing the blood crystal." Sui instantly felt like a wilted eggplant, his heart sinking with disappointment. He truly wanted to say that his 15 points of vital energy had already been squeezed to the limit. However, after thinking it over, his spirits lifted again. "Teacher, I want to try out these 2 training rooms first. If these 2 training rooms don't boost me significantly, I still want to apply to train in the wilderness." Changyong was just about to refuse when Sui immediately added, "For me, understanding more about the habits of exotic beasts would be more helpful." "Teacher, if you don't believe me, you can ask Qinghuan. In the wilderness, I wasn't wandering aimlessly, I've been trying my best to collect as many samples of exotic beasts as possible." Changyong looked at Lu Qinghuan. "Teacher, that's true. Sui has been observing the habits of different exotic beasts these past few days." Changyong said helplessly, "Alright then, you can go try out the 2 training rooms first." Once the decision was made, Lu Qinghuan and Sui followed the principal into the oldest clock tower of Tianyuan No. 8 High School. Passing through the grand hall and arriving at the 2 rooms, the principal introduced, "The gravity training room can reach up to 4 times gravity. Classmate Qinghuan, you've been here before, so you know that practicing combat techniques inside can quickly enhance your strength. The blood vitality training room here is relatively simple, and training can make your blood vitality feel more active, enhancing the speed of cultivating blood vitality." After listening to the principal's introduction, Sui realized how many opportunities for extra benefits he had missed during this period. Soon, he experienced 2 training rooms. In the gravity training room, Sui almost collapsed to his knees upon entering, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, throwing punches with determination. The principal and Changyong watched him, their eyes full of admiration. To be honest, based solely on Suyi's fighting skills, even without any tactical talent, he could still be considered a semi-genius at Tianyun No. 8 High School. He felt it slightly. Indeed, there was some improvement, but no illustrated guide was collected, and the efficiency of acquiring chi and blood was higher. As for the chi and blood cultivation room, he had nothing to say. What chi and blood activation? He didn't feel anything at all. After the experience ended, Chun Young asked confidently, "How was it?" "Opening these 2 training rooms consumes quite a bit of resources, so you must cherish them. This is more useful than going to the wilderness. The wilderness isn't always accessible." Sui responded without hesitation, "Teacher, I still want to train in the wilderness more. Of course, if I could train in the gravity room for 2 hours every day, that would be even better." Chun Young was speechless, and the principal still wore a smile, seemingly supporting all of Sui's decisions. At this moment, Lu Qinghuan was somewhat flustered. "Teacher, if Sui goes to the wild, I want to accompany him." The principal smiled. "Student Qinghuan, I understand your concern for Sui's safety. But amidst chaos, who can guarantee absolute safety? No one can always be a flower in a greenhouse. Perhaps tomorrow, Tianyuan City will face a beast tide. If you're not by Sui's side, then, wouldn't he be left to await death?" Lu Qinghuan understood this reasoning in her heart but still felt uneasy. Sui also comforted her, saying, "Qinghuan, focus on your cultivation first. Being able to protect me in the training camp will be more important by then. You must know, the joint training camp of the 4 schools is filled with geniuses from across the nation. Without you, I'd definitely be bullied by others." Lu Qinghuan finally nodded, though she still felt uneasy. "Then you can only move around in Area D." Sui immediately patted his chest, guaranteeing, "Don't worry, I'll come to pick you up and take you home tomorrow night." Teacher Chang Yong and the principal sighed in unison beside them, never expecting to be fed dog food by students at their age. Everything had been decided, and Lu Qinghuan showed a determined expression, vowing to improve herself well before heading to the training camp. Without further hesitation, she decisively entered the chi and blood cultivation chamber to begin her training. Sui, on the other hand, was preparing to set out for the wilderness. Teacher Chung Yang stopped him and said seriously, "I don't care whether your focus is on combat or tactics. I hope you understand that staying alive is the foundation of everything." The teacher's voice was stern and resolute, as if to remind every young person about to step out of the school gates. "You boys are about to graduate. You'll be heading to the battlefield in the future, so you can't behave recklessly like before." The teacher's eyes swept across each student, as if seeing through their innermost thoughts. "At the very least, before making any decisions, think about your family, think about those who worry about you." These words were like a heavy hammer, striking Suyi's heart and unconsciously making him drop his carefree demeanor. "Teacher, don't worry, I won't recklessly throw my life away." The corners of Suyi's mouth lifted slightly, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. "I'm even planning to take Qinghuan to the training camp and bring back a first-place trophy." Chun Yong wore a helpless expression. "Dead last, huh? All right, get lost already." Sui hopped on the bicycle and shot off like a bolt of lightning, as if determined to leave the teacher's advice far behind. The principal appeared beside Chun Yong, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He said, "It seems both you and Professor Zhuge Yun have high hopes for this kid." Chun Yong turned to the principal, his face filled with doubt. "Aren't you too, principal?" The two exchanged a glance, smiled without speaking, and silently understood that Suyi's future was destined to be extraordinary. The wilderness. This was Suyi's first time acting alone, and an unprecedented determination burned in his heart. This time, he was going to apply all the knowledge he had learned from books to prove that his reputation was well earned. In the wilderness, every step was fraught with danger. As teacher Chung Yong had said, survival was the greatest source of confidence. Caution became his sole rule for staying alive. At 6 in the evening, Sui submitted his record of killing more than 10 exotic beasts, a confident smile on his face, as if these challenges were nothing more than small pebbles on his path forward. He quickly left the large iron gate and headed straight for the school. Arriving at the clock tower, he changed into a training outfit and entered the gravity training room. Inside, Lu Qinghuan visibly relaxed upon seeing Sui come in, the tension on her face instantly transforming into ease. "Qinghuan, come. Let's spar," Sui said with excitement in his voice, as if he had already forgotten the dangers of the wilderness. Not long after, Sui was pinned down by Lu Qinghuan, his hands and feet firmly restrained beneath her, completely unable to resist. In the gravity training room, the gap in technique was infinitely magnified, and Sui, whose physical condition was already inferior to hers, could only endure silently. After 2 hours of intense combat, the two walked out of the gravity training room like warriors, immediately feeling relaxed all over, as if they had just returned from the battlefield. "Let's go, Qinghuan." Today I'll take you home, Sui said enthusiastically, hopping on a bicycle with a lively demeanor. His laughter echoed across the campus, as if everything was filled with hope. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the residential area, Sui stopped proactively, preparing to say goodbye. Suddenly, he thought of something. Qinghuan, have you ever considered that your ability might not be limited to freezing? Lu Qinghuan was completely puzzled, her brows furrowing slightly, as if she were pondering the deeper meaning behind the words. Sui stopped at the right moment, waved goodbye, but a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. This girl's future would definitely be extraordinary. In the days that followed, Sui's pace of life was as intense and fulfilling as a storm. Every day, he left early and returned late, chasing prey in the wild during the day and hunting various exotic beasts, while sparring with Lu Qinghuan at school in the evening. Day after day, Lu Qinghuan gradually realized that it was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress Sui, which made her feel more anxious about her own training. Determined to catch up with Sui, she resolved to work even harder in her cultivation. At the same time, the issue Sui had once mentioned about supernatural powers quietly rooted in her mind, giving her new insights. Deep in the wilderness, Sui had just finished using the 10th roll of film. Beside him, 6 hunters with fierce expressions were staring at him. At that moment, as Sui dealt with the corpse, the 6 immediately broke into smiles and walked toward him. Brother Sui, look at these past few days, you've practically hunted every exotic beast in this area, said the scar-faced leader, smiling especially brightly. How about it? Want to consider joining our beast hunting squad? Join us in Zone C to hunt those first-rank exotic beasts, Scarface enthusiastically continued. You know our strength, and we're missing a tactician like you. With you, hunting 2 first-rank exotic beasts a day would be a piece of cake. Sui's performance in Zone D had already drawn the attention of quite a few beast hunting teams. As early as 2 days ago, several teams had extended invitations to him. Today, the team he encountered was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Brother Wang, I know you're very capable, but unfortunately, I have an exam tomorrow and then the college entrance exams to prepare for, Sui politely declined, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. Scarface still smiled generously. No problem, Brother Sui. After your college entrance exams, we can cooperate during the summer vacation. Brother Wang, let's talk about it later. I'll take my leave for today, Sui said, not wanting to say more, and took the initiative to leave. As soon as he left, the faces of several people besides Scarface showed displeasure. Brother Wang, we've taken the initiative to invite him, but what's his deal? One person said angrily. He's just a little brat who's not even a martial artist, and he dares to act high and mighty in front of us, another person chimed in. Why waste time on this kid? Everyone chimed in, clearly expressing their dissatisfaction with Sui's attitude. The scar-faced man cast a cold glance, and everyone immediately fell silent. Do you think I'm dumber than you? He spoke harshly. He's in his senior year now, so it's perfectly normal that he can't join us yet. But what about the future? People are already saying he has the potential to become a tactical master, though his cultivation talent is limited, and it will absolutely take him some time to measure up to an advanced beast hunting squad. A beast hunting squad like ours is precisely the best choice for him on his way to rising up. Maintaining a good relationship with a genius like him, doesn't that beat wasting time in the bar all day? The scar-faced man's voice carried a hint of resolute determination. Just a tactical master. What's the use? When it really comes to facing the beasts, it'll still be us protecting him. A man with a mohawk remained unconvinced. The scar-faced man gave him a harsh glare. Seeing that the others shared the same sentiment, he felt helpless in his heart. He understood that his beast hunting squad had to find a way to recruit other outstanding members. At that moment, on a tree stood an old man, cheerfully stroking his sparse beard. His gaze fell on Sui, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Summer insects cannot discuss ice, but I'm not much better than these young lads. Sui, you've brought me so many surprises. As the principal, he had been silently observing Sui over the past few days, overwhelmed with emotion. Through his observations, he had gradually come to understand a deeper truth. That boy Chun Yong wanted Sui to face setbacks at the 4-school joint training camp so he would settle his focus on tactics. But now, it seemed that perhaps that very training camp was the perfect stage for Sui to make a stunning debut. How can a golden scale be just a creature of the pond? Once it meets the storm and rain, it transforms into a dragon. On the other side, Sui was registering the day's battle achievements as usual. The person responsible for recording, Yang Kai, had grown increasingly familiar with him. Noticing Sui's record, Yang Kai smiled and said, Sui, you're collecting all kinds of different exotic beasts, aren't you? The ones you hunt are hardly ever the same. Your approach is quite unique. Sui nodded without hesitation. Brother Yang, I'm venturing into the wild mainly to encounter different exotic beasts and deepen my understanding of them. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Good. You have your own mindset. There's an exam tomorrow, isn't there? Best of luck. Thank you, Brother Yang. Sui took the bracelet, mounted his bicycle, and rode towards the school. Jingyao walked up to Yang Kai and said with a determined look, Sui will absolutely rank in the top 3, if not the top 10, in this exam for Tianyuan City. Yang Kai's pupils instantly widened. Boss, you think so highly of him? Sui is indeed strong, but I think he could, at best, rank around 50th. Jingyao shook his head, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. You don't know, recently the fluctuations in his blood energy have been getting smaller, which means he's steadily improving. I suspect he has already crossed the threshold to becoming a warrior and has started to learn how to restrain and control his vitality. Damn! So you're saying this kid is a genius in cultivation as well? Yang Kai couldn't help but curse. If given enough blood crystals, he would be absolutely no less talented than those top prodigies in Tianyun City. Of course, after entering the middle grade realm, enhancing vitality is no longer the sole consideration, comprehension becomes even more important. Yang Kai began to feel turmoil in his heart upon hearing this. What mid-grade level? According to the boss, as long as Sui has enough blood crystals, becoming a third-grade warrior won't be a problem. A tactician doesn't need to charge at the front. Why pursue such strong power? Having the peak strength of the third grade and traveling long distances together with the group is already sufficient. Jingyao refrained from saying more, already calculating in his mind. Once the results of the joint exam in Tianyun City come out tomorrow, he will report back to the military academy. Now, just saying it orally won't suffice. Once there are results as a foundation, the admissions office will definitely send someone to pay attention in person. In the clock tower of Tianyun No. 8 High School, within the gravity training room, in just a short week, Sui's training has yielded remarkable results. His position has risen from the bottom to the top. Loosening her limbs, Lu Qinghuan adjusted her clothes and looked at him with excitement in her eyes. Sui, have you felt another improvement recently? I can't even beat you anymore. Sui modestly said, No, Qinghuan, if you use your abilities, I wouldn't stand a chance against you even 10 times over. Lu Qinghuan nodded while resolutely shaking her head. No way. No matter what, I can't let you surpass me. Seeing her competitiveness, Sui helplessly smiled and said, All right. We'll increase the training intensity a bit more tomorrow. Tomorrow after the exam, we're heading to Martial City. Are you trying to trick me again? Lu Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with cleverness, as if she had already seen through his intentions. By the way, Sui, have you measured your vitality recently? Sui shook his head. No, but I have a rough idea. My vitality should be close to 200. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qinghuan's small mouth instantly formed an O shape, utterly shocked. Sui didn't intend to hide anything about his vitality. Anyway, no matter what questions arise, he can just attribute it to his father's mysterious blood crystal. If asked, just say it's an extraordinary talent, enhancing vitality by hundreds with a single blood crystal. Who would dare question that? After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Qinghuan's face immediately lit up with a joyous smile. In her excitement, she actually hugged Sui and spun around several times. It wasn't until Sui exclaimed that he couldn't catch his breath that she, blushing red in embarrassment, realized her lack of composure. After sending Lu Qinghuan home, Sui leisurely rode his bike back, silently summarizing his recent gains. His vitality had already reached 212, and adding the 10 points of vitality he hadn't claimed yet today, he had astonishingly increased his vitality by 71 points in just 1 week. That's right, these 71 points are the result of his diligent nightly training. The books say that for ordinary people, reaching 200 in vital energy in front of a martial artist is already considered the limit. After breaking through as a martial artist, the body undergoes 3 transformations, greatly enhancing strength. Sui originally wanted to break through as a martial artist before going to the training camp to surprise his teacher. But when he discovered that he could continue to improve after surpassing 200 blood energy, he was no longer in a hurry to become a martial artist. Recently, he flipped through some books and found that the blood energy limit values of some genius martial artists were different from those of ordinary people. The books also mentioned a certain genius whose blood energy reached 300 before becoming a martial artist, ultimately undergoing 4 transformations. After becoming a martial artist, a first-grade beginner could challenge second-grade peak levels, and even third-grade masters. Most of these books were cheap stall goods, and Sui felt uncertain. However, he chose to believe anyway, since boosting vitality wasn't too difficult. After returning home and claiming the 10 points of vitality reward, he once again pulled up his personal panel. Name, Sui. Talent, E. Ability, Ice Age, incomplete. Titles, Low-Level Tactician, Low-Level Encyclopedia Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding, Master, Exotic Beast Encyclopedia, Proficient, Bicycle Riding Technique, Intermediate. Physique, Higher Dimensional Attribute 212 Vitality. Spirit, High Dimensional Attribute 300 Hz. Strength, Low Dimensional Attribute 980. Agility, Low Dimensional Attribute 960. Illustration Collection, 85/100. These days, the strength attributes he gained from exotic beasts even surpassed his agility unintentionally, causing his strength to exceed his agility. Although he couldn't see other people's panels, he didn't have a clear concept of his own strength and agility, but he roughly guessed that it should be comparable to a first-grade martial artist. Over the past few days, during sparring sessions with Lu Qinghuan, he mostly held back his power as a training partner. Otherwise, he would have already pinned her down. Unknowingly, Sui found himself keeping up with Lu Qinghuan's pace. Of course, when it came to the mastery of special abilities, he was still far behind Lu Qinghuan, but the future looked promising. With this in mind, Sui began to look forward to tomorrow's citywide joint exam. Why pretend to be weak to fool others? If you have strength, you should showcase it. With the intention of making a stunning impact, he drifted into a beautiful dream. As for the illustration task, which still had 15 entries to complete, he was no longer troubled. After all, finishing it would only elevate him from a poor student to an average one in terms of talent, so he wasn't in any particular rush. Early the next morning, the senior year department of Tianyun No. 8 High School was filled with a tense atmosphere. Sui seemed much more excited than usual, and Lu Qinghuan was also somewhat expectant. In her eyes, perhaps she was the only person in the world who truly knew how outstanding Sui had become. She even began to wonder whether, if she encountered Sui in the final arena, she should refrain from using her powers to give him more opportunities to showcase himself. Coincidentally, Sui was also pondering whether to surprise Lu Qinghuan by showcasing an ice-based ability, proving that the two of them were a match made in heaven. Compared to the nervousness of the other classmates, the anticipation on their faces stood out remarkably. Lu Long held his stomach and said with a wry smile, "I get so nervous during every exam that my stomach starts to ache. In the past, I could comfort myself by thinking that Sui Ge, you'd be at the bottom. But now, seeing you makes my stomach ache even more." "Well, you little rascal, so this is the role I've always played in your mind," Sui said upon hearing this, promptly giving him a slap on the back. "Hey, Sui Ge, hit me 2 more times. I think I'm not nervous anymore." Lu Long's eyes sparkled. Sui withdrew his hand in disgust. This kid has issues, better to keep some distance. While they were playing around, Chang Yong entered the classroom and said, "Sui, Qinghuan, you two pack up your things and come with me." "Pack up what things?" Sui was a bit confused. "Didn't they already notify you yesterday to get your stuff ready for the training camp?" Chang Yong glared, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. Oh. Mine and Qinghuan's are placed at the clock tower," Sui quickly replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Hurry up and go get them now," Chang Yong urged mercilessly. Sui and Lu Qinghuan immediately followed Chang Yong's steps, their hearts filled with anticipation and excitement. In the class, after a brief silence, it instantly erupted into chaos. "Training camp? Sui can participate in the training camp now," a classmate exclaimed. "He can't? Then are you qualified?" Zhang Shizhang responded coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing toward the person questioning. The doubter immediately shut up, secretly regretting inside. "Wait a second, isn't the genius training camp starting in 2 days? Why is the homeroom teacher asking them to pack their things now?" Another classmate suddenly realized, looking around in confusion. "Isn't it the genius training camp in Tianyun City?" Another student suddenly realized. Wow, so Sui and Lu Qinghuan are going to participate in training camps in other cities? That's impressive. The classroom atmosphere instantly became lively, with envy and jealousy written all over everyone's faces. At this moment, teacher Nyoji walked into the class. "Your class teacher has something to attend to. I'll be taking over your class for the next week, and I'll also be in charge of today's joint exam." His words confirmed everyone's suspicions completely. Envy, jealousy, and helpless expressions intertwined on everyone's faces as they all stared at Sui and Lu Qinghuan, each harboring a myriad of feelings in their hearts. On the other side, Sui picked up his luggage and curiously asked, "Teacher, didn't you say we would set off after our exams were finished?" Chang Yong put their belongings into the car, his tone indifferent. You'd have to ask Professor Jubai University about that. He specifically arranged for someone to pick you up early this morning. Or do you expect a rank 6 martial artist to wait here for you all day? A trace of impatience could be heard in his voice. 6th grade warrior? Lu Qinghuan's beautiful eyes instantly widened, her delicate face filled with shock. Sui took a sharp breath, his heart pounding with excitement, and subconsciously asked, "Teacher, can I take a photo of this strong individual?" Cheng Yong cast him a glance and said helplessly, "If you want to court death, go ahead yourself. Just don't drag me into it." Sui nodded, understanding in his heart. The teacher meant for him to go and communicate directly. Who am I? The one known as the small celebrity of Pinyin community. Inviting a rank 6 expert to take a couple of photos, isn't that a piece of cake? He was secretly pleased with himself. Before long, they arrived at the east gate of Tianyuan City. Cheng Yong watched helplessly as Sui grinned widely and walked toward the rank 6 expert. At that moment, his heart tightened, and he felt he should immediately turn around and leave with Lu Qinghuan. What a miscalculation! He had underestimated this kid's shamelessness and secretly regretted it. "Senior, I noticed the way you were sitting just now, it really has a unique charm. May I take a photo?" Sui held the camera in his hand, wearing a harmless smile as he approached the other person. The middle-aged man sitting on the old ox smiled slightly. "You must be Sui, right?" Sui immediately nodded. "That's right. I'm Sui from Class 7, Grade 3, at Tianyun No. 8 High School." "All right. Then take a photo of me and my old buddy," the middle-aged man said with a bright smile. The old yellow ox beneath him let out a moo, as if responding. Sui raised the camera and carefully sought the best angle. Despite his outward ease, he felt secretly tense. With the system's automatic calibration, he still hoped to capture the best shot. After all, the subject was a 6th grade powerhouse, the strongest person he'd ever met. The camera was aimed, but unexpectedly, there was no indication of any special ability. Sui was startled. He hadn't expected this senior to lack any special abilities. However, as the shutter clicked twice, his face lit up with a radiant smile. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial art, Phantom Steps, Mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-dimensional attribute, Mental Strength plus 10. Mental Strength. This is the first reward in several days. Not only that, there is actually a new martial art emerging." Sui felt delighted in his heart. Although he didn't dare to claim it immediately, he was already filled with anticipation. His smile seemed to others as if he was happy because he had taken a good photo. "Senior, one photo for you and one for your old buddy." He handed over 2 photos, with a perfectly reasonable and flawless explanation. The middle-aged man took the photos, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Not bad, kid, you did a good job." He then handed the photo to the old yellow ox, which let out a mooing sound, seemingly expressing its approval of the photo as well. "Interesting. Interesting." The middle-aged man smiled even more. At this moment, Cheng Yong approached, his expression tinged with doubt. "Greetings, senior. I am Cheng Yong. Please forgive the child for his lack of manners." The middle-aged man waved his hand casually and said, "It's nothing, no problem. Get in the carriage, I'll try to get you to Marshall City earlier today." With that, the old ox began to stand up, its body gradually growing larger until it reached a height of 5 or 6 meters before stopping. At the same time, the middle-aged man took out a few large Rubik's cubes from his backpack and tossed them on the ground. The machinery quickly unfolded, transforming into a cyberpunk-style carriage. Sui was stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen a combination of technology and cultivation. The 3 of them boarded the carriage, which floated between the cabin and the tires without the slightest wobble. It was even smoother than the high-speed trains of his previous life. Seeing Sui and Lu Qinghuan's surprised faces, Cheng Yong felt proud. Young people should broaden their horizons more, otherwise, they'll never expand their perspective. He continued, "If we set out on our own, it wouldn't be surprising if it took a day to get from Tianyuan City to Wucheng. Now, with seniors specially escorting us, it only takes 2 hours. Tianyuan City is over 1,000 kilometers away from Wucheng, and arriving in 2 hours is a speed comparable to planes from the previous life." Sui opened the window, and the scenery outside flew by rapidly, the feeling of awe still lingering. Cheng Yong, seeing it wasn't enough, continued to explain, "That's also because there are many places along the way that can't be crossed directly. If we took a straight path, it would only take an hour. This is all thanks to seniors traveling with mid-grade exotic beasts, which already saved plenty of unnecessary detours. As for us, we can only slowly take safe routes, passing through city after city to get there. They say it's a safe road, yet you might encounter grade-level exotic beasts along the way. If luck is bad, running into middle-grade exotic beasts is absolutely not impossible. So with your current strength, forget about killing enemies. Even taking a long journey is practically a death sentence. Lu Qinghuan and Sui nodded earnestly. Without even the strength to travel, dreaming of saving the world is nothing but wishful thinking. Chen Yang was very satisfied, and the atmosphere in the car was warm and cheerful. Not long after, Sui took the initiative to ask, "Teacher, I've been reading books these past few days and noticed many mentions of martial arts. Is martial arts the same as traditional martial arts?" It is, and it isn't. Each martial art has evolved based on traditional martial arts and national arts. The arrival of the martial era, the birth of martial arts masters, and the generations of research by our predecessors. Gradually, the once traditional martial arts and national arts have transformed into the martial arts we know today. The training camp you're going to this time might just hold the inheritance of martial arts. As Cheng Yang finished speaking, Lu Qinghuan and Suyi's eyes lit up instantly, sparks of excitement bursting in their hearts. But wanting to learn martial arts is not as simple as just receiving the inheritance, Cheng Yang continued, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Only when one's realm reaches the peak of a third-grade martial artist, with the shin bones fully tempered, can one be considered to have achieved an unprecedented level of control over the body. Only then can you officially begin to learn martial arts and execute those incredibly powerful techniques. His words seemed like a dose of encouragement, motivating the two. This is merely the qualification to start learning. Whether you can master it depends on your aptitude and suitability, Cheng Yang said, his gaze profound, as if he could see through their future. Is the requirement really that high? Lu Qinghuan was somewhat surprised, silently assessing herself inwardly. Cheng Yang nodded and said mysteriously, however, there are also some true martial arts prodigies. They can learn and perform martial arts even without having completed the tempered refinement of their entire tendons and bones. His words struck a chord in their hearts, as if glimpsing the dawn of hope. Such prodigies are the true 1 in 10,000, sought after by all the great masters to become their disciples. Cheng Yang's tone carried a hint of admiration, stirring a sense of yearning. In the training camp you're heading to this time, there might just be such prodigies. His words acted as a catalyst, causing their hearts to surge with excitement. When the time comes and you encounter them, you'll realize that your combat skills are utterly insignificant in the face of these martial arts that truly push the limits of human capabilities. Cheng Yang deliberately glanced at Sui, intending to remind him, there is always someone better, and there are greater heights beyond the sky. However, he was unexpectedly surprised to see Suyi's face full of excitement and anticipation, even exuding a determination to challenge geniuses. Oh no, this kid might really be heading down a one-way road. Cheng Yang's heart tightened as he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. After the teacher's detailed explanation, Sui finally understood just how invaluable the mysterious shadow step he acquired today truly was. This move was the key to narrowing the gap between him and those geniuses. His eyes sparkled with a longing light, as if he couldn't wait to fly to the genius training camp and embrace the challenges that awaited him. The illustrated guide collector in his arms also seemed eager, anticipating the arrival of new and thrilling trophies. Class 1, Senior Year 3, Tianyun High School. Today, Lingling wore exquisite makeup and stylish clothes, looking particularly charming. During the morning exam, many spirited young boys couldn't help but cast their gazes toward her figure. However, as she worked on solving the questions, her mind was filled with thoughts of, if it were Sui, what would he do? This made her emotions both complicated and filled with anticipation. After the written exam, her classmates enthusiastically praised her, saying she would secure the first place again. Without hesitation, she responded, Sui from Class 7, Senior Year 3, at number 8 high school is much better than me. As soon as these words were spoken, her classmates froze momentarily, with some showing a flicker of surprise in their eyes. It's all right, Ling. Suyi's tactics may be gifted, but I've heard he's never ranked among the top 300 in the city for the martial arts exam, a classmate said. You're consistently in the top 5 in comprehensive results across the city. There's no need to compare yourself to him, you two are simply on different levels, another classmate chimed in. Ling couldn't be bothered to respond. She knew her classmates' understanding was limited, and even the teacher's discussions about Sui were full of misconceptions. She thought to herself, a grandmaster. A tactical grandmaster is even rarer than a martial arts grandmaster. How could he possibly be on the same level as I am? She was filled with anticipation for the afternoon martial arts competition and understood that Sui definitely had the strength to make it into the city's top 300 now and participate in the martial arts platform tournament. When the time comes, I'll get the top few from the training camp to come and take pictures for you. she secretly began to scheme. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Sui and Lu Qinghuan looked at the towering blood-red city wall in front of them, they couldn't help but gape in amazement. The middle-aged man put away the carriage, and the big yellow bull reverted to the old ox. What you see now is this city wall, baptized by hundreds of beast-tide assaults. Even exotic beasts at the 7th grade Grandmaster realm can only stop here, the middle-aged man explained, his eyes shining with reverence. Sui gazed at the city wall before him, filled with respect. He followed the middle-aged man to check the registration details, and then entered Martial City. The real Martial City once again left Sui and Lu Qinghuan stunned. Buildings full of a futuristic sense of technology floated in the air, giant light shields emitted a blue glow, and the ground was filled with endless pavilions and towers. Hovercrafts weaved through the skies, while pedestrians carrying long swords and spears bustled about below. At this moment, Sui even wanted to take out his camera to capture all of this. He felt overwhelmingly excited, thinking the scene before him was worth preserving on film. Senior, teacher, Qinghuan, you all stand over there, and I'll take a group photo for you. He immediately took out his camera and got busy. Lu Qinghuan cooperatively made a peace sign, while teacher Cheng Yon, though showing some reluctance on his face, still managed to coordinate his pose. The middle-aged man happily held onto the old ox, creating a very heartwarming scene. It's not uncommon for young people visiting Martial City for the first time to feel awestruck and want to take pictures, so it wasn't surprising. Although Sui was somewhat enthusiastic about photography, he was a genius after all, and having an unusual hobby wasn't that big of a deal. The middle-aged man recalled other geniuses at the academy who shouted from the tallest buildings each day or ran shirtless around the campus, and thought that Sui's hobby was at least reasonable. Besides, the photos he took actually turned out quite good. Click, 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 click. Sui seized the opportunity, mercilessly snapping 5 photos, ensuring everyone had a shot in hand. Cheng Yang glanced at the beaming Sui and half-jokingly said, "Kid, don't tell me your suitcase is filled entirely with film rolls. How could it be? At most, half a suitcase." Sui answered, his face brimming with pride. "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, gunmanship mastery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, combat mastery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, swordsmanship mastery. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the attribute, agility plus 50. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the attribute, agility plus 50. Sui finally understood that this senior was an all-round master of speed, practically the best target for honing skills. Although there were no martial arts rewards this time, the skills of mastery and spear techniques and sword techniques were simply too enticing. Previously, with his intermediate level in unarmed combat, he managed to hold his ground against teacher Nyoji. Now, with mastery in spear techniques, sword techniques, and combat, he looked forward to the training camp even more. Genius training camp? Who isn't half a genius these days? He secretly felt smug in his heart. Let's go, I'll take you to register first. The training camp officially starts tomorrow. Today, we'll settle the places you're staying and let you get familiar with this area, the middle-aged man said, with an expectation-filled tone. Of course, once you two enter the training camp, it's likely that the next time you come out, it'll be back to Tianyun City. He added, with a mysterious gleam in his eyes. Senior, will you be the one to escort us this time? Sui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Shenyang's mouth twitched, wishing he could sew this kid's mouth shut. A grade 6 powerhouse. A grade 6 powerhouse. That's not someone you can provoke so casually, kid. Realizing he had been a bit abrupt, Sui quickly adjusted his attitude and respectfully said, Senior, it seems there's no chance this time, but I have some cultivation questions I'd like to consult you about. The middle-aged man burst out laughing, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. That will depend on whether Professor Zhugayan is willing to spend another mid-grade blood crystal to invite me. As soon as the words were spoken, Lian Xingyan's eyes widened, his face full of shock. The conditions proposed by the middle-aged man were simply unbelievable. Just as everyone was in astonishment, the middle-aged man suddenly pulled a book out of his coat, as if performing some magic, and threw it directly to Sui. Sui instinctively caught it, and upon a closer look, the book clearly bore the 3 characters Phantom Step. Instantly, his heart filled with joy. I noticed your curiosity about martial arts during the journey, so I want to teach you this ultimate skill, the middle-aged man said casually, yet exuding an invisible sense of pressure. This Phantom Step is one of the martial arts I excel at, and the contents will completely disappear in 7 days. If you can master this Phantom Step within 7 days of the training camp, he said with a faint smile, not only will I send you all back, but next time you visit Martial City, I'll personally come to welcome you. Sui's eyes lit up, his heart surging with excitement. Senior, are you serious? Absolutely. The middle-aged man affirmed, as if proclaiming a grand promise. Shang Yang glared at Sui from the side, urging him anxiously, hurry up and thank Senior. Thank you, Senior. Sui bowed sincerely, feeling secretly relieved. He had initially thought that even if he mastered the Misty Step, he wouldn't dare demonstrate it lightly in the short term, fearing the trouble it might cause if questioned. Unexpectedly, the senior had proactively offered him the opportunity, practically handing him a pillow while he was dozing off. Oh, young lady, if you wish to learn, you can as well. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Lu Qinghuan, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Thank you, Senior. Lu Qinghuan was slightly taken aback but quickly responded, filled with gratitude. Let's go. I'll take you to get familiar with the reporting station. The middle-aged man seemed entirely unbothered by his previous actions, continuing to lead the way ahead in a natural manner, as if this exchange was the most ordinary thing. Sui carefully placed the Mizong Step manual into Lu Qinghuan's arms, speaking earnestly, Qinghuan, please be careful. I trust you more to take care of this book. Lu Qinghuan hesitated to speak, but in the end, she could only nod. Sui's resolute expression left her no room for argument. At this moment, her heart was filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. Tianyuan City. The written exam was over, and the martial arts test followed immediately. After the intense confrontation with the puppeteers, the top 300 in the city were finally decided, preparing to participate in the final arena competition. On the martial arts square in Tianyuan City, all high school principals gathered on the high platform to watch. In the square, 300 students stood in front of their respective arenas in an orderly manner according to the draw sequence, the atmosphere tense and exhilarating. Qinling looked around but still couldn't find Suyi's figure. She was secretly anxious in her heart. Not only that, even Lu Qinghuan was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, she wasn't the only one feeling puzzled. Those boys who once regarded Lu Qinghuan as their dream girl were also asking around, wondering why they hadn't seen her. Meanwhile, some boys who planned to teach Sui a lesson in front of Lu Qinghuan now looked disappointed, sighing repeatedly. Sui isn't qualified to participate in the arena competition, I can understand that. But why hasn't my goddess Qinghuan come either? What on earth is happening at number 8 high school? Could it be that she was dragged down by Sui? I've said it before, number 8 high school can't produce real geniuses. Now look, the top 3 of the city in the joint exam are actually absent. Zhang Shizhang listened quietly to the gossip around him, his gaze icy cold, not wanting to argue with them at all. He silently noted down the insults against number 8 high school and secretly vowed in his heart, the truth will be revealed in the arena. You're in the same class as Lu Qinghuan, right? A boy walked up to Zhang Shizhang and asked directly. Wow, could it be that even the great Kaiyu likes goddess Qinghuan? An expert and a goddess, that's absolutely no problem. With Kaiyu's arrival, all the students on site instantly focused their attention on him. Those who had been mocking others immediately shut their mouths after receiving a cold glance from Kaiyu. He spoke, don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in Lu Qinghuan, nor in Sui. Lu Qinghuan is one of the few people who can make me go all out. I just want to know why she didn't come. Zhang Shizhang responded, I'm not quite sure either. Before today's joint exam started, our teacher took Sui and Lu Qinghuan away. They're probably no longer in Tianyun City now. As soon as the words fell, the square erupted into another bout of commotion. Ah, goddess Qinghuan and Sui are no longer in Tianyuan City? They're not even taking the exam? Wow, the teachers at 8th High are so irresponsible? Ridiculous, taking away the top student in the entire school right before the exam, it's simply a joke. Kaiyu frowned slightly. Since no one knew, he returned to his seat. At this moment, on the high platform in the square, the other principals curiously looked at Principal Tang of number 8 high school. Old Tang, Qinghuan is the ace of your school, why didn't you let her take the exam this time? Principal Tang of number 8 high school stroked his beard, acting all mysterious, leaving the other principals exchanging glances with helpless expressions. They collectively turned to look at the principals of Tianyuan number 1 high school and Tianyun number 1 high school, their faces revealing a look of I knew I was the fool here. Old Tang, come on, spill it. Give us an explanation. Ahem. The principal of 8th high school coughed twice in a deliberately serious manner, took 2 sips of water, and then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, slowly uttered 5 words, for school training camp. As his words fell, the expressions of the principals instantly shifted from expectation to confusion, then to shock, and finally all were left dumbfounded. What? Are you saying that Sui and Lu Qinghuan are going to participate in the four-school joint training camp? The bald principal of 3rd High School stood up abruptly, his voice booming. His voice echoed across the square, instantly causing a commotion. Yi Chao? The four schools joint training camp? The small high school exam? This can't be true, right? Are you stupid? This was announced by the principal. No way, even Caillou didn't go. Why would Sui and Lu Qinghuan from 8 High get to go? How would I know? I heard Sui caught the eye of a professor from Beta who rejected him. He must have pulled some strings. This is just too outrageous. Heh, what's so outrageous about it? Pulling strings, so what? Sui's strength, TSK. Forget about Sui, even Lu Qinghuan taking the mini-exam is just going there to embarrass herself. The students on the scene chimed in one after another, and the place instantly exploded. Caillou, who had always remained calm, showed a hint of daze on his face. The principal had previously applied for him to join the four-school joint training camp, but he hadn't even made it past the first round and was mercilessly rejected. And now, both Lu Qinghuan and Sui from 8th High School had been invited to attend. For a moment, his heart surged with waves of emotions, and he could no longer maintain his composure. In the square, even the students from 8th High School found it hard to believe this happened. Ling, however, showed a look of sudden realization. I've said it before, with his strength, there's no way he'd be eliminated. While feeling happy for Sui, Lu Qinghuan also started secretly envying him again. She quickly shook her head. No. I just want to learn from Sui. He's my goal. Yes. It's that simple. On the high platform, the principal of 8th High School wore a smug expression, his demeanor composed. It's the four schools joint training camp, and today a 6th rank expert came personally to pick up these two kids. Seeing his smug look, the other principals couldn't help but feel like crying. The principal of number 1 high school even said directly, "You old rascal, how could you keep such good news from us? At least before the two kids left, we could have sent them some gifts. It's not that I wanted to keep it from everyone. You're all aware of the geniuses at that training camp," the principal said casually. "To put it simply, this trip is just to help that boy Sui settle down a bit. So, as for giving gifts, you might as well wait until they come back." As soon as the words fell, the principals immediately understood the reason and realized they had severely underestimated Sui's tactical talent. The principal of 1st High School bluntly stated, "We are still too focused on raw strength and neglect literary talent. I think after this joint exam, there needs to be in-depth research among schools on training strategists." This proposal was immediately supported by all the principals, who realized the limitations of their own perspectives. In the square, most of the students were in states of envy, jealousy, or even dissatisfaction. In response, several principals exchanged smiles without offering any explanation. Giving them a little pressure was not a bad thing. Marshall City. After Sui and Lu Qinghuan placed their luggage, they went to the registration area. A middle-aged man introduced to them, "Before the training camp starts tomorrow, you will undergo blood vitality testing. After the blood vitality test, all 105 students will freely form teams. So at that time, whether it's stimulating your own blood vitality or observing others, don't be careless. Choosing teammates is extremely important as it will affect your survival conditions over the next 7 days." Sui and Lu Qinghuan nodded earnestly, secretly staying alert. Meanwhile, Chang Yong stood silently beside them, secretly laughing to himself. "It's here. It's finally happening. This time, I must make that kid completely give up on the idea of joining the battle system." Tianyun City. The Grand Martial Arts competition was in full swing, with a lively and extraordinary atmosphere overflowing with passion. Unlike several previous joint assessments, only Lu Qinghuan, who consistently ranked in the top 3, did not participate, which undoubtedly became a major focus of attention. Caillou's performance was relentless, like a fierce lion, instantly becoming the biggest highlight of today's martial arts competition. From the first arena battle to the semifinals, he almost defeated every opponent in a single move, giving them no chance to react. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood that Caillou's intense outburst was triggered by Sui and Lu Qinghuan's participation in the mini-college entrance exam. As the perennial top student and the acknowledged greatest genius in Tianyun City, everyone believed he would be this year's standout in the Tianyuan City college entrance exams. However, he suddenly learned that there were 2 other rivals from Tianyuan City also taking part in the genius training camp he'd longed for. Such a revelation would be unacceptable to any genius, especially since one of these competitors had never defeated him in 3 years, and the other didn't even have the ability to approach his level. Caillou kept reminding himself to stay calm, The four-school joint training camp had nothing to do with martial arts talent, and Sui and Lu Qinghuan's participation was solely due to Sui's strategic intellect. While he clearly understood this, he found it difficult to control his emotions when facing these challengers in the arena. His desire to utterly defeat them grew stronger, and his usual mindset of learning through sparring was completely wiped away. On the high platform, the principals observed without comment. Each principal had their own considerations, and the principal of Tianyun First High School chuckled and said, "Old Tang, your Bazu High School has done me a great favor. This time, Caillou gets far too few challenges here in Tianyun City. Now that he's been shaken up by the matter of Sui and Lu Qinghuan, I'm feeling much more at ease about his performance in the upcoming college entrance exams." Principal Tang Yaodong of the number 8 high school stroked his small mustache and laughed heartily. "I helped you with such a big favor, asking for one more first-grade blood crystal. Isn't too much, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on the number 1 high school principal's face instantly vanished. This old guy was getting greedier by the day. On the arena, Caillou also breezed through the semifinals. With just 3 moves and his swamp superpower, he easily eliminated another long-standing top 3 genius from Tianyun City. At this moment, the discussions below the arena grew even livelier. "Damn, Caillou is so impressive. Lu Qinghuan and Li Wei only barely managed to claim spots among the top 3. Caillou took first place because there's only room for first. Previously, I thought the top 3 were close in strength, but today I realized the 2 ahead of Caillou are hardly worth mentioning." Stop with the forced criticism. Our goddess Qinghuan wasn't completely overtaken by Caillou. That's because Caillou hadn't gone all out before. To be fair, Lu Qinghuan really isn't a match for him. Exactly, even if Sui could pull strings to join the four-school training camp, it should be our Caillou who accompanies him. Lu Qinghuan's strength doesn't measure up at all. It's clear that Sui pulled some strings, and Lu Qinghuan is benefiting from Bei Middle School's connections as well. For the sake of improving Tianyuan City's performance in the college entrance examination, the principal of Bei Middle School should take the initiative to give the spot to Caillou. Who knows, Caillou might even break into the top 10 in the Northwest region in this year's college entrance exam, creating a new milestone. The discussions among the students below the stage grew louder, while the principals on the platform were clearly enjoying the atmosphere, glancing toward Tang Yaodong. With smiles, Tang Yaodong remained unfazed and calmly remarked, "Our student Lu Qinghuan relies not on talent, but purely on vision. Even if I wanted to make a change, she wouldn't be willing." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of principals all burst into laughter. The students, being young, didn't quite understand all this, but they all knew one thing in their hearts: what was the real difference between Lu Qinghuan and Caillou when it came to the four schools joint training camp? The main difference is probably just one of gender. The principal of First High even secretly muttered to himself, "If old Tang really handed this spot to me, would I dare let Caillou participate?" At such a critical moment, if Caillou were to lose his composure, that would be an irreparable loss. Caillou quickly secured victory in the semifinals, while the other semifinal was won by Qinling. For the first time, Qinling, who had never used her powers on the stage before, revealed the terrifying nature of her abilities. Compared to Caillou's overwhelming dominance, Qinling gave off the feeling of having the entire situation completely under control. Facing her boundless strength, others now seemed hopelessly suppressed. Seeing Qinling's outburst, the students grew even more excited. Holy crap, even Goddess Qinling has dropped the pretense and gone all out. Was she provoked too? Isn't Goddess Qinling's target the strategist? Are you silly? Sui is the youngest strategist. Do you think there's a chance that Goddess Qinling and Goddess Qinghuan might be rivals in love? Damn. Bro, stop talking, it hurts. 2 goddesses competing for Sui, I really can't handle this. I need to go back and give it a try myself. Who knows, maybe I have the talent to become a strategist too. On the stage, Qinling heard the others' discussions, and a hint of imperceptible shyness flashed in her eyes. She didn't know why, but ever since she met Sui, she awakened the fighting spirit within her, wanting to become better. Whether it was martial arts or strategy, she had to strive for greater achievements, otherwise, she wouldn't be qualified to fight alongside Sui in the future, nor enjoy Qinghuan's companionship. The final match had finally arrived. Qinling and Caillou faced off in the ring, sparks flying. Caillou's eyes burned with fighting spirit, and the corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile. "I originally thought today's arena duel would be boring, but I underestimated you, Qinling." Qinling nodded slightly as a response, silently reminding herself not to let herself down. As the referee gave the signal, the atmosphere in the arena instantly grew tense. Strange yet beautiful patterns appeared in Qinling's eyes, and her aura surged instantly. as if a goddess of war had descended. Her already delicate face was further accentuated with a captivating allure by the few lines, leaving one utterly entranced. On the other side, Caillou readied himself, his legs suddenly kicking off with force as he charged toward her fiercely. His figure tore through the air like a blade, bringing forth a roaring sound. Lingling initially intended to swiftly dodge, but the next second, her gaze turned sharp like a hawk's. Suddenly, she abandoned evasion and faced him head-on. The crowd beneath the arena stared intently, exclaiming in their hearts as Ling's left side suddenly transformed into a swamp capable of devouring everything. Caillou was not surprised to see his little trick exposed and thought to himself, "I don't believe you can dodge forever." He then engaged in close combat with Ling, fists colliding, sparks flying in all directions. Ling, coming from a martial arts gym, with the aid of her supernatural ability, surprisingly gained a slight advantage against Caillou, whose vitality far surpassed hers. The two exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. The audience below the arena held their breath, afraid to miss any detail. Caillou endured several whip kicks from Ling and showed a surprised expression on his face. Could this battle signify a change in the throne of the first place? At that very moment, Caillou's vitality suddenly surged, becoming even more powerful. On the high platform, the principal of First High School witnessed this scene, a flash of excitement appearing in his eyes. He stood up abruptly, the joy on his face undisguised. "This duel is absolutely thrilling," he thought to himself, eagerly anticipating every second to come. "Old Tang, 2 blood crystals. I'll send them to your number 8 high school tomorrow." The number 1 high school principal's voice boomed like thunder, his laughter echoing throughout the conference room. The other principals offered their congratulations, envy gleaming in their eyes. Caillou is truly remarkable, he broke through his limits during the battle, and his chi and blood value skyrocketed to 200. Tianyuan City is finally going to have an extreme martial artist, one principal said excitedly. "Old Lin, that medium-grade chi and blood of your school, number 1 high, has finally come in handy. Don't be stingy at a time like this," another principal teased. "If you're unwilling, we at number 3 high also have a medium-grade chi and bloodstone. If Caillou doesn't mind, he could consider transferring. Get out of here, stop dreaming. Caillou is the pride of number 1 high, no one can take him away." The number 1 high principal wore a smug smile on his face. "Truly, it's all about timing and fate," he remarked, his eyes showing anticipation for Caillou. "The kid's been stuck at the final step for several months, but who would have thought he'd finally break through today? I originally thought that if he still didn't break through, I would have him start bone tempering, so at least during the college entrance exam, he wouldn't lag too far behind the geniuses." From other cities, he said with a shake of his head and a smile. "I didn't expect that today." Stimulated by Sui and Lu Qinghuan, and with Ling's outburst, Caillou finally broke through. "Ha, that old guy from Tushar City was still bragging to us earlier about having a genius rank in the top 10 in the Northwest. He slammed the table, laughing. "Now our Tianyun City has one too. Next year's resource allocation really needs some careful planning." Caillou's breakthrough brought a refreshing joy to the principals on the high platform, who secretly rejoiced in their hearts. They knew that this small step marked the dividing line between a genius and a top-tier genius. Below the stage, students stared fixedly at Caillou, their blood boiling, spirits uplifted, as if the entire world was under his control. In the upcoming duel, even though Ling saw through Caillou's every move, she still couldn't keep up with his speed. In just 20 moves, she was defeated and left the stage in embarrassment. Ling lost, and a wave of sighs rose from the audience below the arena. Everyone had hoped to witness an underdog story, but this time, it ended in regret. Nonetheless, despite her defeat, she instantly became regarded as a dragon among men in the hearts of the students. Even the previous number 1 female prodigy, Lu Qinghuan, could no longer rival her. As a result, the students of number 1 high school became even more convinced of one belief: the person who should attend the training camp with Sui ought to be a student from their school. Meanwhile, at this moment, the students from number 8 high school were subjected to increasingly discontented gazes. The principals on the high platform observed this scene with secret delight. If number 8 high school could establish a competitive relationship with number 1 high school, that would be a scenario they were happy to see. Currently, the student training approach throughout the entire Tianyuan City revolved primarily around competition. Wu City, after Sui and Lu Qinghuan had toured most of the attractions, they finally returned to their accommodation. He used all the remaining opportunities for obtaining entries in the illustrated book on Lu Qinghuan. The big catch had already left, and Mr. Chung Yong was clearly out of luck. He didn't dare to take photos of random strangers. In Wu City, Lu Qinghuan was still the best choice, at least guaranteeing the acquisition of low-dimensional attributes. Moreover, there were still incomplete abilities waiting to be obtained. Of course, he needed to focus more on Lu Qinghuan. Anyway, in Changyang's eyes, Suyi's act of taking photos of Lu Qinghuan was merely showing off their affection. During dinner, Changyang informed the two about the situation regarding the great martial arts competition at the Tianyuan City Arena. The rise of Qinling and the breakthrough of Kaiyu had become hot topics among the city's discussions. He also mentioned Suyi and Lu Qinghuan's participation in the four-school joint training camp, deliberately adding pressure through some remarks. After Changyang left first, Suyi curiously asked, Qinghuan, they said Qinling and Kaiyu were hiding their strength. Have you ever done that before? Lu Qinghuan nodded and then shook her head, leaving Suyi puzzled. She thought for a moment and explained seriously, it can't really be considered hiding strength. Previously, when battling Kaiyu, there were a few times I was trapped by his swamp. I felt that my freezing ability could break through his swamp, but I had a bit of trouble controlling that power. There were even a few moments when I felt it might threaten Kaiyu's life, so I didn't use it. She analyzed earnestly, an ability that's not yet fully mastered doesn't count as hidden strength, does it? Suyi nodded and said with a smile, it's okay. When we return from the training camp, we can win without using abilities. Lu Qinghuan widened her eyes and nodded earnestly, yes. We can definitely do it. She added, I feel like my control over my ability has deepened again. Breaking his quagmire shouldn't be a problem. Suyi smiled and said, first, learn the phantom step. Once you master it, Kaiyu's quagmire will be nothing but a joke to you. If he can't even locate your figure properly, how could he possibly trap you? Lu Qinghuan suddenly understood and nodded, but then firmly shook her head, no, only after you've learned it can I start practicing. As she spoke, she took out phantom steps from her chest and handed it to Suyi, her face full of anticipation. Suyi took it, still able to feel her lingering warmth on it. He was about to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he understood her stubborn nature and said, alright, once I've mastered it, you can start practicing. Lu Qinghuan revealed a radiant smile, Suyi, you are truly a genius. I believe in you, you will definitely master it within 7 days. Tianyuan City. Early the next morning, shocking news spread from Tianyuan City's #1 high school. Kaiyu would be entering a secluded training state and would no longer participate in the final session of the Genius Training Camp. In an instant, the entire Tianyuan City was speculating whether Kaiyu was about to officially step into the warrior realm. Everyone was eagerly anticipating Kaiyu's stunning performance upon exiting seclusion. Kaiyu, holding a 4th-grade blood crystal, stepped into the Qi and Blood training room, embarking on a new journey toward the extreme. Martial City. Suyi and Lu Qinghuan also arrived at the entrance of the four-school joint training camp, poised and ready, awaiting the start of the camp. At 7 in the morning, there was still 1 hour left before the training camp began. A total of 105 geniuses gathered in the square, the atmosphere tense yet lively. At this moment, the elders who had escorted these talents also tactfully withdrew. Everyone understood in their hearts that, according to past customs, the next hour would be a time for these geniuses to get to know each other. Watching one prodigy after another holding small booklets in their hands, exuding confidence, as if they were thoroughly familiar with the information about each genius. Suyi and Lu Qinghuan exchanged a glance, then quickly located Changyang in the crowd. Changyang met their gaze, frowned, and said in an unfriendly tone, this has nothing to do with me. You two joined at the last minute, where am I supposed to find information for you? Suyi's lips curved slightly upward, revealing what seemed to be a mocking smile. Changyang was burning with rage, itching to rush into the square and teach this kid a lesson. Actually, it doesn't make a difference. Even if we had the information, we don't have the authority to choose anyone. Suyi smiled casually, fully aware that having someone willing to pay him any attention was already an incredible stroke of luck. No worries, we'll rely on ourselves. Besides, we're mainly here to gain some experience. Lu Qinghuan remained serious, her voice tinged with unyielding determination. Then shall we find a place to sit for a while? Suyi suggested, his heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming challenge, and he decided to simply relax a bit. Lu Qinghuan always complied with his decisions. Just as the two lifted their feet to leave, a figure appeared before them like a flash of lightning. You must be Suyi, right? The newcomer, exuding a commanding presence, had eyebrows that connected, which made him appear somewhat distinctive. My name is Su Yincheng, and we're from the same family, he introduced himself with confidence. I'm ranked 4th in the preliminary rankings for this training camp. Suyi was startled in his heart, not expecting the other party to be so direct, inviting without any beating around the bush. Suyi, I wonder if you currently have a team? My team is already formed, all 4 members have a vitality level of 200, and 2 of them possess S-level abilities. Su Yinqing's tone was filled with strong confidence. If you join us, we are confident we can help secure a top 3 spot in the training camp this time. The other party's sincerity was tempting, but Sui did not agree immediately. Beside him, Lu Qinghuan seemed unusually excited, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. This is a team aiming for the top 3. Although I don't know what rewards the top 3 might receive, they certainly won't be mediocre. She was anxious and was about to urge Sui to agree. Sorry, there are 4 of you, while Qinghuan and I are 2 people. If I were alone, I would be more than willing to join you. Sui politely declined. Su Yincheng clearly hadn't expected this. His gaze shifted between Lu Qinghuan and Sui before he earnestly said, I heard you're an excellent tactician. Making choices that align with interests on the battlefield is your strong suit. Sui's face was full of smiles, radiating confidence, but even tacticians have moments of youthful recklessness. Su Yincheng was captivated by his confidence, paused for a moment, and then chuckled, You're an interesting person. I hope we have a chance to become friends in the future. After speaking, he turned to leave but didn't forget to add, if it's just you alone, and you're also a tactician, there should be quite a few top-ranked teams today considering teaming up with you. But if you insist on teaming up with Lu Qinghuan, I feel it might be a bit difficult for you. Be mentally prepared. After all, carrying 2 is much harder than carrying 1, and it just wouldn't be worth it. Before the words had fully landed, Su Yincheng had already cupped his hands and left. Sui had just breathed a sigh of relief when he felt Lu Qinghuan's fiery gaze. Why didn't you agree? She was almost about to explode. Why agree with him? You promised to team up with me. They have a chance to rank in the top 3. Lu Qinghuan's voice rose by 8 degrees, her eyes shimmering with an eager glow. Do you think I can't do it myself? Sui said with an indifferent attitude, continuing to glance around, looking for a suitable place to sit. Lu Qinghuan felt helpless but could only obediently follow behind him. The geniuses who had originally planned to invite him, upon learning that he was determined to team up with Lu Qinghuan no matter what, all abandoned the idea. After several refusals, Sui's determination convinced everyone, and the surrounding invitations gradually faded. Once again, he felt the breath of solitude, and every scene in the square resonated in his heart. Changyang was so angry that he almost wanted to rush up and scold Sui, but on second thought, he felt that this kid hadn't done anything wrong. Just as he was observing, someone beside him said softly, He does remind me a lot of how you used to be. Changyang turned around in surprise. Why are you here? Zhuge Yun, dressed in a long robe, smiled and said, Since my dear old classmate is here, of course, I had to come and greet you. His gaze fell on Sui, and he continued, This kid does have a bit of ambition. If he really agrees, I'd have to seriously consider whether he might betray us at the critical moment, Changyang said disdainfully. Why couldn't it be that he simply lacks the qualities of an excellent tactician? Changyang retorted indignantly. Zhuge Yun cast a glance his way. The disciple I chose, whatever I say he is, that's what he is. Ha! Changyang let out a cold laugh, clearly disdainful of someone's opinion. Disciple? For all you know, he might be specializing in combat. Zhuge Yun stared at Sui with deep, penetrating eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. If he's specializing in combat, I'll make sure he understands the meaning of ruthlessness. Let's go. There's not much point in watching from here. How about watching from above with me for the next few days, he suggested to Changyang. Let's go, let's go. Changyang agreed decisively and turned to leave the crowd. Arriving at the staircase beside the square, Zhuge Yun led the 2 of them upwards, heading straight for the floating building at the dome. After passing through several layers of security checkpoints, they finally entered a room spanning several hundred square meters. Inside the room, the holographic images of the square appeared vivid and lifelike. The students' conversations could be heard clearly, as if they were situated in the perspective of a god, overlooking the clamor of the world below. The directors of admissions from the 4 major universities had gathered here, closely observing the geniuses they had their eyes on. Behind them, each led a data analysis team of up to dozens of people, ready and prepared. As soon as the 2 entered, the 4 directors warmly greeted them. Professor Zhuge, it's truly our great fortune to have you here supervising the assessment. Feng Wan, the admissions office director of Pingyun University, was the first to speak, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Zhuge Yun smiled faintly. I had to come, or else how would you ever agree to let Sui participate in this training camp? The director of Nanchang University, Deng Ji, followed up with a laugh. A prodigy valued by Professor Zhuge cannot be let go so easily. This must be teacher Chun Yong, one of the two individuals who refused the Northern Tactics Department back in the day. She turned to Chun Yong, her eyes full of respect. Teacher Chun Yong, it's been many years. It seems you've been doing quite well in cultivating yourself during this time. Batten, the admissions director of Dongji University, remarked coldly, with a trace of disdain in his tone, instantly intensifying the atmosphere in the observation room. Recalling old memories, several directors quickly chuckled awkwardly, attempting to change the subject. Professor Zhuge, what do you think of Su Yi's performance this time? Deng Ji asked, her expectant gaze falling on Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun wore a peculiar expression. How did he perform? You should know very well why I sent him, right? The four exchanged glances and smiled, slightly easing the atmosphere. Feng Wan turned all the cameras toward Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi in the square was teaching Lu Qinghuan the Phantom Steps, speaking with full confidence. Qinghuan, I studied it last night, and I'd basically mastered it now. There are still 6 days left. You must practice hard. Su Yi's voice echoed clearly in the observation room. Everyone fell silent, looking at each other, unsure of what to say for a moment. Could this boy be trying to charm the young girl? This scene brought a trace of tension and anticipation to their hearts. Xian Yun, the director of the admissions office at Jubai University, broke the silence, his gaze sharp as a blade. Brother Zhuge, is the Phantom Step something Brother Zhou Zhan gave to Sui? Zhuge Yun nodded, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I asked Brother Zhou Zhan to help bring this boy to Wucheng. Who would have thought that this boy could get Zhou Zhan's famous skill, the Phantom Step, just by taking a few photos? Everyone in the room looked at each other, astonished, wondering how such an effortless deal could possibly exist in the world. How about we also try taking a photo of Zhou Zhan, someone joked. Zhuge Yun's lips curled slightly. It's a pity this martial art only lasts for 7 days. If you can't master it, you'll miss out. So Zhou Zhan here is just playing with kids? Xian Yun scoffed and shook his head, saying, learning martial arts in 7 days is simply a fool's dream. Those who master martial arts without being warriors, there are only 8 in the training camp. Dyen from Dongji University interjected, his eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. Xian Yun nodded in acknowledgement. These 8 all come from martial arts families, immersed in martial arts from a young age, blessed with exceptional talent, which led to such achievements. Their preliminary rankings are all within the top 10, it seems they're all gearing up to lead their respective teams. He teased, Brother Zhuge, if Sui truly learns the Phantom Steps, then our combat department will need to be careful. Zhuge Yun did not respond and turned to Chun Yong. The students you teach truly carry the same spirit you had back in the day. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Chun Yong's forehead. Not much worse than you either, and you never hesitate to boast without any restraint. Two former friends engaged in a light-hearted online banter, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Except for Barton from Dongji University, the others also chuckled. Young people these days, we were all like this when we were young too, Feng Wan remarked with a sigh. Deng Ji unexpectedly interjected, you weren't nearly as good as Sui at making girls happy back in the day. Feng Wan immediately fell silent, looking around for an opportunity to change the subject. Chun Yong noticed the interaction between the two and was secretly curious, wanting to gossip but was interrupted by the others, each observing their favored geniuses. Zhuge Yun took Chun Yong aside and handed him a list. This is the basic information of the students in this training camp. Chun Yong took the list and quickly flipped through it, his frown growing deeper. Before the training camp began, the 4 schools had already made a preliminary ranking of the 105 students. Sui unsurprisingly ranked 105th, while Lu Qinghuan ranked 102nd, seemingly uninterested in competing for first place with Sui. Chow Chow Chow, 101, Blood Vitality 195, Ability, Good Luck. Preliminary Judgment above B level? This. 102, Lu Qinghuan, Blood Vitality 191, Ability, Freezing, A level. 103, Lin Yu, Blood Vitality 187, Ability, Hypnosis? They even gave an A-level rating for this? Chun Yong found it increasingly absurd, hard to believe. Zhuge Yun smiled calmly, he can hypnotize himself. Giving him A-level isn't excessive. Chun Yong had nothing to say and continued reading. Fuyu number 104, Blood Energy 179, Psychic Ability, Mind Control A-level. This ability is more normal. The last one, Sui's blood energy is estimated to be around 150, but there is no information about his psychic ability. Chun Yong really couldn't bear to read it aloud. After reading the list, he curiously asked, these last 3 are the teammates you found for Sui? Zhuge Yun replied without hesitation, don't talk nonsense. The potential of these 3 psychic abilities is still to be developed, plus Sui and Lu Qinghuan. The training camp over there also wants them to give it a try. Chang Yong curled his lips in doubt, his face full of skepticism. These three all have Northern University as their intended choice, and it's clearly just about finding teammates for Sui. The four-school training camp has an unwritten rule: sharing the same intended university is the basic requirement for genius teams. After all, from this moment on, the team may accompany them until university or even the end of their lives. I'm not doubting you, but as for this little team of theirs, I really can't see them creating any waves, Chang Yong pointed out directly. Zhuge Yun stared at him as if looking at a fool. Stir up trouble? With your student's blood vitality of 150, you think you can make waves? Chang Yong stifled an old blood surge in his heart. He's also your future student. Zhuge Yun fell silent, the atmosphere slightly heavy. After a pause, the two spoke in unison. Do we, in the tactical department, need martial arts talent? On the side, Chen Yun, a teacher from Reject North University, held his forehead and sighed. Sigh, is this the kind of character every person from Reject North University has? In the square, as most people had already made contact in advance and carried out thorough preparations, the grouping situation gradually became clear, leaving only a few people isolated and at a loss. Sui and Lu Qingwan sat by the flower bed, like outsiders, silently observing the formation of one five-person group after another. Sui pondered, recalling what the man from yesterday had said. He sighed emotionally. I can't believe I naively thought we'd form teams only after the blood and energy test. Lu Qinghuan comforted him from the side. It's okay. We're just here to gain experience. It doesn't matter who we team up with. Sui glanced at the girl and pretended to be serious, saying, Qinghuan, your attitude is not right. We're here to fight for first place. Our goal is to secure second and aim for first. Lu Qinghuan immediately changed her attitude and echoed, right. Secure second and aim for first. The two of them were already chatting idly and spouting nonsense. Just as they were talking, a man who looked difficult to deal with walked up to them, exuding a strong aura. Hello, my name is Fuyu, pre-ranked 104. If nothing goes wrong, we should be teammates next. Wait a moment, Fuyu, can you first tell me what this preliminary ranking is? Sui quickly stood up, his gaze sharp. The preliminary ranking is an estimated ranking based on past academic performance and combat records, Fuyu calmly responded, as if the question was very ordinary to him. This was created by the four-school training camp, and all students participating in the camp will receive a copy of this list, he continued, his expression showing no emotion. Sui and Lu Qinghuan exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of tension and anticipation in their hearts. Fuyo, do you have it with you? Can I take a look? Sui asked eagerly. Yes. Fuyo took a piece of paper out of her pocket and handed it to Sui. The rankings were clearly listed on the paper. Sui, very self-aware, started reading from the bottom, gritting his teeth inwardly. I'm last, and Qinghuan, you're fourth from the bottom. He looked helpless. How about it? Never been ranked at the bottom, right? Sui looked at Lu Qinghuan, secretly thinking this was truly a fascinating beginning. Lu Qinghuan obediently nodded, then smiled and said, It's okay, I was already prepared for this. Then it looks like the five of us will form a team? Sui pointed at the names of the bottom five, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Fuyu nodded, a faint smile finally appearing on his face, as if he was satisfied with this team combination. Speaking of which, we all have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to join this training camp, Fuyu spoke, his tone full of gratitude. Sui waved his hand indifferently, no big deal. No big deal. Since it's destined to be the five of us, why wait to be assigned later when we can proactively form a team now? Fuyu, do you know who the other two are? He asked curiously, secretly anticipating the strength of these two teammates. Fuyu nodded expressionlessly, then pointed to two people in the crowd. One of them had a confident smile on his face, as if he were the chosen one, his eyes shining with fearless brilliance. The other one, like a curious kitten, glanced around, eyes filled with endless curiosity, as if eager to explore everything around him. It seems our team is going to be very interesting. Sui's eyes sparkled with determination, and he had already begun planning how to stand out in this training camp. Sui led the two to find the chosen one. This handsome guy, you must be Lin Yu, right? The term handsome guy was absolutely not perfunctory. Features, face shape, height, body type, Lin Yu truly deserved the title. Calling him a comic book protagonist come to life wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. It's just that these features are too exquisite, giving people a strange sense of discord. Although the nose, eyes, and mouth are all very attractive, they don't come together harmoniously. Lin Yu looked at the three of them and revealed a confident smile. I knew I wouldn't be left unchosen. Are you inviting me to join your team? Looking at the other's confident demeanor, Sui couldn't help but strike back. Yeah, I'm last, he's second to last, and you're third to last. If we don't team up, it would simply defy the laws of nature." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yan's confidence instantly vanished, and her whole demeanor deflated. "I knew it, in the end, it would definitely be us stragglers huddling together for warmth." The contrast in temperament before and after left Sui and Lu Qinghuan greatly shocked. Fu Yu had been observing him coldly all along and, upon seeing this, nodded knowingly without surprise. His superpower is hypnosis. He can hypnotize others as well as himself. It can even affect his appearance and height. 1 year ago, he was still a short and chubby student with an ordinary appearance. Since awakening his superpower, his height has grown from 1.6 meters to 1.82 meters within a year. His originally small eyes and flat nose have also gradually transformed into large eyes and a high nose bridge. Fu Yu explained Lin Yan's situation in full detail. Lu Qinghuan and Sui listened, their eyes filled with even greater surprise than before. Lu Qinghuan's eyes sparkled even more, as if imagining Lin Yan's brilliant future. During the period when Lin Yan had just awakened his talent, he was almost the most famous student in the entire demon-slaying capital. His supernatural ability also sparked widespread discussion for a time. Sui curiously asked, "Since you can hypnotize yourself to become more handsome, does that mean you can also hypnotize your talent to improve?" Fu Yu nodded and said, "Theoretically, yes, but based on the current situation, his hypnotic effect is extremely limited." Lin Yan confidently emphasized, "It's only limited for now. When I gain better control of my ability, my talent will definitely become the best in all of humanity." Fu Yu neither agreed nor disagreed, his expression showing no fluctuation. Sui looked at him appreciatively and nodded, saying, "Brother Lin Yan, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Let me take a couple of photos of you later, and I'll give you an autograph." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's face instantly displayed the expression of a warrior willing to die for a confidant. "Brother Sui, you truly understand me. Don't just talk about taking photos or signatures, anything you want, I can give you." As soon as the words fell, Sui shivered instantly. Thinking about this guy's bizarre supernatural ability, he quietly stepped back 2 steps. "Lin Yan, I trust that you won't hypnotize your teammates," he confirmed. "Brother Sui, don't worry. Unless you ask me to hypnotize you, I won't use my ability on any of you. Let me tell you, many people in our class want me to hypnotize them to do spring." Lin Yan didn't finish her sentence, sensing a chilling aura, and immediately shut her mouth. "This must be Sister Qinghuan. I've heard so much about you." Lu Qinghuan nodded coldly, thinking to herself, "Extremely bad impression." She felt that her little Susu might very likely be led astray by this strange-looking person. The 4 successfully formed a team without any obstacles and were just about to look for the last teammate when Sui had just turned around. The twin-tailed girl came over with a curious expression on her face. "You're Sui, right? My name is Qiao Qiao, I've heard about you. Thanks to you, I was very lucky to join this training camp. By the way, are you guys still short of people? If you don't mind my skills being too weak, can I join you? Let me tell you, my supernatural ability is quite special, it's good luck. People around me can become very lucky too. Teaming up with me will definitely bring you great luck." Before Sui could speak, Qiao Qiao started rambling on her own. Sui glanced at Lu Qinghuan, a helpless expression appearing on his face. It feels like these teammates are all a bit unusual." Lu Qinghuan returned his comforting gaze. "Sui, Qiao Qiao, we were just about to invite you to join our team." "Really? Lucky." Qiao Qiao's eyes widened, and she happily jumped in place, her twin ponytails bouncing up and down. "I told you I'm really lucky. Qiao Qiao, her ability is luck. She's had good fortune since she was young, winning lottery tickets, finding money on the street, and discovering lost blood crystals in the wilderness." The 4-person team was finally formed, the gears of fate started turning, and their future adventures were about to unfold. But it was really because of such good luck, finding the blood crystal, that I lost the chance to become an extreme martial artist early. When Fu Yu said this, a trace of complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Currently, the vitality is 195. Once it reaches 200, you can break through to become a martial artist. He detailed Qiao Qiao's information as if reciting a cherished list. "What is an extreme martial artist?" Sui asked curiously, his eyes gleaming with the light of exploration. Fu Yu was not annoyed by this and explained coldly, "An extreme martial artist is someone who trains their vitality to 200 before becoming a martial artist, then uses a blood crystal to break through the human body's vitality limit. The opportunity to break through the limit is only available the first time you use a blood crystal. If you use a blood crystal before reaching 200 vitality, then even after reaching 200, using a high-grade blood crystal will still not allow you to break through the limit. As the words fell, Lu Qinghuan's eyes instantly widened, her face full of tension. Sui, what should we do? You have no chance now. Sui helplessly looked at this silly girl. Qinghuan, do you think with my talent, without using a blood crystal, I can reach 200? Lu Qinghuan nodded seriously. That's right. You're amazing. Xiao Qiao, standing to the side, responded indifferently. Actually, a blessing in disguise. Everyone says I ruined my bright future by picking up the blood crystal. But I think, it's not necessarily about becoming an extreme martial artist. They all say that becoming an extreme martial artist means a ceiling of at least an 8th rank venerable, but so far, our Huagua has only produced a few venerables, while there are dozens of extreme martial artists every year. Fu Yu interjected, but becoming an extreme martial artist can accelerate bone tempering, increase the chances of ability evolution, or even awaken other abilities. Without becoming an extreme martial artist, there will always be a gap compared to other geniuses. As soon as Fu Yu finished speaking, Lin Yan nodded repeatedly from the side, seemingly in strong agreement. Xiao Qiao still looked indifferent, as if none of this affected her determination. Sui and Lu Qinghuan only then realized the limitations of the small Tianyun city. Reflecting silently, Sui turned to Lu Qinghuan and said firmly, Qinghuan, don't use that blood crystal. You must strive to become an extreme martial artist. The principal gave a blood crystal to Lu Qinghuan, hoping she could break through the limit of 200 before the training camp ended and use her martial artist strength to take the college entrance exam. A fighting spirit ignited in Lu Qinghuan's heart, and she longed to continuously improve her strength during the training camp so she could provide more help to Sui. However, Sui advised her not to use the blood crystal. Lu Qinghuan did not immediately agree to his suggestion. She could listen to Sui on minor matters, but when it came to major decisions, she always stuck to her own principles. Sui noticed her stubbornness and felt a sense of relief. After all, once her blood energy value surpassed the limit, she would undoubtedly choose to push for becoming an extreme martial artist. Lu Qinghuan's intense competitiveness, especially when comparing herself to him, left him in awe. Fu Yu looked at Lu Qinghuan with some surprise. He had originally thought she would comply with Sui, but unexpectedly, when it came to matters concerning her future, she was so resolute. However, he didn't have much time to dwell on this, as according to his information, Lu Qinghuan's blood energy value had already surpassed 180, while he himself was stuck at 179, unable to break through. At this moment, Lin Yan interjected, there are differences even among extreme martial artists. The quality of the blood crystal used directly affects the overall outcome. Ambition flickered in her eyes. It's said that if one uses a 9th grade blood crystal to break through the limit, there's a chance to reach 300 blood energy in one go and awaken a powerful ability, with the ability's level guaranteed to be above S grade. If I could use a 9th grade blood crystal to break through, I'd definitely be the most outstanding genius of this generation. Lin Yan's face was filled with excitement, as if she had already begun envisioning her glorious future. However, Fu Yu coldly said, that's just a legend. To date, humanity has only obtained 2 9th grade blood crystals, and both were used on masters above the grandmaster level. It's absolutely impossible for them to be used on non-martial artists. His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly shattering Lin Yan's beautiful dream. Sui was shocked by this. 300 blood energy and 9 transformations were not an impossible feat for him. I heard that the training camp not only offers high-grade blood crystal rewards but also some hidden blood crystal rewards, Xiao Qiao added to the conversation. Reward? Sui was stunned, and even Fu Yu showed an incredulous expression. Sui, you don't know that the reward for being first in the training camp group every year is always a high-grade blood crystal? Xiao Qiao continued to explain, once you enter the training camp, you are guaranteed to receive a mid-grade blood crystal as a reward. The higher your ranking, the better the blood crystal reward you receive. The geniuses participating in the training camp are all aiming for the high-grade blood crystal. Everyone wants to use it to break through their limits and unleash their full potential. He paused, his gaze resolute. It can be said that among the 105 people present, apart from the 5 of us, most of the others have blood vitality around 200, and some are even stuck at the threshold of 199. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Zhuge Yun couldn't help but glance at Cheng Yong again. Cheng Yong, annoyed by his stare, snapped, what are you looking at? Is it necessary for us, from a small city like Tianyun City, to tell them these things? Wouldn't that just crush their confidence? Zhuge Yun's eyes sharpened. I can understand them not knowing about extreme martial artists, but why didn't you tell them about the rewards? He stepped closer to Cheng Yong, pressing him, speak. Is your school trying to embezzle their rewards? Greedy my ass. If you slander me again, watch out, I'll fight you to the death. Chung Yong was burning with rage. Weren't you the one who said this time was just to strike at that kid Sui and let him see how harsh the world is? The two argued incessantly, drawing the attention of the deans from the 4 major academies. They shook their heads helplessly, sighing inwardly at how these tacticians wouldn't even spare their own students. What? Was this about letting Sui see the harshness of the world? The worse, the better? Sharing a knowing smile, the camera shifted to Sui, who had finally realized that the reward was a high-grade blood crystal. Immediately, Sui's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared directly at Lu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, give me that first-grade blood crystal. I'll get you a high-grade blood crystal in return. Your talent absolutely deserves a high-grade blood crystal. His tone was full of sincerity, as if stating something completely self-evident. At this moment, the atmosphere in the observation room instantly became tense. The 4 teaching directors and the data group members from 4 universities all looked up, their eyes simultaneously focusing on Zhuge Yun and Chung Yong. Chung Yong broke the tension without hesitation. Don't look at me, look at him. He used to be the best at tricking girls into giving him cultivation resources. Zhuge Yun's mouth twitched uncontrollably, thinking to himself, what is going on with this uninitiated student? It's one thing to brag, but how could he even think of targeting young girls' cultivation resources? And it's just a grade 1 blood crystal. He took a deep breath, slapped Chung Yong's shoulder hard, and said in a stern tone, he better prove to me that he truly has such an idea, even if it's far-fetched. Otherwise, I will let him understand what cruelty really means. Everyone looked at this tactical master and felt the authority behind his smile. Their sympathy for Sui grew even stronger, and they couldn't help but sigh inwardly, this child is truly pitiful. In the square, after some inquiries, Sui finally figured out the situation. Lin Yu and the others expressed that they didn't blame the two for knowing nothing about the situation, as the team leader was simply too irresponsible. Perhaps because they were all bottom-ranked students, the atmosphere among them was relatively harmonious. Seeing the right moment, Sui excitedly pulled out a camera from his pocket and said, come. Since we're all teammates now and I don't have any gifts for our first meeting, let me take a photo of each of you as a gift. The 3 had no doubts, even Fuyu cooperated quite well. Sui aimed the illustration collector at them, inwardly delighted, ready to record this important moment. Detected that the target illustration possesses SS-level ability, mental manipulation. Detected that the target illustration possesses SS-level ability, dream realization. Detected that the target illustration possesses SSS-level ability, favor of fortune. As information kept updating, Sui's eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement, thinking to himself, this harvest is truly worth anticipating. Another SSS-level ability, and it's a highly enigmatic special attribute ability, truly exhilarating. Mental manipulation, fantasy realization, fortune's favor. Any one of these 3 abilities would make this training camp worthwhile. High-grade blood crystals, mid-grade blood crystals, these 3 abilities are the real prize, absolutely defying expectations. First is Fuyu's mental regulation and mental control. Though differing by just one word, the distinction is vast. Sui's heart stirred, and countless ways to use this superpower flashed through his mind, making his blood boil with excitement. Next is Lin Yu's fantasy come true. These 4 words are enough to convey the extraordinary nature of this ability, truly beyond imagination. An SS-level rating signifies godlike potential, with a promising future ahead. In other words, if Lin Yu develops this ability to its fullest extent, even miraculous events of legendary proportions could come true, and then the term master with a single thought would be no joke. As for the SSS-level luck blessing, Sui silently made up his mind to persist in taking pictures of Xiao Xiao starting today, until he acquires this buff. Click, click, click. The shutter pressed 3 times in a row, strength plus 10, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. It feels like he's on the rise. Although he didn't strike gold again, Sui didn't feel discouraged at all. After finishing shots for the 3 people, he pointed the camera at Lu Qinghuan again, clicking once more. Lu Qinghuan smiled radiantly, a freshly taken photo in hand, power increased by 20. As expected, Lu Qinghuan is truly his ultimate goddess of luck. Handing the photos to the 4 of them, Sui noticed their gazes becoming deeper, as if they had seen infinite possibilities for the future. Lin Yu cautiously nudged Fuyu. Why do I feel like Sui's gaze at us has changed after taking the photos? Could it be that he's finally realized my handsomeness? Fuyu said expressionlessly, too lazy to bother with this daily narcissist, though curiosity also stirred in his heart. Sui praised Lu Qinghuan for being photogenic, suddenly feeling a string in his mind being plucked. Inspiration burst forth, and without hesitation, he quickly turned to Fuyu. The spirit probe failed, and Fuyu was astonished. Just as he was about to react, he met Suyi's gaze and instantly widened his eyes. Suyi displayed an innocent smile. "What's wrong, Fuyu? Did you discover something again?" Fuyu shook his head and remained silent, while Suyi acted as if nothing had happened. "There's a psychic ability user in the team, I really need to be careful," Suyi thought to himself, still smiling as he turned to the two girls. "Xinghuan, Xiao Xiao, let me take another photo of you two together." "Sure." Xiao Xiao responded excitedly, while Lu Qinghuan cast a puzzled glance, knowing that Suyi's photography was actually for intelligence gathering. "I'll take a couple of shots and give each of you one," Suyi deliberately emphasized, and Lu Qinghuan's cautious little expression immediately disappeared. At exactly 8 o'clock, the large clock in the square chimed, and the noisy square fell silent in an instant. At this moment, a man dressed in a black leather jacket walked into the square and stepped onto the high platform, his imposing aura commanding respect. "Good morning, everyone. I am your instructor for this training camp, Wei Ikuan." As the crowd looked at him, he gave a confident smile. "For now, you can just call me instructor." "Good morning, instructor," a group of talented youths shouted in unison, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Wei Ikuan nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the crowd of onlookers nearby. "Everyone, the training camp begins now. You may leave." As soon as the words fell, the audience beside the square instinctively turned and left. Moments later, only 105 students remained in the square. He suddenly struck the sky with his palm, and visible ripples spread out, forming an invisible barrier around them, leaving everyone in awe. "This is a technique only a grandmaster can use, mainly to prevent exposing our strength to the outside world," Fu proactively explained to Suyi and Lu Qinghuan, his tone filled with reverence. Suyi nodded, his eyes full of longing, scanning Wei Ikuan on stage, silently thinking, "A 6th-grade martial artist, this middle-aged man has given me a martial art and a bit of mental strength. Truly exciting." He resisted the urge to take out a camera. Although he was a wanderer, he was definitely not greedy. On the high platform, Wei Ikuan glanced at the crowd, his tone firm. "Not bad, the vigor and spirit of your cohort are much better than the previous one. I won't waste words with you," he continued. "This training camp will still follow the same format, 5 days of free hunting, 1 day of free activities, and a final day of arena combat. 5 days of free hunting. You will form teams of 5. As these words were spoken, a fighting spirit ignited in everyone's hearts. The future, an era belonging to them, was about to begin. Each team selects a captain. Over the next 5 days, you will enter the small wilderness behind me to hunt. A life and death game is about to begin. Ordinary exotic beasts are worth 10 points, 1st grade beasts 100, 2nd grade 1,000, 3rd grade 10,000, 4th grade 100,000, and 5th grade 1,000,000. Listen carefully, the higher the points, the greater the danger. I'll give you a friendly reminder. Last year, one team recklessly tried to challenge a 4th grade beast. The result? Total annihilation, becoming the laughingstock of countless people over tea and meals. Here, annihilation means truly losing your lives. Wei Ikuan's lips curled into a provocative smile as his sharp gaze swept across the crowd, cutting like a blade. On the square, 105 students were fully focused, and a tense atmosphere spread. Even though they knew the training camp's rules were similar to the college entrance examination, no one dared to lose focus at this moment, faintly feeling a sense of urgency in their hearts. However, if you want to hunt 5th or 6th grade exotic beasts, I won't stop you. After all, this is your choice. Bravery knows no fear. The only thing I need to warn you about is that during the first 5 days of free hunting, all teams are in a cooperative state, and any mutual fighting is strictly prohibited. If any team is found in violation, their training camp qualification will be revoked immediately, without mercy. Wei Ikuan's expression suddenly turned serious, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "I know you are all geniuses and each of you wants to prove yourselves. I will give you the opportunity, but not within these first 5 days. On the 6th day, when free activities begin, all teams will switch to competing against each other, and points can also be taken away. I hope that one day, you can make this wilderness as lively as a battlefield." Wei Ikuan's serious expression vanished, replaced by a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. The Grand Martial Arts competition on the final day will be participated by the top 10 teams in the rankings. There will be additional rewards for individual battles, so it's bound to be exciting. I've finished explaining the rules. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask now. The square was deathly silent, everyone deep in thought, their hearts filled with boundless anticipation and tension. Wei Ikuan nodded, his tone becoming gentle. "All right, let's begin the blood and energy test now. After the blood and energy test, you can form teams freely. As he spoke, he took out a booklet, a spark of challenge flickering in his eyes. Those who hear their names, you can come up now. Gaoshi, pre-ranked first, has held the top spot in the Eastern Warzone joint exams for 3 consecutive years, participated in the hunt of a grade 4 exotic beast, and is absolutely a force to be reckoned with. Hao Ziming, pre-ranked second, has held the top spot in the Southern Warzone joint exams for 3 consecutive years, once faced a grade 4 exotic beast alone and successfully escaped, truly fearless. Wu Linlin has held the top spot in the Central Warzone joint exams for 3 consecutive years, and single-handedly killed a grade 3 exotic beast. Su Yinchang, ranked first in the Southwest Warzone joint exam for 3 consecutive years, single-handedly killed a Tier 3 exotic beast. Wei Yikuan's voice thundered across the venue, revealing the achievements of the top 4 in the preliminary rankings, drawing everyone's attention. Their brilliant accomplishments filled every person present with immense awe, as if these 4 were deities on the battlefield. As the 4 geniuses ascended the high platform, Su Yi's gaze burned like flames. He silently vowed in his heart to surpass these 4 and become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. These 4 are the obstacles I must overcome. Participating in the killing of a Tier 4 exotic beast, single-handedly killing a Tier 3 exotic beast. If I want to catch up to them, I need a weapon capable of breaking through defenses. Sui calculated in his mind, thinking of the Tier 1 exotic beast he had opportunistically acquired, and his heart ignited with determination. Although exotic beasts are not classified as 5th grade and cannot control their vitality, the contest of strength remains a battle of basic attributes. With a little thought, a solution can be found. In the observation room, Chang Yong and Zhu Geyun's gaze was firmly fixed on Sui. Seeing the fighting spirit burning in his eyes, Zhu Geyun couldn't help but speak. Are you sure the data you gave me earlier wasn't wrong? This kid looks like he's ready to take down the top 4 contenders. Chang Yong remained composed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. That's normal. After all, he's the kind of guy who dares to take off the principal's tires. If you told me he wants to challenge Brother Cohen, I wouldn't find it unreasonable. Zhu Geyun shook his head helplessly. Is this really how you teach students? A perfectly good tactical genius is close to being turned into a reckless warrior under your guidance. Chang Yong couldn't be bothered to explain and looked up at the sky. He knew that this young man possessed extraordinary potential, worth testing. In the square, 4 prodigies placed their hands on the blood energy detector simultaneously, and unsurprisingly, all 4 machines displayed the number 200. Wei Yikuan nodded slightly. Alright, you may go prepare to form teams. The 4 of them walked off the stage without hesitation. Though pride filled their hearts, it was evident they had no intention to team up, as personal glory held greater importance to them. Next, the second group of prodigies took the stage, with their blood energy readings also showing 200, further heightening the tense atmosphere across the venue. It wasn't until the third group that someone finally started forming teams. Yao Yu, ranked 9th, ran straight to Su Yinshan. The 2 hugged tightly, and the brief kiss they shared instantly ignited the crowd. Chow, killing a dog? Ridiculous. The crowd was in an uproar, and the atmosphere instantly turned cheerful. Sui watched the scene, secretly mocking it in his heart, then met Lu Qinghuan's gaze and saw her cheeks turn red in an instant. Would it be inappropriate for us to do this too? Lu Qinghuan seemed a bit nervous, while Sui looked completely confused. The blood vitality testing continued, with everyone showcasing their limit of 200. At this moment, Sui noticed that although half of the participants had completed the test, the top 8 teams had yet to form, and even those ranked 10th to 20th remained in solo mode. Just then, the 16th group stepped onto the stage, and as soon as the blood vitality test results were revealed, the scene was instantly in an uproar. Wu Jianqin, vitality 234. Lu Shuop, vitality 238. They've already surpassed their limits? Shocked voices rose one after another. 234 and 238. I feel like the blood crystals they used must be at least 4th grade blood crystals. The crowd kept discussing, speculating about the reasons for their breakthrough. Some even suspected it was a strategy to break through early, knowing they had no chance of making the top 3. The discussion in the square grew increasingly intense. Inside the observation room, the gazes of the 4 deans instantly turned sharp. Deng Ji tied up her long, draped hair, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Something's off. The blood crystals they broke through with are also rare blood crystals. I checked their profiles and found that neither their schools nor their backgrounds have the capability to provide mid-grade rare blood crystals. There must be a noble family supporting them behind the scenes. Feng Wan nodded, a hint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. This situation will happen in the future as well, but it will always be the last few who want to give it a try. Their preliminary rankings are considered mid-range. Aside from the gap with the top 10, there's not much difference with the others. There's no reason for such preparation. It's obvious someone got wind of the training camp's rewards in advance. An 8th grade blood crystal? Jubai Yun suddenly interrupted. I didn't say that. Xian Yun immediately defended himself under the gaze of the other three. Jubai Yun smiled faintly. Everyone knows that the Rain Venerable and the Blood Venerable recently ambushed and killed 3 8th grade exotic beasts. These two venerables are the ones in the human alliance who value the younger generation the most. It's not hard to guess that they would offer 1 or 2 blood crystals as rewards for this training camp. The reason I'm so certain is because, given the current situation, those noble families definitely wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. After all, 8th grade blood crystals are an excellent treasure for forging a golden body for a grandmaster. Using it on these kids might just cultivate a couple of earth-shattering geniuses. Isn't Gao Shi's ability an SS-level Dark Devourer type? If he uses an 8th grade blood crystal to break through his limits, his ability reaching another level would be simply unimaginable. In comparison, a few rare mid-grade blood crystals are hardly worth mentioning. Jubai Yun finished speaking, and the observation room instantly fell into silence. Just a moment ago, everyone was still shocked that the news had leaked, but after thinking it over carefully, it indeed made sense. A woman from the data team said indignantly, "But this isn't fair to others." What's the point of fairness? When our human race faces alien beasts and other races, is it ever fair? And regardless of what those prominent families think, if a true genius emerges, they will ultimately still be a genius of our human race. Moreover, their resource support for Wu Jianqin and Lu Shuo is indeed substantial. If all the prominent families were willing to do this, we could save quite a bit of resources and allocate them to other geniuses in need of opportunities, Batten calmly analyzed. As the group conversed, the qi and blood monitoring in the square was nearing its conclusion. Starting with Wu Jianqin, many other geniuses with vitality exceeding 200 have appeared afterward. These geniuses, without exception, all joined the leading ranks. Sui didn't mind this. What he cared about was that he wasn't the only one who broke through 200. Wasn't it supposed to be a stunning debut? Watching Lu Qinghuan and the others take the stage, Sui's interest in blood energy monitoring instantly waned. At this moment, he completely forgot how he had used a grade 1 blood crystal to break through 200 compared to these people. This kind of situation is truly far more terrifying. Lu Qinghuan, Fuyu, Xiao Xiao, and Lin Yan stepped onto the high platform, and the tense atmosphere instantly spread. Among these four, Lu Qinghuan was relatively less well known, while the other three were the focal points of attention for the geniuses present. Fuyu, a psychic ability user, possessed unique mind-reading skills and mental influence. Although his strength was relatively lower among the extreme martial artists present, he had undeniable potential. Even the other geniuses, including Gao Shi, who ranked first, might not successfully reach the 7th grade grandmaster level, whereas Fuyu could undoubtedly step into the ranks of 7th grade grandmasters with ease. Perhaps it was heaven's fairness that granted him a talent for psychic abilities but also caused him to hit a bottleneck in his blood energy improvement, unable to break through the limit of 180. The elders of the Fu family hoped he would directly absorb blood crystals, but Fuyu insisted on striving toward the goal of becoming an extreme martial artist. He understood that if he could not become an extreme martial artist, even as a 7th grade grandmaster, his breakthrough speed would lag far behind the geniuses of his generation. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao and Lin Yan were equally eye-catching. Both possessed unique abilities that theoretically held invincible potential. Initially, many grandmasters competed to take them as disciples. But as time passed, the limitations of their abilities gradually became apparent, and the attention they received diminished. Regardless, they still had a gap compared to the top-tier geniuses present. Xiao Qiao, blood energy 199. Lu Qinghuan, blood energy 196. Lin Yan, vitality 187. Fuyu, vitality 179. In the observation room, Deng Ji stared intently at Xiao Qiao, praising. Although Xiao Qiao used a blood crystal in advance, just one grade 1 blood crystal brought her vitality close to its limit. Her future is promising. Feng Wan agreed, that's right. If her abilities are further developed, this child will definitely be formidable. Director Batten of Dongji University shifted his gaze to Lu Qinghuan. This girl's vitality has increased by 3 points in just 1 week, truly a surprise. As the admissions director of Jubai University, Xian Yun immediately interjected, Batten, don't even think about snatching our school's student. Her choice will depend on everyone's sincerity. Batten retorted unceremoniously, the schools these kids are considering aren't limited to just your Jubai. Qianyun felt secretly anxious, unwilling to easily give up this prime candidate, determined to keep Lu Qinghuan at his own university. At this moment, Zhuge Yun smiled and interjected, "Everyone, are you all planning to poach my student?" Feng Wan quickly denied, "No way. In today's world, who could be more suitable to teach Sui than you, Professor Zhuge?" Rest assured, Professor Zhuge. Even if Sui wanted to join our Dongji, we would still send him back to your Jubai. Baiting also assured that they wouldn't poach him. Deng Ji couldn't help but laugh. "I would love to poach him, but unfortunately, the tactical masters at our school don't take on students." In the square, Wei Yikuan loudly announced the last person to take the stage. Sui, junior tactical specialist, flawlessly solved the end-of-term examination question for North University sophomores during his senior year high school class. Compared to martial skills, breaking Master Zhuge Yun's record as the youngest tactical grandmaster is the greater focus of the Human Alliance. Unlike the brief introductions of others, Wei Yikuan seemed especially enthusiastic in front of Sui, even emphasizing that martial skills were not the key for him. Nevertheless, the geniuses in the square still kept their eyes glued to the testing equipment, eagerly anticipating the performance of this future tactical grandmaster. Sui listened to the introduction, his brow slightly raised as he thought to himself, "Martial skills not important? Sorry, tactics are just my hobby, martial arts are my true path." He placed his hand on the instrument and began mobilizing the energy and blood throughout his body. Something's wrong. At the moment he mobilized his vital energy and blood, Wei Yikuan's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, several admissions office directors in the observation room stepped forward, staring intently at Sui, eagerly anticipating this moment. Sui's vital energy and blood. Zhuge Yun was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe his eyes. Before the instrument's detection was complete, in the square, students were fervently discussing the value of this tactical master's expertise. Beep beep beep. The test results were finally out, and the data displayed on the instrument plunged the entire square into dead silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Sui Blood Chi 212. The one hailed as a tactical genius turned out to be an extreme martial artist as well. After 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds of silence, the square erupted into an uproar. What's going on? Didn't they say Sui's vitality is at most 120? Could the machine be broken? How is that possible? Less than 100 vitality absorbing a grade 1 blood crystal, directly breaking the limit? What kind of joke is this? The students on site began to discuss fervently, even those who had always been at the top showed expressions of disbelief. Everyone suspected that there was an issue with the equipment, but Wei Yikuan, who was standing next to Sui, understood that this was Sui's true blood energy value. He had no intention of letting Sui test again. Sui, blood energy 212. Wei Yikuan's tone remained calm, but he couldn't help pausing slightly while recording the data. He couldn't figure it out, simply couldn't understand what kind of genius could surge from less than 100 blood energy to the realm of a peak martial artist in just 2 weeks. Wei Yikuan appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Damn, it's really 212. Is this guy an extreme martial artist or a tactical master at the level of Peking University's top 3? Why do I feel like Sui is the most sought-after one here? Stop it, I bet the top teams are all considering switching players. If we invite Sui, do you think he would join? Didn't he say he had to bring his girlfriend? Are you dumb? Sui himself is now one of the combat forces. What's so hard about bringing Lu Qinghuan, who has 196 vitality? The group of geniuses in the square had mixed emotions, a blend of complex feelings. Gaoshi, Su Yingcheng, and the others also began to waver. 5 days of hunting, if Sui could join, the efficiency would definitely increase exponentially. But inviting Sui would mean kicking out 2 people, and they weren't sure if it would be worth it. If Sui were alone, there would be no hesitation at all. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the 4 admissions office directors, along with Zhuge Yun, all cast puzzled looks at the equally shocked Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong was inwardly anxious, wanting to provide a reasonable explanation to everyone present, but Sui breaking through the limit from a blood energy level of 100 in just 1 week was so absurd that it was hard to believe. He's a genius, I've said it before, he emphasized earnestly. However, this statement sounded weak and unconvincing to the crowd. In this room, who wasn't aware of Sui's talent? But no one considered him a martial arts prodigy. In just 1 week, his blood energy skyrocketed from less than 100 to 212, such a cultivation speed was practically a myth. The key question was, how exactly did he break through the limit? Everyone was filled with doubt. Qian Yun, the director of the admissions office at Jubai University, immediately chose to take the initiative. Everyone, just now you all personally said you wouldn't compete with our Professor Zhuge for this student. Sui, this child, don't any of you get any ideas about him? Did I say that? Feng Wan looked bewildered. Xian Yun cast a cold glance. Director Feng, we have surveillance here. If you've forgotten, I can pull it up to refresh your memory. Oh. Yes, I did, but I was just joking. How could something like admissions be so casual? Feng Wan forced a fake smile, the dignified master now completely disregarding his dignity. I also said I wouldn't compete with Professor Jubai Yun, but as far as I know, Sui intends to major in the combat department. Barton stepped forward as well. We can choose not to compete, but shouldn't we respect the child's wishes? Deng Ji continued. That's right. If South City University is willing to grant Professor Zhuge an honorary professor title, Sui can still be his student. Her tone carried a hint of calculation. Faced with the shameless behavior of the three, Chen Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Then let's see what each of us is capable of. He turned to Zhuge Yun. Brother Zhuge, given Suyi's talent, we can set aside the matter of the tactics and combat departments for now. We have to cooperate properly to avoid losing students to some shameless people, Zhuge Yun responded with a false smile. Chun Yong, standing nearby, hesitated to speak, silently thinking, dual system cultivation? Isn't that absurd? Who could possibly have that much energy? The observation room instantly shifted from harmonious discussion to a razor-sharp atmosphere, with everyone at odds, refusing to back down. Not only Sui, but other promising students also became targets of contention. With the 4 department heads taking the lead, the data analysis teams from various schools joined the fray, turning the observation room into a marketplace-like frenzy. Chun Yong watched all this, feeling deeply moved. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Meanwhile, the presidents of Nanchang University, Pingyun University, Jubai University, and Dongji University also learned the news that Sui was an extreme martial artist. Excluding Jubai University, the presidents of the other 3 universities immediately convened their tactical masters, instructing them to step forward and take on disciples. Initially, the tactical masters were reluctant to compete with Zhuge Yun, a junior, for students. But upon learning of Suyi's extraordinary martial arts talent, they disregarded notions of seniority and junior status, promptly rising to prepare for the competition. Inside the observation room, Xian Yun was bustling about, contacting various parties. As the first to recognize Suyi's potential, Zhuge Yun appeared exceptionally composed at this moment. He curiously asked, every year during the training camp, you assign talent ratings. Have you decided what rating to give Sui this time? As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 busy individuals all stopped to think. The main point is that this talent rating is for martial arts talent. If we include Suyi's tactical talent, an SSS rating is completely reasonable. But right now, we don't have enough information about Sui, another person added. I think we need more information to rate Sui. After all, what we currently know is really insufficient, Deng Ji said. The group once again looked at Chun Yong, who yawned and thought to himself, lack of information, inaccurate information, can you really blame me for that? However, what is certain is that Suyi's martial arts talent is at least at an S level. After all, he managed to train to the limit of a martial artist with just a grade 1 blood crystal, one of them concluded. The 4 major academies' talent ratings for students are directly tied to the resource allocation they receive after enrollment. The geniuses who qualify for the 4 schools' training camp all have an initial rating of at least S level. Compared to the ratings in Tianyuan City and other schools, the evaluations of the 4 schools are often much stricter. For example, Lu Qinghuan was rated SS level both in Tianyuan City and at the military academy, but her preliminary rating at the 4 schools training camp was only A level, which inevitably raised doubts among the crowd. This time, everyone's attention focused on Sui. In the square, Sui had just finished his blood energy test and returned to Lu Qinghuan's side. The gazes around him surged like a tidal wave. Seeing Lu Qinghuan's nervous yet expectant expression, Sui couldn't help but gently tap her fair forehead, saying, "What are you thinking? You know showing off affection isn't the key to lasting, don't you?" Lu Qinghuan pouted, "Who's showing off romance with you?" Her reaction elicited a burst of gentle laughter. The people around watched the scene, their expressions varying. Except for Suin Chang, whose brows furrowed slightly as if offended, the others' faces revealed resentful expressions. They silently thought to themselves, this person is just too much, claiming not to be showing off romance. With the little interactions between the two of you, you might as well hug and kiss, and spare us the agony. Though everyone was silently griping in their hearts, their steps didn't falter. Instead, they moved closer toward the pair. Sui, my name is Zhang. Chuan. Our squad happens to be short of 2 people right now. A young man in dazzling attire stepped forward, speaking with confident undertones. Our squad already has 2 members with vitality surpassing 200. If you and Xinghuan join us, we'll have a good chance of reaching the top 5. His eyes were bright and his resolve unwavering. Top 5? With the strength of your team? Sui, join us instead, the prospects will be better. The 3 of us all have spiritual artifacts, another young man chimed in agreement. If you need it, we can send one to you as well. This bold statement drew everyone's attention. Brother Sui, compared to spiritual artifacts, the ranking in the training camp is more important to us. Voices from the crowd kept chiming in, vying to win over Sui and Lu Qinghuan. Squeezed to the side, Fu Yu and the other 2 were still somewhat bewildered. Fu Yu remained expressionless, while Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao nervously whispered to each other, "Do we need to find new teammates?" Just as they were discussing, Sui raised his arm high in the crowd, his voice thundering, "Everyone, I will only be the captain." This declaration instantly silenced everyone, leaving them awestruck by his commanding presence, quietly awaiting his next move. The grand statement in Sui's heart, "I want to be number 1," ultimately remained unsaid. Such a demand for the captaincy caused almost everyone present to back down. The remark about striving to be number 1, overly arrogant as it was, he decided to keep to himself. Seeing the crowd disperse, Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao let out a sigh of relief. However, before they had completely exhaled, they heard the well-dressed young man from earlier exclaim loudly, "All right, you join our team, and we'll let you be the captain." Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao were instantly stunned. Joining the team and being gifted a spiritual tool, and they were even willing to give up the captaincy, could this classmate be out of his mind? At this moment, the crowd in the square was also stunned. The young man in luxurious attire faced everyone's gaze and smiled brilliantly, "Classmate Sui, I have no other requests, I just hope we can continue to be teammates when we go to university. During the 4 years of university, I can cover all the wear and tear of your spiritual tools." As soon as the words fell, the scene erupted once again. Whoa, whose rich young master is this, so extravagant? When he was testing his blood energy just now, his name seemed to be Shiman Buoshue. Could it be the Shiman family that runs the Divine Armory Pavilion? Most likely. Hiss. Do they still need any accessories? I'm not greedy. Sui listened to the discussions around him. In truth, he didn't know much about the Divine Armory Pavilion or the Shiman family, but the other party's sincerity left him feeling helpless. He could only respond with a sincere expression, "Shiman, to be honest, I'm tempted. However, before this, I already found teammates. I hope we can collaborate next time." Upon hearing this, Shiman Buoshue showed a trace of disappointment on his face. "In that case, we'll have to work together another time." Sui nodded. "However, there's one thing I want to emphasize," Shiman Buoshue suddenly said. Sui asked in confusion, Don't call me Shimen classmate, call me Bo Shui bro or Bo Shui classmate, either is fine." Shimen Bo Shui said earnestly. Sui was momentarily dumbfounded but still nodded. "Alright, Bo Shui bro." After rejecting all team invitations, Sui returned to Fu Yu and the other 2. Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao looked at him, full of emotion. "Brother Sui, I am deeply moved. To have a friend like you, I feel no regrets in this life." Lin Yan said, tears streaming down her face, crying in a way that tugged at the heartstrings. This scene even left Xiao Qiao, who was standing nearby, stunned. Sui helplessly looked at this oddball, his expression sincere. "Don't get me wrong, I just think your abilities are better suited for hunting." Lin Yan's sobbing immediately stopped, replaced by a look of righteousness and confidence. "Brother Sui, I admire your honesty. Actually, I think the same way. With your ability, it truly would be a waste if you didn't become an actor and win Best Actor." Sui said sincerely. "I feel the same way." Lu Qinghuan wholeheartedly agreed. Xiao Qiao also nodded in agreement. As the 4 of them chatted and laughed, the aloof Fu Yu suddenly spoke up. "Given your abilities, choosing us is not the right decision. You should at least join a team that can make it into the top 10. Ranking in the arena competition earns you academic credit rewards for entering university. From what I know, the arena competition at the training camp is the easiest way to earn academic credits among the 4 major institutions. You'll regret not joining." Sui didn't take it seriously and chuckled. "You might be absolutely right, but I think the 5 of us may still have the ability to make it into the top 10. Or rather, as far as I'm concerned, aiming for the top 3 is also possible. Surpassing level power and agility, a tactician's strategic mind, mastery in combat, firearms, and swordsmanship, along with proficiency In the elusive martial arts footwork, these were all the reasons Sui had the confidence to turn down invitations from other teams. Moreover, he had always aimed to be the top scorer in the college entrance exams, and there was a pride in his heart that others couldn't understand. The more he was paired with these underdog teammates, the more he wanted to go all out. What's more, the three of them possessing SS-level abilities was enough for Sui to resolutely choose to stay with the team. Rewards like high-grade blood crystals and academic credits were secondary to him. The SS-level abilities of realization of fantasies and mental manipulation were far more enticing, not to mention the SSS-level favor of fortune. Therefore, from any angle, the current team of 5 was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Sui's expression was serious, and Fuyu nodded before saying, "My ability belongs to the mental category. I can read minds and exert a certain degree of mental control, although the latter requires the target to be extremely weakened. My vitality is 179, and I've been stuck here for a long time, but in terms of actual combat strength, I am confident that I am not weaker than anyone else. My weapon is a bow and arrow. Due to my special ability, I can hit every shot with perfect accuracy." He laid out all his information, his attitude firm. Sui smiled faintly. "Alright, we'll discuss the specifics later. For now, go to the instructor and collect your wristband." "Great. Let's cook the rice before it's done." Lin Yan's words drew a collective eye roll, including one from Fuyu. The 5 quickly approached Wei Ikuan, completed their identity registration, and received their team wristbands. The moment the wristbands fell into their hands, the 5-person team was destined to have no way out. "Are you sure?" Wei Ikuan specifically asked Sui. Seeing Sui's firm and confident gaze, Wei Ikuan's curiosity about this connected individual grew even stronger. The team was officially established, and the 5 of them stepped down from the high platform, drawing the attention of others in the square. "I don't understand why Sui insists on teaming up with them. TSK, it feels like the last place team in this training camp finally has a destination. What a pity. If only Sui could join us, we'd still have a chance to compete for the top 10. I don't care about their ranking, I just want to know if Sui's decision can really make him a qualified tactician. I don't know if he's qualified, but judging from now, if he were my tactician, I'd definitely feel at ease." In the observation room, Chung Yong smiled and said, "So, are you regretting choosing such a weak teammate like Sui now?" Zhuge Yun shook his head. "Who would have thought this kid was hiding so much? If I had known he was like this, I shouldn't have let him join this training camp. Now the duck that's almost in our grasp might fly away. Don't worry, I feel there's an 80 to 90% chance the kid will still choose Jubai University," Chung Yong reassured. In response, Zhuge Yun's gaze grew profound. "Then can you guarantee he will choose the tactics department?" Chung Yong fell into silence. "Maybe, minoring in the tactics department isn't out of the question." "Chung Yong, get out of here." In the observation room, the 2 friends started arguing again, but the others were already used to it. Wei Ikuan gave everyone an hour to form their teams. Sui's team was almost the fastest to form, quickly gathering together in an atmosphere of tension and intensity. Shortly after, the top 8 teams were established one after another. With the 8 prodigies at the helm, inviting members was not difficult for them. After all, in this brutal hunt, strength was the ultimate rule. Team members had already been pre-selected in their minds, as if they had a clear grasp of the entire situation. However, when Sui's bloodline power was revealed, the situation instantly became delicate. Although many hesitated, in the end, no one dared to invite Sui, especially after he explicitly stated his intention to be the team leader. Gao Shi and the others' expressions grew serious, as if contemplating something deeper. After Sui formed his team, discussions erupted everywhere. People questioned whether his chosen teammates could handle the upcoming challenges, believing that this team posed no threat. However, Gao Shi, Suinchen, and others remained vigilant, silently keeping Sui's team in mind, as if hinting at some potential threat. After forming the Sui team, Sui immediately found a corner and began pre-battle preparations. The 1-hour time frame was not only an opportunity to form the team, but also a critical moment before entering the wilderness. To tackle the challenges ahead, Sui contemplated several essential issues that needed to be clarified. The 5 of them sat in a circle, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Sui spoke up, "Since we are teammates now, I think we need to understand each other better." Fuyu has already mentioned his specialty. Now it's Lin Yan, Xiao Qiao, and Chang Huan's turn to give a brief self-introduction. The 3 nodded in agreement, and Lu Qinghuan was the first to stand up. "My ability is freezing, and my weapon is a spear." Her tone was resolute, as if she were boosting her own morale. "My current main combat method is attaching my ability to the spear, which can cause localized freezing to enemies or exotic beasts, reducing their agility and slowing down their movements. She continued, of course, if I go all out, I can currently freeze 5 first-tier exotic beasts in one go, keeping them in an icebound state for 5 seconds, and I can even instantly kill 1 first-tier exotic beast. After speaking, Lu Qinghuan appeared somewhat fatigued. But after using my ability, I will enter a period of weakness. Her words drew the serious attention of the others, and Fuyu expressed some surprise. I read your profile before coming to the training camp, so why does it feel like your ability is much stronger than what was recorded? Lu Qinghuan was slightly stunned before responding honestly, because I haven't fully mastered my ability yet. Fuyu pressed further, still haven't, even up to now? Lu Qinghuan nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. Fuyu said earnestly, I feel like your ability might not just be the A level marked in the records, it could be even higher. These words caused everyone present to feel a jolt of surprise. The inability to accurately rate abilities had always been a challenge for the Human Alliance. Often, evaluations could only be roughly determined based on actual effects in past cases. Lu Qinghuan's A-level rating was already the most challenging evaluation in Tianyuan City, as A-level ability users had been extremely rare throughout the history of this small city. At this moment, Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao, sitting to the side, lowered their heads. The two had once been representatives of inflated ability evaluations in their era, but now they could only helplessly accept reality. Xiao Qiao's ability rating remained at A level, while Lin Yan had already dropped to A-, and if it continued to decline, it would fall to B level. My superpower is called Hypnosis. It was once rated SSS, but now it's rated A. Lin Yan said nervously, feeling a deep unwillingness about her superpower. Sui expressed his acknowledgement and nodded. Lin Yan felt deeply moved. It was rare for someone to be willing to believe in her. My weapon is a long sword, and my skill level is very high. At the very least, the teachers at my school are not as skilled as I am, she said confidently. Sui curiously asked, is this also because of your superpower? Lin Yan responded without hesitation, no. This is purely because of my talent in martial arts. Sui remained silent, thinking to himself that this guy's declining ability rating was very likely due to his stubbornness. I can hypnotize ordinary exotic beasts, as well as people whose strength is lower than mine or who are in a weakened state. Only severely injured first-grade exotic beasts can I hypnotize, Lin Yan continued. Sui felt a wave of confusion in his heart. How did an ability like making fantasies come true end up taking the crooked path of hypnosis? This contrast made him want to laugh, but he also felt that things might not be so simple. That's right, I can also hypnotize myself to temporarily gain someone else's abilities. As the words fell, the eyes of the 3 people present lit up. Can abilities also be obtained? Fuyu asked. No, Lin Yin said bluntly, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Additionally, I can't hypnotize those with too much strength. My highest record is someone with the power of a peak rank 1 warrior, lasting 30 seconds. Except for Sui, the other 3 looked regretful, as if they had missed some precious opportunity. Alright, I'm done talking. Xiao Qiao immediately raised her hand, excited like a child. My turn. My turn. My weapon is a long whip. I'm very lucky, it's quite easy to strike an opponent's vital points or the weaknesses of a beast. My special ability is just having good luck, I don't really know how to use it. Her confidence made people unable to resist praising her. Anyway, as long as you're with me, your luck will definitely improve too. Who knows, maybe as soon as we go in, we'll run into a weakened mutant beast. Do you hear me? Speak? Xiao Qiao said this, and all 4 fell into silence. After everyone introduced themselves, they all turned their eyes to Sui. My strength and speed are far beyond ordinary people. I am proficient in combat techniques, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. Sui felt that he had summed up everything in one sentence, and after thinking for a moment, he added, oh right. I recently learned the martial arts technique Maze Steps. Inside the observation room, a group of master-level experts exchanged silent glances, secretly thinking, did this kid really learn Maze Steps in just one night? Chun Yong couldn't help but question, could it be that he thinks walking a few steps counts as Maze Steps? It's possible. After all, he hasn't seen anyone else demonstrate martial arts before, Chen Yun agreed. This explanation was met with unanimous approval from everyone present, as if they were all silently anticipating something. In the square, Lin Yan and Xiao Qiao looked at Sui with envy, their eyes revealing admiration. The 2 of them truly believed it, this kid definitely had some real skills. After finishing his self-introduction, Sui was ready to share his bold idea, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. He first looked at Fu Yu and said firmly, "Fu Yu, have you ever thought about using your ability to control radio waves to adjust the mental energy of the five of us to the same frequency? Make it feel like we're on the same local area network. If possible, our communication in the wilderness will be seamless." Sui didn't finish speaking, but Fu Yu's eyes had already lit up, as if she had found new hope. He hadn't tried this method, but he had a faint feeling in his heart that it might work. If it really works, then it's going to be quite interesting. In the observation room, everyone heard Suyi's words and curiously focused their attention on him. Batting whispered, "If this really works, Fu Yu will become a hot commodity on the battlefield in the future." This idea stirred waves in everyone's hearts, and the flames of anticipation burned deep within them. Aligning everyone's mental power to the same frequency means that on this desolate battlefield, everyone could achieve shared thoughts. Imagine the power if an entire legion could achieve this state. Fu Yu would become the divine weapon of mankind on the battlefield. Of course, he cannot accomplish this yet, but if he breaks through and becomes a grandmaster, how spectacular would that be? As a mental-type practitioner, Fu Yu only needs to step into the 7th grade to shatter the shackles. Even if he cannot control the entire battlefield, merely playing this role in high-level confrontations would produce unimaginable effects. Even though a grandmaster's spiritual power is strong enough to communicate through intent, this is entirely different from the probabilistic concept proposed by Sui. Intent communication takes time, and in a battle among powerful individuals, every second can determine life or death. In the observation room, the crowd nervously watched Fu Yu, seated in the plaza with his eyes closed in deep thought, as an air of expectation filled the atmosphere. Sui was filled with anticipation, believing that Fu Yu could definitely achieve this. Although it might be limited by the strength of mental power and the number of attempts, he was already prepared to brainwash Fu Yu every day. Just then, he suddenly heard the voices of others. "Can this really work? Why does it feel a bit far-fetched? If it works, then I can do it too. At this moment, Sui, Lu Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan asked in surprise, "What the heck, it really worked. You guys actually know what I'm thinking?" Sui smiled faintly. "Take a guess." Lu Qinghuan's pretty face turned red in an instant. "Sui is really amazing. As expected of the person you like? Probably." Xiao Qiao and Lin Yan were still chatting. "So embarrassing. How can every thought be seen through?" Lu Qinghuan's face was so red it seemed like it might drip blood. Sui cleared his throat. "I feel this method is more suitable for use during combat." As soon as he finished speaking, the peculiar connection between everyone instantly disappeared. "Yes, but I'm not skilled enough yet. Currently, I need to focus all my attention to regulate everyone's mental strength, so it might be impossible to use it in combat for now." Fu Yu's voice remained calm. "If it is used, one of you might need to protect me. However, within the same frequency, not all thoughts can be perceived. If you forcibly suppress your thoughts, others won't be able to sense them." Fu Yu opened his eyes and began summarizing and analyzing. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sui said with a smile, "It's okay, we can try more. If facing the exotic beasts isn't dangerous, we can give it a few attempts. Perhaps with more practice, we can manage to fight while maintaining control." Sui turned his head deliberately to look at Lu Qinghuan. "As for suppressing thoughts you don't want to share with others, I do have experience." Lu Qinghuan wished she could bury her head, but had no choice but to listen earnestly. "In that state, you can also actively try to channel your mental power and create a personal domain, so not all thoughts will be detected by others." Sui sincerely shared his insights. However, after he finished speaking, Lu Qinghuan, Lin Yan, and Xiao Qiao all looked utterly confused. "Is this hard to understand?" Sui asked, puzzled. The three nodded simultaneously. Fu Yu interjected, "To achieve this, one's mental strength needs to reach at least 200 Hz or higher. Without undergoing mental strength training, it's almost impossible for us before becoming martial practitioners. I've been practicing mental strength techniques since childhood, and I'm only at 210. I haven't made any progress at all in the past 2 years." Fu Yu's tone carried a hint of complex emotions. If the crowd hadn't sensed excitement in Fu Yu's tone just now, at this moment, everyone could feel the inner turmoil beneath his calm exterior. Sui was stunned. "Is my mental strength really that strong?" Fu Yu nodded firmly. Observing the room, everyone stiffly exchanged glances. "Really possible? These little brats aren't joking, are they? And also, Chang Yon, did you know Sui's mental strength is this powerful? Has he really never trained his mental strength?" The hearts of several master-level experts were filled with doubt, eager to find an answer. At the same time, the onlookers' gazes towards Sui and Fuyu grew increasingly heated, especially the three individuals outside Jubai University. They had initially thought Sui and Fuyu's target was merely Jubai University, but upon discovering the two precious jade pieces, they became unwilling to let these two talents slip away so easily. Zhuge Yun's emotions were complicated, while Qian Yun regretted deeply. If he hadn't agreed to Zhuge Yun's idea of inviting these people to the four schools joint training camp, there wouldn't be any risk of being overtaken today. Sui, with such outstanding talent and discovery abilities, can't you just hide it a little better? In the square, Sui turned his gaze to Lin Yan and asked seriously, have you ever tried hypnotizing yourself into becoming a mythical beast? As soon as he said that, Lin Yan was instantly stunned, his expression flustered. Brother Sui, my superpower may be unique, but I'm not a pervert. He quickly stepped back a few steps, putting some distance between them. Sui shook his head helplessly and, after a few seconds of silence, explained, what I mean is, have you ever tried hypnotizing yourself into becoming a certain mythical beast, or mimicking the aura of flowers, grasses, or trees? If you can do it, then in the wilderness, you're a natural-born scout. But I can't actually turn into a beast or a tree, Lin Yan still resisted. Sui helplessly covered his forehead. Who said you need to turn into a beast? Aura. Do you understand aura? It's that kind of feeling, do you get it? Lin Yan nodded. Although still a bit hesitant, she decided to give it a try. The next moment, the attention of the entire square was instantly drawn over. So easy? Sui was a little surprised. At this moment, Wei Kuan suddenly appeared in front of everyone, his gaze sharp. Was it you who just released the Tier 3 Wind Wolf aura? Lin Yan nodded blankly. Wei Kuan scrutinized him carefully, his expression serious. Don't simulate the aura of exotic beasts casually in the square, it will cause panic. With that, he swiftly turned and left. Damn! I really can do it. I feel like I can even mimic the aura of mid-grade exotic beasts. Lin Yan suddenly became excited, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sui quickly stopped him. Calm down. Don't rush. You'll have plenty of opportunities in the wilderness. Inside the observation room, Deng Ji and the others couldn't help but develop a new interest in Lin Yan, secretly thinking, this guy might just have a chance. Not yet a warrior, Sui was actually able to mimic the aura of a third-grade exotic beast, even successfully deceiving a Grandmaster-level expert. This isn't simply hypnosis-type ability but the strongest camouflage-type ability everyone has seen so far. If Lin Yan's strength were to improve further, could he mimic the aura of the most powerful individuals? This could become a tremendous asset for humanity. In terms of value, such an ability being rated as SSS would definitely not be excessive. Inside the observation room, everyone appeared a bit flustered. In such a short period, two abilities with an actual value that could be rated as SSS level had appeared. It was truly astonishing. Brother Zhuge, do you think Suyi's talent might not lie in combat, but in discovering the talents of others? Qian Yun couldn't help but ask. Fuyu and Lin Yan seemed to have been reinvigorated under his guidance, which was truly incredible. Zhuge Yun glanced indifferently and replied, Brother Yun, you're mistaken. This is also a part of tactical talent. Ensuring that everyone fully unleashes their strongest abilities is precisely the duty of us tacticians. Really? Chang Yon looked full of doubt. Zhuge Yun said calmly, of course, Suyi's talent in this area indeed surpasses that of ordinary people. Everyone was shocked and continued to watch expectantly. Both Fuyu and Lin Yan had been unearthed like new territories by Sui, so what about Xiao Xiao? What about me? Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes, looking expectantly at Sui. Sui stroked his chin, pretending to consider seriously for a long time. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he spoke, Xiao Xiao, you are our team's lucky goddess. You don't need to do anything, as long as you're with us, you are the strongest buff. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt both disappointed and happy. Sui continued, from now on, you must firmly tell yourself at all times that you are our lucky goddess. As long as you're here, luck will always be on our side. Xiao Xiao thought seriously, I feel like I've always thought that way. Sui silently said, then your idea is correct, believe in yourself. After dealing with Xiao Xiao, Sui turned to face Lu Qinghuan's expectant gaze directly, your ability isn't just freezing. You can freeze everything in the world. Someday, with a wave of your hand, you could plunge a star, even a galaxy, or perhaps the entire universe into an ice age. Without a doubt, Sui's words made everyone present incredulous, but Lu Qinghuan happily squinted her eyes into crescents. In the observation room, Fengwan suddenly laughed and said, it seems we've expected too much. How could we hope for him to help everyone discover new dimensions of their powers? Fu Yu and Lin Yan, those two kids are already surprises among surprises. As soon as the words were spoken, the others who felt their expectations had been somewhat dashed also nodded in agreement. Barton glanced at the time and said, in comparison, I'm more interested in seeing what Suyi's actual strength is. Deng Ji then said, I'm curious about what kind of ranking he can achieve with this underdog team. Top 15, perhaps. If Fu Yu and Lin Yan had met Suyi earlier, the top 10 wouldn't have been out of the question either, Barton said. In the square, as the time to enter the small wilderness approached, all the teams began their tense pre-battle preparations. Suyi said, let's agree on this first, if there aren't many exotic beasts and they're not too strong, we'll give Fu Yu more opportunities to train his abilities. This is a points competition. Spending time on me to help me master my abilities might not be the best idea, Fu Yu said hesitantly. Suyi smiled faintly, so you need to strive to master the use of this special ability as soon as possible. As long as you can grasp it, I believe the time we spend on you will be repaid manifold. Besides, we won't always let you try, we look for the right opportunities. Fu Yu nodded in agreement, and Suyi turned his gaze to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, your main responsibilities are reconnaissance and acting as bait. If you find traces of a mutant beast, I will analyze what kind of beast it is. Your job is to simulate the aura of a similar mutant beast and conduct close-range detection. If the target mutant beast is in an environment unfavorable to us, you can try to simulate the primary prey of the mutant beast. We'll set an ambush, and you'll be in charge of luring them out. I can only simulate mutant beasts I've seen before. Lin Yan raised her hand. Suyi smiled, it's fine. Beasts don't get along with each other. If you simulate the aura of a beast of the same level invading their territory, they'll naturally come to you. One more thing, are you sure you can simulate the aura of a mid-grade beast? I can. Lin Yan said firmly, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Suyi nodded, having already devised a rough plan in his mind, and said no more. Me too. Me too. What's my task? Xiao Qiao eagerly raised her hand again, her twin ponytails drawing graceful arcs in the air. You are the strongest buff in our team. Suyi praised generously. With you here, I guarantee we can at least achieve a top 10 result. His tone was brimming with confidence. Xiao Qiao was overjoyed, completely convinced by this statement. Then I'll make sure to stay within 10 meters of you at all times. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning to Qing Huan. Qing Huan, the two of us are the main combat force. For the next 6 days, we need to be mentally prepared, it's definitely going to be exhausting. Lu Qing Huan nodded firmly. Don't worry, Suyi. I definitely won't hold you back. Time flew by, and the 1-hour preparation time passed in the blink of an eye. Wei Yikuan appeared in the square again, sweeping his gaze over the crowd with a hint of authority in his tone. It seems everyone is ready. Next, follow me. He led the way at the front, with the group closely following behind. They crossed the square and stepped into the adjacent military training base, where the patrol personnel's piercing eyes seemed to evaluate everyone's potential. Moving forward, the group reached the depths of the base, where a massive brass door loomed before them. Beyond this door, you'll enter the little wilderness, Wei Yikuan said in a deep voice, filled with solemnity. In there, life and death are no matter, unless someone breaks the training camp rules, the camp will absolutely not intervene. He scanned the crowd, his gaze sharp as a knife. I will ask for your opinion one last time. Are you sure you want to go down? Yes. The 105 people responded without hesitation, their voices thunderous, their momentum overwhelming. Wei Yikuan nodded in satisfaction, stepping lightly to the top of the brass door. He took a silver-white key from his chest, held it tightly with both hands, and the key instantly turned to powder, drifting onto the brass door. Powder made contact with the brass door, immediately emitting a dim glow, as if foretelling unknown dangers and challenges. The light grew brighter, and the door slowly opened. Wei Yikuan smiled faintly. 10 seconds, if you can't make it down in time, you might as well head back. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd instantly moved like arrows loosed from a bow, scrambling to charge toward the brass door and leaping down without hesitation. As for what awaited them after jumping down, no one spared a thought. At this moment, only the fervor for adventure and challenge boiled within their hearts. A group of people leapt without hesitation, as if time had frozen in that instant. The moment they passed through the bronze door, they landed steadily on the ground and walked out of the door as though nothing was amiss. This extraordinary feeling made everyone instinctively turn back, their gaze lingering on the bronze door for a long time. Looking ahead, beneath the dim sky, towering trees reached beyond the clouds, obscuring the view. In front of them lay trails winding into the depths of an unknown forest, evoking a sense of awe. Its profound darkness seemed to conceal countless secrets. Clearly, choosing a path was the first test all of them faced. At this moment, the scene was silent, with everyone immersed in serious contemplation about which path to take. Even more intriguing was how they all, without prior agreement, turned their gaze to Sui, seemingly eager to witness the tactical genius's unique insight into choosing a route. Lu Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao also couldn't help but look at Sui. Sui gave a slight smile and turned his gaze to Fu Yu. Fu Yu said calmly, "The situation in training camps varies each year. Having to choose a path immediately upon entering, this is a first." Sui nodded and, under the expectant gazes of everyone, turned to Xiao Qiao. "Xiao Qiao, just pick a path randomly." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone was astonished. What about the professional qualities of a tactician? Shouldn't he investigate first and then decide which path to take? Xiao Qiao was a little stunned. "Huh? You want me to choose?" "Yes, whichever path you think suits us, that's the one we'll take." Sui smiled, his eyes shining with encouragement. "You're the team's lucky goddess, it's time for you to play your role." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao widened her eyes, her heart filled with excitement. Under everyone's gaze, she took a deep breath, extended her fair and slender fingers, and pointed to a small path. "The little rooster chooses this one." At this moment, all the questioning gazes once again focused on Sui. Sui smiled faintly and reassured the other three members of the team. "It's okay, Xiao Qiao's ability is luck, so let's follow her choice." Lu Qinghuan nodded seriously. Fu Yu remained expressionless, while Lin Yu stood tall, trying her best to showcase her charm. Sui sighed inwardly, thinking that their team had chosen to believe in the power of trust. The other teams no longer paid attention to them, instead showcasing the knowledge they had learned in daily life. Some went to scout the path, others analyzed the soil, and the entire scene resembled the work of a scientific expedition team. "Yes, this is the one." Xiao Qiao excitedly pointed to the rightmost path, her eyes sparkling with light. "Let's go." Sui immediately led the group into the forest, taking the first step forward. Daoshi, Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yinshan also led their respective teams into the wilderness one after another, with everyone tacitly choosing different routes. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the towering trees, dense like city walls, gradually became sparse, and the air was filled with a sense of the unknown. Along the way, Xiao Qiao played the little rooster game several more times, as if using her luck to guide their choices. In the observation room, Batting snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the teams still hesitating at the starting point, thinking 1,000 times but not taking the first step will inevitably leave you falling further and further behind others. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the data team began recording the hesitation of these geniuses in their profiles, which would become an important reference for their talent ratings when applying to the 4 major academies. "Oh, are Sui and his team about to encounter a beast?" Deng Ji suddenly said, her eyes fixed on the screen showing Sui's team. Everyone immediately switched the screen to Sui's team. At this moment, the team had finally stopped. Sui made a gesture, signaling everyone to halt. He climbed up a large tree and began carefully surveying the surroundings. Everyone watched him, occasionally gesturing about the size, or dipping their fingers in the tree trunk to sniff the smell, their eyes filled with anticipation. After traveling for some time, they had yet to encounter any exotic beasts, inevitably feeling anxious. After examining several tree trunks, Sui discovered some dung remnants in the grass and finally made a judgment: black-tailed killer bees. The other 4 immediately gathered around, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. "Judging by the marks on these tree trunks, there are at least 2 first-grade or higher killer bees," Sui said solemnly. Lin Yu listened and immediately ran to the big trees, carefully observing, but found nothing except for a few small spots. "Tisk, it's true that every field has its expert. Even though I've taken tactical courses, I really can't tell," Lin Yu said helplessly, shaking her head. "I only know that this species definitely belongs to a beast, and it's still fresh." Sui's voice struck like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's hearts. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh, and the tense atmosphere was instantly broken. Sui's eyes gleamed brightly as he scanned the surroundings. "It should be nearby. The first hunt of our training camp is finally here." His words were like a spark, igniting the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. With an excited expression on her face, Xiao Qiao no longer led the way at the front. Everyone followed closely behind Sui, moving forward slowly with excitement and anticipation, carefully surveying the surroundings. "We're here." Moving forward any further means entering their territory. Sui waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Everyone halted, and Sui's gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Lin Yu. "Can you imitate the aura of ordinary killer bees?" Lin Yu nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. "No problem." "Then mimic the scent of the killer bees to enter, circle around as you go deeper, and contact me immediately with the wristband if anything unusual happens." Suyi's voice was low and powerful, carrying an invisible pressure. Return immediately after scouting thoroughly, he added, his expression growing increasingly serious. No matter how many exotic beasts you encounter, you must not act on your own. Okay. Lin Yu responded without hesitation, her eyes shining with a resolute light. In an instant, everyone's perception of him shifted from that of an ordinary companion to seeing him as a human incarnation of a killer bee. Although Lin Yu clearly stood before them in human form, they instinctively regarded him as that fearless killer bee. Watching Lin Yu fluttering his wings as he flew deeper, Lu Qinghuan couldn't help but marvel. Seeing this, Lin Yu's superpower is truly astonishing. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Sui revealed a slight smile, secretly thinking to himself, an SS-level reality manifestation, just how incredible could this superpower be? Perhaps no one could have foreseen it. In the observation room, several admissions office directors had already quietly adjusted Lin Yu's superpower classification to S-level. Inwardly, they felt relieved, thinking that given his performance at the current stage, assigning him an S-level ranking was indeed reasonable. Of course, while marveling at Lin Yu's abilities, everyone was even more eager to see what kind of strength Sui would display. In the wilderness, Lin Yu returned after scouting, her face showing an excited expression. Everyone immediately understood that this battle had found its target. A third-grade injured queen bee. The kind with a hive. Lin Yu got straight to the point, and before her words had finished, the other four all became visibly energized. The horn of battle had finally been sounded. I observed it up close for a moment. This swarm of bees has obviously just gone through an intense battle. A third-grade queen bee has been injured and is hiding in the hive to recover. There are also two critically injured second-grade black-tailed killer bees inside the hive. Outside the hive, there is a second-grade black-tailed killer bee in good condition patrolling. In addition, there are 8 grade 1 black-tailed killer bees and 27 ordinary black-tailed killer bees. Lin Yu reported all the information he observed in detail. There's a beehive, so there must be honey, Fuyu said, his eyes flickering with the light of battle. Sui teased Xiao Xiao, an injured grade 3 exotic beast in honey. Wow, Xiao Xiao, you're really a goddess of good luck. Lin Yu knelt on one knee and said exaggeratedly, Goddess of luck, please accept my worship. Xiao Xiao shyly smiled, being able to help everyone makes me very happy. Lu Qinghuan interjected, Xiao Xiao, you're too modest. Without you, we definitely wouldn't have had such good luck. Fuyu nodded coldly from the side, expressing agreement. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao's face lit up with a happy smile. Faced with 2 second-grade killer bees on the brink of death and an injured queen bee, Sui said in a deep voice, we must deal with these 3 killer bees first. To be precise, we should prioritize handling those 2 second-grade killer bees. Otherwise, I'm afraid the queen bee, driven by hunger, might go berserk and directly eat those 2 second-grade killer bees to recover. Suyi's gaze was firm as he turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, mimic the aura of a Puppeteer grade 1 wild bull and infiltrate their territory from the other side. The queen bee needs to recover from its injuries, and the wild bull is exactly the supplement it desires most. Once they sense your aura, they will undoubtedly send that grade 2 killer bee to hunt you down. Fuyu, you act together with Lin Yu. Can the two of you handle the other killer bees on your own? The two nodded simultaneously, full of confidence. Qinghuan, your task is to completely freeze those 2 nearly dead second-grade killer bees. Xiao Xiao, you're in charge of dealing with the ordinary killer bees and the remaining first-grade killer bees. The task of the queen bee is left to me. In the end, the 4 of them all turned their eyes to Sui, their gazes full of anticipation. Sui remained silent, feeling helpless. Hurry up and finish your tasks so you can come and help me, can't you? A wounded third-grade queen bee, it's not like I don't dare to face it. Before the war, questioning the ability of a tactician was an extremely serious matter. Everyone merely exchanged glances, and after Sui explained, they each began their own preparations. Sui looked at the lightweight mechanical armor on Fuyu and felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Wearing the armor, Fuyu took a golden cylinder the size of a scroll from his backpack. It mechanically unfolded, and a golden longbow appeared in his hands. At the same time, a few chopstick-sized bows and arrows were prepared from behind. Sui's eyes were glued to the sight. This was simply a combination of Iron Man and Hawkeye, impossibly cool and flawless. On the other side, Lin Yu also took out 2 crescent-shaped curved blades, similarly unfolded from 2 mechanical scrolls. Xiao Xiao controlled her cyan whip, while Lu Qinghuan prepared her silver spear. Everyone tested the weapons in their hands, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Unconsciously, everyone shifted their gaze to Sui. Sui silently drew a pitch-black dagger from his waist. Lu Qinghuan hesitated to speak but ultimately said nothing. Fuyu bluntly said, Sui, Are you planning to use this little dagger to go head-to-head with a rank 3 queen bee? Sui replied confidently, the weapon isn't the key, personal strength is what truly matters. Fu Yu nodded and said no more. In the observation room, Xianyan asked doubtfully, I recall Sui saying earlier that he was skilled with guns and swords, wasn't he? Yeah, I remember too. He probably thinks his dagger is more powerful, Deng Ji agreed. In response, Chen Yong remained silent, pondering to himself. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, recalling Suyi's earlier inexperienced demeanor, and roughly understood the reason. My future student, how could he be so poor? Sui, do you want to use my spear? During the charge, Lu Qinghuan asked with concern. Are you silly? If you give me your weapon, what will you use yourself? Sui, walking side by side with her, gently tapped her head and said with a smile. At this moment, Fuyo's voice came from the bracelet. Sui, do you need a weapon? I still have spears, knives, and swords in my backpack. Sui didn't want to respond to this person in his heart. He hadn't spoken for a long time, and now they had already gone their separate ways. What was the point? We're in position. Fuyo's voice came from the bracelet again. Lin Yan, release your aura. Sui responded quickly. Lin Yan, all right. Let's stop for now. Sui said. The three simultaneously stopped on the branches, and the tense atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Sui silently counted to 10 in his heart, feeling the increasingly intense atmosphere of battle. Go, he shouted loudly, leading the charge. With his roar, everyone's energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, erupting without reservation. In just a few flashes, they saw the massive beehive, imposing and overwhelming, as if heralding the arrival of death. A swarm of ordinary killer bees buzzed sharply as they swarmed toward the three of them. The stingers on their tails glimmered with a black light, already aimed at them, danger imminent. Chow chow, clear the way. Sui commanded. Swish, swish, swish. With her whip swinging, Chow Chow agilely struck a few killer bees, accurately hitting their fragile joints. As the whip lashed out, those ordinary killer bees immediately wobbled in the air, appearing extremely battered. Ching Huan! Sui shouted loudly, then shot out like a cannonball. The dagger in his hand flashed with a cold gleam, mercilessly piercing through two incoming first-grade killer bees, sending blood splattering everywhere. Lu Qinghuan was astonished by Suyi's speed and strength, secretly admiring him in her heart, but she dared not relax in the slightest. She followed closely behind, her gaze locked on the two grade 2 killer bees ahead. Her eyes instantly turned sky blue, and crystalline ice formed on her delicate face. In an instant, Sui felt a piercing chill sweep over him. Just as he was about to devour the queen of the killer bees, the two grade 2 killer bees in front of him suddenly turned into lifeless ice sculptures. As he reached out to touch the ice sculptures, the ice scattered like snowflakes. The queen bee's eyes instantly turned blood red, and a shrill screech erupted, deafening to the ears. Its wings flapped, the buzzing resembling the rotors of a helicopter, stirring up fallen leaves and gravel around it. Lu Qinghuan's expression was grave. Despite her weakness, she still wanted to fight side by side with Sui. You and Xiao Xiao deal with the other killer bees, Sui said in a firm tone, leaving her no chance to argue. As the words fell, his black dagger struck the queen bee's black stinger with lightning-like precision. The queen bee roared, flapping its wings, and the steel spikes on its upper body burst forth like flames, lunging fiercely at Sui. At the same time, its stinger turned again, sealing off Suyi's retreat. At the critical moment, Sui lightly tapped the ground beneath his feet and used an uncanny footwork to deftly evade the queen bee's assault. The moment they brushed past each other, he reversed his hand and slashed the knife across the queen bee's already injured spot. The queen bee let out an even sharper wail, furiously thrusting its stinger at Sui. Sui, like a nimble shadow, kept dodging and weaving. Towering trees around him fell one after another with a crash, deep pits appeared on the ground, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the battle scene was intensely fierce. On the side, Lu Qinghuan and Xiao Xiao could no longer see the details of the fight, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. In the observation room, everyone stared intently at Suyi's battle with the queen bee, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Chen Yang opened his mouth to say something but ultimately closed it again. Zhuge Yun's expression also turned exceptionally grave as he thought to himself, it's over, my student might really be taken away. For the first time, Sui successfully dodged the queen bee's fierce attack, instantly eliciting gasps of amazement from everyone in the observation room. His speed was already on par with a peak first-rank martial artist. However, as he narrowly avoided each subsequent attack, the initial amazement gradually turned into silence. This kid had actually mastered the phantom step technique in just one day, and his proficiency far exceeded the beginner level, leaving everyone utterly astonished. At this moment, no one was worried about Su Yi's battle with the third-grade queen bee anymore. The injured queen bee relied on speed for its attacks, but Su Yi's phantom step perfectly countered this. Moreover, every strike of his blade targeted the queen bee's wounds with precision. Finishing it off was merely a matter of time. In the observation room, tension filled the air, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone watched intently as Su Yi's figure moved swiftly and nimbly. The dagger in his hand danced lethally, each strike as swift as the wind, his speed and strength reaching the peak of the first grade, with his stamina having already surpassed its limits. At this moment, no one could find words to describe Su Yi's talent. And what's more, he also had a strategic gift admired by future grandmasters, a genius sent from the heavens. In the wilderness, as Su Yi fiercely battled the queen bee, the once pitted battlefield littered with fallen trees was gradually stained with blood. The team was eager to finish off the nearby beasts and rush to Su Yi's aid. Finally, they defeated the creatures before them, and a message suddenly popped up on their wristbands. Ding! Congratulations to Su Yi's squad for taking the top rank. The four of them were momentarily stunned, then heaved a collective sigh of relief. Amid the largest pit where sand and gravel fell like rain, Su Yi sat atop the queen bee, panting heavily. The steel-like bristles on its body softened following its death. Su Yi stroked these bristles as if he were petting a dog. At that moment, Lu Qinghuan rushed over swiftly, leaping into the giant pit, and the first thing she said was, "I was wrong, I should have lent you my spear. It's really exhausting to use a dagger," Su Yi said helplessly. Lu Qinghuan saw him covered in blood and couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay, I just received a notification, we're in first place." "Qinghuan, take a look, how many points do we have now?" Su Yi asked eagerly. Lu Qinghuan nodded obediently, 14,070. "We're ranked first, while the second place only has 7,008. Su Yi flashed a brilliant smile. "I told you I'd get you a high-grade blood crystal, and I absolutely kept my word." While the two were happily chatting, Xiao Xiao's voice came from above. "Look, I found a second-grade blood crystal in the hive." She raised the blood crystal and shook it excitedly. Su Yi and Lu Qinghuan said in unison, "Xiao Xiao, you really are our lucky goddess." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes curved like crescent moons, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. The three busily cleaned up the battlefield, and before long, Fu Yu and Lin Yan returned as well. After all the corpses were dealt with and Su Yi finished taking photos, everyone finally turned their attention to the hive in front of them, towering over 10 meters high. "I wonder how much honey will be inside once we split it open." Lin Yan looked curious. Fu Yu handed Su Yi a silver scroll. "Su Yi, you're the captain, you do it." Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, then said, "I'm not very proficient with spears, so leaving it unused would be a waste. Might as well enhance our team's strength." Before finishing his sentence, Su Yi had already taken the scroll. This was no time to hesitate. Borrowing it, he exclaimed. With a burst of his energy and blood, the scroll instantly transformed, unfolding like a transformer into a silver-glowing spear. Wielding the spear with one hand, Su Yi casually swung it and found it seemed to merge with his body, channeling his energy. Without hesitation, he leaped forward, a flash of silver light followed, and the 10-meter-high beehive came crashing down as amber-colored honey gushed from the broken hive. Lin Yan was about to use a container to collect the honey when Fu Yu reminded her, this honey wasn't nurtured by the queen bee. The truly useful portion should only be in the core. Su Yi nodded, continuing to peel open the beehive layer by layer with his spear, as if he were peeling fruit. Finally, the entire area was filled with the sweet fragrance of honey, revealing a small spring of golden honey. "Should we drink it directly? Or does it need to be consumed in another way?" Su Yi looked at Fu Yu, hoping for an answer. "Just drink it directly. Its enhancement effect is limited," Fu Yu said calmly, his gaze piercing. "It's completely enough for the four of you to consume." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Lin Yan curiously asked, "You're not drinking?" "I've had it before. Only medium or high-quality ones can enhance my internal organs," Fu Yu said with a hint of confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the other four silently took out their cups, seemingly having made their decision. Under their unreserved drinking, the golden honey from the little spring gradually diminished, resembling a silent competition. From the initial sip, everyone could distinctly feel a burning sensation in their internal organs, as if the power within was rapidly awakening. However, by the end, they realized this honey was almost no different from ordinary honey. Lin Yan originally planned to pack some to take away as food for the next few days. But after finishing it, he had no desire to move at all, and even the smell of it made him feel slightly nauseous. Sui noticed that everyone looked as if they couldn't wait to leave this place, and he thought to himself, it's time to act. He stood up and said, let's move to another place to rest. Our target is the second third-grade exotic beast. There must be another exotic beast nearby that injured this queen bee. His words were firm, and everyone nodded in agreement, quickly packing up their things to follow. Soon, the group found a hidden tree hollow to rest. Fuyu took charge of observing the surroundings and staying alert. Sui and the other three each sat cross-legged in a corner and began cultivating. Having just absorbed the honey, they now have the perfect opportunity to use the residual power to boost their vitality. Lu Qinghuan, Xiao Xiao, and Lin Yu focused on cultivating, while Sui argued with the system in his mind. System, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Previously, ordinary beasts added 1 vitality, and first-grade beasts added 10. Shouldn't third-grade beasts at least add 100? What do you mean by only boosting vitality to 250? Suyi's voice carried anger and confusion. The host has reached the true limit phase. At the extreme stage, collecting ordinary beast illustrations will no longer increase vitality and blood. Grade 1 beasts can provide 1 vitality. Grade 2 beasts can increase vitality by 5, Grade 3 beasts can increase vitality by 10, and Grade 4 beasts can increase vitality by 20. Sui froze for a moment, and the legend of the ultimate blood vitality of 300 through 9 evolutions surfaced in his mind. He silently pondered to himself. So, the extreme values of 150, 180, and 200. After surpassing 200, there's 250, 260, and all the way up to 300, making a total of 9 extreme values? Grade 3 beasts add 10? So that means I just need to take down 5 more, right? A surge of excitement ignited in his heart. System, claim the reward. Suyi's voice rang out like the beat of a war drum, his resolve solidified and action imminent. Number 1, Sui Squad, 14,070. In the small wilderness, the other geniuses stared in shock at the word Sui Squad at the top of the leaderboard, their hearts secretly in awe. Breaking through 10,000 points in one go was obviously an achievement that came from taking down a Tier 3 beast. Suin-chan, leading his squad after just dealing with a few Tier 2 beasts, opened his wristband and saw Suyi's name at the top of the list. He couldn't hide his regret. What a pity. If Sui were willing to join us, I'd be 80% confident of taking first place in this training camp. His face was full of anticipation. Yaya smiled faintly and comforted, it's okay, his refusal to join won't affect the team's coordination. Su In-chen nodded. His earlier words completely disregarded the other 3 members of the team, yet none of them raised any objections. After all, they had willingly chosen to cling to Su In-chen's support. Having accepted his money, naturally, they dared not express any dissatisfaction with their boss. Su In-chen didn't say much else, as he had already made up his mind. The team was now set, and overthinking it would only add to unnecessary worries. His eyes gleamed with a fighting spirit. Let's go, let's hunt a few Grade 3 exotic beasts to boost our score. Let those at the bottom of the pre-ranking comfortably occupy the top spot. If they have the audacity, I certainly don't. On the other side of the small wilderness, Wu Linlin, ranked 3rd in the pre-ranking, slightly curled her lips. Oh? This Sui actually led a group to slay a 3rd-tier exotic beast. Would ya, is it possible they just happened to encounter an injured exotic beast and took advantage of the situation? Questioned a girl with a high ponytail. There are 5 of them, but only Suyi's vitality has exceeded the limit, the others haven't even reached the threshold of 200. Moreover, I've heard Su-yi has an exceedingly poor talent in martial arts. No matter how I think about it, I can't understand how they managed to slay a 3rd-tier exotic beast. The woman with a high ponytail had a look of doubt on her face and a tone full of pride, as if she were looking down on those beneath her. Wu Linlin frowned slightly. Xiao Mei. The high ponytail girl immediately shut her mouth, feeling secretly dissatisfied. Wu Linlin continued, no matter how they managed to kill them, their current score is legitimate. After 3 days apart, one must look at someone with new eyes. In this training camp, everyone is a genius, and no one can be underestimated. As she spoke, Wu Linlin's gaze suddenly turned sharp. I've sensed the location of that 3rd-grade exotic beast. Let's go. As her words fell, the 5 girls all revealed a bravery matching that of men, each wielding their weapons as they charged toward the 3rd-grade exotic beast. Suyi's squad killed a 3rd-grade exotic beast, officially marking the end of the small-scale skirmishes. All the elite squads aiming for first place began targeting 3rd-grade exotic beasts in the wilderness. Meanwhile, the current top-ranked squad led by Gao Shi, with Wu Jianqin and Lu Shua both possessing blood energy exceeding 230, lay in wait, hidden on a sheer cliff. Their wristbands had long been turned off, and any changes in the leaderboard were irrelevant to them. They knew that as long as they killed the exotic beast before them, today's top position would undoubtedly belong to them. The leaderboard rankings were shifting wildly, and the second place score was getting closer and closer to Suyi's squad. From within the hollow of the tree, the sudden surge of vital energy erupted. Lu Qinghuan opened her eyes, revealing a trace of joy. At the entrance of the cave, Fu Yu, who had been standing guard, also turned to look. Despite his expressionless face, a barely noticeable trace of envy flickered in his eyes. Xiao Qiao and Lin Yan also opened their eyes to look at Lu Qinghuan. Before they had a chance to congratulate her, an even stronger surge of blood and energy erupted within the tree hollow. At that moment, everyone's mouths fell open as they looked at Sui in disbelief. Su, Brother E, has your blood energy increased again? Lin Yan asked in surprise. Sui clenched his fist, feeling the surging vitality in his blood. Absorbing this honey has improved me a lot. I feel like if I tried again, I could punch that queen bee to death with one blow. He was joking, fully aware that this was an illusion brought on by his improved strength. The other four exchanged silent glances, and Fu Yu once again felt the gap between people. Facing the envious gazes of the four, Suyi's lips curved slightly upward. He immediately began practicing the body refinement technique, eager to quickly master the strength brought by this surge in vitality. In the observation room, silence became the theme of the day. Has there been such a case before? Feng Wan asked numbly. Deng Ji thought for a moment and replied, there has been, but that person didn't rely on blood crystals and completely cultivated all the way to 300 qi in blood. When speaking of this genius, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. In the observation room, the atmosphere instantly grew tense like a taut string, with everyone's eyes focused on Sui, anticipating his performance. Batting, you're right, Suyi's vitality boost is far from reaching its limit, an expert said excitedly. If he can continue to break through in the upcoming training, he will definitely create a huge gap with the others. Exactly. Even if he can't achieve 9 transformations, a result of 5 or 6 times is enough to make him stand out among his peers. Batting's voice was firm and powerful, as if paving the way for Suyi's future. Our Dongji University has extensive experience in nurturing such talents. I strongly recommend that he join our Dongji University. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire observation room erupted. Damn it! Do you have no shame? Sui was discovered by our Jubai University, a professor from Jubai University roared, his face flushed red. Old phone, don't stop me. Let's settle this outside, one-on-one. Whoever wins gets Sui. Another grandmaster was not to be outdone, his eyes burning with determination. Wait a minute. How can you act like this? We at Nanchang University haven't even spoken yet. The representative from Nanchang University refused to back down, his voice loud and assertive. We were the champions of the last martial arts exchange conference, so in terms of qualifications, Nanchang should have the upper hand. His voice was full of confidence. What do you mean? You South City University dare to bring up the last martial arts exchange when you just picked up a fluke? Mocking voices rose one after another, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Cheng Yon looked at these grandmasters, a wave of fear surging in his heart. If this dispute continued, how would he make his way back to Tianyuan City? Turning his gaze to the image of Sui on the screen, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. A week ago, he could never have imagined that Sui would cause such a fierce contention among so many grandmasters at the four-school training camp, who completely disregarded their strong and dignified demeanor. He nudged Zhu Yun beside him. Hey, do you still remember why we initially had Sui join the training camp? What purpose? Zhu Yun, busy calling and recruiting others, froze for a moment at the question, then wore a bitter expression, as if overwhelmed. It's fine. Accidentally discovering such a genius should make us happy. Cheng Yong forced a smile, but he couldn't hide the complexity in his heart. Yes, happy indeed, but your smile looks worse than crying. Zhu Yun replied helplessly. Cheng Yong, you're going too far. I was planning to give you trouble, but are you really Suyi's teacher? He retorted. 3 years as a homeroom teacher? I'm not even talking about Sui, but Lu Qinghuan's ability. How dare you only give it an A? Zhu Yun angrily pointed at Cheng Yong, his tone full of dissatisfaction. And her talent. You brat, are you just misleading others' children in Tianyuan City? Cheng Yong was so agitated that his hands were trembling. If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? What do you know? At that moment, the quarrel in the observation room intensified, as if every professor was putting all their effort into vying for Sui, making the entire scene extraordinarily heated. The 4 admissions office directors suddenly noticed that the 2 people beside them were arguing even more fiercely. They tacitly stopped their quarrel and turned in unison to watch Jubai and Chang Yong expose each other's shortcomings. "Don't any of you think about recording this?" Jubai shouted at them while quarreling. "I have the video of you guys throwing shoes at each other earlier too." Zhuge. The observation room instantly descended into chaos, but the teachers responsible for data analysis remained calm, as if they were already accustomed to the lively atmosphere of the four schools training camp. This year, with the addition of Professor Zhuge, it seemed even more bustling. They all sighed in unison, thinking to themselves, once the four schools training camp ends, they'll have to sign confidentiality agreements again, and their wrists will ache from all the signing. Sui was practicing the body refining technique for over an hour. The other four patiently waited without the slightest complaint. Everyone understood that Sui was the core of this team, only by improving his strength. Could their performance in the training camp be better? Besides, they had already mentally prepared themselves to be at the bottom before coming here. Now, being able to compete for the top 10 was already very satisfying. Lin Yu kept a close eye on the points leaderboard, slapping her thigh and gritting her teeth every now and then. After an hour, Sui's team had dropped from first place to sixth. Sui Chang and his team had been making consecutive efforts, and the points of the top 10 teams had all exceeded 10,000. The seventh place was only a little over 1,000 points behind them, while the top 3 had once again created a significant gap. Sui Ching's team ranked first with 38,000 points, Wu Linling's team was second with 36,900 points, and Hao Jiming's team was third with 36,700 points. The fourth place, however, only had 20,000 points. What was even more curious was that Gao Shi, who was originally expected to take first place, still had 0 points and was at the bottom of the rankings. Sui stretched his muscles and bones, his body cracking audibly. "Thanks for waiting, everyone. It's fine. Your strength improving is a good thing for all of us," Fuyu said calmly. Sui nodded. "We've been delayed for quite a while, and the points gap has widened. The next target is still a third-grade exotic beast. The exotic beast that injured the queen bee should be nearby. Let's find it." Lin Yu excitedly raised her hands. The group walked out of the tree hollow. Under Sui's exploration, the traces of the exotic beast's activity became increasingly evident. Stopping outside a cave, Sui said, "This is a sunshade bat, one of the natural enemies of the black-tailed killer bee. At most, there are 2 or 3 of them, but there should only be one third-grade sunshade bat, otherwise, the queen bee couldn't have survived." Everyone turned their eyes to Lin Yu, seeing his troubled expression. "I haven't encountered this before." Sui smiled. "The sun-blocking bat is extremely cautious. Even if you simulate their aura to enter, you might still face an attack." He turned to Fuyu. "I think this is a great opportunity. The sun-blocking bat excels at sonic attacks. The sound they emit can cause dizziness in all animals and make communication among us extremely difficult. Would you like to give it a try?" Fuyu thought for a moment. "If there's really only one rank 3 exotic beast, I can give it a shot." "Then let's act." A silver spear appeared in Suyi's right hand. Lin Yu's eyes widened. "Are we really going straight for it like this?" "A wounded third-grade exotic beast, the 4 of us shouldn't have much trouble." Lin Yu, in a moment, released the scent of that queen bee at the cave entrance. "The sunshade bats inside will definitely come out. As for the combat details, we'll rely on this to communicate." Sui patted his own head. The group arrived at the cave entrance. Fuyu hollowed out a large tree and crawled inside, while Lin Yu stood guard beside him. Sui, Lu Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao held their weapons and stood watch in front of the cave, waiting silently. Suddenly, that strange sensation came over them again. This time, Sui didn't need to signal with a glance. Lin Yu immediately unleashed an aura identical to that of the grade 3 queen bee. In an instant, a sound capable of piercing eardrums emanated from the depths of the cave, and the 5 quickly covered their ears. A massive black shadow swept in at lightning speed. Sui and Lu Qinghuan each wielded a silver spear, striking fiercely at the sky-shadowing wings of the sunshade bat. Xiao Qiao took 3 steps back and lashed her long whip toward the bat's head. The sunshade bat's wings trembled, releasing a power far greater than that of Sui and Lu Qinghuan, sending the 2 flying. Xiao Qiao's whip landed solidly on the bat's head. A piercingly shrill cry echoed between heaven and earth, causing hearts to tremble. The sun-shielding bat flapped its wings, sending sand and stones flying wildly, directly attacking Xiao Qiao. Faced with the sudden assault, a flash of inspiration struck Xiao Qiao's mind, as if she instantly grasped the strategy to overcome the challenge. She dodged left and right, quickly retreating. Her movements during the evasions were akin to a phantom's steps. Though not comparable to a true master technique, they appeared exceptionally agile. Within just a few breaths, Sui, Lu Qinghuan, and Xiao Qiao moved as one, engaging in a thrilling confrontation with the sun-shielding bat. Sui took the lead, facing the sun-blocking bat directly, while Lu Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao attacked from the sides. The three constantly shifted their positions, making it impossible for the sun-blocking bat to track their movements. Instead, the sun-blocking bat grew increasingly agitated under their harassment, angrily flapping its massive wings again and again but failing to land a single blow. Time and again, their coordinated attacks showed perfect synergy. The trio collaborated seamlessly, alternating between defense and offense. After hundreds of exchanges, Sui and the others were almost spotless, without a speck of dust on them. The sun-shrouding wings of the Eclipse bat were already tattered beyond recognition, letting the wind scatter freely. When it realized it couldn't defeat the three of them and tried to flap its wings to escape, it staggered in mid-air, unable to create any distance. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sui and the other two decisively launched an attack, using the trees as cover to swiftly leap into the air. Xiao Qiao swung her long whip, accurately entangling the sunshade bat, while Sui and Lu Qinghuan charged from the left and right, suddenly piercing into the bat's chest. A heart-wrenching scream echoed once again, shaking everyone to the core. Sui's vital energy and blood erupted instantly, the power within his body pouring out like a flood. The spear swept fiercely and pierced into the chest of the sun-shrouding bat. With a single strike, half of the sun-shrouding bat's body was nearly torn apart, blood gushing out wildly. Immediately after, Sui showed no mercy, delivering another strike in quick succession. A flash of silver light, and the spear pierced straight through the sun-shrouding bat's skull, as if a divine weapon had descended. The corpse crashed to the ground with a deafening sound, and the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone gradually recovered from the tense and thrilling state just now. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Next time it's my turn. Xiao Qiao, you guard Fuyu next time, I want to join the fight too." During the process just now, Lin Yu watched from the side, feeling a surge of excitement, as if a cheat code had been activated in a game. The entire process of killing the sunshade bat was completely devoid of danger, filled only with exhilaration. In response, Fuyu, who had just stood up, said calmly, "No need. Next time, I can handle it alone. I feel like I've become much more proficient. Maybe after a few more times, I can join the fight." A trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes, so this is what it feels like to be commanded by a tactician, utterly exhilarating. Everyone's eyes burned as they looked at Sui. Feeling a chill down his spine, Sui immediately ran to where the backpacks were placed and took out a camera. "You guys summarize first, I'll take a photo of the corpse." Inside the observation room, it was still completely silent, the tension so thick it could almost be cut. Several admissions office directors silently calculated in their hearts the astonishing boost brought by Fu Yu's abilities in this battle. Deng Ji couldn't help but break the silence first. "Everyone, Sui's level in spear techniques is absolutely extraordinary. His mastery of spear techniques has reached a proficient level. The skills of thrusting, sweeping, chopping, and stabbing far surpass the vast majority of people. If he were to study martial arts focused on spear techniques, it would undoubtedly be a natural fit." Her words were like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the tense atmosphere. "Ahem, Teacher Deng Ji, don't forget, as admissions office directors, we are not allowed to take on disciples," Xian Yun couldn't help but remind, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. He noticed that everyone was racking their brains to prove that their school was better suited to teach Sui, and he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. Deng Ji was not in a hurry. She smiled lightly and said, "Of course, I can't take on disciples, but don't forget, my teacher is the true #1 marksman in China. What if my teacher accepts a disciple?" Her words were like a bombshell, instantly igniting the entire observation room. "Ugh! Deng Ji, have you no shame? If you say that, does Sui have to call you senior sister?" Shen Yun finally couldn't hold back and erupted. Deng Ji looked completely justified. "Of course. If he becomes my teacher's disciple, he naturally has to call me senior sister. Deng Ji, don't forget, Sui also said he's skilled with a sword." Feng Wan hurriedly interjected, trying to regain some ground. "Then, Teacher Feng, may I ask, is your teacher the #1 swordsman in Hua Nation?" Deng Ji retorted mercilessly, instantly leaving Feng Wan speechless. Just as another argument was about to erupt, Zhuge Yun suddenly said softly, "Everyone, compared to Sui's talent in martial arts, the tactical genius he displayed in the recent battle is truly unparalleled. 3 individuals without martial identities, effortlessly and unscathed, taking down a third-grade exotic beast. Such command ability is nothing short of extraordinary. May I ask, is there a tactician in your university more suitable than me to mentor Sui?" His words were like a thunderclap, shaking everyone present to their core. Faced with Zhuge Yun's domineering confidence, the other three were rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, Deng Ji broke the impasse. "It's fine, Professor Zhuge Yun, we at Nanchang University are willing to collaborate in nurturing Sui." "Deng Ji, what do you mean by this? It's one thing to poach our students, but now you're even eyeing our teachers?" Xian Yun questioned indignantly. "I didn't mean it that way, you're really overthinking it," Deng Ji hurriedly explained. "Actually, I think Teacher Deng Ji's suggestion is quite good. Teacher Zhuge, would you consider it?" Feng Wan also began to chime in, and the observation room once again descended into chaos. Chang Yong watched Zhuge Yun's back and couldn't help but smile slightly. A tactician, once called a strategist, now Zhuge Yun's confident declaration clearly showed that he was no longer the figure of the past. After Suyi's team killed the third-rank Sunshade Bat, they leapt to fourth place on the leaderboard. The geniuses in the wilderness no longer doubted their strength. Killing once might be luck, but twice was a testament to their capability. He may have Wu Lingling's team watched as Suyi's team scored again, feeling a wave of discomfort from being overshadowed. She stared at the name Sui and secretly etched it in her mind, vowing to show him what a true martial arts genius was if given a chance to face him in the arena. It wasn't just Hime who took notice of Sui. Teams hovering around the top 10 in strength in the wilderness also began to set their sights on him. Their team's abilities are really peculiar. Being able to take down a third-rank beast, they must have capitalized on some unique advantage from their abilities. They absolutely aren't as strong as us in terms of raw power, so I have an idea. Since they can kill exotic beasts, why don't we just rob their points and aim for the top 3? Chai Zhong, who was ranked 52nd in the preliminary rankings, calmly analyzed the situation, earning the approval of the other 4. "Let's go. We'll head back now and pursue along the route Suyi's team took. They've fought 2 consecutive battles, so they must have left plenty of traces. By the 6th day, the points they've painstakingly accumulated will be ours." The group of 5 quickly turned around and began chasing toward Suyi's team's direction. Meanwhile, in the small wilderness, other teams also began to plan ambushes against Suyi's team, aiming to make them the ultimate target of this hunt. The tense and thrilling situation instantly became even more unpredictable. Ranked 9th, Shiman Boshua accidentally discovered this situation, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. "Let's go, we can't let Brother Sui face an ambush from behind," he decisively called out to the other 4, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Since we've acknowledged him as a friend, when a friend is in trouble, we must help." With that, he began running back without hesitation, as if carrying a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. The other 4, though somewhat sluggish, were inspired by his momentum and followed suit. Shiman Boshue turned back and shouted sternly, "As long as you can help Brother Sui, I'll give each of you a D-grade spiritual weapon." As soon as the words were spoken, the 4 immediately became enthusiastic, as if they were instantly energized. "Since Brother Boshue has said so, of course, we will support you. Sui is your friend, so he is our friend too." Shiman Boshue was so moved that he was almost in tears. "Everyone, being able to have friends like you is truly the luck of a lifetime." At the cave entrance, Sui and his companions worked together to dispose of the corpse of the Sunshade Bat, the aftermath of the battle still lingering in the air. Sui happily put away his camera, feeling secretly proud. 10 points of vitality, 10 points of mental attributes, 300 points of strength attributes, this is another bountiful harvest, he thought to himself. However, having just increased his vitality, Sui knew he needed to take it slow and not rush. The group focused their gaze on the cave entrance. Sui asked softly, "So, what do you think? Should we go in and take a look?" Lin Yan was as excited as a child. "Of course we should. With the goddess of luck, Chow Chow, on our side, there might even be some valuable treasures inside." Everyone turned their eyes to Chow Chow, their expressions a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Chow Chow was slightly taken aback and a bit embarrassed. "I'm not as amazing as you say. I'm just lucky every now and then." Sui smiled, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. "Let's go. Even if there are exotic beasts inside, it's a good thing for us. We're still far from earning enough points." After saying this, he led the way into the cave without looking back. Half an hour later, the 5 of them returned empty-handed, looking disheveled, with the dust from the cave making them appear somewhat grimy. However, Sui and the others remained in good spirits, as it was still an adventurous experience. Only Chow Chow walked at the back, a hint of guilt in her eyes, seemingly blaming herself for not bringing good luck. As the leader of the team, Sui immediately noticed Chow Chow's low spirits. He did not immediately try to console her but instead pondered silently. This was a perfect opportunity to observe her special abilities more deeply. As for the Subsequent comforting and reassurance, he planned to leave that to Lu Qinghuan. When it comes to comforting girls, it's more effective for another girl to handle it. However, ever since Xiao Qiao became depressed, the good luck of their 5-person team seemed to vanish as well. During that day's hunt, they finally found a 3rd-grade exotic beast suitable for hunting, but at the critical moment, a 4th-grade exotic beast suddenly appeared, forcing them to flee in disarray. As a result, the group ended up wasting their efforts and were even chased for several miles by the 4th-grade beast, leaving them breathless and in a sorry state. As night fell, Sui noticed that everyone was in poor condition, with their vitality nearly depleted. He decisively said, "Let's find a suitable place to rest first. After a whole day of fighting, everyone is exhausted. Tonight, we'll focus on recovering our vitality and resume hunting tomorrow morning. The wilderness at night is too dangerous, safety comes first." The group nodded in agreement. The danger level of the wilderness at night was several times higher than during the day. Encountering a 4th-grade exotic beast during the day was one thing, but running into 5th or 6th-grade ones at night wouldn't be surprising. Moreover, hunting in pitch-black darkness was simply not feasible. It wasn't long before Sui led everyone to survey a suitable cave. They swiftly eliminated several Grade 1 yellow-toothed rats inside, successfully securing this safe haven. Lu Qinghuan proactively suggested chatting with Xiao Qiao, while the 3 boys tacitly opened their wristbands to check the points leaderboard. At first glance, they were stunned. On the points ranking, the first position had changed hands once again. Gao Shi, who originally had 0 points, had skyrocketed to the top with an overwhelming score of 100,000 points. No further explanation was needed, everyone knew Gao Shi's team must have taken down a Grade 4 exotic beast. Sui couldn't help but recall the scene earlier today when they faced a Grade 4 beast and were completely unable to break its defense. Feeling somewhat helpless, he thought to himself, "This is getting tough. None of our spiritual weapons can penetrate the defense of a Grade 4 beast. At the very least, we'd need C-grade spiritual weapons. Right now, my E-grade weapon is still borrowed from you." As he spoke, he stroked the silver spear, his eyes filled with pain. On the normally indifferent face of Fuyu, there appeared a rare trace of regret as he said, "Before I joined this training camp, I didn't expect we'd have a chance to compete for first place, so I didn't apply for a C-grade spiritual weapon." In response, Sui couldn't help but laugh and said with great interest, "Classmate Fuyu, there's a difference between us. You didn't apply, and we don't have the money." Lin Yan nodded frantically on the side, expressing agreement. "But we don't need to be too pessimistic. Right now, our points are 36,000, just enough to rank 5th. As long as we don't fall behind other teams, we still have a chance to go for first place." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 were momentarily stunned. Fuyu asked in confusion, "You want to snipe other teams?" Lin Yan followed up, "Isn't it the other teams who are going to snipe us?" Sui looked puzzled. "Isn't the 6th day meant for people like us who lack strong weapons but excel in personal strength?" The 2 of them had somewhat strange expressions, as if they wanted to say, "Don't include us in that statement." In team battles, the advantage of weapons isn't as significant. Teamwork and individual strength are what matter most. I have individual strength, and we have teamwork. Why can't we be the final day's big boss? Sui said matter-of-factly. Lin Yan was a bit stunned, then suddenly had an epiphany. I get it now. So I must completely master my abilities in the next 4 days. Fuyu also opened his eyes, a resolute glint flashing within them. Sui nodded. He had already made up his mind. If he couldn't outcompete other teams during the beast hunt, then on the 6th day, when teams hunt each other, he would show no mercy. Since the rules allowed it, all the points on the leaderboard could be his. In the observation room, Deng Ji smiled faintly. It seems there will be a good show to watch on the 6th day this year. Professor Zhuge, if Fuyu can fight while using their abilities, where do you think their final ranking would be? Feng Wan asked eagerly. If Fuyu can manage that? Zhuge Yun pointed at the leaderboard. Aside from the top few, no one else would stand a chance against them. No one in the observation room questioned it, everyone was filled with admiration. One superpower combined with one tactician had directly set Suyi's team apart from the others, smoothing out the gap in individual strength. Team battles were precisely the moment for Sui and Fuyu to showcase their abilities. In the cave, Sui was deep in thought, pondering whether the strategy for the last day should be to take down the first place directly or to rob everyone else first. After all, 5 days later, he wouldn't maintain his current level of strength. Sui understood clearly that his greatest advantage lay in the fact that, in this small wilderness, his rate of improvement far outpaced everyone else's. While others were merely hunting, he was leveling up by defeating monsters. As he was mulling it over, Xiao Qiao and Lu Qinghuan returned. At this moment, Xiao Qiao's expression was already much better than before. Yo! Our goddess of luck has finally returned. Lin Yan walked up with a look of admiration, offering a wildflower he had picked from who knows where. Fu Yu, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, sensing his superpower, also opened his eyes and nodded toward Xiao Qiao. Clearly, everyone in the team had noticed Xiao Qiao's emotional fluctuations. Although no one said anything, they were all concerned about her in their hearts. Sui looked at Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao, you have to believe in us. Even if luck isn't on our side sometimes, we still have the strength to fight for first place. That's right. Fight for first place. Lin Yan continued to play the role of the hype squad. Sorry, everyone, it's my own problem. Whenever others expect my luck to work, it never does. Xiao Qiao admitted, with a hint of guilt on her face. You have a superpower, not only that, but it's at an SSS level. Sui said without hesitation, his tone as firm as if he had personally witnessed Xiao Qiao's superpower rating. Think carefully, every time your luck is bad, is it because you're doubting yourself? Sui's tone was resolute. Xiao Qiao frowned, thought for a moment, then nodded. So you see, this proves that you do have this ability, Sui continued. Your ability is to make you lucky, not to make all your dreams come true. If it really worked like that, it wouldn't be an ability, it would be divine power. Exactly. That would be godlike. Lin Yan suddenly shouted, startling Sui. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Xiao Qiao's face. Sui continued to intensify his persuasion. Precisely because you are not a god, your luck is a superpower, which is why there are times when it falls short. But unfulfilled expectations do not mean you are not lucky. Perhaps without you, there might have been a mid-grade or even high-grade exotic beast in that cave today. Xiao Qiao, your superpower is luck, not making dreams come true. You must have faith in yourself, and we firmly believe that every step with you is a lucky one. Of course. We were indeed a bit unlucky today, Sui joked, making everyone laugh, and Xiao Qiao's smile gradually brightened up. So the events this afternoon further prove how important you are to us, Xiao Qiao, the stone-faced Fu Yu interjected. Sui felt helpless. Why was there always someone interrupting? Xiao Qiao looked resolute. Thank you, everyone. I understand now. I'll continue to bring you good luck. Meanwhile, in the observation room, someone suddenly asked, didn't you all say earlier that Sui has never lied? As his words fell, everyone instantly fell silent. Was Xiao Qiao's superpower really SSS level? The four admissions office directors simultaneously sank into thought. Did Sui truly know, or was he simply brainwashing Xiao Qiao? At this moment, their doubts were understandable. After all, earlier that morning, Sui had claimed he mastered the phantom step in just one night. Everyone thought it was pure fantasy and assumed he was bragging. Yet, not long after, he demonstrated a mastery-level phantom step. Moreover, with just a casual remark, he managed to elevate the strategic value of Fu Yu and Lin Yan's superpowers. By comparison, his claim that Xiao Qiao's superpower was SSS level didn't seem entirely unbelievable. Now, every word Sui says forces everyone to take it seriously. Perhaps Sui has also awakened a special ability, and he can discern other people's abilities, Chen Yun boldly speculated. Everyone knowingly turned their gaze toward Chang Yong, Sui's mentor of 3 years. Seeing his bewildered expression, everyone realized that these 3 years with Sui had been in vain. Regarding this, Chang Yong had already given up resisting. Jubai University said, actually, we don't need to speculate. After the training camp ends, we can give him an ability test and just ask him. If he really has the ability to discern others' special powers, I think the positions of all of you admissions directors might be in jeopardy. He made a joke. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. If he really has this ability, how about letting him take over for us in the future? Feng Wanxiong teased. Sui's goal definitely isn't to become the director of the admissions office. Chang Yong rarely spoke up. Yes, don't be deceived by how well-behaved he seems now. If given the chance, he would dare to aim for the position of president of Jubai University. Seeing Chang Yong speak with such conviction, everyone expressed their belief that Sui's future held great promise. As everyone chatted, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. At this moment, in the cave, Xiao Qiao's situation had already been properly resolved. Everyone began preparing to cultivate and recover the energy and vitality consumed during the day's battles. Xiao Qiao proactively suggested, I used up the least energy today, so let me take the first watch. Everyone had no objections to her proposal. After all, the night was long, and with 5 people taking turns, it was more than sufficient. Ready to begin cultivation, Sui asked Lu Qinghuan for a blood crystal. That's right. In the end, he still managed to eat this soft rice. Seeing that he was about to use the blood crystal for cultivation, Fuyu curiously asked, Sui, can you still use a blood crystal to enhance your vitality? Sui nodded, calculating in his mind, of course I can. As soon as he finished speaking, Fuyu silently recalled how Sui had used a grade 1 blood crystal to boost his vitality directly from 100 to over 200. Instantly, his attitude became more open-minded. In that case, just go ahead and absorb this grade 2 blood crystal. Isn't this our shared spoils of war? Sui asked. Although he usually relies on others, he would never be easily tempted when it came to everyone's shared spoils. It's just a second-grade blood crystal, Fuyu said with a bold tone. Right now, the stronger you become, the more it benefits all of us. Agreed. Lin Yan suddenly opened her eyes from the side. Sui thought to himself that this person definitely wasn't seriously cultivating. Lu Qinghuan also chimed in, Sui, I think Fuyu is right. At this moment, Xiao Xiao at the cave entrance shouted, Brother Sui, you're the captain, the second-grade blood crystal is rightfully your spoils of war. Among the 5 team members, 4 unanimously agreed. Sui understood that if he continued to refuse, it would seem overly stubborn. Alright, I'll use the second-grade blood crystal for cultivation first. After saying this, Xiao Xiao immediately took the second-grade blood crystal out of her backpack and ran over to hand it to Sui. The moment Sui took the second-grade blood crystal, the system's voice sounded, Ding. Detected 1 second-grade blood crystal, which can be used to upgrade the Codex Collector. So the second-grade blood crystal can be upgraded, and next is 3rd grade? 4th grade? Sui exclaimed in his heart. A day of hunting had almost made him forget about the upgrade of the Illustrated Guide Collector. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out his camera and snapped a photo of the second-grade blood crystal under the familiar gazes of the others. Everyone was already accustomed to his peculiar habit of taking pictures. After taking the photo, Sui held the second-grade blood crystal with both hands, placed it at his dantian, and began practicing the breathing technique. Barely 10 seconds into his practice, the group saw the crimson crystal transform into an ordinary stone at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 4 of them were dumbfounded, and if they weren't afraid of disturbing Sui's cultivation, they might have already cried out in surprise. This speed is astonishing, and the key is that there isn't a single trace left behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the Illustrated Handbook Collector. Illustrated Handbook Collector, D. Available film, 2020. Available ability slots, April 5th. Slightly increased chance to acquire abilities, skills, and attributes. Second-grade blood crystal can increase HP by +1. Seeing the system prompt, Sui was almost so excited that he wanted to jump up. Suppressing his excitement, he checked the system message once again. The number of collectible entries in the manual doubled, and the ability slots increased to 5. This meant a significant boost in both his upper limits and growth speed. The only thing a bit disappointing was the mere +1 to HP. System, claim today's reward. In the cave, Sui's entire vitality instantly recovered to a full state, and his energy surged once again. The few people nearby who hadn't started cultivating yet were left slack-jawed. Mamma mia, Brother Sui, how are we supposed to survive? In the observation room, the expressions of several deans gradually turned numb. On this day, Sui had already advanced his vitality and blood for the second time. If he were still below the limit of 200, everyone could understand, as he had just absorbed a blood crystal. But do you know what the limit realm is like after reaching 200 vitality and blood? Advancing your vitality and blood like this, how do you expect those geniuses struggling to improve by just 1 or 2 points to accept it? Sui seemed to handle everything too easily, and the crowd didn't know how to comment. After a long while, Deng Ji finally said, "It looks like our Hua nation is going to produce another absolute martial artist." Inside the cave, after claiming his reward, Sui once again summoned his personal panel. System, show me my personal panel. Name, Sui. Talent, E. Ability, Ice Age, incomplete. Martial Arts, Maze Steps, Mastery. Titles, Low-Level Tactician, Low-Level Encyclopedia Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding, Master, Marksmanship, Proficient, Swordsmanship, Proficient, Combat, Proficient, Dagger, Intermediate, Bicycle Riding Skills, Intermediate. Physique, Higher Dimensional Attribute 281 Vitality in Blood. Spirit, High Dimensional Attribute 349 Hz. Strength, Low Dimensional Attribute 2080. Agility, Low Dimensional Attribute 2419. Album Collection, 91 out of 100. At this moment, Sui felt a surge of fighting spirit. His blood energy was just 19 points short of the maximum limit of 300, and tomorrow's hunt could easily accomplish this. Meanwhile, the album collection task was only 9 cards away. His goals became even clearer. Tomorrow, I must hunt a 3rd-grade beast and strive to reach the blood energy limit, upgrading my martial arts talent by another level, he vowed silently. Looking at the various attributes on the panel, mental strength had slightly increased, while strength and agility had grown exponentially. Sui's confidence immediately skyrocketed. I will definitely get first place. His determination grew stronger. However, he was also aware that the training camp was full of hidden talents, with geniuses around him showcasing powerful abilities. He had to remain vigilant at all times. At this moment, Sui took a deep breath and began to fully immerse himself in cultivation. He understood that he was still on a long martial path, and now was definitely not the time for complacency. Jubai University, Dongji University, Pingyun University, Nanchang University. The committees of the 4 major institutions were in an uproar over the feedback materials from the training camp. While they were not surprised by Gao Shi's flawless defeat of a 4th-grade beast, they were astonished by the performance of the team ranked 5th that day. Fu Yu's mental regulation achieved seamless synchronization, allowing Lin Yu to deceive a master-level expert and simulate the aura of a beast. After instantly freezing 2 2nd-grade beasts from a distance, Lu Qinghuan could still continue fighting, showcasing the immense potential of an A-level ability. As for Qiao Qiao, the SSS-level luck ability user mentioned by Sui, the 4 major academies chose to believe before doubting, as who wouldn't want to seize a dazzling gem? The 4 major academies unanimously agreed that Sui's potential had surpassed standard ratings, with the stamp on his file even marked with an infinity symbol. Such a designation has been exceedingly rare since the founding of Wuda. Sui's performance has drawn significant attention from the education department, even prompting a meeting to classify all his information as top secret. Chang Yong learned of this news and sighed helplessly in his heart. He knew that as someone privy to the information, he would not be able to return to Tianyuan City anytime soon. After all, the true enemies of humanity were never the wild beasts in the wilderness, but the traitors lurking within. Just as Chang Yong stepped out of Zhu Beiyun's room, a call from Principal Tang Yaodong came through. Mr. Chang, how are Sui and Cheng Huan doing at the training camp? The principal asked with concern. Chang Yong was silent for a moment before responding calmly, they're doing okay, I suppose. The principal thought he was trying to comfort him and immediately became serious. Mr. Chang, tell me the truth. If Sui and Chang Huan are being bullied at the training camp, I would rather let them return to an ordinary life than see them suffer grievances. What's wrong with Sui wanting to pursue the martial arts department? As teachers, we should respect their choices, not forcibly change them. These words were like a sharp blade, cutting through Chang Yong's hesitation. He knew that Sui's future was boundless, and he would undoubtedly give his all for it. Their lives are ultimately their own choices. No matter how we arrange things, if they are unwilling, then everything is in vain. The principal's voice was as caring as that of an old father, filled with the emotion of protecting his children. Chang Yong thought silently for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to say, Principal, rest assured, Sui's team is currently ranked 5th in the training camp. Ha ha, that's exciting. Tell me, what grievances or setbacks could they possibly have? The principal's tone instantly became cheerful, as if he had seen the dawn of hope. I knew Professor Zhuge wouldn't act casually. The so-called challenge is actually to let the children experience a broader world. But the kids who teamed up with those two must have had a hard time. Chang Yong, you must thank them on my behalf. For real geniuses like them to be willing to team up with kids from our small place, they must have endured quite a bit. Chang Yong fell silent, pondering over Sui and Lu Qinghuan's 3 teammates. Well, they were indeed wronged. After all, before meeting Sui, they probably never thought they could be so outstanding. Alright, I won't say more. You keep an eye on their performance. That won't do, you have to bring them back. I've already reserved spots for Sui and Lu Qinghuan in our Tianyuan City's training camp. They can continue training when they return. The principal hung up the phone with a face full of joy. Chang Yong let out a long sigh. Attend the genius training camp in Tianyuan City? The principal is really worried that the other geniuses in Tianyuan City might feel discouraged. Tianyuan City, Genius Training Camp. A group of geniuses walked out of the Qi and Blood training room, each brimming with energy, enthusiastically discussing today's gains. For the final sprint, they only rested 3 hours a day, spending the rest of their time honing combat skills and enhancing their Qi and Blood. Student Qinling, did you know? I heard that Caillou has successfully advanced to a warrior. Wang Yang, ranked second, excitedly leaned toward Qinling. In no time, he'll return to the training camp and train with us. Moreover, the instructor also said that Sui and Lu Qinghuan will join the final phase of training after finishing the four-school training camp. By then, we must ask them properly about what they've learned. Wang Yang's words carried a sense of anticipation, and flames of battle flickered in his eyes. In the training camp, other geniuses who heard their names felt the same burning desire in their hearts. Everyone wants to know where exactly they, as geniuses, fall short compared to Sui and Lu Qinghuan. The instructors at the training camp also constantly use Sui and Lu Qinghuan to motivate everyone, inspiring their potential. In this invisible competition, the hidden goals and targets in everyone's hearts have silently shifted toward these two outstanding geniuses. Early the next morning, Sui, who had practiced the body refining technique for most of the night, woke the four of them up. The rapid increase in vitality within a single day required time to refine control over the newfound strength. Practicing the body refining technique was one method, and actual combat was another. Sensing the changes throughout his body, Sui estimated that after battling a few more exotic beasts, he would be able to perfectly master his current strength. A group of people shattered the massive rock blocking the cave entrance. Just as they emerged, they encountered a second-grade ghost-faced fox head-on. Seeing this, Sui chuckled and said, "Xiao Xiao, look, your good luck has started again." Xiao Xiao nodded firmly, "Yes, we will definitely have even better luck today." As the words fell, Fuyu was about to use his ability for frequency synchronization when he suddenly saw Sui dart out alone in a flash. Facing the ghost-faced fox's equally agile speed, Sui's pace was not inferior in the slightest. The ghost-faced fox's gut-ripping claws came straight at him, but Sui dodged eerily and instantly appeared above the ghost-faced fox, delivering a powerful punch downward. With a loud boom, dust and smoke rose from the ground. The ghost-faced fox's thick fur seemed undamaged, but its spine had clearly collapsed. The four people nearby witnessed this scene in astonishment. Fuyu couldn't help but say, "Sui's strength seems to have grown significantly since yesterday." Lin Yen, on the other hand, stared intently at Sui, thinking to himself, no wonder he spent the whole night practicing body refinement techniques, his blood energy conversion ability is incredibly high. If complete hypnosis is a challenge, then why not try hypnotizing oneself to gain some of the opponent's abilities? Lin Yen had a sudden flash of inspiration, realizing his previous approach had been too narrow. Since the captain had said so, he unhesitatingly used Sui as his experimental subject. Later, when Sui found out that Lin Yen had been imitating his combat techniques all along, a peculiar expression appeared on his face. He hadn't expected the two of them to be kindred spirits. In the center of the battlefield, the sound of banging echoed continuously. The ghost-faced fox's fur remained completely unscathed, but its figure had become utterly disheveled, almost unrecognizable. Sui endured the pungent stench of the fox and engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with it. Finally, as his eyes were nearly unable to stay open, he decided to stop entangling with the ghost-faced fox. A silver scroll suddenly slid out from his sleeve. Facing the ghost-faced fox, which was barely clinging to life, Sui unhesitatingly fired a shot that pierced through its skull. He then casually planted it into the ground, his hands slightly clenched into fists as he carefully felt the power he now possessed. Beneath his clothes, every muscle seemed as if it had been chiseled, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. After testing the waters with a rank 2 exotic beast, Sui pulled out a camera from his arms, and the other four also came over. The system prompt sounded, "Congratulations to the host for recording the rank 2 ghost-faced fox in the illustrated guide. Reward, agility plus 30. Vitality plus 5. Looking at the system notification, Sui realized that as his agility and strength attributes had significantly increased, the attribute rewards obtained by killing exotic beasts had become increasingly scarce. As expected, only the beginning is the easiest. After dealing with the corpse of the ghost-faced fox, the five continued their new day of hunting. Lin Yen suggested using the corpse of the ghost-faced fox as bait to attract other exotic beasts. As soon as she said this, the other four immediately united in opposition. Even the always composed Fuyu frowned. The smell of the corpse was too foul and putrid. It was likely that even other exotic beasts wouldn't want to come near. This group of people would probably end up suffocating here instead. In the observation room, Sui was still the focal point of the four admissions office directors. Compared to yesterday's noisy observation room, today was much more subdued due to the presence of two unfamiliar faces, making the four directors restrain themselves a bit. Exactly how much vitality has Sui increased? Why do I feel like his strength and speed have nearly doubled compared to yesterday? Not sure, but there are probably only two possibilities: either Sui has an extremely high blood vitality conversion rate, or he increased his blood vitality by at least dozens of points yesterday. Could both of these be possible? Someone in the observation room said casually. As the comment fell, the room descended into silence once again, with only Su Yi's voice in the 3D projection breaking the quiet. The smell of blood is quite strong. There must have been a battle with some exotic beasts here just now. The Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit we were chasing has already disappeared. I suspect it was eaten by other exotic beasts. Su Yi's expression turned grave. Before his words had fully landed, everyone immediately tightened their grip on their weapons, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Sui listened intently in all directions and carefully scanned the surroundings, alert to any movements. Lin Yu, fully focused, activated his all-around mimicry mode, tracing the path Sui had stepped along as if intent on uncovering a hidden clue. He crouched down and examined the ground closely. Lin Yu! Watch out! Xiao Qiao's scream rang out abruptly, like an alarm bell. Lin Yu had no time to react, feeling a powerful force suddenly yank him to the side. When he came to his senses, the scene before him made his heart stop. An enormous creature, like a speeding train, was hurtling toward him. It was the massive rock serpent. A deafening roar. Countless large trees were instantly shattered under its impact, turning into fragments that danced in the air. The monster's body merged with the rocks, opening its blood-red maw and spewing out a foul stench toward the five people, instantly spreading everywhere. Everyone covered their noses. Lin Yu, still shaken, forced a joke. He must not brush his teeth regularly. But the sight of the strange beast made everyone's expressions turn serious in an instant. Mountain rock serpent, a third-grade beast, just a step away from reaching the fourth grade, Sui calmly analyzed. Xiao Qiao, Lin Yu, you two are in charge of distracting it. His voice boomed like thunder. Xing Huan, find an opportunity to restrict its movements. I'll handle the front, and Fu Yu, you construct a mental sink. The order was given, and the five immediately divided the tasks and cooperated, moving like well-trained warriors. Sui gripped a silver-white spear, facing the rock serpent head-on, while Xiao Qiao and Lin Yu quickly flanked it from the left and right. Lu Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with determination, ready to strike at any moment. Fu Yu leaped onto the treetop, veins bulging, fully focused. Bang! Sui slammed the spear fiercely onto the rock serpent's head, shaking the entire ground. At the same time, Fu Yu successfully constructed a mental synchronization, and a powerful mental force was instantly transmitted. The three coordinated seamlessly, launching a swift attack. The rock serpent felt dizzy in the brief encounter, seemingly losing its balance. In the observation room, two unfamiliar faces quietly watched everything unfold. One of them, a red-faced burly man, relaxed the tension on his face and revealed a faint smile. This ability is quite interesting. Sui and the other three worked together seamlessly, making the brute force of the rock python appear clumsy in comparison. Its massive tail swept across repeatedly, and its hard head rammed into trees, venting its fury and leaving chaos in its wake. Despite this, every attack from the rock python was still incredibly fierce. The surrounding trees, large enough to require several people to encircle them, were easily crushed as if made of paper under its assault. After several rounds of intense battle, the area within a few kilometers had already turned into a desolate expanse of yellow earth. Under Sui's command, which seemed as if he had a god's eye view, everyone managed to dodge the rock python's attacks with remarkable precision. Each successful evasion left a lingering sense of fear in their hearts. Seeing the shattered trees and rocks around them, they all understood that a single hit would at least spell the end of their training camp journey. Everyone felt as though they were dancing on the edge of a blade, experiencing a mix of tension and exhilaration. The constantly harassed rock python grew increasingly irritable, its murky eyes flickering with a violent aura. After dodging an attack with a leap, Lin Yu looked at the long blade in his hand with distress. What should I do? My other blade is dull now too. At this point, the twin blades in his hands were in a pitiful state. Not just him, aside from Lu Qinghuan, who had been using her spear to freeze the rock python's body, Xiao Qiao's whip was also on the verge of breaking, seemingly ready to snap at any moment. Sui had long since resorted to using his spear as a staff. Faced with the rock python's tough scales, the group was utterly helpless. Sui repeatedly smashed his staff against the rock python's head, and it gradually became apparent that its movements were starting to falter. But everyone knew that if this dragged on, they themselves would ultimately suffer. The wear and tear on their weapons and the depletion of their stamina and vitality would eventually become fatal issues. Though the group seemed to have the upper hand, danger was steadily closing in. Fu Yu, how are you feeling now? Can you try joining the fight? Sui asked through their mental link. The group, connected in spirit, each had different thoughts flashing through their minds. Fu. You remained silent, focused on dodging the flying debris, seemingly too preoccupied to respond. Several seconds later, they finally received his feedback. Give me 3 more minutes to adjust. All right. Sui suddenly exerted his strength, smashing the rock python's head into the ground with a single blow. Lu Qinghuan exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Sui, were you holding back? Xiao Qiao also marveled, what incredible strength. Lin Yu swallowed hard and muttered, Damn, can I hypnotize myself into believing I have that kind of strength too? In an instant, Sui's mind flashed with different thoughts. Dodging the sudden lunging attack of the rock python, a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes, no holding back. Earlier, I just didn't unleash my blood energy. Leave the next 3 minutes to me. Try not to destroy your weapons completely, it's only the second day. With that said, he charged forward like a war god. The group once again witnessed the same scene the ghost-faced fox had endured that morning. During the fight, Sui remarked with some amusement, thankfully, these beasts only possess brute strength and tough skin, flesh, and bones. If they could use blood energy like humans, it wouldn't just be this rock python, even a random second-tier beast would be too much for us to handle. The group fell silent. Indeed, if these beasts could harness blood energy, they would be just as difficult to contend with. Over the next 3 minutes, the group personally experienced the exhilaration brought by absolute strength, leaving Lin Yu deeply yearning for such power. In response, Sui decisively blocked her spiritual feedback, though Lin Yu felt unaware of his actions. Meanwhile, Fu Yu only wanted to ask one question. Does high mental power mean you can just do whatever you want? For a full 3 minutes, when Sui once again slammed the rock python heavily to the ground, Lu Qinghuan followed up with freezing control. Just then, an arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at the rock python's eye. The beast attempted to close its eyes, but Lu Qinghuan decisively froze the area around them, successfully slowing down its reaction. With a sharp clang, the group's only D-grade spiritual artifact finally left a mark on the surface of the rock python. It's broken through. The thought surged in everyone's minds. Swish, swish, swish. After the first arrow, Fu Yu seemed to have fully adapted to this state, and the arrows he shot became increasingly swift. With Sui's restraint, he even engaged in close-range combat directly. The mountain rock snake struggled violently due to its injuries, creating havoc all around, sweeping through like a sandstorm. Boom! Amidst the sand and dust, Xiao Qiao and Lin Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, finally noticed the surrounding noise had disappeared, and the two of them let out a sigh of relief. It was exhausting. Without Sui's guidance, their bodies and minds would have been utterly drained long ago. Sui pulled the spear from the eye of the mountain rock snake, let out a heavy breath, and once again lamented how troublesome it was to use mismatched weapons. Looking at the long stick in his hand, Sui couldn't help but chuckle bitterly and thought to himself, You've been with me for less than 2 days, and you're already retiring? Are you using this opportunity to provoke me? He stated bluntly. Not closed yet? What happened? The voice echoing in their minds made everyone pause for a moment before realizing that the mental synchronization this time had not ended. From the very beginning, you were confident, but you deliberately hid this idea. You even used words to make us feel the tense atmosphere. During the battle, the lingering fear felt by Lu Qinghuan, Lin Yu, and Xiao Qiao each time was genuine. But you were very certain, yet you didn't show it and kept provoking me instead. This forces me to break through under such circumstances. Otherwise, our victory in this battle will come at a great cost. Sui nodded, that's right, inspiring the potential of others is also one of our tactician's abilities. At that moment, the mental synchronization suddenly disappeared. Several people saw Fu Yu walking towards Sui and quickly followed. Before anyone could speak, Fu Yu bowed earnestly and said, Thank you. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief behind him, You scared me. I thought you were going up there to get yourself killed. Sui said, As you said, we are now a team. Your improvement in strength is also a tremendous help to us. Speaking, he looked at Xiao Qiao and Lin Yu, mainly, I'm sorry to you both for making you work so hard, and for the wear and tear on your weapons. The two immediately said it was fine, and Lu Qinghuan smiled faintly on the side. Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing no one was asking him to compensate for the spiritual weapons, and he still owed tens of thousands in debt. It was truly a relief. We're not afraid of anything, except making our buddies lose money. Sui routinely took photos with his camera while the others restored their vitality. In the observation room, facing Sui, everyone had already grown numb. At this moment, no matter how outrageous his actions were, they no longer seemed surprising. Only Chen Yong looked regretful. What a pity, if their weapons were just a bit better, Winning first place wouldn't have been a problem. Jubai didn't hear this at all, thinking to himself, what is this guy talking about? Isn't he just blaming me for not giving Sui a few decent weapons? But the problem is, you didn't mention it before coming here. He changed the subject. Fuyo's abilities and Sui's pairing are excellent. I suggest trying to get both of them into the same university. No one in the observation room opposed, yet no one answered. It's possible to enter the same university, but be sure to carefully discuss which one to choose. If it weren't for the two big shots observing today, the observation room would once again turn into a marketplace scene. After a morning passed, during the breaks between battles, Sui's collection task in the illustrated guide was only one item away from completion. More importantly, his health points had reached their true limit. When the unclaimed reward happened to increase his health points to 300, Sui realized that from now on, collecting items for the illustrated guide would no longer yield health point rewards. This is actually normal, as the breathing technique can no longer provide a boost to vitality after he officially becomes a martial artist. Within 2 days of entering the training camp, Sui's vitality increased by nearly 100, and the collector in his illustrated guide successfully upgraded. Sui felt satisfied and slightly surprised with his progress so far. With his vitality no longer capable of improvement, his focus shifted to the golden mountains around him. Whether it's the completion of the SSS grade, Glacial Epic, or acquiring the abilities of the other three individuals, just successfully obtaining any of them would constitute a qualitative leap. At that moment, Lu Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao were busy roasting rabbit meat. Sui took out his bracelet and checked the leaderboard, only to be surprised that his points had suddenly surged to the second position. Seeing the squad ranking at second place, he didn't feel happy. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly. He carefully examined the top 10 rankings, and a suspicion gradually formed in his mind. Aside from the ever-changing 10th position, the scores of the others seemed to remain stagnant. They are hunting 4th-grade beasts, Sui said suddenly, drawing the attention of the others toward him. The scores on the leaderboard haven't changed all morning, he continued to analyze. If nothing unexpected happens, today should see a situation like yesterday with Gao Shi, where someone suddenly gains 100,000 points in one go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao frowned. What should we do then? Our weapons are about to break, and it's already tough to fight 3rd-grade mutant beasts, Xiao Qiao said worriedly. Fuyu looked at Sui and nodded in agreement. So, just as you predicted, our target can only be set for the 6th day. Sui, are you planning to hunt other teams on the 6th day? Lu Qinghuan asked. Exactly. Brother Sui said that if it's team combat, we'll have a better chance of winning, so there's no need to worry too much. Lin Yu was so excited she almost jumped up. What do you two think? I haven't discussed this matter with you yet. Sui looked at Lu Qinghuan and Xiao Qiao. Lu Qinghuan said seriously, since we need to hunt other teams, we have to start preparing now. Otherwise, if we can't even find anyone by the 6th day, we'll suffer a big loss. Additionally, I think we need to hide some of our abilities. For example, the fact that Fuyu allows us to communicate mentally shouldn't be known to others. She began analyzing how to hunt other teams. Xiao Qiao blinked her eyes on the side. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I'll do. Sui was not surprised by their reactions. Lu Qinghuan was decisive, while Xiao Qiao was always overly obedient. He nodded and explained, if our hunting target is everyone, then we don't have to worry about not finding people. All teams must return to the Bronze Gate by the 7th day, and by then, we'll block the gate there. Lin Yu's eyes widened. Are we playing this big? Lu Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Sui did not delve further into the discussion. There were many things to pay attention to on the 6th day. For now, it was enough for everyone to confirm this idea. Can we eat now? Fuyu suddenly spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, at the place where Sui and his team were battling the Shadow Bat, Shiman Buishue and his group were searching for a 4th-grade exotic beast in a cave. After a tough fight, they finally escaped the clutches of the 4th-grade exotic beast and managed to save their lives. While the group was resting, they noticed on the leaderboard that Sui's team was ranked 2nd, which reignited dissatisfaction among the others. Brother Buishue, it's not that we don't want to keep searching with you. We came to the training camp, not to act as bodyguards for Sui and his team. Now our score has dropped to 17th place, while Sui and his team are ranked 2nd. It's hard to say who is protecting whom now. Brother Buishue, we value your strength and believed you could lead us into the top 10, which is why we teamed up with you. Now that we've fallen so far, we can't afford to waste any more time. Seeing that Shiman Buishue was still hesitant, the four continued, Brother Buishue, Sui is your friend, but we just went through a life and death trial with you. Are you really going to disregard us all for his sake? With words spoken so bluntly, Shiman Boshue could only let out a heavy sigh, secretly pondering how to turn the situation around. Ah, brothers, I didn't consider everything carefully. He sighed lightly, his gaze resolute. Let's go with what you suggested and focus on hunting from now on. Then brother boss now. A few people looked eagerly at Shiman boss now, anticipating his decision. He immediately caught on and took out 4 scrolls from his spatial ring. A mysterious and powerful aura instantly permeated the air. In that instant, the atmosphere of battle began to heat up. In the observation room, Chang Yon leaned closer to Jubai Yun and said, "You should have assigned this Shiman Boshue to Suyi's team. That way, their biggest problem would be resolved by now." Jubai Yun dismissed it with disdain. Shiman Boshue didn't get in through the back door, so what right did he have to make arrangements? Besides, Shiman Boshue had personally invited Sui, but Sui actually refused. No wonder he was unwilling to bring it up again. He could only comment, "This kid does have a good temperament. Someone like him is quite rare nowadays." Chung Yong nodded. "But he still needs a good teacher and a bad friend to teach him properly." Zhuge Yun glanced at him and secretly thought to himself, "This guy is indeed hinting at something." In the small wilderness, Su Yi's team began hunting again, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarating. Today, their luck was off the charts, and before long, they encountered some exotic beasts, 6 second-grade giant-toothed rabbits. With Sui barely exerting any effort, the team members easily took down these exotic beasts, the battle flowing as smoothly as running water. Sui skillfully collected the illustrated handbook. Previously, he had only collected the ordinary giant-toothed rabbit, and this second-grade giant-toothed rabbit happened to help him complete the task. With a click, a not-so-cute photo was produced. Congratulations to the host for completing the collection of 100 out of 100 exotic beast illustrations, earning the title of Ordinary Collector. Reward received, cultivation talent level increased by 1. Martial Dao comprehension enhanced. Martial Dao comprehension enhanced? Sui was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that aside from his talent level increasing to D grade, there would actually be additional rewards. Claim reward. With a thought, he instantly felt his mind become incredibly clear. At this moment, he realized that his already masterful skills in spear techniques, swordsmanship, and combat suddenly began to integrate, leading to a brand new understanding. In the combination of the martial art phantom step and these skills, he also gained unprecedented insights. At this moment, it was as if a dark cloud had been lifted from his eyes, and he suddenly saw the boundless sky of martial arts. His heart surged with excitement, as if the entire world was cheering for him. Lu Qinghuan noticed Sui seemed to be pondering something. She approached and asked, "Sui, what's wrong? Did you discover something?" Sui came back to his senses, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his lips. "I've had an epiphany." An epiphany? Lu Qinghuan was momentarily puzzled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. He explained, "I've gained new insights in martial arts. I feel like I'm about to break through." Hearing this, Lu Qinghuan immediately looked delighted for him, her eyes full of admiration, and she stopped asking further questions altogether. Looking at her adorable appearance, Suyi's heart fluttered, and he quickly aimed the camera at her. "Qinghuan, give me a smile." Lu Qinghuan immediately cooperated, her smile blooming like a spring flower in full blossom. Click. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the SSS grade Superpower Ice Age, incomplete. Sui? Damn, luck really can't be stopped when it hits? Claim reward. Host has been detected with SSS level ability Ice Age, incomplete, ability is fusing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level ability Ice Age. In an instant, a strange sensation surged through, as if a powerful force was awakening within the body. Lu Qinghuan saw him freeze again and was about to ask, but suddenly he picked her up entirely, leaving her covering her mouth in surprise. At this moment, both of their faces were adorned with joyful smiles, like dazzling stars reflecting one another's brilliance. Beside them, the other 3 tacitly turned around, pretending not to see anything. In the observation room, Chang Yang chuckled, "No worries, everyone will get used to it. The 2 of them are now the famous golden couple of our city." Everyone remained silent, their hearts filled with deep emotion. While being fed dog food by the young man, everyone became even more curious about what Suyi's realization truly was. When a monstrous genius says they've had an epiphany, it will undoubtedly cause earth-shattering changes. Lu Qinghuan was spun around a few times in the air by Sui, her pretty face instantly turning bright red, like a blooming peach blossom. "Qinghuan, you really are my goddess of luck," Sui said excitedly, his eyes full of passion. Xiao Xiao silently looked over, thinking to herself, Captain, you've changed. You've had a change of heart. Didn't you say I was your lucky goddess? Sui sensed this resentful gaze and immediately said, You're all my lucky goddesses. How about you two being male gods instead? A group of people joked and teased, making the atmosphere lively. After packing up their things, everyone continued hunting. The mood on the road was relaxed, but they were still filled with curiosity about Sui's insights. Sui, do you have any areas you don't understand about practicing Mizong step these past 2 days? He proactively asked Lu Qinghuan. Previously, he was only proficient in Mizong step, able to use it with ease, but couldn't provide an explanation. Now, he absolutely can. This is precisely the transformation brought about by martial insight. Sui was full of anticipation. After all, no man dislikes showing off his expertise. After thinking carefully, Lu Qinghuan shook her head. Nope, when I watched you perform in command, I understood everything. As soon as the words were spoken, Sui almost missed a step and nearly fell off the branch. Alright, he understood now. Martial arts comprehension also varied in levels. The counterattack has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. In the observation room. Don't look at me, I don't know. Who would be bored enough to let a child who hasn't yet become a warrior learn martial arts? Isn't this just a waste of time? Chun Yong looked indifferent, as if he was already used to it. The red-faced man exchanged a smile with the tall, thin figure beside him. No problem. No problem. We've just discovered another genius, which is also a rare surprise. Their team has boundless potential. Professor Zhuge, everyone used to complain to me that you were lazy and unwilling to mentor students. Now I finally understand. Your standards are too high and too sharp. The red-faced man glanced at Zhuge Yun, his tone teasing. Zhuge Yun smiled. These few people were all handpicked by him, and it seemed his judgment was spot on. Although he hadn't expected before that this little backdoor squad would turn out to be full of hidden talents. After suffering Lu Qinghuan's merciless blow, Sui immediately realized he had become somewhat overconfident. Adjusting his mood, he continued leading everyone to search for traces of the exotic beast. After more than an hour, there was still no sign of the exotic beast, and Xiao Xiao was beginning to doubt the reliability of her abilities. Seeing this, the others in the team quickly comforted her. Xiao Xiao, have you ever thought that the reason the 5 of us formed a team is because of the luck brought by your abilities? Xiao Xiao has nothing to do with you. The 5 of us are uninjured now, and that is the greatest luck. Sui patted her shoulder. Xiao Xiao, you are an SSS level ability holder. You must be resolute. You must be confident. Xiao Xiao nodded firmly. Captain, I believe. As they were talking, Sui's expression suddenly changed, becoming serious. Shoo! Everyone's expressions instantly grew solemn, and the air seemed filled with an aura of tension. Someone's coming, he said, his voice low but firm. Someone's coming? Lin Yan looked surprised, a sense of vigilance rising in her heart. Sui's vitality was at its peak, and his sensory capabilities far surpassed those of others. His intuition had never been wrong. Before the others heard the sound of 5 people stepping on broken branches, Sui had already keenly detected the movement. His eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, they come with malicious intent. It wasn't long before Xiao Xiao and Lu Qinghuan also nodded in agreement, saying, exactly 5 people, they must be from another team. Not sure if it's a coincidence or if they're coming for us. Fuyu's expression turned serious, and the tension spread through the air. No matter if they are coming for us or not, Sui's lips curled into a playful smile, we need to be prepared. Lin Yan, can you hypnotize yourself into thinking you're injured? He asked while watching Lin Yan. Imagine yourself severely wounded, pale-faced, utterly weak, and your vitality greatly diminished. Sui's voice was low and compelling. Under his guidance, Lin Yan's aura gradually weakened, and her face turned pale, as if she really had suffered a serious injury. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other in confusion, their faces full of bewilderment. Fuyu, quickly support him. Sui hurriedly reminded, seeing Lin Yan looking like he was about to collapse. I feel so unwell. Supported by Fuyu, Lin Yan said weakly, as if he didn't even have the strength to speak. No one paid attention to him, but everyone curiously asked, can this ability be used this way? As soon as the words fell, the figures of another team suddenly appeared before them, and the atmosphere instantly turned tense. The leader is named Pangwon, blood vitality 200, pre-rank 22. Fuyu's ability instantly activated, quickly analyzing the enemy situation. The blood vitality of the other 4 members exceeds 200 as well. This team is aiming for the top 10. All morning, the scores hadn't changed, and I thought they were hunting 4th-grade exotic beasts. Before finishing his sentence, he realized the gravity of the situation and tightened inside. Now it seems, they're hunting us. The voices of Sui echoed simultaneously in the minds of the four. Act normal, we are just the bottom tier team. Lin Yan, the fishing team, right? Chow Chow, ha ha ha, makes sense. Lu Qinghuan, happy. Meanwhile, when Pang Wen and his group saw Sui and his companions, their lips simultaneously curved into a smile, as if they could smell the scent of victory. Upon seeing the seemingly heavily injured Lin Yan, their smiles deepened further, secretly thinking, this team really looks completely harmless. However, when they approached Sui and his group, they immediately put on a concerned and enthusiastic expression. Sui, what happened to you? Do you need our help? We fought fiercely with a third-grade giant-toothed rabbit and became exhausted. While resting, we were ambushed by a second-grade ghost-faced fox. Sui looked completely sincere, though a crafty gleam flickered in his eyes. Xiao Xiao froze? Captain, do you mean the ghost-faced fox that you casually used as a toy to smash around? Lu Qinghuan silently recited in her heart, it should be, right? So Sui really lies without hesitation. His words can't be fully trusted. Qinghuan, I can hear you. Sui's lips curved slightly upward, secretly feeling smug. This battle has only just begun. Ah, Sui, you guys really have such pitifully bad luck. Pang Wen sighed as he stepped forward to support Lin Yan, a trace of insidiousness flashing in his eyes. If you need our help, just let us know. Sui nodded gratefully, thank you for your concern, classmate. We'll find a place to adjust briefly, we don't want to delay your hunting. Points are the most important. Sui's tone was resolute, with an unyielding gleam in his eyes. Pang Wen's lips curled into a smug smile. Looks like you guys have rushed to second place now, the other teams might catch up. He feigned regret, seemingly pitying Sui, but was actually secretly thrilled. It was too reckless of me, pushing everyone to keep going without rest. Sui was filled with remorse, thinking to himself that if they hadn't encountered two mutually battling Tier 3 beasts right at the start, they might not have aimed for the top 10. Captain, we don't blame you. Lu Qinghuan stepped forward and held his hand, her tone gentle yet firm. Xiao Xiao nodded closely behind, that's right, Sui, we're all in the same boat. Fuyu remained indifferent, while Lin Yan let out a low, cold snort, feeling disdain for Pang Wen's ignorance. Pang Wen sneered inwardly, understanding that the cracks within Suyi's team had already begun to surface. He regarded the 50,000 points as already in the bag. Deliberately, he said, Student Sui, don't blame yourself too much. Quickly recover and get back to hunting, that's the real priority. Otherwise, this student's injury will truly have been in vain. Lin Yan was startled and thought to herself, he doesn't even know my name. Fuyu remained silent, while Qiao Qiao secretly cursed in her heart, he's definitely thinking about making us help them keep earning points. Oomph, bad man. Pang Wen bowed with clasped fists and said goodbye, then we won't delay you further. Go on with your hunting. Sui, take care. Thank you for your concern, classmate. If fate permits, we'll meet again. Sui also clasped his fists in a gesture, while contemplating his next move. Pang Wen's party swiftly departed with agile movements. Fuyu silently withdrew his ability, and Lin Yan quickly recovered from pretending to be injured. Damn! This is unbearable. I'll never pretend to be injured again. Lin Yan shouted angrily. He was just supporting me to check if I was really injured. Fuyu nodded, his expression still calm. He seems to have a psychic ability too. Xiao Qiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. What do we do? He didn't overhear what we just said, did he? Xiao Qiao asked worriedly. He won't. To detect our mental communication, not only would he need to find the frequency I regulate, but his mental power would also have to surpass the combined total of the five of us, Fuyu calmly replied, his tone full of confidence. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Xiao Qiao let out a sigh of relief. Sui pondered, he probably left a mark on Lin Yan. By the 6th day, they might track us down through that mark. A mark? Lin Yan was startled and immediately began checking her body. This is a mental imprint, it should be one way he uses his ability, Fuyu explained. Then how do we remove this imprint? Lin Yan felt a sense of discomfort on her body. It will disappear automatically after some time, or if the distance exceeds a certain limit. Another way is if your mental strength is as strong as Suyi's, you can erase it at will, Fuyu said nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Pang Wen said confidently, everyone can rest assured, I've already left imprints on them. Next, we can begin the hunt. Of Sui and their 50,000 points, 20,000 came from sheer luck. Now, with someone injured, relying solely on the points of this group of bottom feeders, we can't guarantee making it into the top 10. A smug smile appeared on his lips. Captain, if we add their points to ours, we can secure a spot in the top 10, someone suggested. Ha, don't be too confident, but our chances are quite high. Penguin secretly felt pleased with himself. Do you think Suyi's ability can detect others' abilities? With such strong mental power, could his ability also be related to the mind? The red-faced man asked inquisitively. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the observation room began to seriously ponder the question. If Suyi's ability truly belonged to the mental category, then the difficulty of his breakthrough to becoming a grade 7 martial artist would be significantly reduced. Combined with his current level of blood vitality, already surpassing the limit, he possessed the upper threshold of the golden body realm of grade 8. Everyone was astonished to discover that although Suyi had not yet become a martial artist, he had already broken through the 2 shackles required to ascend to a high-grade martial artist. For him, it seemed that breaking through the realms up to grade 6 posed the greatest challenge. After interacting with Penguin's team, Suyi found a concealed spot to start recuperating. He quietly decided in his heart that if he was going to act, he would act the whole way. Otherwise, if his points started skyrocketing right after they parted ways, wouldn't it be obvious he was fooling others? He could also use this time to carefully analyze the leaderboard. Previously, he saw that the points of these people rose slowly and assumed they were hiding their skills, secretly preparing to hunt 4th-grade exotic beasts. Now it seems, quite a few of them are actually here to hunt them. Do you think this Shiman Boishue is also coming after us? Lin Yu analyzed, with a glint of caution in her eyes. Suyi thought for a moment and nodded, saying, it's possible. Their points haven't really moved since yesterday. But starting from noon today, the points started to rise rapidly again. It seems they are focused on farming points. Maybe something unexpected happened yesterday, Xiao Xiao said, her brows tightly furrowed. It's fine. With Brother Suyi here, no matter who comes, they're just here to deliver points to us. Lin Yu was full of confidence, boosting the team's morale. As they were talking, the leaderboard suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Hao Ziming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yinqing's team scores rose by 100,000 consecutively, instantly dropping Suyi's team from 2nd place to 5th. This change happened so rapidly that it left those present utterly stunned. Indeed, fighting tooth and nail is no match for someone else taking down a 4th-grade mutant beast swiftly. Before they could even lament, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell, how is there one less team?" Others immediately began to browse the points leaderboard, feeling a trace of unease in their hearts. Suyi calmly analyzed, the Miaoqiong team, ranked 7th in the preliminary rankings, has disappeared. They must have gone hunting for grade 4 exotic beasts as well. Xiao Xiao stared blankly and said, disappeared means dead. Fu Yu succinctly uttered 2 words, with a hint of heaviness in his tone. The relaxed atmosphere among the 5 instantly froze, as the shadow of death silently crept closer. They realized this was no game, but a life-and-death struggle that allowed no room for carelessness. Meanwhile, other teams in the little wilderness were also shrouded by the shadow of death, and the urgency of battle grew ever stronger. At this perilous moment, Suyi's heart ignited with determination. He understood that only through survival could they rise again and reclaim their lost glory. The atmosphere in the room was as tense as a volcano about to erupt. The surrounding projection screens were silent, as if even time itself had stopped at this moment. Batten sneered disdainfully, 3 consecutive warnings? How utterly foolish. Thinking you can oppose a 5th-grade exotic beast, what an ignorant and reckless individual. Miao Qiong not only harmed herself but implicated the entire team as well, another supervisor said coldly. Our Dongji University would never admit someone like her. His words were as sharp as blades, cutting without mercy. Besides, those 2 actually used their teammates as shields. I propose to immediately revoke their college entrance examination eligibility, a director angrily added. Approved, Nanchun University also refuses to admit Miao Qiong. Approved, Pingyun University refuses to admit Miao Qiong. Approved, Jubai University refuses to admit Miao Qiong. The other 3 admissions officers spoke in unison, as if delivering a final ultimatum for Miao Qiong's fate. Miao Qiong, an extreme martial artist, beginner in martial skills, and possessor of an S-grade fire control ability, was ultimately ruthlessly rejected by the 4 major academies, completely shut out. Meanwhile, the 5 severely injured individuals were carried out of the wildlands by Wei Ikuan, lying on wooden boards as medical personnel busily attended to them. At this moment, their expressions were as if they had lost their souls, especially the 2 students who had betrayed their teammates, seeming as if they were already lying in the coffin of their lives. The sudden disappearance of Miao Qiong's team and the dramatic shift in the leaderboard made the members of Suyi's team nervously check their weapons and backpacks. Lin Yu tightened her shoelaces again and again, inwardly raising her guard. Sui stared quietly at the leaderboard, his heart surging with emotion. Finally, after a moment of silence, he stood up, his voice firm as iron. We are going to start hunting. If Gao Shi and his team can hunt a 4th-grade exotic beast every day, then relying on the points from the teams behind us won't be enough for us to take first place. His eyes were sharp as he swept his gaze over everyone present. Our goal is first place. In the time ahead, I will push our abilities to their absolute limits. Determined light flickered in everyone's eyes, and Sui's serious expression deeply inspired them. Since we aim to maximize our teamwork, I will no longer hold anything back. Everyone turned to look at Sui, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. At that moment, Sui's eyes suddenly emitted a blue glow, shining like stars. Lu Qinghuan's pupils contracted sharply, shock evident on her face. Within a radius of 5 meters around him, grass, trees, and pebbles instantly froze. A biting wind began to howl, causing Lin Yu to shiver involuntarily as she hurriedly rubbed her arms. With a loud crash, the large tree behind Sui instantly shattered into countless ice fragments, collapsing like a pile of building blocks. Sui said indifferently, actually, I have also awakened a special power. Lu Qinghuan was stunned. Sui, you and I, our powers are the same? That's right. Sui nodded, his tone firm. Really? Her voice carried a hint of disbelief. Really? Really? Lu Qinghuan excitedly rushed forward, suddenly hugging Sui, as if confirming this wonderful reality. The icy ground nearly caused her to slide Sui away. Sui, turns out you have powers too. And our powers are the same. This isn't a dream, right? She chattered on excitedly, her eyes shimmering with light. The 3 people on the side felt a chill due to Sui's ability, and silently resigned themselves to the situation. Clearly, they had already been dealt such a heavy blow, so why did they still have to endure this couple's public display of affection? Silence. Quiet. Stillness. In that instant, the freezing ability caused the entire area to come to a standstill. Without a doubt, this was an S-level or higher domain-level ability. Now, there are 2 geniuses with such abilities. Moreover, one of them was just speculated by everyone to possibly possess a psychic-type ability. The staff member of the data team picked up the pen, but hesitated and put it down again. Director, should we modify the previous data? A staff member asked cautiously. Qianyan rubbed his nose and pondered for a long time, finally shaking his head. No need to modify it. I have a hunch that the surprises this kid brings won't stop here. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Our Hua nation hasn't seen such a prodigy in a long time, another tall and thin middle-aged man couldn't help but say with a smile. I said it should be our turn, right? A hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He glanced around the crowd and said solemnly, from now on, all information regarding Sui's abilities will be classified as top secret. During the training camp, all assessment information pertaining to Sui will also be treated the same. Let him show as much as he is willing to show. As for what he doesn't want to reveal, we shouldn't speculate or inquire, understood? Everyone stood up together, their expressions serious as they nodded. Understood, Minister. Additionally, carefully filter through all information regarding Sui from elementary school to high school, and delete anything that could lead to misunderstandings. I hope the Sui presented to the outside world is a genius who awakened martial arts talent and supernatural abilities solely because of a grade 1 blood crystal. No other information should be mentioned or appear. In the small wilderness, Sui was aware that the strength he was now displaying would inevitably attract the attention of the training instructors. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. The 4-school joint training camp could be described as a stronghold directly overseen by the education department of Hua Nation. If he doesn't dare to fully showcase his talent in this training camp, future opportunities will be out of the question. He never considered keeping a low profile. Sui only wants to grow quickly and safely. Now the time is ripe. It is the moment for him to display his strength. Fortunately, his persona has been perfectly crafted. As for the matter of his abilities, his teammates were only momentarily shocked before calmly accepting it. Everyone has the ability to stimulate more than 200 vitality points through a grade 1 blood crystal, so what's so strange about awakening an ability? What amazes people is that his ability is surprisingly identical to Lu Qinghuan's, proving the innate chemistry between them. Lu Qinghuan deeply agreed with this. Under the grayish sky, facing the 3-headed demon dog with fur like flames, Lin Yu softly asked, Brother Sui, how should we deal with this beast? No one had expected that Sui would reveal his true strength so suddenly. As they turned around, they encountered a 4th-grade exotic beast. The lack of a weapon capable of breaking through defenses remained their fatal weakness. The news of Miao Qiong's squad's recent disappearance made everyone's palms clutching their weapons break out in cold sweat. In contrast, Sui, with empty hands, appeared calm and composed. He casually swung his wrist and said boldly, Fu Yu. Fu Yu immediately activated his abilities, instantly synchronizing the 5 people into the same mental frequency. Sui quickly dashed forward, and a silver long stick instantly appeared in his left hand. Blue light shone in her eyes, and a layer of icy frost appeared on the long staff. Roar! The Cerberus roared furiously, the ferocious aura of its 3 heads striking terror into the hearts of all. Facing Sui's attack, it showed utter disdain. The 3 massive jaws opened wide, lunging straight at Sui, with fangs gleaming coldly and appearing far tougher than the icy staff in his hand. Sui swept horizontally with his spear, and an ice shield instantly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Lu Qinghuan's eyes glowed blue as she quickly approached Sui's side. Fudo's veins bulged on his face as he drew his bow. Snap! A loud sonic boom echoed as Xiao Qiao's long whip suddenly lashed out. Lin Yan's aura suddenly surged, and the breath of a 5th-grade exotic beast instantly emanated. Fu Yu simultaneously employed his power for mental interference. The Cerberus, which had intended to break through the ice shield, was momentarily flustered. Its momentum was interrupted, and it even considered turning to flee. Sui seized the opportunity and decisively shouted, Qinghuan, no need to hold back, just unleash it. 2 SSS-grade abilities, Ice Age, instantly erupted. Sui and Lu Qinghuan acted simultaneously. A bone-chilling wind swept through, and within a radius of 1,000 meters, countless leaves turned into icy fragments and fell. The center of the battle, the extreme frost emitted a dazzling glow. The spear in Sui's hand shattered along with the ice shield, and Lu Qinghuan staggered under the impact of the frost. Fortunately, Xiao Qiao, with her sharp eyes, dashed forward in the nick of time to support her. As the dazzling light faded, an enormous ice sculpture stood majestically, resembling a divine object descending from the heavens. The thoroughly frozen 3-headed demon dog still bore a look of panic on its face, as if terrified by Lin Yan's 5th-level beast aura, evoking a sense of awe in those who gazed upon it. There isn't a trace of life left in it. Lin Yan exhaled a long breath, then plopped to the ground, exclaiming in disarray, so cold! So cold! Shivering under the chill, he glanced around in disbelief and asked, Is this really your powers combined? As you can see. Sui smiled faintly, his expression confident yet calm. The group immediately burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Lu Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with a beautiful glow, so my ability is that powerful. After a short rest, Lin Yan marveled at the ice sculpture with a face full of amazement, then suddenly suggested, Sui, take a group photo for us as a keepsake. This is my first time taking part in killing a rank 4 exotic beast. He gazed up at the ice sculpture as if admiring a priceless work of art. Sui naturally had no reason to refuse and immediately called everyone over to the ice sculpture. Come, I'll take a group photo of you with the ice sculpture. Click, 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 click. As the shutter sound echoes, the system's prompt follows. Congratulations to the host for gaining the attribute, Spirit +5. Congratulations to the host for gaining the attribute, Strength +10. Congratulations to the host for gaining the skill, Whip Technique, Intermediate. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Gunmanship, Intermediate. Detected that the host's gunmanship has reached proficient level, skill, Gunmanship, Intermediate, has automatically fused, granting a slight increase in the host's gunmanship proficiency. Congratulations to the host for acquiring +500 agility attribute, +500 strength attribute, and an S-level superpower fragment, Hellfire, 1/3. Skill fusion. S-level superpower fragment. Sui's heart was filled with excitement, discovering the new feature of the system was like a gift falling straight from the heavens. He handed the photo to the 4 people and found an empty spot to sit down cross-legged. System, intermediate marksmanship can improve my proficiency, so what if I obtain advanced level marksmanship? He asked with great anticipation. Skills below master level can be upgraded through same level fusion. Note, the same skill cannot be repeatedly extracted from the same target. This is fantastic. Sui couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Acquiring master-level skills had become significantly easier, and the future looked promising. Then what's the situation with S-level ability fragments? If I want to obtain more fragments, do I need to collect identical entries? He continued to ask. The higher the level of the exotic beast, the greater the chance of obtaining the corresponding exotic ability fragments. Fragments of the same exotic ability do not drop only from the same exotic beast. Beasts with the same bloodline also have a chance to provide them. What are the odds? Sui asked expectantly. Based on the current level of the host's illustration collector, the chance of the host obtaining S-level exotic ability fragments is 1 in 10,000. His heart sank instantly. Thinking about skill upgrades, he couldn't help but ask, can abilities be upgraded? Abilities below SSS level can all be upgraded. The specific upgrade methods need to be explored by the host. Another bombshell of news. If abilities can be upgraded, then many low-level abilities are worth considering. With 5 ability slots and future opportunities for improvement, the cost of trial and error isn't too high. Just as Sui was marveling at the abundant rewards this time, a sudden scream came from beside him. He immediately opened his eyes and saw Chow Chow picking up a blood crystal shimmering with a strange brilliance from the center of the shattered ice sculpture. Chow Chow, are you really the goddess of luck? Sui shouted in shock. Chow Chow held up the 4th grade blood crystal, her face full of excitement. Lucky. Captain, there's a 4th grade blood crystal here. Do you want to absorb it? All 4 of them looked at Sui with expectant eyes. He calmly raised the camera. Lucky girl, shout lucky. Lucky. Chow Chow flashed a radiant, confident smile, raised the 4th grade blood crystal, and cooperated flawlessly. Detected 1 grade 4 blood crystal. Since the host has already reached the limit value, this blood crystal will only be used to restore the host's vitality. What? A grade 4 blood crystal can't be used to upgrade the illustrated collector? Sui was stunned. Conditions not met. Seriously, I have to figure it out on my own again, he sighed inwardly. Since the camera was already raised, he decided to point the collector's target at Chow Chow. Click. The photo captured Chow Chow's moment of joy, her eyes seemingly twinkling like stars. At this very moment, Sui once again got hit right in the face with a yellow flash. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an SSS-level superpower, Luck's Favor, incomplete. Would the host like to claim it? Grass. Grass. Grass, grass, grass. Sui exclaimed, thinking to himself, has the ancestral master shown his spirit? This time is truly a bountiful harvest. He swore to himself that he is a well-mannered, triple-certified model youth. Just shouting in his heart was already a great display of self-restraint. Claim the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level ability, Favor of Fortune, incomplete. Ability buff enhanced. The host's probability of acquiring abilities, skills, and attributes has been increased. Sui took out the bracelet, his gaze as sharp as a hawk's, quickly scanning the time. Martial Epic, May 18th, year 218. He made up his mind that from now on, this date every year would be a day worth celebrating. This was absolutely his lucky day. His lucky number. Although his heart was surging like a raging wave, he still maintained a composed demeanor outwardly. This calmness was something he had practiced in front of a mirror for a whole night before coming to the training camp. Under Lu Qingwan's gaze, he handed the photo to Chow Chow, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. No need, the blood crystal I absorbed yesterday has not been completely transformed yet. I feel like I probably won't need blood crystals anymore after this. His voice was firm and confident. Let's keep this medium grade. Blood crystal for now, after all, it's a rare one. If it's used to boost my vitality, wouldn't it be a waste of its true value? Chow Chow nodded obediently, placing the blood crystal and the photo together into her backpack, her eyes revealing a look of admiration. Sui continued, in this recent battle, we've all expended a lot. The environment here is unique, and for the time being, no alien beasts will come to disturb us. Everyone, hurry up and continue recovering. His voice was as stirring as the beat of a war drum, motivating his teammates around him. Upon hearing this, everyone sat down on the ground, swiftly adjusting their states and preparing for the next challenge. Lin Yu placed her backpack under her seat, stretched her body, and activated the spiritual energy within her. At the same time, the prodigies who had just hunted a 4th grade exotic beast were also resting. Their gazes unconsciously focused on the scoreboard. When the image of the scoreboard unfolded before them, everyone instinctively wiped their eyes and even turned their wristbands off and on again. Then, everything went on as usual. National curses echoed throughout the small wilderness, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Sui, quite interesting. A trace of astonishment flickered in their eyes, and they secretly steeled themselves as if already feeling unprecedented pressure. The hunting of 1 grade 3 exotic beast was an accident, but what about 2, 3, 4? If that's still not enough, what about adding 1 grade 4 exotic beast? At this very moment, Sui's team's points skyrocketed by 100,000, as if silently slapping the face of every genius who underestimated them. Their rank on the first day was no coincidence. They not only possessed the strength to compete in the top 10 but even held hope for breaking into the top 3. At this moment, nearly every genius who saw the leaderboard stopped what they were doing, their faces full of shock and confusion. They couldn't comprehend it. Among the 5 members of Su Yi's team, 4 had blood energy levels below 200. 2 of them had powers that couldn't directly enhance combat ability, 1 had an ability with limited effect against beasts, and the only one capable of directly enhancing combat power merely had an A-rank ability. Yet this team, led by Su Yi, managed to hunt down a 4th-grade beast? Many harbored doubts about this reality. Su Yi, hailed as the next tactical master, was never underestimated by them, but neither was he regarded as a competitor. After all, everyone was on different paths, and comparing them felt somewhat unfair. However, under such circumstances, he led 4 teammates with blood energy levels below 200 to successively slay 3rd-grade and 4th-grade beasts, skyrocketing their points to 2nd place and even securing a solid spot in the top 10. Confusion, puzzlement, shock, and bewilderment, an array of emotions intertwined in the minds of countless geniuses. In a cave, Gao Shi, who had finished hunting a 4th-grade exotic beast today, stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. He initially thought that killing 1 4th-grade exotic beast per day would secure him the top spot in the training camp. However, now he was feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. While everyone else was still stunned by how Su Yi's squad managed to kill a 4th-grade exotic beast, Gao Shi keenly noticed that not long before hunting the 4th-grade beast, they had just taken down a 3rd-grade exotic beast. The time interval between the 2-point increases was less than an hour. In other words, this seemingly overlooked team actually possessed the ability to swiftly hunt a 4th-grade exotic beast within an hour. A trace of anticipation flashed in Gao Shi's eyes. He had originally thought his only opponent in this training camp would be Hao Jiming. Now it appeared that Su Yi was also a tactical genius not to be underestimated. "Captain, should we formally advance to the martial artist realm?" Lu Shua took the initiative to ask. The others also realized the speed at which Su Yi's squad was killing 4th-grade exotic beasts, a speed they believed was currently beyond their reach. To avoid being overtaken by Su Yi's relentless squad, Lu Shua proactively suggested advancing to the martial artist realm. The 4 schools training camp has a rule stating that students in the martial artist realm cannot compete, but it has never prohibited students from breaking through to become martial artists during the camp. Over many years of camps, numerous prodigies have relied on breakthroughs to achieve results that exceeded expectations. However, achieving such results can currently imply forfeiting many potential opportunities in their future. The camp never objected to this. Making a choice inherently involves giving something up, a principle these future pillars of humanity must understand. Gao Shi shook his head. No need. The blood crystal essence you've absorbed hasn't been fully digested yet. You all can still strive to improve a little more. With every bit of improvement, your bone-tempering speed and difficulty will be worlds apart. It's not yet the time for you to sacrifice your future. But Captain, Su Yi and his team are coming on strong, Wu Jianqin chimed in proactively. If we can't take first place, we'll have let down all your efforts. If Su Yi can lead 4 people with chi and blood levels below 200 to second place, why can't I lead you to fight for first? Gao Shi's eyes glimmered with confidence. From now on, we'll mainly hunt at night, he said with a smile. Since Su Yi had preemptively started the points race, there was naturally no need for him to languidly cooperate with his team's coordination anymore. Up until now, he had intentionally let Wu Jianqin and the others fully engage in battles to stimulate the residual blood crystal essence within them. After killing the 4th-grade beasts, he had also given them sufficient time to digest it. However, seeing their hold on the top position becoming precarious, he knew that continuing this way would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, in Wu Lingling's team, he began formally advancing to the warrior stage. After learning that Su Yi's team had slain a grade 4 beast, she seemed to be profoundly stimulated and immediately requested to break through and become a warrior. Determined to help Wu Linlin surpass Su Yi in the rankings, Wu Linling's attempts to dissuade her proved futile, and she could only agree. She understood that, to aim for first place, they had to strive even harder. In the following period, it became inevitable for the other 4 members to break through and become warriors. After all, they were facing Gao Shi, a man with incredible strength who thrived in the wilderness and instilled fear among many. Within Wu Linling's team, 1 member had already advanced ahead to become a warrior, significantly boosting their strength. At the same time, the atmosphere in Hao Jiming's team grew unusually tense. Aside from Hao Jiming himself, the other 4 worked tirelessly on their cultivation, striving for breakthroughs. Hao Jiming kept a sharp eye on the rankings, frequently glancing at Su Yi's team ahead of them. He clearly understood that his true rival at the moment was Gao Shi. The others were not even worth considering. As time passed, the top 8 teams gradually realized that Suyi's team not only possessed the capability to kill grade 4 beasts but also exhibited remarkable speed. This stirred the members of the other teams to intensify their efforts, aiming to advance and become warriors as quickly as possible. And those teams ranked behind, the few aiming to hunt Suyi's squad, were fully focused on tracking Suyi's traces. However, when they saw the changes on the scoreboard, they instantly froze, exchanged glances in silence, and were speechless. Second, possessing the strength to slay a 4th-tier exotic beast, they still dared to hunt them? This was simply self-inflicted humiliation. Each of them silently cursed their own stupidity, regretting wasting an entire day. In the end, they had no choice but to take a chance and shift their target to other squads. The withdrawal of Miao Qiong's squad, on the contrary, made Suyi's squad's performance even more eye-catching. There were still 2 positions in the top 10 available for the teams in the back to compete for, and at that time, their battles might be even more thrilling than the fight for first place. Not far from Suyi's squad was the Pangwen squad. The 5 members went all out, used every trick up their sleeve, and finally managed to take down a Tier 3 exotic beast. Pangwen, filled with anticipation, prepared to check how far up their squad's ranking might rise. However, the moment he opened the scoreboard, his pupils instantly contracted, and his eyes widened beyond measure. "Captain, what's wrong? Did another squad get wiped out?" a team member asked anxiously. "Let's hope it's not Suyi and his team, otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted." Another team member voiced his unease. "No, it's not." Pangwen's tone was heavy. "Take a look at the leaderboard yourselves." "What the heck?" the team members exclaimed one after another. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. Seriously? They really have 150,000? Is it real? Could they be cheating? One team member was utterly amazed. "Damn, are you kidding me?" Everyone fell into shock, and exclamations echoed through the wilderness. Pangwen was momentarily at a loss. After seeing the strength of Suyi's team, the other squads had no hesitation in confirming their prowess. In contrast, having personally witnessed Lin Yan's frail state, and those legendary tales of luck, he couldn't help but feel doubt in his heart. It doesn't make sense. Everyone began to express their inner confusion, and the situation grew increasingly puzzling. "Captain, isn't one of their girls' abilities luck? I heard she could even pick up blood crystals just walking around before. Is it possible that they encountered a half-dead 4th-grade exotic beast again? If we encountered a half-dead 4th-grade exotic beast, could you kill it so quickly? Especially with one of us being seriously injured," Pangwen retorted. "But, Captain, do you think it's possible for them to kill a 4th-grade exotic beast with one of them seriously injured and their weapons nearly destroyed?" The team members also raised reasonable doubts. Pangwen choked. Suddenly, one person slapped their thigh and stood up. "Damn, could they have been lying to us from the very beginning?" "Impossible. I used my mental powers to examine Lin Yan's condition. He's truly injured and extremely weak. There's no way he could fake that." Pangwen was absolutely certain. A group's doubts fell into a deadlock once again. "Just saying, is it possible that Professor Zhuge is giving them special treatment? Delivering a 4th-grade exotic beast, almost one blow away from death, right to their doorstep," a team member boldly speculated. Strangely, everyone suddenly found this guess easier to accept. Inside the observation room, a group of people simultaneously turned their gaze to Zhuge Yun. Zhuge Yun's lips twitched, and with interest, he said, "Everyone, later you must make sure to clear my name." In the small wilderness, Pangwen's squad had managed to find a barely convincing reason for themselves. But this still couldn't resolve the conflict in their hearts. "Captain, what should we do? Unless they really are just lucky, otherwise, whether it's favoritism or real ability, we can't go hunt them down. Why should favoritism deter us? I just want to get rid of these human parasites who only know how to rely on backdoor schemes," a young man said indignantly. "Exactly. We can't let this slide so easily. The training camp is supposed to be fair." Another young man's emotions were also stirred. At this, Pangwen let out a long sigh. "Forget it, let's go hunt exotic beasts first. I've marked them anyway, so there's no need to worry about not finding them on the 6th day. When the time comes, on the evening of the 5th day, we'll set out to find them. If they truly have the strength, we'll give up on targeting them. If it's luck or relying on connections, then don't blame us for being ruthless. We want them to understand that once they're on the battlefield, relying on luck and connections won't work." As Pangwen spoke, he even felt like he had become the embodiment of justice. A subordinate nearby timidly asked, "If they're strong, won't we just be throwing ourselves into the fire if we go? Are you stupid? Their points are so high, unless they want to fight for first place, there's absolutely no need for them to target us, okay? Someone immediately retorted. As they spoke, the nearly overheated CPUs of Pangwen's team of 5 finally got a chance to cool down. Similarly, Shiman Boshue's team took the same path as Sui and his group. After officially starting the hunt, they had the advantage of spiritual weapons. Their points quickly caught up to the 12th position. Upon seeing Sui directly jump to second place with 100,000 points, Shiman Boshua finally put his worries aside and focused entirely on hunting alien beasts. He had just finished chasing down a third-grade giant-toothed rabbit. Shiman Boshua suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. What's going on? Why does it feel like winter up ahead? Brother Boshua, I feel like the temperature ahead is much colder too. Are we really heading that way? The team member Niu Zichang asked. Of course. Didn't they say there might be some ruins in the little wilderness? Who knows, we might get lucky and stumble upon something. Shiman Boshua said enthusiastically. The other 4 hesitated a little. Rest assured, everyone. I have something to protect my life and can ensure you all retreat safely as long as we don't encounter high-tier beasts, he added. The hesitation on Niu Zichang's face immediately vanished, and he responded with full support. Since Boshua wants to take a look, what does it matter if there are high-tier beasts ahead? Brother Boshua, with just a word from you, the 4 of us brothers will risk our lives to accompany you. Shiman Boshua looked deeply moved. With you good brothers by my side, I could die without regret. Come. If there really is a ruin, the treasures inside are yours to choose first, my brothers. I, Shiman Boshua, could even go without. Shiman Boshua charged ahead first. The other 4 followed closely behind in perfect sync. Inside the observation room, Sui and the others were resting, while the top 8 either rested or advanced. Everyone happened to witness the bond of loyalty between Shiman Boshua and his 4 brothers. Sheng Yang sighed emotionally. They really are loyal and righteous good brothers. Batting, who had remained silent, let out a cold snort. The mouths of everyone opened wide, all fell silent. Zhuge Yun showed a displeased expression, no longer prepared to tolerate. Sheng Yang held him back. At this moment, Deng Ji was the first to break the silence. The potential of these children should not be underestimated, they can all be trained. Although they gathered together because of the spiritual artifact on Shiman Boshua, they did not abandon their teammates when facing a 4th-grade exotic beast and consistently looked out for each other during the battle. The red-faced man nodded in agreement. That's true. As teachers, we can never achieve perfection, so naturally, we cannot demand perfection from these children. Everything requires guidance. This is also the significance of Marshall University's existence. Moreover, what we see may not be true, and what we hear may not be real. We must understand their inner world from their perspective. These 4 people originally gathered because of Shiman Boshua's spiritual artifact, but there was no genuine affection between them. Shiman Boshua loves martial arts and brotherhood, pursues ideals, so what's wrong with catering to his preferences? In the desolate wilderness, Shiman Boshua ran eagerly toward the source of the icy wind. When he finally arrived, he was momentarily startled, disappointed that what lay before him was not the imagined ruins, but elation quickly surged through his heart. Brother Sui, I've been looking for you so desperately. Sui exchanged glances with everyone, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lin Yan asked softly, Brother Sui, did he expose himself as soon as he arrived? Should we still pretend? Sui replied helplessly, I don't even want to say anything. Since he already said it, why bother pretending? Xiao Qiao gave a playful smile, but acting is really so much fun. Lu Qinghuan nodded slightly, Fu Yu, on the other hand, looked completely bewildered, as if pondering something. Sui understood in his heart that this guy Fu Yu was definitely thinking the same thing. Looking for us? Sui spoke, his gaze sharp. Ah, it's actually quite a joke if you think about it. Shiman Boshua laughed self-deprecatingly. After you killed the third-grade exotic beast yesterday, many squads started treating you as prey. I thought to come early and warn you, but I didn't expect you'd already killed a fourth-grade exotic beast. Seems I was overthinking it. Shiman Boshua said with a bitter smile. And behind him, Niu Zichang seemed somewhat dissatisfied. All because of you, we wasted an entire day. Otherwise, we might have already made it into the top 10 today. Sui was slightly stunned and turned to look at Shiman Boshua, feeling a bit surprised. This guy, truly a unique snow lotus of the wilderness. Lu Qinghuan, snow lotus? What do you mean? Are you saying Shiman Boshua is a white lotus? Sui, this is absolutely meant as a compliment, don't misunderstand. Lin Yan, EGE, is this Shiman Boshua really genuine? Is he really that good? Xiao Trao, I don't think he's fake. He actually seems pretty reliable. Fu let's take a look first. It's always good to be cautious, don't be deceived by appearances. Lin Yu, oh, that's right. Isn't their family in the business of selling spiritual tools? How about we buy some spiritual tools from them? Lu Qinghuan, in such circumstances, we're likely to get ripped off. Be careful. With just one brief encounter, countless thoughts had already emerged in the minds of the five led by Sui. Lu Qinghuan and Fu Yu were still seriously considering how to bargain, but the person before them, Shimen Boju, did not seem simple. At this moment, Shimen Boju saw the severely injured Lin Yan and immediately walked over briskly, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. Student Lin Yan, I have a grade 1 healing pill here. Quickly take it. Judging by your injuries, I'm afraid it might harm your essence. What a pity, I didn't bring any other medicine. He took out a small crystal clear bottle from his wristband, poured out a red pill, and handed it to Lin Yan, a trace of regret showing on his face. Lin Yan's heart leaped with joy. He actually knows my name, he definitely isn't lying to us. Fu Yu. Sui, Lin Yan, deactivate your ability. Since the other party has no ill intentions, we don't need to deliberately deceive them either. Lin Yan's entire aura changed abruptly, instantly transforming from half-dead to full of vitality. Shimen Boshue's pupils slightly contracted, and he instinctively glanced at the pill in his hand. He hasn't eaten yet? How did he recover so quickly? Brother Boshue, my apologies. We previously encountered a team that had ideas about our squad, Sui explained proactively. We just heard your movements, so we had Lin Yan pretend to be injured. Shimen Boshue looked at Lin Yan, his eyes flickering with surprise. Brother Lin Yan's ability is that unique? Did he mimic the aura of a mutant beast before in the square? As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Yan immediately displayed her talents like a peacock spreading its tail, transforming her aura into that of a mythical beast, instantly arousing even greater astonishment from Shimen Boshue. The other four couldn't help but nod their heads, secretly praising her in their hearts. Such an ability could absolutely play an unexpected role in the wilderness. Sui took the initiative to speak. Brother Boshue, I have an impertinent request. I wonder if you would be willing to agree. Shimen Boshue's face lit up with a smile. Do you need my help? That's wonderful. Sui. Before you arrived, we had already damaged most of our weapons while dealing with a 4th-grade exotic beast. Suyi's tone turned serious. I'd like to ask Brother Boshue if you happen to have any spare spiritual artifacts with you. An E-grade spiritual artifact will suffice, and we're willing to trade this 4th-grade blood crystal with you for it. Xiao Xiao handed the blood crystal to Sui, her forehead slightly damp with sweat. This rare 4th-grade blood crystal, do you think it might be enough to exchange for 4 E-grade spiritual artifacts? Originally in the outside world, this transaction would certainly be feasible. But now, everyone is a competitor, and giving them weapons is akin to adding difficulty for oneself. Everyone was prepared to be rejected, but suddenly, the smile on Shimen Boshue's face vanished, and the atmosphere became abruptly tense. Sui and the others felt their hearts tighten. As expected, even the wild snow lotus flower understands the dynamics of enemy versus competition. Brother Sui, are you treating me as if I'm not your friend? Shimen Boshue suddenly shouted, a rare 4th-grade blood crystal, and you only want to trade 4 pieces of E-grade spiritual artifacts with me? Do you think I, Shimen Boshue, am the kind of dishonorable merchant who only cares about profit? Sui. Lu Qinghuan. Xiao Xiao, he's really such a good person. Lin Yan, as expected of the man who knows my name, this brother Shimen has great potential. Brother Boshue, I certainly didn't mean that. The fact that you're willing to sell us spiritual tools out here in the wilderness is already something we're very thankful for, Sui said sincerely. The reason I made this request to you is because I trust your character. Behind Shimen Boshue, Niu Zichan was about to speak when Shimen Boshue waved his hand grandly. What weapons do the 4 of you use? Let me see if I have them with me. You are aiming for a top 3 position. E-grade spiritual tools won't do, I'll give you D-grade spiritual tools. Lin Yan was the first to say, I use dual blades. Lu Qinghuan, long spear. Xiao Trao, long whip. Sui, I'm the same as Qinghuan, I also use a long spear. Shimen Boshue continued to look at Fu Yu, who replied expressionlessly, my weapon hasn't worn out, no need, thank you. Hearing this, Shimen Boshue's face even showed a trace of disappointment. Without waiting for everyone to react, he took out 3 scrolls and handed them respectively to Lin Yan, Lu Qinghuan, and Xiao Xiao. The 3 unfolded the weapons, and Xiao Xiao's green whip gently swayed, as soft as a willow branch yet carrying a hint of firmness. This is the Willow Leaf Whip, one of the most representative works of our Divine Armory Pavilion in the category of whip spiritual tools. Shiman Boishui introduced proudly. It maintains the flexibility and lightness of a whip while also possessing a resilient and firm strength. A flash of surprise crossed everyone's eyes as they thought to themselves, we've truly struck gold this time. To deal with exotic beasts, it can directly penetrate their fur and cause fatal damage to their internal organs. Even for fourth-grade exotic beasts, it has considerable effect, Shiman Boishui explained, his eyes glinting with excitement. Lin Yan's dual blades gleamed, the light from the blades like a rainbow, spinning out two elegant flourishes, resembling dancing fairies. These are paired blades, specifically fine-tuned according to the habits of the left and right hands. When in use, it ensures that the user's hands feel completely identical, making blade techniques smoother. Lin Yan, you're not left-handed, are you? Shiman Boishui asked curiously. Lin Yan shook his head, a bright smile on his face. Quite the opposite. I really love this weapon, Brother Boishui. Thanks. Hearing him address him as Brother Boishui, Shiman Boishui's smile became even more radiant, like sunshine. Brother Lin Yan, there's no need to be polite. I'm genuinely happy to be able to help you, he replied with a sincere expression. Then, he turned his gaze to Lu Qinghuan. This time, Lu Qinghuan spoke up without hesitation, examining the spear in her hand. This ice spear of mine is made of a material highly conducive to the conduction of ice-based powers. It's practically a must-have weapon for all ice attribute ability users. Her tone was firm, exuding confidence. Thank you, Bo Shui. Her voice carried sincere gratitude. The corners of Shiman Bo Shui's mouth nearly reached his ears as he felt an immense sense of pride, then turned his gaze to Sui, whose hands were empty. Brother Sui, aren't you curious as to why you don't have a weapon? He couldn't help but tease. Sui chuckled softly, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes. You haven't given it to me yet. Surely, you have your reasons. You've given them such excellent weapons, am I supposed to worry that you'd mistreat me? Ah, Brother Sui, you're absolutely right, I would never mistreat you. Shiman Boishui laughed heartily and immediately tossed a dark red scroll to him. The moment Sui caught the scroll, his wooden expression showed a hint of surprise, and he thought to himself, this doesn't look good. It feels heavy, this weapon must weigh at least 55 kilograms, right? He asked tentatively. Shiman Boishui nodded. This spear weighs 118 jin, measures 13 zhang, 3 qi, 7 cun, and 3 fen in length. While enhancing its weight, it still retains the agility of a spear. Sui, hearing this, activated the scroll without hesitation. Incredibly dazzling mechanics unfolded before him: golden spearhead, jet black spear body, with blood-red patterns flowing across its surface, seemingly narrating its formidable power. At this moment, even Sui, who came from the countryside, knew that the spear in his hand was at least a C-grade weapon, extraordinarily powerful. Sui held the spear single-handedly, exuding an imposing aura. Everyone who saw the long spear was stunned, their mouths agape, harboring secret apprehensions in their hearts. The four people behind Shiman Boishui glanced at each other, anxious but unsure of what to say. The spiritual artifact belonged to Shiman Boishui, and he could give it to whoever he pleased. Even though the crowd wanted to stop him, they were at a loss for words. Seeing their reactions, Shiman Boishui felt even more triumphant and said with a grin, Brother Sui, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this weapon? This spear is called the Overlord Spear. The name says it all. When wielded, it is like an overlord emerging, sweeping away all obstacles. This is the treasure of the Divine Armory Pavilion's sea-level spiritual artifacts, Shiman Boishui said proudly. The crimson patterns flowing on the spear's body are blood vitality patterns. The more you use your blood vitality to nourish it, the sooner the patterns will recognize you as their master. Moreover, it possesses self-repairing abilities. Sui paused briefly, then put away the long spear, transforming it into a scroll and handing it back. Brother Boishui, this spiritual artifact is far too precious. Just give me an E-level long spear instead. Shiman Boishui froze, his expression instantly turning sour. Brother Sui, I kindly gifted you a spiritual weapon, so why are you returning it instead? If you don't want this weapon, just toss it in the wilderness for all I care, he said through gritted teeth, clearly indignant. Anything given by Shiman Boishui will never be taken back. Feeling helpless, Sui had no choice but to retrieve the scroll. Just as he was about to speak, Shiman Boishui turned his head, his face lighting up with excitement. Brother Sui, if you truly want to thank me, then use this spear to claim first place in this year's training camp, and later make a name for yourself during the college entrance exams. By then, you'd also have made a great advertisement for our Divine Weapon Pavilion. Sui was dumbfounded, and the people nearby were equally shocked. What was wrong with this world? Someone gifts a C-grade spiritual weapon, only for the recipient to refuse it? And the giver insists that if you don't want it, just toss it? What kind of logic is this? Is being wealthy really that capricious? Sui felt helpless, but he still stuffed a 4th grade blood crystal into Shimon Boishue's hand. He quickly said, Brother Boishue, I know you don't like these, but this is our token of appreciation. If you don't accept it, it means you don't see us as friends. Using magic to counter magic, as Sui said these words, Shimon Boishue finally obediently accepted the 4th grade blood crystal. The members of Sui's team also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves that if they didn't give away this blood crystal today, it would have been a huge loss. Everyone knew that aside from Sui's Overlord Spear, the D-grade spiritual tools of the other 3 couldn't possibly be exchanged for even a 4th grade blood crystal. After giving away the blood crystal, Sui still felt dissatisfied and continued, Brother Boishue, is there anything else you need my help with? Shimon Boishue was taken aback. No, there's nothing I need help with. Sui had already expected this. How about this, our team will team up with yours, and we can go hunting some beasts together as a token of our gratitude for your help in a time of need. Don't refuse, friends should help each other. If it's just one-sided, can you even call that friendship? Shimon Boishue scratched his head, feeling for the first time that making friends was so troublesome, but he also thought it wasn't bad. After some thought, he said earnestly, all right. We previously encountered a grade 4 beast. I know where it is. Brother Sui, do you think we can take it down if we team up? Last time, we nearly suffered at its hands, and I want revenge. The members of Sui's team immediately began packing up. Let's go. We'll help you take revenge. Sui once again picked up his Overlord Spear. And Shimon Boishue felt a surge of excitement burning in his chest. Let's go. With our brotherhood united, that grade 4 beast is as good as ours. As soon as the words fell, Niu Zichang frowned and said, although I believe in your capability, can you really handle a grade 4 beast in your current condition? He scrutinized Lu Qinghuan and the others, and everyone could feel that, except for Sui, the rest of the group seemed very weak. Lu Qinghuan even appeared extremely fatigued. That's a grade 4 exotic beast, a single misstep could cost your life. If you treat this so recklessly, I will not support it. Niu Zichang's words carried a tone of firmness, clearly representing the stance of the other 3. The 4 of them remained in place, showing no intention of moving, while the awkwardness on Shimon Boishue's face was instantly overshadowed by the tense atmosphere. That's right, Brother Sui, you just went through a fierce battle, Shimon Boishue said with concern. You're in a weakened state right now. Why not rest for the night and go after that grade 4 exotic beast tomorrow? Captain, we can't just stay here wasting time with them, Niu Zichang reminded again, his eyes flashing with urgency. Shimon Boishue found himself in a dilemma, torn in his heart. At that moment, Sui's face revealed a faint smile, as if he had seen through everything. Boishue, it seems you really are an interesting person. Sui smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to Niu Zichang, his tone relaxed. Actually, I might have misspoken. It's not that our team will join yours to hunt that 4th grade exotic beast. I can handle it alone. You don't need to come along. His words carried confidence. Your captain, Shimon Boishue, can come with me, and that will be enough. Brother Boishue, do you have the courage to join me in seeking revenge? Sui's voice was like thunder, shaking everyone present. As soon as the words fell, Niu Zichang and the other 3 widened their eyes in disbelief. One person going to hunt a 4th rank beast? Isn't this a joke? Even Gao Shi wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. The 4 people displayed varying expressions, but Shimon Boishue made up his mind. Brother Sui, I am willing to go with you. His words were firm and powerful, as if declaring his resolve. Rest assured, even if the situation turns dire, I have my own means of survival. Shimon Boishue quietly encouraged himself, determined to fight side by side with Sui. Sui smiled, then let's set off. Boishue, lead the way. You 4 brothers can just wait here. Sui and I will go, said Shimon Boishue, preparing to leave, a trace of anticipation in his eyes. However, at that moment, Lu Qinghuan and the others also picked up their backpacks and followed, their momentum overwhelming. Shimon Boishue asked with some confusion, didn't you say it would just be Sui? Lin Yu smiled and said, we're here to cheer you on and make sure you won't have to fight alone. Although Shimon Boishue was confused, being dragged into leaving still filled his heart with a subtle sense of warmth. In the cold starting point, Niu Zichang and the others exchanged glances, hesitating inwardly. After thinking it over, Niu Zichang finally said in a deep voice, we'll follow along. If Sui and the others are courting death, so be it. But Shimon Boishue is still our captain after all. His tone carried a sense of grandeur, as if his fiery spirit could no longer be contained. Along the way, Sui and the others closely followed Shimon Boishue. As the surroundings became increasingly familiar, their expressions grew more peculiar. Finally, Men Bushue stopped in front of a cave, and Sui couldn't help but ask, Bushue, you're not going to tell me that the grade 4 alien beast is inside this cave, are you? Shiman Bushue nodded, that's right. The reason we came looking for you earlier was because we saw traces of a battle outside and thought to check if you might have stayed inside. Unexpectedly, there was even a 4th grade dark cave lizard in the cave. Poof! Niu Zichang and the others caught up, and upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, seemingly indifferent. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Xiao, then at Sui. These two, one a goddess of luck, the other whose words became reality, were simply astonishing. Sui helplessly touched his nose, secretly amused. This situation had become so convoluted that it seemed hard to explain. But on second thought, this incident might actually strengthen Xiao Xiao's belief in her own abilities. In the mental space, everyone was enthusiastically praising Xiao Xiao's luck-based power, all agreeing that without her, they might have been in trouble on the very first day. The compliments made Xiao Xiao blush. Sui turned to Lin Yan, can you simulate the aura of an earth dragon? Lin Yan nodded, then shook her head, so disgusting. I'm asking you to imitate, not to become one, Fu Yu said indifferently. Lin Yan glanced at him, you don't understand. Even though I don't actually become one, I still genuinely feel like I am. That disgusting feeling, having experienced it once, I don't want to go through it again. Sui nodded lightly. Lin Yan's ability was the most unfathomable among them, and she would have to discover more about it herself later. Then let's go with the giant-toothed rabbit. Simulate the aura of a 3rd grade giant-toothed rabbit. Lin Yan nodded, his pupils instantly contracting as if his soul had left his body. Then, the aura of the 3rd grade giant-toothed rabbit erupted. The aura surged like a tide, and Sui immediately launched an attack toward the cave entrance, seemingly intent on burying the entire cave. At the moment he made his move, Niu Zichang and the other 3 also leapt onto nearby tree branches, watching from a distance. The Overlord's spear swept fiercely, causing sand and stones at the cave entrance to start falling. In the next moment, a pitch-black dark cave lizard, tens of meters long, suddenly darted out. Its body was smooth and covered in sticky liquid, with no scales and no eyes on its head, making it a horrifying sight. It opened its mouth, and its slender tongue shot toward Lin Yan like an arrow, moving so fast it was almost impossible to track. However, just as the tongue was about to reach Lin Yan, his legs suddenly swelled. With a bang, a pit appeared on the ground beneath him, and he leapt into the air, his jumping ability far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Niu Zichang and the others widened their eyes. Meanwhile, Sui and his group, who had already communicated in the mental space, nodded in acknowledgement. As Lin Yan had mentioned, the more he simulated the giant-toothed rabbit, the more it seemed that he could temporarily acquire not just its aura but even some of its unique abilities. This attack was exactly what he wanted to try. The attack from the dark cave lizard had triggered his potential, causing him to unleash the powerful leg strength of the giant-toothed rabbit. However, even as Lin Yan leapt into the air, the sticky tongue of the dark cave lizard seemed able to stretch infinitely, still following his ascent. Brother Sui, I'm out of strength. It's all up to you now, Lin Yan shouted. So soon? Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yan responded helplessly. Sui's lips curved upward as he swiftly dashed to the front of the dark cave lizard. With a quick flip of the Overlord's spear from his back, he spun around, exerted force, and fiercely slashed toward the lizard's tongue. Boom! A huge crater instantly appeared in the area where the dark cave lizard stood, sending sand and stones flying and raising a dense cloud of dust. The eyes of Niu Zichang and the others watching from afar widened instantly. Damn, is this the strength a normal person can have? One of them muttered under his breath. The blow did not hit the lizard's tongue. Sui's sudden appearance caused it to sense an immense danger, and its tongue quickly withdrew, moving far faster than the spear's descending slash. However, Sui did not stop. He followed the motion upward, aiming directly at the dark cave lizard's horrifying head. The dark cave lizard agilely turned around, swinging its tail. In the next moment, its tail collided with Sui's spear, the immense impact forcing Sui to retreat several meters. Shiman Boshua watched Sui anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Sui tightened his grip on the Overlord's spear, an excited smile appearing on his face as he secretly felt a sense of relief he no longer needed to worry about the weapon issue. Since he was inferior to the dark cave lizard in terms of raw strength and speed, he would have to give it his all and unleash his vitality. The muscles of his entire body began to swell with blood, his momentum soaring like a rainbow, resembling an awakened Overlord. At this moment, holding the spear in one hand, he he looked like the incarnation of a mythological war god, awe-inspiring and majestic. The dark cave lizard sensed the dangerous aura emanating from him, its body bending slightly, prepared to counter at any time. Its long tongue danced nimbly in the air, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Sui. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark cave lizard counterattacked fiercely like a machine gun, its long tongue moving so fast that it was impossible to catch with the naked eye. Lu Qinghuan and the others silently assumed their combat stances, while Niu Zichang and his group quickly drew their weapons. The tense atmosphere permeated the air. Shimen Boshue lightly placed her right hand on the bracelet on her left hand, ready at any moment to protect Sui's life. The dark cave lizard's attacks rained down like a storm, toppling towering trees under its long tongue and carving deep trenches into the ground. However, despite the ferocity of the dark cave lizard's attacks, Sui moved like a phantom, wielding a gun in one hand, dodging unscathed, and repeatedly countering the dark cave lizard's long tongue. Niu Zichang and the others were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with shock. "Is this martial arts?" someone murmured, only to be met with a fierce glare from Niu Zichang, who thought to himself, "Isn't that obvious?" Just as everyone was on edge, the air suddenly filled with the scent of blood. The dark cave lizard's long tongue abruptly snapped in midair, and a piercing scream shattered the wilderness's silence. "Brother Boshue, you and Qinghuan blocked the cave entrance, don't let it escape," Sui commanded decisively. Westgate Boss now acted without hesitation and quickly joined forces with Lu Qinghuan and the others to block the retreat of the dark cave lizard. Niu Zichang and his team stood on the perimeter, weapons in hand, forming an encirclement. The threat posed by the dark cave lizard was significantly diminished. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sui closed in on it and launched another attack. The dark cave lizard was unable to touch him, yet he repeatedly inflicted damage upon it. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat. At the critical moment, Sui finally seized the opportunity and thrust out the Overlord spear forcefully, piercing straight through the head of the dark cave lizard. With a loud bang, the golden spear tip penetrated its skull, and vivid blood dripped along the spear's edge, the sound of droplets falling unusually loud in the ears of the group. A grade 4 mythical beast, slain. A thick stench of blood filled the air, suffocating. The black gold Overlord spear pierced through the head of the dark cave lizard like lightning, the blood-red patterns on the spear's body flowing as if they were a raging dragon. With a squelching sound, the spear was withdrawn, and the dark cave lizard's once raised head fell to the ground without warning, scattering a messy scene. The ferocious beast that had just exuded a menacing aura moments ago now emitted no sound, its presence completely extinguished. On the spot, Niu Zichang stepped back in disbelief, breaking a tree branch underfoot, producing a piercing sound. An uninitiated martial artist single-handedly killing a 4th-grade dark cavern lizard, what kind of monstrous talent is this? The gazes of Niu Zichang and the others had changed, shifting from initial contempt to astonishment and admiration, unable to contain themselves. Sui single-handedly slaying a 3rd-grade exotic beast was indeed impressive, but they still felt confident that given some time, they could achieve the same. The combined strength of the 5 to slay a grade 4 beast was shocking, but they still saw it as merely the power of teamwork. However, when they witnessed Sui single-handedly kill a grade 4 beast, all their pride and confidence crumbled like bubbles in an instant. At this moment, they finally understood that the gap between themselves and Sui was like a chasm, an insurmountable difference that no excuse could bridge. In the observation room, looking at these prodigies who had been utterly crushed, Chung Yong stroked his chin and said, "I recall your initial purpose was to have these prodigies put Sui in his place, wasn't it?" Jubai University glanced at his classmate, who always seemed to say the most inappropriate things, and silently thought, "Putting this guy down? What's scary right now is that he's making everyone else emo." This genius from the tactics department actually managed to thrash a whole group of martial arts prodigies. The scene was too surreal for Jubai University to even imagine. In that instant, he suddenly felt he could accept Sui switching to the combat department. Just imagine when the aliens go to great lengths to execute a decapitation strike, only to find out that the head is actually the biggest boss. That scene would absolutely be worth looking forward to. Jubai University was lost in thought. Phone One suddenly interjected, "Speaking of which, we must thank Professor Jubai University for allowing Sui to join this training camp. Otherwise, we would have missed out on such an extraordinary talent." As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Yun's face instantly turned bitter, and he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, the duck was already in my mouth, and this pack of dogs is still trying to snatch it away." In the observation room, the joys and sorrows among them were not shared. Watching Niu Zichang and the others, Deng Ji said, "Actually, it's a good thing for them too. Being able to realize the gap between themselves and true prodigies early on will make them work harder with their feet on the ground, rather than finding excuses and always thinking that if it were them, they could do it too. We've already seen too many so-called geniuses who aim too high and end up wasting their lives, she said, frowning slightly. I'm just afraid they'll never recover from this, Fenghuan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Then it's better they collapse sooner rather than later, so as not to waste national resources, Ba Ting snorted coldly, his tone devoid of compassion. After Sui killed the 4th-grade dark cave lizard. In the little wilderness, all the prodigies once again witnessed Sui's team gaining 50,000 points, bringing their total points to 210,000 and officially reaching the top of the leaderboard. At the same time, Shimen Bushue's team also gained 50,000 points, raising their total to over 70,000 and securing the 9th position. There's no need to explain further, everyone understood in their hearts that the two teams had joined forces to kill a 4th-grade exotic beast. Don't Sui and his team consume blood and energy when killing exotic beasts? This question arose in the minds of many prodigies. Yao Shi was instructing the team members to rest well and prepare for hunting later in the evening. Hao Ziming, Wu Linlin, and other team members were still breaking through and temporarily unable to participate in hunting. At this moment, Sui and his team appeared incredibly stable in the first position, repeatedly refreshing everyone's perception. No one would ever consider them a team relying on connections anymore. In the wilderness. After killing a 3rd-grade alien beast and still recovering their vitality, the team led by Pang also noticed the rise in Sui's squad points. Captain! Their points have increased again. This favoritism is way too obvious. The passionate young man looked disgruntled. However, this time, no one in the squad joined him in shouting about the unfairness. Pangwen remained silent, quietly removing the spiritual mark placed on Lin Yu. They hadn't accomplished anything today, meeting Sui and the others truly was just a coincidence. Yet, even as he let go, Pangwen still felt puzzled. You're all so skilled, why would you deceive us? Could it be you've even set your sights on the points of people like us? Thinking of this, Pangwen shuddered all over. That squad definitely has a problem. Stay away. It's better to stay away. Let's switch to another spot, he suddenly suggested. Switch to another spot. A team member didn't understand, looking puzzled. Just back out, choose a different path, or we go hunting other teams. Let's stop operating in this area, Pangwen calmly analyzed. The group still looked bewildered, as if they hadn't reacted yet. Stay away, Sui and his team are not to be trifled with. Even if we can't make it to the top 10, let's not end up at the bottom. Pangwen's words rang like an alarm, instantly waking them up. Let's go, we're heading out now, an excited team member shouted. I'm recovered too, let's hurry up and leave, another person echoed. In front of the cave, Sui had finished his battle with the dark cave lizard, sat down to rest, and tried his best to recover his strength. The thrill of taking down a 4th-class exotic beast alone was unparalleled, but the subsequent exhaustion was equally daunting. If he hadn't held on until the end, he probably wouldn't even have been able to lift the Overlord spear. At this moment, Sui realized another glaring shortcoming of his lack of talent. His recovery of vital energy and blood was just too slow. Although his talent had already reached D level, making him no different from an ordinary person, earlier on, he would definitely have needed a day and a night to recover, let alone now. No, wait. It was actually 3 days and 2 nights. He suddenly remembered how he had once experienced a decline in vital energy instead of recovery. Truly, he had been overconfident. Realizing that Simon Boshue and the others were still waiting for him, Sui recovered somewhat and then stood up. Brother Sui, your bravery is practically comparable to Lu Bu himself, Simon Boshue said excitedly. Sui felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. This guy must have read too many penny dreadfuls. Boshue, you're overpraising me. Honestly, I've consumed a lot as well, it's not as effortless as you all might think. Next, I'll prepare to restore my vitality here. See if you have any plans. Shimen Boshue looked at Sui, then glanced at the 4 people nearby, struggling internally. He very much wanted to say he'd stay and wait for Sui, but ultimately he mustered the courage and said, Brother Sui, then let's continue hunting. If we still can't make it into the top 10 with your 50,000 points, we truly have no face to call ourselves your friends. After speaking, Niu Zichang and the others also stepped forward to bid farewell, their attitudes far more modest than before. The 5 departed, but Shimen Boshue turned back every 3 steps, seeming reluctant to leave. Seeing this, Sui immediately turned to Lu Qinghuan, you have to trust me, there's really nothing between me and them. Sui's humorous remark instantly lit up the atmosphere. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Qinghuan's dazed and innocent expression gradually gave way to a radiant smile influenced by Lin Yan's hearty laughter, her eyes shimmering with admiration for Sui. Even Fu Yu couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth lift slightly. The tense atmosphere seemed to ease significantly at this moment. Leisurely, Sui pulled out his camera, wielding the Overlord spear like an artist, capturing images of the Shadow Cave lizard from various angles. At this point, for him, the photos were not just for collecting a bestiary but to immortalize this glorious battle moment. Of course, to onlookers, his actions seemed more like beating a dead horse, causing a few teachers in the observation room to secretly worry. This kid, he looks relatively normal, right? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th grade exotic beast in the illustrated guide, Dark Cavern Lizard. Congratulations to the host for receiving an attribute reward, Agility plus 500, and congratulations to the host for obtaining an S-grade Hellfire ability fragment plus 1/2. The host can recover 100% health. Sui was stunned. He clearly remembered the probability was 1 in 10,000, so how did he manage to collect another one in the blink of an eye? System, are you kidding me? System, what on earth is this health recovery ability? The host's HP enhancement has reached its limit. The HP boost from obtaining the illustrated handbook will be changed to HP recovery. Can I still enhance my HP by obtaining illustrated handbooks in the future? Sui asked urgently. The host's novice protection period is about to end. To enhance your HP, you must collect different illustrated handbooks. So I'm still in the novice protection period? Sui was stunned for a moment, feeling full of anticipation for the future. What changes will there be after the novice protection period? The system will introduce bond collection. The host will receive different rewards upon completing bond collections. That's it? Sui was unwilling to accept. For specific changes, the host is advised to explore on their own. The difficulty of boosting vitality has increased, but now there are means to restore vitality, along with the bond setup. Sui thought to himself that after the beginner phase, the assistance provided by the system would only grow. The increase in difficulty was inevitable. After all, it wouldn't allow him to merely press a button and effortlessly annihilate planets. Ahead lie challenges and rewards, and his anticipation skyrocketed. He understood that the so-called novice phase was the stage before becoming a martial artist. To unlock these new functionalities, he needed to make preparations and officially step into the realm of martial artists. Although the goal wasn't far off, he decided to wait a little longer. The rush to a chi and blood level of 212 had already sent his heart racing. If he pushed to 300 within 2 days, he feared he might end up dissected. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying the upper echelons of this world were. Preferring caution, he thought it best to wait another 4 or 5 days. Sui finished taking photos and opened his wristband to check the points leaderboard. His score of 210,000 firmly held first place, followed closely by Kaoshi's team with a solid 200,000. The remaining teams mostly had scores ranging from 100,000 to 150,000. The 9th-ranked Shiman Boshue team had just over 70,000 points, while the 10th to 15th ranked teams were all above 50,000. The rest fell below 50,000. The tiers on the leaderboard were already very clear: teams competing for the top 3, teams fighting for the top 10, and teams tasked with just tagging along. Of course, it wasn't impossible that some teams had set their sights on targeting other teams from the very beginning. Sui had a sharp memory for information about every team. Even the 5 teams at the bottom of the scoreboard remained on his radar. Arrogance was unquestionably a tactical strategist's greatest enemy. Lin Yu leaned over, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Why haven't these teams' points changed? Maybe they're still hunting 4th grade exotic beasts? Don't they need to rest? Sui replied with a relaxed smile. If it's just hunting 4th grade exotic beasts, that would be fine. I'm just afraid they're plotting something. Sui smiled mysteriously. Plotting what? Lin Yu was momentarily puzzled. Lu Qingwan's gaze shifted, and she said, half understanding, "It seems someone is about to break through and become a warrior." Sui nodded. So, our points aren't actually stable. Xiao Chao immediately suggested, should we go hunting exotic beasts again? Rest first, and review the battles from the past 2 days. Sui shook his head, his tone firm. Competing for first place was certainly important, but he prioritized ensuring the team's safety. This was the duty he must fulfill as the leader. After several battles, everyone had depleted their vitality and mental energy significantly. Rest was essential. No matter how eager everyone was to hunt exotic beasts, they couldn't oppose Sui's decision. At this moment, Sui silently added in his heart, if these prodigies push too hard, he wouldn't hold back and might just overturn the table. 300 vitality points marked the progression to a martial artist, the extraordinary transformation associated with the number 9. Coupled with the system's assistance, recovering vitality was practically effortless. He couldn't wait to let loose and have a gratifying fight. He wondered if those prodigies would shift their approach and lock their sights on him. If that were the case, it could be quite interesting. After all, he hadn't yet sparred with anyone, and deep down, he simmered with anticipation. The group rested on the spot, choosing not to stay in a dark cave but instead recovering vitality and adjusting their mental energy outdoors. Lu Qinghuan, who had never cultivated any mental energy techniques, found herself severely drained today. She could only close her eyes and rest, hoping to recover. Deep down, she felt a bit anxious, extremely worried that she wouldn't be able to help Sui in what lay ahead. Just as she was deep in thought, Sui walked up to her and said firmly, "Qinghuan, you should focus on cultivating your vital energy and strive to raise it to 200. Now that I have the Overlord Spear, I won't need to rely on abilities like before." Lu Qinghuan widened her eyes, feeling dissatisfied, but quickly realized she had fallen into a misunderstanding. She obediently nodded, "All right, I'll listen to you." With that, she began practicing her breathing technique, striving to become stronger. Nearby, Lin Yan looked at Sui with an expectant expression, as if waiting for his guidance. "Lin Yan, the mark on your body seems to have disappeared," Sui said, a glimmer of light in his eyes. "It looks like it's given up," Fuyu remarked, his gaze carrying a hint of relief. Lin Yan immediately moved her entire body, feeling much more relaxed. At this moment, Sui's ears twitched slightly. "Someone's coming again." He glanced at Lin Yan and said softly, "Stop tormenting yourself." Lin Yan chuckled, feeling a wave of ease in her heart. Then, Sui shifted his posture and started trying to recall the momentum of the earlier battle. Waves of emotion surged in his heart as he prepared to face the imminent challenge. Meanwhile, Pang Wen and his companions were hurrying on their way. "We're close. We've been here before. Let's try to get out before nightfall." Their voices were filled with urgency, as if the beasts ahead were waiting for the arrival of the hunters. If saying goodbye can't be teary-eyed, can it still be flushed with joy? Sui stared at Pang Wen and the others, who were exchanging awkward glances in front of him. Unconsciously, the lyrics surfaced in his mind. In this tense atmosphere, everyone around him seemed utterly bewildered. Pang Wen stood frozen in place, filled with regret. His 10 toes clung tightly to the ground as he inwardly berated himself. "Why did I remove the mark? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? If the mark were still there, at least I could avoid them." He felt deeply remorseful as he looked at the 10 people before him. They looked at each other, completely at a loss for words. The most awkward thing was Lin Yan, who was full of vigor. The 5 of them, including Pang Wen, were stunned when they saw his state. Their little heads were full of big question marks. "Wait, weren't you as weak as Lin Yu this morning? How come now you look like you can take on all 5 of us?" Ahem. In this strange atmosphere, Sui finally broke the silence, cleared his throat, and said, "Pang Wen, what's going on with you guys?" Pang Wen forced a smile more miserable than crying. "We're planning to switch to another path for hunting. This area is under your control, Sui, and your team. These points are as good as yours. Our team admits we can't compete, so we're planning to go for a slightly smaller area." "Oh, I see," Sui said with a smile. "Pang Wen, it's getting dark. Make sure to stay safe on your way." Pang Wen nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Sui. Night is falling, so we won't linger any longer." Both sides tacitly avoided mentioning what had happened earlier in the morning. Pang Wen's team of 5 quietly left the area. The moment he distanced himself from Sui and the others, Pang Wen secretly felt relieved. Deciding not to hunt with other teams during this training camp was indeed a wise choice. Though his luck had been bad lately, he still had hopes of making it into the top 10 with his own abilities. Even if he couldn't secure a spot in the top 10, it was far better than encountering this group of monsters. The 5 departed dejectedly, and Lu Qinghuan couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Qiao Qiao held her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. In contrast, Lin Yan looked confused as she asked, "Sui Ge, will this ruin my image? They won't go around spreading rumors about me after leaving, right? Actually, I'm very well behaved at school and absolutely never lie." As soon as she finished speaking, Sui couldn't help but laugh too. The unexpected turn of events finally allowed everyone's tense nerves to relax. "Let's go. Since we're back here, let's spend the night at the same spot as yesterday," Sui said, picking up his backpack and leading everyone toward the cave. Once again returning to yesterday's cave, everyone felt as though a lifetime had passed. Sui looked at his personal panel, filled with emotion. Name, Sui. Talent, D. Abilities, SSS Ice Age, SSS Favor of Fortune, incomplete. Martial Arts, Phantom Step, Mastery. Title, Low-Level Tactician, Ordinary Illustration Collector. Skills, Tactical Understanding, Master, Marksmanship, Advanced, Swordsmanship, Advanced, Combat, Advanced, Dagger Skills, Intermediate, Bicycle Riding Skills, Intermediate. Physique, Higher Dimension Attribute 281 Vitality. Spirit, Higher Dimension Attribute 354 Hz. Strength, Low Dimensional Attribute 2610. Agility, Low Dimensional Attribute 3580. Illustration Collection, 109/1000. Ability Fragments, S-Class Hellfire *2. To be honest, when he left the cave in the morning, he never thought he would return, let alone that in less than 24 hours, his personal data panel would look like this. His basic speed was already on par with a second-grade exotic beast, and his strength was almost the same. As for his abilities, he now had a complete SSS level Ice Age, along with a fragmented SSS level Lucky Favor in 2S level Hellfire ability fragments. He had not yet decided to what extent he should elevate his stamina. Sui realized he urgently needed to steady himself, otherwise, such rapid improvement might make him overly complacent. After pondering for a while, he decided to keep a low profile for now, setting his goal to increase his stamina to just 290 today. So, back in the cave, at the same spot, and with the same individual, his stamina surged dramatically once again. In the observation room, several supervisors simultaneously stroked their chins. The red-faced man squinted his eyes and remarked, "After an intense battle, his stamina has already fully recovered?" To enhance vitality and blood energy, one must first achieve the most vigorous state of their own vitality and blood energy, which is common knowledge in cultivation. No one present felt there was anything wrong with his question. Even the deputy minister of the education department was pondering its deeper meaning. Zhu Yun also looked at Chen Yong, his eyes flashing with surprise. This kid's speed of replenishing vitality and blood energy is simply unbelievable. What was the situation before? He didn't even have a vitality level of 100? Chen Yong couldn't be bothered to respond, secretly thinking, if he knew, would he still be looked down upon by so many people today? At this moment, a staff member from the data team interjected. The records show that Sui had a hidden ailment left from the womb, which resulted in his vitality and blood energy being inferior even to that of an average person. And his rapid increase in vitality began with the Grade 1 blood crystal given to him by Su Jun. So, the real reason is that this Grade 1 blood crystal cured his hidden ailment and restored his original talent, rather than the blood crystal itself being so extraordinarily potent, Chen Yun analyzed. The Minister of Education slightly smiled. As I said, the actual reason behind his rapid progress is not important. We just need to know that he is now absolutely a genius worth our cultivation. Xiao Yang, how is the matter I asked you to investigate? He asked again. Report to the minister. Sui has never had any contact with the aliens. The only person he's been in contact with who has had any dealings with the aliens is Teacher Chen Yong. Unless Teacher Chen Yong has betrayed us, it is absolutely impossible for Sui to have been corrupted by the aliens. Everyone once again focused their gaze on Chen Yong. Chen Yong was taken aback, thinking, how did the topic suddenly turn to him? Before he could say anything, the Minister of Education smiled and said, so Sui has also ruled out the possibility of being related to foreign races. Everyone nodded in agreement with this conclusion. This time, Batten did not voice any objections either. The red-faced man suddenly asked curiously, by the way, every year during training camp, everyone fights over talents like it's a marketplace. Why is nobody vying for Sui? Could it be that everyone assumes he's going to reject North University? As soon as the words were spoken, Xian Yun immediately interjected, Minister Wang, your insight is brilliant. Xian Yun, don't talk nonsense. When did we ever agree that Sui belongs to your reject North University? Our Jubai University has the most outstanding tactical master in the entire country. If Sui doesn't come to Jubai, where else would he go? Our Nanchang University has the #1 spear master of humanity, willing to take Sui as a disciple. The deputy principal of our Dongji University, Ling, is willing to accept Sui as his final disciple. The words of the red-faced man instantly ignited the tension in the observation room, and then he left the room together with the minister. More and more geniuses are emerging, gradually bringing more smiles to their faces. However, whenever they think of the grim situation on the desolate battlefield, this joy is immediately overshadowed. They hope these geniuses can grow quickly, even faster. As night fell, the roars of strange beasts echoed throughout the wilderness, as if foretelling the challenges to come. Darkness was about to completely engulf the earth, while at the steel gates of Tianyuan City, a group of youths excitedly stepped out of the wilderness. Brother Caillou, you're now the only one among us who can single-handedly kill a second-grade exotic beast, a boy said excitedly. Does this mean we can team up to challenge a third-grade exotic beast tomorrow? Another boy asked with great anticipation. The youngsters surrounding Caillou, the top genius of Tianyuan City, were all full of enthusiasm. However, Caillou remained calm. He cautiously said, I have just broken through as a martial artist, and my control over my strength isn't quite refined yet. If we want to hunt a third-grade exotic beast, we might have to wait 2 more days. It's fine, Brother Caillou. With you on our team, we'll definitely secure first place this time, a girl replied with a smile. Even if we don't hunt a third-grade exotic beast, our team's record is still the best. Caillou nodded, but he understood in his heart that being number 1 right now was no longer enough for him. He longed for the college entrance examination to arrive, eagerly anticipating the remarkable strength improvements that his 2 friends who had gone to the 4 schools training camp might bring back. He was curious about Lu Qinghuan's performance upon returning from there. He hoped she would become stronger, otherwise, the reputation of the 4 schools joint training camp would be too disappointing. As for Sui, he did not consider him a true rival. Although he deeply admired his tactical talent, that was all there was to it. Students from First High surrounded Caillou and Xinling, while another group consisted of Li Wei from Third High and Wang Yang from 7th High. The remaining ones were students from 8th High, and those whom they looked down upon. Although no one spoke it aloud, due to Sui and Lu Qinghuan's presence, the students from 8th High had been subtly excluded throughout this training camp. Doesn't 8th High have 2 geniuses participating in the 4 schools training camp? Surely you don't need to team up with us ordinary folks, do you? Someone sneered sarcastically. Aren't you planning to wait for your 2 geniuses to come back and help you rise to the top? Another person teased. The students of Class 8 were seething with anger, but there was nothing they could do about the overwhelming gap in strength. Watching other teams, under the leadership of several top talents, effortlessly slay first-grade beasts and even encircle and kill second-grade beasts, they were still struggling with all their might against a single first-grade beast. This is our true strength. In the past, it was only because we had Lu Qinghuan. Zhang Shizheng's gaze was resolute. This time, she isn't here. We need to prove ourselves even more. Before they return, we must not fall too far behind. Zhang Shizheng, are you sure Sui is really as strong as you say? Someone asked curiously. Zhang Shizheng nodded. Trust me, he's not only a tactical genius but also a martial arts prodigy. As long as we don't give up, once Sui and Lu Qinghuan return, we might catch up within half a month. The students from number 8 high school nodded in agreement, silently cheering themselves on. They didn't particularly care whether Zhang Shizheng's statement was true or not, they just needed a reason to keep persevering. In Wuqing, within the small wilderness of the 4 schools training camp, darkness engulfed the area, and the roars of ferocious beasts sounded chilling in the night sky. In this environment where one couldn't see their own hand, a figure wielding a heavy black iron sword was fiercely clashing with a 4th-rank barbarian bear. The first strike of the heavy sword landed on the barbarian bear, sending Gao Shi retreating dozens of meters. During the second strike, he only retreated 5 meters. On the third, he took 2 steps back, and on the fourth, the barbarian bear roared furiously, only to be sent flying by Gao Shi's heavy sword. In front of the 6-meter-tall barbaric bear, Gao Shi appeared particularly small, but it was precisely this contrast that made every swing of his heavy sword even more striking. With only 200 vitality and not yet having stepped into the realm of warriors, he clashed head-on with the 4th-grade barbaric bear in the darkness, growing braver with every fight. Hours later, the barbaric bear could never have imagined that it would be tortured to exhaustion and death by this tiny human. When Gao Shi severed the bear's head, his vitality was still vigorous. The 4 people guarding nearby immediately gathered around. Under the faint light, they looked at the fallen body of the barbaric bear and instinctively swallowed hard, hardly believing that a 4th-grade barbaric bear had actually been taken down like this. Inside the observation room, several supervisors witnessed the shocking scene of Gao Shi's almost hand-to-hand combat with the 4th-grade barbaric bear. Compared to Sui, who finished his battle swiftly like a dragon emerging from the sea, with steps as fast and elusive as a phantom, Gao Shi's fighting style was filled with visual impact. Deng Ji sighed and said, Gao Shi has made significant progress in mastering his abilities. The data shows that he has never engaged in this kind of battle before. Feng Wan nodded and said, if the main limitation for others hunting exotic beasts is the consumption of vitality, then for Gao Shi, the only limitation is the consumption of mental energy. In the darkness, his vitality seems almost inexhaustible. Bai Ting continued, clearly, he has also made notable progress in cultivating his mental energy. Judging by his demeanor, a fourth-grade exotic beast is evidently not his target. As for the use of vital energy and blood, although he doesn't need to worry about its consumption due to his special ability, judging from his ninefold strikes today, it's evident that his control over vital energy and blood has improved significantly. Records indicate that he could previously only manage 3 consecutive strikes, but the final strike today actually reached the 5th layer of stacked strikes. Several directors of the admissions office were analyzing the situation. Deng Ji couldn't help but exclaim, if he is allowed to grow unhindered, in due time, Gao Shi will undoubtedly become a war god on the desolate battlefield, one that terrifies alien races at the mere mention of his name. However, compared to Gao Shi's mastery of vital energy and blood, I observed today that Sui has absolutely no control over his vital energy and blood. She suddenly changed her tone. Although his spear technique is astonishing, and his use of the elusive steps is highly proficient, his utilization of vital energy and blood is limited solely to bursts, nothing more than bursts. This might be an area Sui needs to focus on refining in the future. After all, when facing other martial artists, he can rely on his talent to overwhelm numerous prodigies. But once everyone becomes martial artists and their vital energy and blood deepen, when faced with opponents who can master vital energy and blood adeptly, he wouldn't have the advantage. So, everyone, our Nanchang University has the most experience among the 4 major schools in terms of qi and blood control. In my opinion, for the cultivation of future prodigies of the human race, Sui joining our Nanchang University is the best choice. Of course, Professor Zhuge, you can also serve as our Nanchang University's lifetime honorary professor. Deng Ji revealed his true intentions, and the crowd, who had just been nodding in approval, immediately stood up, their brows furrowed. Deng Ji, don't go too far. Chen Yun squeezed out each word through gritted teeth. Deng Ji smiled faintly. How am I being excessive? I'm doing this for Sui and for the human race. Early the next morning, the darkness of the wilderness gradually receded. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, scattering across the ground. The air was filled with an intense sense of tension. All the teams ended their night of rest and training, preparing to face new challenges. In the cave where Wu Linling's team was stationed, Himei's aura suddenly erupted. Her whole body exuded raging vitality, like an awakened beast. A black substance began to seep continuously from the surface of her skin, representing the useless impurities within her body. The other 4 people in the cave instantly widened their eyes and held their breath as the surroundings were filled with a pungent stench. After undergoing 3 transformations of cleansing and refinement, a thick layer of black substance, several centimeters deep, had accumulated on Himei's skin. As the transformation concluded, Himei's aura gradually stabilized, and her energy and blood returned to calm. Wu Linlin and the others, covering their noses and mouths, eagerly approached to take a closer look. Wow, Himei, they couldn't help but exclaim. Himei's eyes were as bright as stars, though at the moment, her body reeked terribly, and she was covered in a pitch-black mess. Fortunately, Wu Linlin had anticipated this and had specifically found a cave with a spring the night before. Himei opened her eyes and was almost suffocated by her own stench. She quickly held her breath and, without greeting the others, dashed into the spring with a swoosh. Not long after, she reappeared with skin as smooth as jade, while the spring she had bathed in had turned into a foul-smelling ditch, and the cave remained unbearably odorous. The group packed up their belongings and quickly exited the cave. Once outside, everyone eagerly asked Himei how it felt to break through and become a martial artist. Himei carefully sensed her condition, a determined glint flashing in her eyes. My energy and blood have increased by at least 10 points, and my control over my body has improved. Most importantly, I feel an unprecedented clarity of mind and a lightness in my body, like a swallow in flight. She looked at Wu Linlin and said solemnly, Sister Linlin, don't worry, I will definitely help you get your points back. I won't let that Sui trample over us. Wu Linlin smiled bitterly to herself. She couldn't recall when she had ever clashed with Sui, but seeing Himei's determined expression, she could only go along and say, alright, once you've adjusted, we'll officially start hunting 4th-grade exotic beasts. Himei nodded heavily, her eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Sui, I will make you understand that if you can hunt 4th-grade exotic beasts, so can we, she thought to herself, her gaze as firm as steel. This small wilderness was destined to be a stinking nightmare. The admissions office directors tallied the results and found that 12 students had broken through to become martial artists overnight. Among them, all 4 members of Hao Jining's team successfully transformed. The greatest change upon becoming a martial artist was the leap in physical constitution. Although strength, speed, and vitality might not show significant improvement, the recovery and utilization of vitality underwent a complete transformation. In addition, the direction for enhancing vitality became clearer. Every bone in the upper limbs and lower limbs strengthened vitality through tempering. Completing the tempering of one bone would increase the corresponding vitality. When all the limb bones were fully tempered, one would reach the peak of a second-grade martial artist. Sui learned these things from Fuyu, and his resolve to break through and become a martial artist grew even firmer. He couldn't understand how Gao Shi had gained 300,000 points overnight. It was downright cheating. Seeing the leading score of 500,000 points in the morning ignited a fierce fighting spirit in his heart. Fuyu noticed Sui deep in thought and decided to offer advice. Sui, honestly speaking, whether we get first place or not isn't that important. Please don't push yourself to break through into becoming a martial artist prematurely just because you want to be number one. Your vitality still has room to grow, and with the help of blood crystals, you can still hope to touch the realm of the absolute martial artist. Lu Qinghuan, on the other hand, stared intently at Sui and said in a stern tone, "You're not allowed to do anything foolish. You should understand what's more important." At that moment, a flame ignited in Sui's heart, and his goal became even clearer. He would never stop moving forward. Otherwise, we'll just knock you out together and wait until the training camp is over. When she gritted her teeth, revealed her little tiger teeth, and fiercely said these words, Lin Yu, who was standing nearby, was stunned. "Sister, do you really think the four of us teaming up can knock out your boyfriend? I didn't hypnotize you, did I?" Lu Qinghuan seemed to hear his inner thoughts and boldly declared, "Don't worry, if needed, I'll charge forward first." Lin Yu gave a thumbs up, thinking to herself, as expected of a strong woman, so impressive. Xiao Qiao then said, "No worries, maybe as soon as we step out today, we'll run into a dying fifth-grade alien. By then, the captain won't need to break through early, nor get knocked unconscious." Lin Yu, Xiao Qiao, what you said makes sense. I believe you. A group of people were seriously discussing whether to knock out Sui or to seize the fifth-grade exotic beast. The atmosphere both relaxed and tense. Sui was a bit dumbfounded. When did he ever say he wanted to break through as a martial artist ahead of time? Moreover, his vitality had reached 300 already, right? Wait, no, not yet. Boom! Just as everyone was in the midst of their discussion, Sui's vitality erupted once again, surging like a raging sea. Everyone froze, stiffly turning their heads to look at him as if they'd witnessed something unbelievable. Sui grinned and said, "I'm not in a rush. I just absorbed a second-grade blood crystal, and my vitality is improving rapidly now." "What are you discussing?" "Ha!" Lu Qinghuan led with a dry laugh, and the other three quickly followed, as if to say, "So what if your vitality improves quickly?" They smiled, feeling slightly more at ease. Sui instructed everyone to prepare for the hunting trip, but Lu Qinghuan still felt uneasy and specifically sought him out to confirm. "Sui, you won't deceive me, right? You have to wait until your vitality can increase further before you break through," she said earnestly, a trace of worry showing in her eyes. Looking at her, Sui flashed a bright smile and said firmly, "Qinghuan, do you think I'm that foolish?" "Hee, I don't think you are." Lu Qinghuan laughed happily, and the tense atmosphere instantly dissipated. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun was asking around, "No, can someone send a blood and energy detection device inside? I just want to know how much blood and energy this kid has right now." Someone's face was full of anticipation, as the dual cultivation combat and tactics plan was already set in stone. He just wanted to know what tricks this kid could come up with next, filled with expectation and nervousness. The third day of the training camp. Gao Shi's team topped the leaderboard with an impressive 500,000 points, leaving other teams in despair. At this moment, the intense pursuit of points officially began. Sui's team caught up in the morning, scoring 130,000 points in just 1 hour to firmly secure second place on the leaderboard. At this moment, all the teams' points began to skyrocket. The teams ranked lower started increasing their scores by tens of thousands. The top 8 teams saw their points surge by hundreds of thousands. The Sui team, which had been steadily holding second place, was overtaken by Hao Jiming's team in one afternoon with a staggering increase of 360,000 points. At the same time, the gap between them and Gao Shi's team was reduced to just 30,000 points. Meanwhile, Wu Linlin, Su Yincheng, and the others also went wild, each increasing their scores by about 150,000 in just one afternoon. In comparison, the Sui team's 70,000 point increase seemed insignificant. Sui felt helpless about this. Watching others' points soar, he was already prepared to activate his cheat mode and play with infinite recovery. However, the result was that after wandering around all afternoon, they didn't even catch a glimpse of a fourth-grade exotic beast. As night fell, they gathered once again in a cave to rest. For Sui, the day's battles had been relatively easy, but the other 4 team members were so exhausted that they didn't even want to move a finger. Seeing this, Sui decided he should take on some responsibility. While everyone was recovering their vitality, he secretly planned to break through and become a martial artist. Although it felt a bit sneaky, he felt justified in his heart. You all insisted that I raise my vitality to the maximum before breaking through. Now that my vitality is exactly 300, it's the perfect time to make the breakthrough. Sui planned to act first and explain later. After all, once he undergoes 9 transformations, everyone will understand his good intentions. Right now, he knows that no matter how much he tries to explain, they won't believe his blood vitality has already reached 300. In the observation room, several admissions office directors noticed that Sui's movements seemed off. This isn't the posture for the breathing technique, it's the body tempering formula. Barton suddenly questioned. What is he trying to do? Xianyun's eyes widened instantly. Deng Ji frowned. What's his blood vitality level now? We don't know, everyone replied in unison. What are you all still doing? Feng Wan roared angrily. Quick, send Lao Wei to stop this kid. He's crazy. How could he try to break through at a time like this? Are you planning to break through to becoming a warrior just to get first place in the training camp? Feng Wan demanded furiously. Chang Yong, how are you teaching your students? Zhuge Yun, what are you laughing at? Are you thinking that if Sui breaks through to become a warrior earlier, he can major in your tactical department? Let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. Even if he breaks through early, he is still undoubtedly a martial arts genius. Several head instructors began attacking in an all-out indiscriminate fashion. On the other side, Wei Yikuan, who was responsible for securing the entire Shao Wilds, was dumbfounded. According to the rules, no matter what decision Sui made, they couldn't interfere. But now, QTMD the rules. With a loud crash, the rocks blocking the cave entrance were shattered. The group immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly. Sui, who had just stirred up his vital energy and blood, instantly appeared before everyone with the Ba Wang spear in hand, his expression unusually stern. This imposing presence surpassed anything they had encountered, even facing grade 4 exotic beasts. Just as the 5 were bracing themselves, Instructor Wei Yikuan walked in carrying a blood vitality detector. This strange scene left everyone momentarily stunned. Wei Yikuan glanced at the group and said, "What, are you guys planning to fight us?" As he spoke, he placed the blood vitality detector on the ground, his gaze falling upon Sui. "Come on, kid, you've been itching to break through to the warrior level. Let's check your blood vitality and see what you've got. Not even close to 300 yet, and you're already so anxious to become a warrior?" As Wei Yikuan's words fell, everyone suddenly felt a murderous intent far more intense than his entrance. Lu Qinghuan stared fixedly at Sui, and the entire cave fell silent to the point where even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. In the observation room, the directors who had just been tense due to Sui's commotion were now leisurely sipping tea, faint traces of schadenfreude appearing on their faces. "Serves you right for fooling girls, let's see how you get out of this now." Just as everyone was waiting for Sui to give an answer, he said nothing, walked straight to the blood energy detector, and placed his palm on it. Blood energy erupted. On the blood energy detector, the number displayed blood energy 300. Silence. The entire cave instantly fell into stillness. PFF. Put. In the observation room, several directors instantly spat out their tea and stood up in unison, their eyes fixed intently on the number 300. Zhuge Yun, with a calm expression, casually remarked, "Oh, this kid really has a blood vitality of 300. Tisk, no wonder he's a student I chose. I have no idea what those master seniors are thinking. Do they think we tacticians are brainless?" Inside the cave, the atmosphere instantly froze, and Wei Yikuan was stunned. He turned his head to look at Fuyu. "Fuyu, you give it a try." Fuyu obediently walked over, placed his palm on it, activated his vitality, and the result instantly appeared, vitality 179. Wei Yikuan touched the back of his head and muttered to himself, "It's not broken." At that moment, Fuyu, who had just turned around, visibly froze, as if something had deeply shocked him. Sui walked over to Lu Qinghuan with a beaming smile. "Qinghuan, see? I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Lu Qinghuan, who had been cold and indifferent earlier, now looked utterly remorseful, as if struck heavily in the heart. "Sui, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you." Sui chuckled lightly. "What? Look, even the instructor doesn't believe me. Do you think you're stronger than the instructor? I'm happy that you're thinking about me." But, in those brief seconds, countless memories flashed through Lu Qinghuan's mind. Actually, it wasn't just this time. During the previous strategist assessment, entering the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts every single time, she hadn't firmly believed in Sui. At this moment, she suddenly realized how terrible she was and was filled with regret. Immersed in this emotion, she completely forgot that each time recently, Sui had been doing things that ordinary people could never achieve. Only a fool would believe so easily. Lu Qinghuan looked at Sui with firm eyes and said, "Sui, from now on, no matter what decisions you make, I will support you unconditionally. Whatever it is. I believe in you." Sui felt the sincerity of this girl and was about to speak when Wei Yikuan, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Stop, stop, stop. You two are both good kids. Neither of you is wrong. Sui, come over here." He forcibly interrupted the heartfelt exchange between the two. The words of a Grandmaster-level expert were not something Sui dared to ignore, so he immediately jogged over obediently. Wei Yikuan said solemnly, "Although your vitality has reached 300, I still recommend you not to break through to the martial artist rank just yet." "Why is that, coach?" Sui asked in confusion. "If you want to become the absolute strongest of your rank, you can try using high-grade blood crystals to break through." As his voice fell, the few people present were stunned, their eyes flickering with shock and anticipation. It's already 300 vitality. Can high-grade blood crystals still be used for breakthroughs? This news was like a bombshell, instantly exploding in their hearts. Wei Yikuan asked leisurely, "What is your martial path aspiration?" "To make all exotic beasts food for my human race, and drive the desolate alien races out of Blue Star." Sui did not hesitate, his tone firm. Wei Yikuan was not surprised by this. He nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Then do you think achieving this can be done by merely becoming a 7th grade master?" Sui shook his head without hesitation. "What about those in the 8th rank Golden Body Realm, 9th rank Grandmaster, or even the Divine King powerhouses?" Wei Yikuan's eyes revealed a deeper meaning as he continued to ask. "I don't know," Sui replied honestly. "I can tell you this, not even a 9th rank Grandmaster or Divine King powerhouse can fulfill your martial ambition," Wei Yikuan said meaningfully. "In this world, there are 9th rank Grandmaster level exotic beasts, and the alien races are even more filled with powerful figures. Merely possessing the power of a Grandmaster is not enough to drive them out of the desolate Blue Star," he said solemnly. "Now, the Grandmasters and Divine Kings of our human race can only shield you under their protection." Wei Yikuan's gaze swept across the crowd and ultimately landed on Sui. His words were resolute. "We still do not know what mighty realms exist beyond the 9th tier of martial arts, but if you wish to draw closer to your aspirations in martial arts, you must pursue unparalleled dominance within your realm. Even if the boundless horizons beyond the 9th tier remain unknown, achieving invincibility under the 9th tier can still be considered the best tribute to the sacrifices of our Chinese ancestors. At the very least, we must ensure that humanity is not as passive as it is now on the desolate battlefield." His words thundered through the ears of everyone present, stirring awe in their hearts. In the cave, everyone listened intently, eagerly awaiting more inspiration. Wei Yikuan smiled faintly. "So, what I'm telling you now is that you are still far from reaching your true potential. Our human race once had a senior whose vital force reached an absolute value of 300. At the moment he broke through as a warrior, he leveraged the power of blood crystals and the might of an 8th grade exotic beast to forge his entire skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, achieving the true immortal essence. Since then, he has been invincible among those of the same rank. Even the desolate alien races never stood a chance against him." Wei Yikuan's eyes glimmered with pride. "Are you willing to give it a try?" He locked his gaze on Sui, his eyes blazing. Sui grinned. "Instructor, if an 8th grade blood crystal has this kind of effect, wouldn't a 9th grade one be even better?" Wei Yikuan almost lost his composure, veins bulging on his forehead. 9th grade exotic beasts don't have blood crystals. When exotic beasts break through to the 9th grade, their blood crystals transform into the source of the great Tao, becoming the foundation of their Tao. So, they don't have blood crystals anymore. His tone carried a trace of helplessness. Sui showed a slightly regretful expression. Though he didn't even have a blood crystal above the 3rd grade right now, it didn't stop him from yearning for the future in his heart. One must dare to dream. Without daring to dream, how can one drive away foreign invaders and strike at their homeland? Wei Yikuan's lips slightly curled upward as he continued, even without mentioning the existence of 9th grade blood crystals, merely using 8th grade blood crystals to forge your entire skin, muscles, and bones might grant you immense power but will also greatly increase the difficulty of your breakthrough. When you choose to proceed this way, the advantage of a refinement speed hundreds of times faster than others that you should have had will cease to exist. Additionally, the consumption of blood energy for bone refinement will be hundreds of times that of an average person. This disparity, both before and after, could result in your cultivation speed being even slower than that of ordinary students in the same year. He fixed his eyes on Sui, his tone serious. So, now tell me, do you still want to choose this path of invincibility within the same realm? Instructor, can I know the current realm of the last person who chose to do this? Sui asked seriously. He has already sacrificed himself, Wei Ikuan said softly, his gaze becoming profound. 6th grade realm, ambushed by 8 alien grandmasters, killed 6 grandmasters, and severely injured 2, he said slowly, his tone carrying a trace of respect. In the end, 4 golden body experts took action. A divine king expert blocked our human race's grandmaster, and they forcibly killed Lu Ling. At the final moment of his life, Lu Ling chose the forbidden self-detonation technique of the human race, severely wounding the essence of 2 golden-bodied powerhouses, leaving them unable to recover to this day. His life was short, yet magnificent. As the words fell, the 5 young individuals stood in solemn respect. Lu Ling, this name appeared in their world for the first time. With just a few brief descriptions, everyone could feel the heroic fearlessness of this predecessor who fought relentlessly against the alien race. Sui's gaze was steadfast. Instructor, I want to walk this path. Back in the day, Senior Lu Ling was able to slay a 7th grade grandmaster as a 6th grade and seriously injure an 8th grade golden body expert. I must do the same. His voice was like thunder, stirring hearts. Wei Ikuan asked again, are you sure? You should know that it took Lu Ling 15 years to go from a 1st grade martial artist to a 6th grade. If he hadn't chosen this path, perhaps within those 15 years, he would have already become a grandmaster, maybe even an 8th grade golden body expert. Moreover, if it weren't for him instilling fear in the alien races, perhaps by now humanity would already have another great grandmaster in its ranks. He analyzed the pros and cons with absolute clarity. In fact, among the higher-ups of the human race, there is still ongoing debate about Lu Ling's choice at the time. Some believe that Lu Ling chose the wrong path, resulting in the human race losing a powerful combatant. Others argue that absolute warriors should pursue higher limits, as this is the only way for the human race to turn the tide, otherwise, they will never have a chance to rise again. In this argument, the second absolute warrior after Lu Ling chose a different path. And today, the third absolute warrior has finally emerged. Upon the decision of the Minister of the Education Department, this time they decided to leave the choice to Sui himself. Determination and resilience were evident in Sui's eyes. Teacher, didn't you just say? Merely becoming a grandmaster cannot fulfill my martial ambition. If I choose to back down now, wouldn't that prove my martial ambition is nothing more than a joke? He curled his lips into a slight smile. At least it can make the foreigners feel wary, and that's not bad. Wei Ikuan burst into laughter and turned around to put away the blood and energy detector. He had just turned around. Sui suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sui! Captain, what's wrong with you? Brother Sui, why are you coughing up blood? Lu Qinghuan and the others immediately rushed to his side. Inside the observation room, several admissions office directors all stood up, their pupils contracting sharply. Only Zhuge Yun and the newly arrived Minister of Education showed a barely detectable smile at the corners of their mouths. This kid is really something else. Wei Ikuan was also stunned. He was just about to step forward to help check on Sui. Sui casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly, Instructor, are you trying to stop me from advancing to a warrior? That would be against the rules, wouldn't it? My breakthrough was interrupted, and my mind has been damaged. I won't be able to break through again for a while. This could very likely cost me the first place. Instructor, shouldn't you compensate our team for the losses? Breaking the rules, mental disturbance, missing first place. Extortion, blackmail, fraud, this kid does it all. Wei Ikuan's mouth twitched. Since becoming a master, he had never been blackmailed like this before. In the observation room, the 4 admissions directors all turned their gaze to Zhuge Yun and Changyong. As expected, those who play tactics have no bottom line. Does Sui still remember how confident and full of ambition he looked just now? Go ahead, what do you want? Wei Ikuan's mouth twitched as he looked at Sui, who was being held by Lu Qinghuan. This guy was actually enjoying it immensely. Sui's body was limp as he leaned weakly into Lu Qinghuan's arms and said in a feeble voice, Instructor, forget about my personal loss. The main thing is that because of this, our squad's first place is gone. Shouldn't the training camp offer some corresponding compensation? He continued, otherwise, this is really unfair. Wei Ikuan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. 1 grade 8 blood crystal, for grade 7 blood crystals, forget about the rest. Sui immediately made his demand. No. Wei Yikuan's face darkened. Sui immediately began coughing violently. Stop, stop, stop. Just say it directly, what exactly do you want? High-grade blood crystals are impossible to have, all blood crystals are rewards, and the training camp doesn't have extra blood crystals. Wei Yikuan couldn't bear it any longer. For sets of Class C spiritual artifacts. Sui once again spoke without hesitation, clearly having prepared in advance. Wei Yikuan stared at his calm face, trying to see just how bold this guy's extortion could get. However, Sui seemed to sense his gaze and continued, if there are any cultivation techniques for mental training, that would be even better. Wei Yikuan sneered, a C-level spiritual weapon would cost at least 500 credits by the time you enter university. 4 pieces would be 2,000 credits. A 4th-grade exotic beast is only worth 10 credits, and even a 6th-grade exotic beast is just 50 credits. Sui, do you realize how outrageous your asking price is? Upon hearing this, the weak Sui tossed out a tyrant spear. Teacher, how many points is this shot worth? 1,000. Wei Yikuan replied expressionlessly. Sui, oh. This was given to me by a classmate I've met twice. Wei Yikuan. You can stop thinking about it. Right now, it's impossible for me to provide weapons for you. The training camp doesn't allow it. Instructor, I understand. We can't do anything that breaks the rules, Sui immediately echoed. Wei Yikuan almost choked on those words. Training camp's over. 5 C-grade spiritual tools, each of you gets 1, he said decisively. There are also mental cultivation techniques. I have the Awakening Spirit technique, which mainly enhances spiritual power, and the 100 Refinements method, which focuses on honing spiritual power. Which one are you choosing? Sui, instructor, how many university credits do these two cost, respectively? Wei Yikuan said expressionlessly, the upper volumes are both 1,000. Then let's go with the 100 tempering method. Sui did not hesitate this time. Enhancing mental power and improving the quality of mental power, both are steps that ultimately need to be undertaken. His improvement in mental power could be aided by the illustrated collection, so clearly the 100 tempering method was more suitable in comparison. Wei Yikuan directly tossed Sui a jade slip. Before Sui could speak, the instructor dashed out of the cave carrying the blood and energy detector. He was in such a hurry when he came that he didn't bother to store it in his spatial ring, and now he was leaving even faster, not wanting to take the blood and energy detector along. If it weren't for concerns about this kid running around the wilderness carrying the detector, it wouldn't have been an issue to leave it in the cave for a few more days. Watching the instructor's figure vanish in an instant, Sui raised his hand and murmured to himself, why is the instructor walking so quickly? I was still planning to take a photo to thank him. In the dark little wilderness, a 5th-grade exotic beast was suddenly punched to death. Until its death, it didn't know who it had provoked while relieving itself in the cave. Inside the cave, including Lu Qinghuan, several people looked at Sui as if they were staring at a monster. In less than half a month, his vitality had surged from less than 100 to 300, such speed was simply inhuman. Sui said, without a blood and energy tester, I'm afraid even if I tell you, you won't believe me. So I decided to break through first and then let you know. Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. To be fair, without a blood and energy tester, Sui claiming his blood and energy reached 300 is indeed unlikely for anyone to believe. Sui, your ability to fake being sick is still a little lacking. Your tone just now seemed weak on the surface, but in fact, it was still full of vigor underneath. You have to be like me. Saying this, Lin Yan instantly transformed into Lin Yu. A group of people sighed while covering their foreheads. This guy's thought process was indeed unique. While everyone was marveling at Sui's rapid improvement in vitality, he was actually thinking about sharing tips on scamming. A group of young people laughed and joked for a moment, then immediately returned to their practice. Now that Sui has become stronger, they are even less willing to hold him back. No one wants to be the most useless person in the team. Everyone has started cultivating their vital energy and blood. Sui operated his vital energy, activating the jade green slip, and in an instant, his mind was filled with the methods for cultivating the 100 refinements technique. In his mind, he attempted to gather his mental energy according to the techniques. He aimed to consolidate the myriad invisible and intangible threads of mental energy, binding them together like ropes to form an indestructible chain of power. Each round of consolidation was a refinement, each millimeter extended was equivalent to 100 exercises, with the power of the 100 refinements technique growing correspondingly. Sui, harboring an unwavering determination, tirelessly practiced the technique day and night. His mental energy intertwined constantly, gradually transforming into thousands of strands of thread, quietly taking shape like ropes in his mind. As his training deepened, he continually gathered these strands, culminating in the formation of an increasingly resilient rope. The moment he finally extended the rope by even a millimeter, it felt as if the entire world was tearing apart within his heart. Fu Yu had once said that cultivating the divine awakening art could bring unparalleled clarity of mind. However, practicing the 100 forge method was akin to having steel nails driven into one's head repeatedly, or having a drill bore through it, pain so excruciating it felt like the soul itself was being torn apart. Su Yi's brows were deeply furrowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Every session of his training pushed him to the limits of pain, but in that fleeting moment when the thread unraveled, a surge of piercing clarity emerged from the depths of his mind. It was as if sunlight broke through dark clouds after a tempest, or the first sip of an ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day, an exhilarating sensation that made him almost want to shout amazing at the top of his lungs. And yet, it was precisely this peak of clarity and relaxation that stirred a deep-seated fear of enduring the pain once more. Each cycle of tension and release might seem the same, yet in truth, the agony multiplied with every round. Cultivating the 100 forge method was akin to a life and death trial during each cycle. With each successive stage, the difficulty would escalate dramatically. It could be said that the pain of cultivating the 100 forge method far surpassed the torment of enduring the top 10 forms of torture. At this very moment, Su Yi's expression alternated between ease and agony as he underwent countless cycles of torment and purification. Everyone in the observation room was already dumbfounded. At this moment, they were convinced that Su Yi would undoubtedly become the most dazzling rising star of this era. His talent, determination, and resilience seemed to radiate a blinding brilliance in their eyes. The first time he practiced the 100 refinement method, he gave it his all, soaring into an entirely new cycle. Everyone instantly understood how rapid his progress was. Su Yi was destined to carve out a glorious legend for himself on the road ahead. Su Yi thought there might be something wrong with him. After experiencing the initial resistance during the spirit forging process, a strong sense of anticipation ignited within him. Each subsequent session of training, instead of wearing him down, made him increasingly excited. It was like leveling up in a game. He grew more defiant, eager to test how long he could persevere. Every time he completed a round of spirit forging, he felt an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. This fleeting joy did not make him complacent, rather, it fueled his eagerness for the next challenge. In this cycle of torment and joy, he came to truly understand both pain and pleasure. When dawn broke the next day, he had successfully completed his 100th spirit forging. The threads that moved at his command in his mind were once again brimming with vitality. The moment he opened his eyes, a dazzling light shone within them. The 4 companions who had been silently waiting for him to finish his training all cast looks of reverence toward him. It was as if just meeting his gaze would lay bare the depths of their souls. Su Yi vaguely felt that every blade of grass and every tree in the entire cave was under his control. It was a natural illusion that arose after his strength had increased. Just like when one's vitality surges significantly, ordinary people often feel as if they could shatter the heavens with a punch or shake the earth with a kick. It is precisely because of ignorance that such an illusion of holding the world in one's grasp arises. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. When he opened them again, the dazzling brilliance in his gaze was no longer there, but the excitement in his heart grew even stronger. After all, this was the first time he had demonstrated extraordinary talent without relying on the system. A spontaneous sense of pride made him feel like a true prodigy and a rare genius. Beside him, Fu Yu wore a complex expression and asked, "Have you already completed a cycle of spirit refinement?" Su Yi nodded. Yes, although the process was painful, the end result was exhilarating. The resilience of my mental power is not yet fully perceptible, but I feel that my control over it has significantly improved. As he spoke, a blue light flickered in his eyes, and a budding ice crystal rose slowly formed in his hand. Though it wasn't particularly exquisite, this display left everyone around him utterly astonished. The mastery over mental strength signifies an enhancement of his abilities. In other words, after a night of training, Su Yi's strength had once again made a significant leap forward. They say the 100 tempering technique requires a gradual approach and takes 100 days to complete one cycle, Fu Yu remarked with amazement. But you've completed a cycle in just one night. Teacher Wei Ikuan will surely entrust the awakening divine art to you. Otherwise, your speed in tempering the spirit is too fast, and your mental strength won't be able to keep up. Fu Yu's face remained expressionless, but his tone was filled with admiration. Su Yi chuckled lightly. It's no problem, actually, the 100 tempering technique can also enhance mental strength. It's just not as fast as the awakening divine art. Besides, the higher one's mental strength, the more challenging the 100 temperings become. Right now is the best time for me to cultivate the 100 tempering technique. Fu Yu nodded. Once I step into the martial artist realm, I will start practicing the 100 tempering technique as well. When the time comes, I'll come to you for advice. The three people nearby looked completely baffled, while Lu Qinghuan understood one thing clearly: to fully unleash one's abilities, one must cultivate mental strength and could even practice two techniques simultaneously. Suyi's progress became increasingly remarkable, which also heightened her sense of urgency. Everyone packed their gear, preparing to start the hunt, while Suyi took a quick glance at the leaderboard. First place, Gaoxi's team 850,000 points. Overnight, their points skyrocketed by 350,000. Together, the 9th and 10th ranked teams' points combined were still not enough to match Gaoxi's team's overnight surge. The performance of other teams seemed normal, with no sudden overnight increases. Their own 470,000 points barely placed them in second, but the first-place team already held nearly a twofold lead, leaving everyone staring at the leaderboard with worried expressions. Gaoxi's team demonstrated the ability to kill 3 4th-grade exotic beasts in just one night, doubling the pressure on everyone else. To catch up, they'd need to hunt at least 7 4th-grade exotic beasts within the next 2 days. Yesterday afternoon, Hao Jiming's team also displayed the capability of earning 300,000 points in just one afternoon, making their standings on the leaderboard extremely unfavorable. While everyone frowned in frustration, unsure of what to do, Suyi wore a confident smile. Let's move. Now is the perfect time for us to catch up. His eyes sparkled with excitement. After yesterday's experience, he had fully confirmed one fact: in this training camp, he could boldly unleash more of his talents. So, he decided to no longer hide his strength, and the issue of blood and energy consumption no longer needed excessive consideration. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the admissions office directors began to have differing opinions about Suyi's development path. I know Suyi has demonstrated his talent for spiritual power cultivation, and his abilities are also very powerful. But I disagree with letting him focus more on spiritual power cultivation at this stage. Blood and energy cultivation is the foundation. Spiritual power cultivation shouldn't take up too much of his time, Chenyan said loudly, his voice like thunder, making everyone tense up. Fenghuan stood up, his gaze sharp. You all know that Suyi chose the route of being invincible within the same realm, so his speed in bone refinement is certainly slower than others. His resolve made the atmosphere tense. Letting him focus on enhancing mental power early on, potentially uncovering his extraordinary abilities, isn't contradictory at all, is it? Someone retorted, their words incisive. Precisely because his progress will inevitably be slow at the beginning that he must first acquire the ability to protect himself, Fenghuan countered without backing down, his voice rising. Deng Ji frowned, but making him cultivate mental power while refining his bones would only make his already slow pace even slower, wouldn't it? Her sharp questioning pierced into the hearts of the crowd like a knife. But his combat power improves quickly, Fenghuan immediately said, his eyes flashing with a resolute light. Ba Ting interjected, don't forget, everyone, Suyi isn't just training martial arts, he's also studying strategy. As his words fell, the group instantly fell silent, their gaze collectively shifting to Zhuge Yun. The corners of Zhuge Yun's mouth lifted in a smirk, tinged with sarcasm. I thought all of you had forgotten about that matter. What's the matter? Are you thinking that if we continue discussing, Suyi's studying the strategy department is just a waste of his time? His provocation made the atmosphere even more tense. Everyone remained silent, but in their hearts, they had long accepted this point, and their thoughts surged like a tide. Zhuge Yun said calmly, everyone, you're too anxious. I know you all want Suyi to rise quickly. His voice was like the surface of a tranquil lake, conveying an unshakable conviction. But there's no need to be so hasty. Are we as humans now unable to endure even 10 or 100 years? His words seemed to remind everyone that time waits for no one. We don't need to worry about that. All we need to do is give him 100 years and let him explore on his own. Zhuge Yun's words were like a dose of inspiration, prompting everyone to reassess the current situation. Instead of arguing here, he smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Why don't you first tell me about what happened yesterday that caused my student to fail to break through as a martial artist, potentially miss out on first place, and lose the grade 8 blood crystal? That kid Suyi doesn't understand the stakes involved here. You don't seriously think you can brush this off with just a few half-baked excuses, do you? His words were like a sudden clap of thunder, leaving everyone staring at each other in shock. Last night, Suyi used clever tactics to extort others. Today, a certain tactical grandmaster arrived like the wind to stand up for his student. The atmosphere instantly heated up, becoming so tense it was suffocating. Many years later, the 4 retired admissions office directors, recalling the unequal treaty signed that morning, still jump in place and curse the tacticians. Shamelessness. Since then, the joint training camp of the 4 schools has added a new rule: tacticians are not allowed to enter the observation room. In the small wilderness, Sui remained completely unaware that his not yet official teacher had already fought for significant benefits for him, even drawing quite a bit of animosity. His gaze locked onto the 4th-grade shallow, grass yellow-eyed rabbit before him, secretly thrilled. After not encountering a single 4th-grade exotic beast the entire afternoon yesterday, seeing one as soon as he set out today was clearly a good omen. Without needing a reminder, Fuyu had already initiated mental synchronization. With blood-red patterns flowing across the Overlord spear, Sui transformed into a battle god and charged straight at the shallow grass yellow-eyed rabbit. On the periphery, Fuyu used a bow and arrow for harassment, while Lu Qinghuan, Lin Yan, and Xiao Qiao each occupied one side, working together to encircle the rabbit. The battle is about to begin. The Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit swatted aside the Overlord spear with its sharp claws, then launched itself straight at Lin Yan in a rapid leap. Sui was prepared, his eyes glowed blue, and countless ice spikes materialized instantaneously, targeting the yellow-eyed rabbit's back. In the past, Lu Qinghuan had always used Ice Age purely for its freezing effects, but now she nodded quietly, finally witnessing the true application of the ability. Sui showcased his gifted abilities, his vitality erupted, and in an instant, his speed was no longer inferior to that of the yellow-eyed rabbit. With his surging combat prowess, he forcefully swept the yellow-eyed rabbit aside with a single strike of the Overlord spear. The scent-flying rabbit crashed into countless towering trees, a puzzled expression appearing in its tiny eyes. It couldn't comprehend how Sui, who clearly had lesser vitality than itself, had managed to strike it away. Though the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit was still dazed, Sui wasted no time giving it any chance to recover. Unleashing his vitality to its fullest, he sprang forward with a powerful kick, appearing before the yellow-eyed rabbit in a flash. Ice spikes struck, freezing traps were set, the Overlord spear was wielded with brute force, and all of this was augmented by his shadowy, phantom-like footwork. After just a few exchanges, the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit was hit so hard it became dizzy. The group, who had originally been on high alert, silently calmed their boiling blood, all sharing the same thought: it seems we 4 are just here for show. Next, they witnessed Sui freeze the limbs of the Asakusa yellow-eyed rabbit and impale it with ice spikes before shooting through its head. A 4th-rank exotic beast. From the moment they encountered it to the end of the battle, it took no more than 3 minutes. While killing the dark cave lizard earlier required some effort, this time Sui combined his abilities and martial arts in a total one-sided crush. The 4 of them watched in a daze as Sui posed with the camera, looking for angles to take photos. In the observation room. As for how strong Sui's talent was and how promising his future could be, the admissions officers no longer felt the need to say more. They only had one question in mind: this kid has already exhausted his blood energy in his very first battle today, what's he planning to do next? Do you think Sui might be deliberately playing this way for you to see? Jubai University said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Didn't you just say that even if Sui breaks through and becomes a warrior, he isn't guaranteed to take first place? So what about now? If he breaks through to become a warrior, enhancing his rate of blood recovery, his gaze swept over the people present. Do you think it would be difficult for them to kill 4 or 5 4th-grade exotic beasts in one day? He is showing you through his actions that as long as he wants to, he is fully capable of taking first place. Jubai University's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, and the 4 admissions directors couldn't help but shudder inwardly. They didn't want to respond further, knowing full well that this guy had already trapped them in countless ways. If they continued speaking now, who knows if he would take advantage of them again. Yet they couldn't deny that Jubai University's words made perfect sense. The observation room was silent, and under the occasional manipulative words of a certain tactical master, many master-level experts unexpectedly felt a sense of guilt. At the same time, in the small wilderness, some other teams had just set out, while others were still training. Everyone wanted to check their rankings and compare the gap with other teams before the hunting began today. At that moment, they saw the scene of Suyi's team gaining another 100,000 points. In Wu Linling's team, 2 more girls broke through as martial artists today. Hime glanced at the 570,000 points gap with them and secretly felt anxious. Let's go. Sisters, no matter what happens today, we have to surpass Sui and his team. With Lin and, plus the 3 of us as martial artists, I refuse to believe we can't surpass them. Nobody echoed her, but their expressions were exceptionally resolute. Whether surpassing Suyi's squad or catching up with Gaoxi's squad, these were goals they absolutely had to achieve. At this moment, Hao Jiming, along with 4 Grade 1 martial artists, discovered a Grade 4 exotic beast. He watched as Suyi's squad had already killed a Grade 4 exotic beast just at dawn, a playful smile appearing on his face. Interesting, but since none of you have yet become martial artists, how long can you hold out in such a battle? On the other side, Gaoxi stared at the leaderboard, feeling a faint sense of unease about Chrysanthemum's ranking. He shook his head helplessly, preparing to restore his mental energy. At that moment, Wu Jianqin and Lu Shua, along with a few others, said in unison, "Captain, we must break through and become warriors now. If we all become warriors, we can provide you with greater support. Tonight, we can at least hunt one more Grade 4 exotic beast." Seeing the determined expressions of the 4, Gaoxi hesitated to speak, but ultimately closed her eyes to begin restoring her mental strength. The other 4 exchanged glances, their minds already made up. As the points competition reached its climax, it was about time for them to advance as warriors. After dealing with the corpse of the yellow-eyed rabbit in Asakusa, Sui sat down on the spot to recover his blood and vital energy, as everyone could see that he had consumed a significant amount. The 4 others were not in a hurry to continue hunting and decided to seize every moment to improve themselves. They had only been practicing the breathing technique for less than 10 minutes when Sui stood up. The 4 exchanged glances, looking a bit confused. "What's wrong with Sui?" Lu Qinghuan took the initiative to ask. Sui grinned, "I've fully recovered. We can continue hunting. Our hunt has only just begun." As soon as the words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present, including the directors in the observation room, widened dramatically. Zhuge Yun was stunned for a moment, his eyebrows raised slightly. Suddenly, he felt the need to find an excuse to leave the observation room. When everyone thought Sui would need at least a few hours to recover before continuing to fight, he instead sat in place and practiced his breathing technique. Over 10 minutes later, he easily stood up and told the crowd that he was fully recovered. Half of the training camp period had passed. Within these few short days, Suyi's performance was simply incredible, a mix of shock and awe that left people overwhelmed. In the observation room, the admissions directors from the 4 major academies, having encountered countless geniuses before, still couldn't adapt to Suyi's unbelievable performance. Their reactions of shock, numbness, and renewed astonishment surged like waves, impossible to calm. In just a few days, Sui overturned their understanding of what it means to be a genius. Every one of his achievements was beyond the reach of ordinary people, surpassing 200 in vital energy, mastering martial arts overnight, possessing an SS-level talent in supernatural abilities, elevating his vital energy from 200 to 300 within 3 days to become an absolute martial artist, and even demonstrating astonishingly fast recovery of vital energy. This is without mentioning his powerful tactical prowess, the seeming ability to sense other supernatural abilities, and his exceptional perseverance in completing a cycle of the 100 Forge method on his first cultivation attempt. Every detail left the people in the observation room awestruck. Perhaps the sky is his only limit? In the silence of the observation room, a sudden sigh broke out, and several enrollment directors nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation. Over the past few hundred years of alien invasions, the human race has produced countless talents and prodigies. However, many perished before reaching their potential, or were assassinated by aliens just as they began to rise. Those who survived became the backbone of humankind on the desolate battlefield. To ensure the continuation of their race, they stepped onto the battlegrounds, fought fiercely without retreat, and ultimately were buried in foreign lands. No one knows when this war will end. Many people are asking, how can the alien races be driven out of the desolate battlefield, out of Blue Star? They don't know either. But seeing geniuses like Sui, Gaoxi, and Hao Jiming emerge, they firmly believe that one day, someone will lead humanity to victory and vengeance. That person might be Sui, or it might be Gaoxi. No matter who it is, these geniuses are the hope in their hearts. On their way to hunt for alien beasts, Sui's squad was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, and everyone remained unusually silent. After witnessing Su Yi's strength, they realized they seemed to have become burdens to him. Each member reflected, what can I do to become stronger, to contribute in battle? Sui noticed their thoughts but did not try to console or advise them, because he knew this is a process everyone must go through, including himself. When he truly enters the desolate battlefield, there will inevitably be times when he becomes a burden too. The terrifying thing is not becoming a burden, but lacking the desire to grow stronger. As long as you have this desire, no matter how weak you are, the strongest members of the team will still be willing to spend time guiding you, because they believe that one day, you will become their most dependable comrade. Lu Qinghuan and the others contemplated how they could assist Sui, while Sui was equally pondering how he could grow faster. The moment he resolutely chose the path to invincibility within the same realm, he became keenly aware of one thing. Choosing this path, both the difficulty of bone tempering and the consumption of vital energy and blood posed challenges. It was precisely the combination of these two factors that made an absolute martial artist, who should have far outpaced ordinary people, temper bones at a slower rate than the average person. For now, he had no solution to the difficulty of bone tempering, but the consumption of vital energy and blood was never a problem for him. By simply killing a 4th-grade mutant beast, he could restore 100% of his current vital energy and blood, with surplus reserves. As long as he accumulated sufficient recovery rewards for vital energy and blood in his daily life, he could claim them during bone tempering and always maintain a vigorous state. In this way, the time and resource consumption for restoring his vital energy and blood would be greatly reduced, allowing his bone tempering speed to remain at a top-notch level. Furthermore, after the novice phase, the system would unlock new functions. Therefore, when the several admissions office directors assumed that Suyi's choice to dominate at his level would slow down his progress, they had no idea that this genius before them was climbing toward even greater heights with an unstoppable momentum. He himself was never truly worried, he thought more about how to do his best. The aspiration of martial arts is not merely empty words. Since he had set such a goal, he would pursue it unwaveringly, regardless of the opposition. As thoughts raced through their minds, the expressions of the 5 individuals simultaneously tensed as they moved forward. As expected, after not encountering a single 4th-grade mutant beast all afternoon yesterday, the probability of encountering one today was unusually high. Without wasting words, they each brandished their weapons, activating their powers in an instant, and the atmosphere of battle was immediately ignited. Sui wielded the Overlord Spear, charging into battle like a fierce tiger. This time, the others no longer watched him perform alone, everyone's fighting spirit was ablaze. Fuyu maintained mental synchronization while continuously attempting to disrupt the beast's mind, slowing its attack speed. Lin Yan hypnotized herself into the form of a 3rd-grade serrated rabbit, exuding the powerful aura of a 3rd-grade gigantic serrated rabbit. Her leg strength visibly augmented, transforming her seemingly into a leopard as she swiftly darted across the battlefield. Lu Qinghuan's use of her powers was no longer confined to freezing. She unleashed ice spikes, ice lances, hailstones, and ice shields. The 4 skills overwhelmed the enemy like a snowstorm. She boldly attempted to coordinate with Suyi's abilities, and the collision of ice and fire sparked incredible chemical reactions. These skills overlapped and reinforced one another, forcing the mutant beast to retreat repeatedly. Xiao Xiao was like a nimble elf in battle, her long whip striking out like lightning, hitting the enemy time and again. She meticulously observed the spots struck by the whip, quickly deducing potential weak points based on the various reactions of the beasts and relaying them to Sui. At the same time, she silently recited words like fall down and cramp in her mind. Although unsure of their efficacy, these chants bolstered her resolve. Another battle concluded, and everyone was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Sui hoped for a longer rest, but Fuyu immediately said, "Once you're rested, Sui, we'll continue hunting." The others chimed in, "It's fine if you go solo, but we refuse to hold you back." Sui could only shake his head and earnestly advise, "It's okay if you want to develop abilities, but be sure to watch your blood and energy levels. I don't want any injuries due to carelessness." Everyone nodded in agreement, determination filling their hearts. The group sat on the ground, quickly beginning their recovery. On the score leaderboard, less than an hour had passed since their last gain of 100,000 points, and Sui's team accrued another 100,000 points. With 670,000 points, they were one step closer to Gaoxi's team, which had 800,000. The hope of victory gradually illuminated their path forward like the light of dawn. While other teams were giving it their all, the Sui team emerged like a dark horse, rapidly closing in on first place and even surpassing it in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. Everyone opened their wristbands again, and upon seeing the name in first place, they couldn't help but doubt their eyes. What's going on here? Am I seeing this right? Wasn't Gaoxi the first place? How did it suddenly become Sui? Did the leaderboard bug out? Questions immediately flooded everyone's minds as they hurried to check Suyi's team's score, 970,000. In just 6 hours, their score soared by a whopping 500,000? Am I losing my mind? Or did they actually cheat? Hime from Wu Linling's team fixed her gaze on the name and score of the first place displayed on her wristband, unable to speak for a long time. The other team members also fell into silence. In this competition, if two cheat players appear, it will inevitably have a severe impact on the gaming experience of other teams. This time, Wu Linlin no longer made bold declarations. Instead, with a face full of confusion, she asked, "Linlin, do we still have a chance to surpass them?" Wu Linlin shook her head. "It may be difficult, but that's not a reason for us to give up." She smiled slightly. "The day after tomorrow, we still have a chance to hunt other teams. The situation is still full of uncertainties." However, her words did not ignite everyone's fighting spirit, as the speed at which Suyi's team hunted exotic beasts clearly placed them on a completely different level. If they were to challenge them on the 6th day, they might not even be able to retain a spot in the top 10. As for hunting other teams, faced with such a huge point gap, Wu Linlin didn't say much more, but her heart remained resolute. She knew that there would always be geniuses stronger than her in the world, and when facing these superhumans, she could still maintain a calm mindset. Most of the time, the only person she wanted to surpass was herself. On the other side, Hao Jiming's squad, in order to maintain a day of combat, hunted 2 4th-grade exotic beasts and 4 3rd-grade ones in the morning. They sat around the campfire, watching the rabbit meat burn, but no one cared. As the captain, Hao Jiming's expression turned serious for the first time. "Next, I hope everyone gets ready. The day after tomorrow, we will hunt them." His tone was resolute. He knew clearly that with Suyi's squad speed, if they continued like this in the afternoon, his side wouldn't be able to catch up no matter how much effort they put in. Since hunting can't compare, all hope will be pinned on the day after tomorrow. For him, not getting first place is no different from finishing second or last. In the cave of Gaoxi's team, the other members were still training to break through, but Gaoxi took off his bracelet, feeling deeply conflicted, wishing he could throw it away. This leaderboard really affects emotions too much. He had thought about being ambushed by Suyi, but he hadn't expected this moment to come so soon. Could it be that he has broken through the martial artist realm? But what's the point of taking first place like this? No, he has already surpassed the limit. Or perhaps he, like me, can quickly recover vitality? Then how should the issue of mental strength be resolved? Gaoxi kept murmuring to himself in his heart, becoming more and more confused the more he thought about it. Rather than worrying about his points being caught up, he was more eager to know how Suyi managed to achieve it. After pacing back and forth a few times, he worried about affecting other teammates' breakthroughs and finally sat back down to begin training his mental power. Meanwhile, Hao Jiming had made up his mind, setting his target on Suyi. He no longer wanted to pay too much attention to the points, he just wanted to do his best and let the final ranking depend on fate. After all, he had given his all. If he couldn't take first place, it wasn't his fault. Blame it on the opponent being too monstrous. At this moment, Gaoxi couldn't resist the urge to get to know Suyi. Growing up, others always said he was abnormal, like he was cheating, but now it's the first time he's had the same thought about someone else. The scoring hunt battle in the training camp continues. As night falls, Suyi's team surged by another 600,000 points in the afternoon, leaving all the other teams numb. While marveling at the prowess of this squad, everyone was curious about how much Gaoxi and his team could recover tonight. Leaderboard: first place, Suyi's squad, 1,470,000 points. Second place, Hao Jiming's squad, 1,020,000 points. Third place, Gaoxi's squad, 850,000 points. All of this is continuously intensifying the tension and excitement of the competition. The 4 admissions office directors surrounded Jubai Yun, directing him to focus on this leaderboard. Xianyun took the lead to criticize, sneering, "Come on, take a look at your student's ranking and tell me, how exactly did we make your student miss out on first place?" Deng Ji also said in a surprised tone, "I didn't expect it. I never thought our Professor Zhuge could ever misjudge someone. I've heard that Professor Zhuge is known for his brilliant strategies on the battlefield." Zhuge Yun remained composed, his gaze unwavering. "If my student can achieve first place, that is due to his capability. If you have influenced him, that is your issue. Are the two matters in conflict? Everyone, have you ever thought that if it weren't for you?" Before the sentence was finished, the 4 directors of the admissions office had already left the observation room, leaving Zhuge Yun with a calm expression. Chang Yong held back his laughter, secretly feeling proud. Zhuge Yun glanced at him and coldly asked, "Is this the student you've been teaching for 3 years?" Chang Yong's smile vanished instantly. "What's wrong? For the past 3 years, I've mainly been teaching him how to be a decent person." "Ha ha." Zhuge Yun sneered disdainfully, thinking to himself that one must have ability to succeed. Another night passed, and Gaoxi's squad scored only 650,000 points for the night, leaving everyone deeply disappointed. The morale of the entire team had almost hit rock bottom. At this moment, everyone understood that as long as nothing went wrong tomorrow, the first place in the squad hunting phase was almost certain to be Suyi's squad. This made everyone feel a bit dazed, as if everything had changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. It was only 5 days ago that no one was willing to choose the members of Suyi's squad at the plaza, yet now they were already set to claim first place in advance. Truly unbelievable. In the cave, Fuyu's vitality suddenly erupted, as if a slumbering giant beast had finally awakened, shaking the entire space. The other 4 immediately opened their eyes, both surprised and delighted. Fuyu, you broke through? Lin Yan asked incredulously. A rare smile appeared on Fuyu's wooden face. Yes. My vitality has finally improved. Blood vitality 179. He had been stuck for almost a year, and finally today, he managed to break through. He felt that this achievement had a lot to do with the pressure brought by Suyi, was closely related to the intense battles and extreme conditions yesterday, and also owed much to the blessing of the goddess of luck, Xiao Xiao. In short, he felt that everyone in the team was his benefactor, and gratitude surged in his heart. While everyone was still immersed in joy, Suyi's expression suddenly tightened. Wait a second, do any of you feel the vibrations? Everyone froze, not yet reacting, when Suyi had already burst through the cave entrance and rushed out. He stepped outside and saw the sky darkened, birds and beasts flying wildly, towering trees in the distance collapsing one after another, as if the end of the world had arrived. Suyi froze in place, fear filling his heart. The beast tide is here? As soon as those 4 words fell, the 4 people who followed him out all wore horrified expressions, and tension instantly enveloped the entire cave. Damn! Looking at the overwhelming swarm of exotic beasts, Lin Yan couldn't help but cry out in shock. Without time to think further, Suyi decisively said, "Run!" The ground trembled, and the sky was shrouded by countless birds and beasts, forming a suffocating black mass. Although the beast tide had not yet reached them, time waits for no one, and they had to act quickly. Suyi took the lead and began sprinting, followed closely by Fuyu, who immediately activated mental synchronization. "EGE, where are we going now?" Lin Yan asked anxiously. "But this is a beast tide. Are we going to withdraw from the training camp early?" Suyi quickly responded, "Don't panic. I don't know if this is part of the training. If it is, there should be hints coming up. We need to keep an eye on the messages from the wristband. If not, at most wait 3 more minutes, and the instructor will tell us what to do." Everyone nodded, weaving through the forest while keeping an eye on the information displayed on their wristbands. Meanwhile, in the small wilderness, some teams froze completely when faced with the onslaught of beasts. When the Tier 3 and below beasts, weaker compared to them, charged forward, they even forgot to resist, about to be overwhelmed. In various corners of the little wilderness, several admissions directors took swift action, rescuing these panicked prodigies. At this moment, the wristbands continuously announced the withdrawal of certain teams from the training camp. In less than 5 short minutes, the original 21 teams had dwindled down to just 14. The team originally ranked 9th had completely disappeared from the leaderboard. Lin Yan gasped in shock, and everyone's expressions grew increasingly tense. Suyi slaughtered dozens of ordinary sharp-beaked sparrows with his overlord spear and calmly said, "Don't panic, everyone, this should be part of the training. Maintain your vitality and don't expend too much energy. Leave these ordinary obstructing exotic beasts to us. Hold on for 5 minutes, the training camp should issue the next set of instructions." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yan suddenly said excitedly, "There's news. The instructor has released the map and told us to head to the marked location." While Suyi used the overlord spear to clear the way, he opened his wristband. The map displayed a red castle, and their current location was marked with a yellow dot. Shortly after, other green dots appeared on the map, a total of 13, clearly marking the positions of other teams. At that moment, Suyi instantly understood the intent of the training camp. "Let's go, we'll join the team next to us." Lin Yan exclaimed, "What? Shouldn't we hurry to the castle? It may not be safe even at the castle. I noticed the speed of the beast tide seems to be suppressed. Otherwise, we couldn't have escaped this easily. I suspect the greatest challenge will be the upcoming task of defending the city. If we want to hold the city, we can't do it alone." Suyi explained while synchronizing mentally, leading everyone toward the nearest green nut. Meanwhile, Gao Shi, who had just finished a night of hunting, was stunned to discover the approaching beast tide. He said with lingering fear, "Good thing the beast tide didn't happen last night. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have had a chance to escape. Let's go, first gather with the nearby squad." Not only Gao Shi, but Hao Jiming, Wu Linlin, and Su Yingcheng also chose to gather with the nearest squad. The overwhelming tide of beasts kept closing in behind them. The 4 admissions directors, along with Wei Yikuan, who was primarily in charge of controlling the scene, were suppressing the beasts while monitoring the dynamics of the various teams through their wristbands. Deng Ji sighed and said, "This cohort is relatively smart. The previous cohort was nearly half eliminated at the start when faced with a beast tide. They know to regroup first." A cold voice from the bracelet came through. "The beast tide has just begun. The true test lies in the upcoming city defense." Yes, city defense is the key. These little brats have been crossing borders in the wilderness, killing second grade, third grade, and fourth grade beasts, as if they truly see the exotic beasts as mere prey. Only by letting them face the beast tide for real will they realize that individual superiority is meaningless in the face of a beast tide, Fenghuan said. Unlike the alien races, which are more powerful than the human race's geniuses at the same level, the terror of exotic beasts has never been their individual strength. Before reaching high rank, exotic beasts relying on physical prowess have never been a match for humans in one-on-one combat. Below high rank, for these geniuses, crossing boundaries to slay exotic beasts has long been a routine occurrence. However, when a beast tide arrives, even without exotic beasts above mid-rank, it is enough to overwhelm a genius capable of slaying 6th-rank exotic beasts across boundaries. In the history of human development, more geniuses have died in beast tides than have been assassinated by other races. In the observation room, Zhuge Yun stared at the scene of Sui and the other squads converging, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, in the face of the impending beast tide, as the only tactician, how would Sui perform? Would he fight to the death to defend the city, or prioritize his own survival and develop cautiously? In the small wilderness, Sui hadn't expected the nearest squad to him to be Shimen Buoshue and his team. When Shimen Buoshue saw him, he was almost moved to tears. For this good brother, who had gifted him the Overlord Spear, Sui felt a surge of emotion but held back from speaking. Even if it hadn't been them, Sui would have taken the initiative to approach. After gathering, Sui immediately planned the optimal route according to the map. No one in the team raised any objections, but Niu Zichang couldn't help asking, "Why are we taking such a roundabout route? Look at these 3 places, what differences do you see?" Sui casually pointed at 3 spots on the map. Niu Zichang still looked confused. Previously, their hunting of exotic beasts relied entirely on trial and error, and without a map, they had no sense of direction. But now, with the detailed map laid out in front of him, he could instantly determine which areas were most likely to have clusters of exotic beasts. The wind passage, the bushes, and this grassy slope here are all ideal habitats for wind wolves, especially since they are pack animals. Sui's gaze deepened as he continued, "Think about it, if we were to encounter them head-on." He did not continue speaking and decisively set out. Lu Qinghuan and the others immediately followed, while Niu Zichang, having witnessed everything, showed a hint of understanding in his eyes and quickly joined the group. During the journey that followed, Niu Zichang did not raise any further questions. In the small wilderness, several squads that had originally planned to avoid each other as much as possible by the 6th day began gathering earlier than expected due to the impending beast tide. The tense atmosphere permeated the air, as the horns of battle had already sounded. A castle standing prominently in the wilderness suddenly appeared before everyone, resembling the roar of a giant beast that inspired awe. The moat, steel gates, crossbows on the walls, laser cannons, and the domed electric grid, all these defensive facilities signaled the extraordinary mission of the castle, clearly built to withstand the imminent beast tide. On the iron gate, the gilded characters Watchtower Castle exuded an aura of unyielding strength. Sui and his squad, along with 3 other teams totaling 20 people, swiftly approached the castle, their entire beings radiating tension. As the iron gate slowly opened, no one dared to linger, they immediately surged into the castle, as if racing against time. Sui. The black-clad man who opened the gate fixed his piercing gaze on Sui. "Hao Jiming." Sui nodded in response, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. There are currently 7 squads in the city, with 2 injured personnel, 12 warriors, and 20 ability users, Hao Jiming reported succinctly. He handed over a booklet. These are the general characteristics of the various ability users. Initially planning to hunt down Sui's squad tomorrow, he now handed over all information about his own squad to Sui without reservation. "Although I don't know your exact level, I trust the Tactical Alliance's assessment standards," Hao Jiming said with trust in his eyes. "Before the training camp ends, our squad will absolutely follow your command." The other squads immediately stepped forward, expressing their willingness to follow Sui's lead. The atmosphere instantly became fervent and passionate. The beast tide should still take some time to arrive. "Everyone, use this opportunity to recover your vitality," Sui said in a deep voice, quickly picking up the booklet handed over by Hao Jiming and starting to study it. Opening the booklet, he saw Hao Jiming's superpower attribute, space traversal, and was stunned in his heart. this guy's ability is really impressive, I need to take more pictures of this. Coming back to his senses, he continued examining the abilities of other members. They were diverse earth element control, life recovery, sonic attacks, meteor summoning, and even the power to manipulate corpses. Among the 20 superpowered individuals, each one was a formidable force not to be underestimated. After devising several combinations of superpower strategies in his mind, Sui moved on to inspect the city's weaponry, secretly calculating tactics in his heart. This solitary castle standing in the wilderness has 4 gates facing southeast, northwest, northeast, and southwest, named Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger, resembling the 4 great guardian spirits. The inscription provides a detailed account of the history and mission of this city. Since the first year of martial arts, the beast tide attacks have become humanity's most formidable crisis, as many cities were reduced to ashes under the assault of the exotic beasts. The appearance of the Watchtower city was precisely to resist the enemy before the beast tide arrived and to immediately signal nearby cities. Each Watchtower city typically houses an average of 300 troops, who prepare wholeheartedly to sacrifice themselves for others from the moment they step onto this land, exchanging their lives for the survival of those behind them. The inscription records countless heroic deeds. Zhang Qinggu defended Lookout City in Xiling for 3 days and 2 nights, buying precious time for Xiling City. In the end, everyone valiantly sacrificed their lives, with only one communications officer surviving. Sui silently gazed at the inscription, deeply moved, a strong sense of responsibility igniting within him. At this moment, other squads gradually arrived at Lookout City, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. As the commander selected by Hao Jiming, I'm issuing my first order, Sui said decisively, his eyes resolute. When the geniuses gathered before the epitaph and saw the words carved in blood, they held only one belief in their hearts: defend this city to the death for 1 day and 1 night. The pre-battle mobilization swiftly commenced. Sui scanned the roster and noticed that Gao Shi and 2 other squads had yet to arrive. Frowning slightly, he understood they might have encountered trouble. Here's the preliminary arrangement for defending the city. I'll go to assist Gao Shi and the others. Sui handed the roster over to Hao Jiming. You take care of these matters. Hao Jiming immediately handed the roster to Su Yincheng beside him. It's up to you now. I'll go with Sui to meet Gao Shi. Before Sui could speak, Hao Jiming took the initiative and said, my ability can help us get there faster. Sui's eyes lit up. You can transport others? 1 person at most, Hao Jiming replied. That's enough. Let's move. Sui didn't hesitate, his heart already burning with the fire of battle. Hao Jiming placed his hand on Sui's shoulder, his gaze resolute. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two vanished into thin air, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky. In Lookout City, Su Yincheng stared at the list in his hand, caught between laughter and tears. Those 2 actually left everything to him? He sighed helplessly, took a closer look at the list, and his expression instantly turned grave. Sui, is he really serious? 20 people have been arranged for the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise gates, while only their squad and 1 other squad are left to guard the Vermilion Bird gate? This is utterly insane. In the wilderness, Hao Jiming led Sui through several spatial traverses, leaving them only a few hundred meters away from Gao Shi's squad's location. Sui's heart trembled. Hao Jiming's spatial traversal ability could cover a distance of 1,000 meters in a single leap. This was absolutely a divine skill. What shocked him even more was that throughout these traverses, Hao Jiming's mental energy consumption seemed relatively minimal. Using it in battle and for traveling are different, Hao Jiming explained proactively, his eyes shining with wisdom. Sui nodded, secretly thinking, this still has enormous development potential. Without saying more, the 2 simultaneously set off, heading toward Gao Shi's direction. Moments later, the top 3 on the scoreboard finally met in the wilderness. However, this meeting left no time for pleasantries, as 4 4th-grade windwolves were besieging Gao Shi. They were already locked in a bitter struggle. Gao Shi wanted to protect everyone, but his mental energy was clearly overdrawn. His face was pale, and he appeared particularly disheveled. Without hesitation, Sui brandished the black gold overlord spear, while Hao Jiming gripped his soft sword tightly, his gaze fiery, as if a war god had descended. The 2 of them swiftly joined the battlefield. The howls of the wind wolves were instantly drowned out by the thunderous sounds of the spear and the dazzling flashes of the sword. Hao Jiming first freed Gao Shi from danger, striking swiftly with shimmering swordlight, leaving the enemies with no place to hide. Sui wielded the overlord spear, mercilessly firing at the 2 wind wolves. His blood energy erupted in an instant, sweeping forth like a raging storm. Gao Shi and Hao Jiming both froze for a moment, secretly thinking, there's still the city to defend. How are you going to handle it later after such an outburst? However, the battle had already begun, and there was no turning back. In the instant Suyi's blood energy detonated, even Gao Shi and Hao Jiming were stunned. The two ferocious wind wolves, originally growling at him, froze under the relentless barrage of attacks. Their eyes showed traces of bewilderment, as if thinking, how is this human so strong? A random thrust struck, causing them to writhe in pain, their flesh torn apart. Hao Jiming frowned deeply, puzzled in his heart. Although Sui wielded the C-grade spiritual weapon, the Overlord Spear, it shouldn't be enough to easily bring down a 4th-grade exotic beast. Could this brute be a strength-type ability user? And that ghostly form, could it be the elusive movements of martial arts footwork? This guy's a force to be reckoned with. No wonder their score is so high. Gao Shi exclaimed excitedly, gripping the heavy black iron sword and charging straight at a wind wolf, finally finding a chance to vent the suppressed emotions within him. Hao Jiming shook his head helplessly, following with his soft sword. The two of them teamed up to attack a 4th-grade exotic beast, while Sui simultaneously fought against two others. The battle grew increasingly fierce. As the intense smell of blood spread through the air, the wind wolf being cornered by Sui noticed its companion had already fallen and immediately had the urge to flee. Sui's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, the opportunity is here. His pupils glowed blue, unleashing the power of the Ice Age. The disheartened wind wolf froze instantly, and Sui swiftly pierced one wolf's skull. Then, with a quick flicker of movement, he predicted the escape route of the second wind wolf as it thawed. With a powerful strike, the wolf's spine caved in, letting out a mournful cry before Sui finished it off with a thrust through its head. Two 4th-grade exotic beasts fell one after another. Hao Jiming and Gao Shi exchanged glances, and the last wind wolf was also easily slain with the combined efforts of the three. Seeing Sui, whose vitality was waning, still holding a camera to take photos of the exotic beasts, Hao Jiming hesitated to speak. Move quickly, the beast tide could reach us at any moment, and there's no time left for us to recover. Without stopping, Sui led the charge forward. The group advanced rapidly and finally arrived at Lookout City. Upon seeing their return, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but sensing Sui's weakened vitality, they couldn't help but worry about the impending battle to defend the city. The beast tide had not fully arrived yet, and the time left by the instructor was clearly for final adjustments. After returning to Lookout City, Sui instructed Lin Yu to assist in gathering information about the other dozen or so team members, while he sat down cross-legged to begin his recovery. Just as Lin Yu finished registering the information, Sui stood up, seemingly revitalized, making Hao Jiming's eyes widen in astonishment. Seeing Sui recover so quickly, the others could scarcely believe their eyes. I recover my vitality and blood very quickly. You can interpret it as my special ability, Sui explained somewhat bashfully. Everyone remained silent, having just witnessed his ice element power, leaving them even more puzzled at the moment. After some internal calculations, Hao Jiming realized that if his 5-member team tried to siege Sui, their chances of winning were virtually zero. His spatial ability was extremely threatening in one-on-one battles, but when facing a powerhouse like Sui, how many seconds could he hold out? Or, if Sui managed to hit him with a single shot, would he even have a chance to counterattack? Hao Jiming abandoned the idea of challenging Sui with his team in his heart. Instead, he began looking forward to the arrival of the arena matches, eager to personally test himself against Sui to see who would emerge victorious. In Lookout City, for the first time, everyone genuinely realized Sui's overwhelming strength. Taking advantage of their amazement at his recovery speed, Sui raised his voice and said, "Fellow classmates, I believe all of you have already seen the deeds recorded on this mighty monument." His gaze was resolute as he looked toward the Watchtower monument standing in the city and said solemnly, "For the soldiers of Watchtower City, holding the city for one day and night is merely their minimum duty. They used their lives to protect the people behind them. They exchanged their lives for the existence of us today. Today, we are not Watchtower soldiers, but we are now within Watchtower City." Sui's voice grew increasingly impassioned, and the fiery determination ignited the air. At this moment, the beast tide is about to strike. I want to defend this Watchtower City for one day and night. To keep this monument from being trampled by alien beasts. To preserve the honor that belongs to the Watchtower soldiers. Would you all be willing to join me? His voice was like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone. Defend Watchtower City to the death. The passionate cry echoed in all directions. Defend Watchtower City to the death. Each word was like a war drum, inspiring everyone. Sui never expected that the first person to join him in shouting the slogan would be Hao Jiming. "Defend Lookout City to the death," he roared, as if igniting everyone's passion. Inside Lookout City, a total of 70 students stood together, their spirits surging like a tide, forming an unstoppable force. Standing beneath the Lookout Monument, everyone couldn't help but think of the brave Lookout soldiers who had sacrificed their lives. Before facing the approaching beast hordes, did they also shout to defend Lookout City to the death, before courageously meeting their end? In fact, everyone knew the instructor wouldn't let them sacrifice themselves in this small wilderness, but at this moment, their hearts were still burning with the resolve to face death fearlessly. Everyone's gaze was incredibly resolute, as if they had already seen the dawn of victory. Sui took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Step forward when you hear your name. Xinglong Sect, Gaoxi. Present. White Tiger Sect, Hao Jiming. Present. Black Tortoise Sect, Su Yinchang. Present. Xinglong Sect, Wu Linlin. Present." One sect has 20 people, 3 sects make 60 people. Sui arranged the most reasonable combination based on their respective abilities, forming a flawless combat team. In the end, only their 5-member team and 5 first-rank martial artists remained, with the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Vermilion Bird Gate. Sui took a step forward voluntarily, fearless and without any intention of retreating. The remaining 9 who hadn't been called also stepped forward, coming behind him to form an unbreakable formation. Seeing Gao Shi and the others hesitating to speak, Sui smiled and said, "Everyone, before worrying about our Vermilion Bird Gate, make sure the city gate isn't breached by the beasts first." As his words fell, a series of cold snorts echoed, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Young people are indeed young people, easily provoked and resolved. Sui chuckled inwardly, his fighting spirit soaring even higher. He then handed 3 sheets of paper filled with writing to Gaoxi, Hao Jiming, and Su Yingcheng. The 3 glanced at them in their hands, somewhat puzzled. "Hasn't this guy been in front of us all along? When did he write down the combinations of each person's powers?" At this moment, tension and anticipation intertwined. The trumpet of battle had already sounded, and ahead lay the decisive clash of glory and life and death. Standing atop the city walls, Sui's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's. At this moment, he felt a deep connection with the Watchtower soldiers who stood unyielding amidst the flames of war. Not far away, the enemy forces surged like a tide, their sheer numbers striking fear into the heart. In the distance, towering trees, akin to countless soldiers' indomitable wills, fell one after another. Laser cannons roared, and giant crossbow bolts streaked dazzling paths across the sky. The enemy showed no sign of retreat, while the strongest warriors met them outside the city gates to take on the challenge. At the 4 gates, aside from the Vermilion Bird Gate where Sui stood, the other 3 were led by teams of the top 10 elite fighters, who took turns commanding defense. United in spirit, these 10 swore to guard the gates at all costs. The firepower of laser cannons and crossbow bolts rained down like a tempest, creating an unbreakable defensive line. Every hour, they rotated the lineup to maintain peak performance. But at the Vermilion Bird Gate, only Sui chose to hold his ground. Among the 5 classmates he summoned, 4 possessed powerful offensive abilities as extraordinary individuals, while the 5th had the capability to accelerate injury recovery. All were seasoned warriors with exceptional resilience, perfectly suited to form the strongest combat squad without compromising the overall battle readiness of the other gates. However, faced with 2 formidable opponents ranked in the top 10, Sui's challenge was evident. He fully understood that the combat configuration of the entire Watchtower city was already the best arrangement he could muster, optimizing the lineup as much as possible. In the observation room, Chang Yong similarly compiled the city defense roster, which was almost identical to Sui's plan. However, he made reasonable adjustments to the pressure on the Vermilion Bird Gate, reducing reliance on it. None of the city gates can afford a margin of error, Zhuge Yun analyzed calmly. Everyone must coordinate flawlessly, otherwise, if one gate falls, the other 3 will face a dire situation. Chang Yong nodded in agreement, secretly affirming in his heart, "I understand, but Sui's arrangement significantly increases the probability of the Vermilion Bird Gate being breached. Even if he recovers, it will still take time." "If it were you, what would you do?" Chang Yong asked. "I would choose Sui's approach," Zhuge Yun replied firmly. At the brink of life and death, a strategist must trust himself, which signifies he has enough confidence. Chang Yong felt a wave of helplessness, wanting to argue but unable to find the words. Zhuge Yun continued, "However, I would never be as foolish as him, choosing to go out of the city to face the enemy. To last longer, one must rely on the defensive weapons of Watchtower City. What's the point of leaving behind an empty city? Chang Yong felt indignant, but he was also convinced by Zhuge Yun's analysis. He's young and impetuous, unwilling to let the monuments of his predecessors be trampled by the beasts, so he chose to take the initiative to confront the enemy. He retorted unwillingly. No, this kid is testing the limits of Wei Yikuan and the others' tolerance. Zhuge Yun's eyes glinted with a trace of cunning. He knows this is just a trial, so he dares to be so reckless. Chang Yong sighed helplessly. There seemed to always be a hint of admiration in Zhuge Yun's words, leaving him conflicted. Are you praising him or criticizing him? The two's discussion echoed in the ears of the admissions office directors above the small wilderness. Deng Ji laughed and said, in the past, the four-school training camp phase mainly revolved around team combat, but this time, with Sui as the tactician, they've really come up with something new. Feng Wan shook his head. Tactical geniuses can be invited, but tacticians should stay out of the observation room. Brother Feng makes a valid point. The others all agreed. Zhuge Yun sipped tea leisurely in the observation room, secretly thinking, preventing tacticians from entering the observation room is a matter for the future, but the promises he made this year must all be fulfilled without exception. As for inviting tactical geniuses to the four-school training camp, he knew it was unrealistic. After all, not every tactical genius could be as exceptional as Sui. Sui, what a monster! Several people in the communication channel launched a fierce criticism of a certain tactician's shameless behavior, their words sharp and merciless. Zhuge Yun waited quietly for a few minutes before finally resuming the communication slowly. This time, how long can they hold out? His tone was calm, as if he had already anticipated the situation to come. Trying to hold out for a day and a night is somewhat unrealistic. Deng Ji's gaze swept over the group of young warriors in front of the Watchtower, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. 1 day and night? The record seems to be only 6 hours. Another person interjected, doubt evident in their tone. Since the start of the Beast Tide assessment, no group has ever lasted until nightfall. Batting coldly remarked, if they can make it to the evening, then that would be their success. Xianyan stroked his chin, anticipation rising in his heart. But we can't completely give up hope. Sui, Gaoshi, and even Hao Jining, geniuses like them were extremely rare in the past decade. Saying this, he glanced at the time. Everyone, you can prepare to begin. On the small wilderness, the force suppressing the beast tide was instantly lifted. The exotic beasts surged like a tide, madly charging forward. Trees, rocks, slopes, rivers, nothing can halt their advance. At this moment, the eyes of the beasts have only one goal, to destroy everything in front of them. Amidst this surging tide, weaker beasts are even trampled to death by their more powerful peers from behind, with screams echoing one after another.